On the top floor of an extravagant hotel, the lively energy of a pool party was shattered when a rotund young man appeared out of nowhere, crashing into the infinity pool with a massive splash. The water surged outward, soaking the partygoers lounging nearby and nearly sending a few tumbling off the precarious edge of the rooftop. Liam emerged from the water, ignoring the chaos around him. Dripping wet, he opened his interface to check his status. Name * Liam Ashflint. Level * 0. Class * Lascivious Bard, S. Authority * 2. Attributes *.
Strength, 21. Agility, 20. Intelligence, 24. Luck, 11. Charm, 12. Order, 10.
Skills *.
Charm, S. Enchanting Scent, S. Corrupt Memories, A. Ultra Thick Skin, S. Unlimited Manhood, S. Enchanting Voice, E.
Hooray, he shouted with glee. I'm finally a player. His mind raced with possibilities. It was time to settle some scores, starting with that pesky cousin of his.
But then he froze. A troubling thought surfaced.
Did this mean he owed an unpayable debt to that emperor?
No way, he muttered.
A mere man couldn't control a dungeon. Those stats must be a coincidence. Confidence restored, he chuckled. I just need to find 10 exceptionally well-fed ladies and let the emperor deal with the fallout. He turned his attention back to his skills, eager to experiment. However, before he could proceed, a firm tap on his shoulder made him stiffen. Turning around, Liam found himself face-to-face with a muscular man clad in black latex, complete with a studded collar. The man's gaze was unsettling, a mixture of curiosity and predation. Around them, more semi-naked men in elaborate feathered and latex outfits were striking poses, ambiguous to say the least.
Liam's stomach sank. He had crashed a gay pool party.
Worse, judging by the dreamy looks on the men's faces, he had accidentally activated one of his skills.
Oh no, he whispered.
The realization hit him like a ton of bricks. His charm skill had worked its magic, and the effect wouldn't fade for another 10 minutes. Panic set in as the men began to inch closer, their gazes hungry.
"Nuu!"
Liam screamed as he bolted from the pool, causing a new wave of chaos. #The Sacred Moon's Trial. Far away, 3 women stood in the midst of a tense confrontation. Spears were pointed at them by tribal warriors who encircled them beneath the light of a sacred moon. How dare you enter the sacred moon and attempt the trial? The tribe's chief bellowed, his voice echoing through the jungle. Where are the rest of your warriors? They're dead, one of the women said, her voice steady.
The demons killed them.
This dungeon is a trap. Lies, the chief roared. Women cannot be trusted. The woman sighed, producing a letter.
This is from the emperor.
He saved us and wanted to warn you. The chief ignored the letter, his glare cold and unyielding. Take them to the breeding pit. Let's see how long they survive. The warriors advanced, but the women were prepared. Hidden in their storage rings were machine guns. With a grim nod to each other, they raised their weapons. For the emperor, they shouted as bullets tore through the air, ending the reign of the moon-worshipping tribe in a bloody, chaotic battle. By dawn, the tribe was no more, replaced by a new village, one sworn to train an army for the emperor. Harper's Awakening. In a tranquil lake surrounded by dense forest, a girl splashed into the water. Harper surfaced, coughing, and glanced around, bewildered. Victor hadn't been lying, she was now a player. Name * Harper Wiseman. Level * 0. Class * Esper. Authority * 10. Attributes *. Strength, 36. Agility, 35. Intelligence, 39. Luck 2. Charm, 24. Order 10. Skills *. Telekinesis, S. Charm, S. True Sight, S. Camouflage, S. Flight, A. Meditation, B. A wave of exhilaration swept over her. At last, she was free from others' control. Now, she could forge her own destiny. She swam to the shore where her belongings awaited her, retrieved her phone, and dialed her father. Where have you been? His voice barked over the line. I'm going to the heavenly sect, Harper said, her voice firm. I've become a player. Before he could respond, she ended the call. Victor watched from a distance as the moon dungeon emptied. His schemes had gone exactly as planned, though Rain would never know. The battle that should have been insurmountable had been made 10 times easier by his subtle interventions, a detail Rain would attribute to sheer luck. Did you really have to sacrifice so many attributes for them? Lily asked, her tone disapproving. They'll be working for us from now on. I had to give them some benefits, Victor replied, glancing at the cauldron that had consumed the demon corpses. The attributes it had harvested were more than enough to power up his allies and himself. Back at the villa, Victor returned to find Monica waiting for him. Their reunion was tender, but his mind remained sharp. Zoe followed behind him, asking questions, her curiosity piqued. Though Victor entertained her queries, he knew she was yet another piece on his board, moving steadily toward his ultimate goals. By the time Victor opened his eyes, the sun was already high in the sky. To his dismay, he found himself immobilized, pinned down by his devoted wives. They had surrounded him in their sleep, each vying to be as close to him as possible. Margaret, ever the bold one, had claimed the top spot, sprawled out across him. Victor sighed, suppressing a chuckle. With a subtle application of his disguise skill, he created an illusion of himself still lying there. Carefully, he extricated himself from their clutches, stepping out of bed without waking them. He glanced back at their serene, satisfied faces and smiled. Last night had been intense. The girls, it seemed, had honed their techniques during his absence. Lily and Lynn, once rivals, now appeared to have reached an understanding, dividing their time with him amicably. Margaret, though preferring to stand apart, had gone to great lengths to match their efforts. Victor considered dedicating some private time to each of them, a thought that brought a mischievous grin to his face. After a quick shower, he donned a crisp white suit and left the room quietly, letting his wives rest. An unexpected report. So, you're finally awake, a cold voice greeted him as he descended the stairs. Alpha stood waiting, her expression as impassive as ever. Have you been waiting for me? Victor asked, heading toward the dining room. Along the way, he startled a few young maids busy with chores. They hurriedly bowed, blushing as they caught sight of him. Though they'd seen his photos before, the real thing was far more striking. I wanted to provide a progress report, Alpha said, following him. Ah, good, Victor said, gesturing toward the maids. Are these the girls you brought? Yes. They're adjusting well. Their bloodlines have been upgraded, but we need an awakening artifact to make them players, Alpha replied. Not yet. Let them train as maids first. I believe a league of sword maids could be unstoppable. Is that a class? Alpha raised an eyebrow. It's a balanced one, Victor said cryptically. Changing the subject, he asked, why didn't you follow me into the dungeon? The gate didn't work, she replied. Victor frowned but quickly dismissed the thought. The Moon Dungeon's entry array was connected to another dungeon that Rain and Tulip were currently exploring. Investigating it would have to wait. Did you deliver the message I left for Nightshade? He asked. She's not here. I stationed her in the Shadow Village to gain Nova and Jane's trust. Who is Jane? Victor asked, puzzled. Jane Armstrong, the journalist who exposed the existence of players and ended up in a psychiatric hospital. Oh, her. Interesting choice. I had other plans for Nightshade, but this could work, Victor mused as they descended into the basement. He stopped at the door to the Rooster's room, noticing Alpha lingering outside. Not coming in, he asked. No. That bastard spat on me last time, she said, her tone icy. Victor chuckled. Even Margaret didn't get that treatment. The Rooster's warning. Inside, the rooster was perched in its cage, flipping through a magazine. Its feathers gleamed, and a flamboyant tuft crowned its head, giving it a regal appearance. Long time no see, Victor greeted. You're looking dashing. Coo, the rooster crowed, acknowledging the compliment. Victor sat down beside the cage. Your summoning period is over. Why are you still here? Quat, the rooster replied, indicating it had 3 important things to discuss. The conversation shifted to serious matters. The rooster warned Victor about the reckoning and the looming threat of otherworldly forces preparing to invade their world. I'm already making preparations, Victor assured the rooster, touched by its concern. Before departing, the rooster spat out a glowing feather. Qua. Kawa, it crowed, indicating the feather could summon it again, but only after 2 years. Victor pocketed the feather with gratitude as the rooster vanished, taking its magazines with it. Plans and visitors. Victor returned to the study, where Alpha sat with Elise, who looked exhausted. Dark circles framed her eyes. Elise, why didn't you greet me last night? Victor teased. I was asleep, she mumbled, blushing. I missed you, he said with a grin. Stop teasing her, Alpha interjected. She and Elise had grown close recently, much to Victor's amusement. The conversation turned to business. Victor laid out his plans, which Elise had reviewed. They discussed personnel issues and resource allocation. Margaret and Lily entered with a tray of sandwiches, their hair still damp from the shower. Did the others wake up?
Victor asked. Just Zoe and Hannah.
The rest are too tired to move, Margaret replied. The discussion soon shifted to upcoming visitors, Martha von Rosen and Victor's maternal grandfather. How did they know I'm back?
Victor asked.
I told them last night, Margaret admitted. They bribed me with gifts. Victor sighed but couldn't stay mad. The conversation ended with Victor preparing to address a pressing matter involving the heavenly sect and a certain scion named Caspian. This concerns you too, Lily, Victor said. Tell them everything we know about the Lords. Lily began explaining as Victor leaned back, preparing for the next phase of their plans.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
She has a pretty ass, Margaret commented, making Alpha unconsciously turn and look at Lily's ass. She quickly shook her head as Victor chuckled.
What lord?
Lily asked, feeling a little annoyed.
The Fate Lord.
The one behind the Fate sect.
Victor said.
Who do you know? Lily asked directly, frowning a bit. She knew some things about that guy who likes to always send self-fulfilling prophecies with the help of his minions. Well, I am not 100% sure, he said, as I had to make a lot of educated guesses. But during the last month before the wedding, the Fate sect seemed to have placed a misfortune curse on this entire city. Everyone with any degree of bad luck was struck really hard. Oh. Margaret opened her eyes wide. She did feel that her luck was pretty shitty lately. Why would they do that? It was as if they were searching for some anomaly or someone to surface, he said.
You mean Lily? Alpha asked.
Why? It has to do with her fate. Lily here has an SSS-ranked fate to rule the world. Victor suddenly said, hiding the fact that Lily's fate will probably become X-ranked later. What? All asked at the same time in shock, including Lily, who opened her mouth wide. It is as I am telling you, Victor said, but was interrupted. You mean, one day Lily will be an empress or something like that? Margaret asked as she looked at Victor and then at Lily. There is a 99% chance you better start licking. Victor but was interrupted. Then why the fuck are we here?
Margaret asked.
We just need to wait for Her Highness to achieve her fate, she said, feeling a little jealous. As if she lost some beauty pageant before it even started because the other contestants slept with all the 70-year-old judges. Logically, she was not trying to compete with anyone for Victor, she knew her place. But Lily was so damn overpowered that she had to feel a little sour. Simple because fate is not absolute. In the old timeline, Lily died long before she could achieve her fate. Victor said, looking at Alpha, who should have been told by Elise about the fact that they are all here as time travelers. Alpha just frowned. It was clear from the disdainful look in her eyes that she didn't buy any of this. Never mind that. She will get it in time. Even if Lily lived, she might become a puppet empress or only stay on the throne for a few hours. Victor explained. Get to the point. Lily finally said, shooting him a very dangerous glare. Well, with that kind of fate, Lily was supposed to be a scion, but after she was born her fate power was suppressed by her family, then she was sent to survive in the world alone in an attempt to strengthen that fate. Victor said as Lily, who already witnessed this firsthand, nodded. Holy shit, she is a Von Crone. Alpha asked in shock. She almost stood up. Elsie forgot to tell her this. Yup. And her uncle is the patriarch. Victor said. We will talk about that later. Sit down for now. Fine, Alpha spat as she sat while giving Lily some very dangerous glares. She always hated Lily for her stupid, unreasonable devotion to Victor, and now she had a second reason. The Von Crone left her family when they most needed help, choosing to go into hiding. Relax. The past is the past. And we still don't know the whole truth of what happened back then, Victor scolded. Now. The Fate sect seems to already know that there is someone destined to rule the world, but they couldn't tell who. If my guess is correct, this was possibly because of the interference created when Lily's fate power was restricted by her family, he said as Lily, who was the only one in the room who fully understood him, nodded as her mind began to turn. No, they failed to locate her because her skill interfered with the timeline. Her trip created too many echoes as her fate was connected to Victor's. Why are they after me? Lily finally asked. Does me being destined to rule the world hurt their plan? Yup, the Fate Lord seemed to have used his power to already choose a world leader. Who? Margaret was the one who asked, beating Lily to it. Caspian. The Fate Lord was probably also the one who made him a scion. Victor said. Oh, Lily frowned. So it was him. That's why you didn't kill him in the wedding as you were planning to, she said, realizing some things. Yup. If my guess is correct, Caspian's fate is not stable, and the Fate Lord doesn't know why. That's why they are investigating every fate anomaly. And by changing the timeline, we have created plenty around Vane City lately.
Did they send anyone? Elise asked, squinting her eyes. Yes.
At the wedding, there was that woman Mirage. She is from the Fate sect and was scanning everyone's fate at the venue.
Victor shrugged.
Thankfully Lily took my place, and as I have been scanned before, she was skipped.
Oh, Margaret nodded.
So, are they off Lily's ass now? She asked. Temporarily. At the wedding, I made Mirage follow a false trail using the priest, and when I left after that I scammed her to think that the anomalies around Vane City were being created as a diversion by the real imaginary emperor. So I guess we are safe for now, but we need to act more casually from now on, Victor explained, pinching Lily's hand under the table. The moment Lily here gets back to her family and regains her true fate power, Caspian's fate will collapse. And they will not be able to do anything. Their enemy will be someone else. Oh, Elise frowned and then nodded with the others. So that's the hot potato you ran away with back then? Margaret exclaimed as Lily on the other hand sighed in relief, feeling grateful that Victor was holding her hand under the table. He was really looking after her all this time, or she would have died long ago without knowing how and why. Who did you put the blame on?
Lily asked.
A secret organization called Dark Chamber. Their agent was at the wedding too, so I thought it would be convenient. Victor explained, making Lily open her eyes wide and then nod. What is Dark Chamber?
Elise asked.
A secret organization. Lily was the one who replied. Their goals are unknown, but they use the tactics of implementing agents in other powers then taking control of them. Are they after you? She asked Victor. I already took 3 of their men. 2 of them were high-ranking agents. So I guess they are suspecting me, he said.
Wow.
So what do we do about those? Margaret asked, feeling strange as she discovered that she was already in the middle of a grand battle for supremacy without realizing it. We can't do a thing, so for now we just play dumb, appearing weak as we absorb everything they throw at us.
Victor shrugged.
The way they work is that they communicate with their agents using those mirrors, so even if one agent was caught, he would have no idea who his boss is. They are really good at cutting their tails and running away, Victor explained. Lily nodded. Even her imperial father, despite eliminating many of their agents and pushing them into a corner, failed to locate where their real base was. So that organization remained shrouded in darkness until Victor returned. So for now we will just find ways to collect info about their agents and try to figure out their goal. Victor said to Alpha. They might have some info about what happened to your family back then, he added, making her nod. Now, since we reached this point, let's talk about the world's other hidden forces. Victor said, taking another group of folders.
Hidden forces? Margaret asked.
Yes. Like the Fate sect and Dark Chamber, there are plenty of those around. I don't have a lot of data on them though, they are hidden for a reason. Victor said, placing the first folder in front of him.
First is the Von Krone.
Lily's original family. We didn't talk about them earlier, he said, turning to Lily to do this briefing. The Von Krone is right now the strongest family, Lily started talking. 20 years ago there was a great disturbance in the world when the former officially greatest family, the Von Richter, was eradicated overnight after the Von Zwei fabricated evidence against them with the Von Rosen. The Von Krone, who were the second strongest, found threads of an internal plan to destroy them, so they decided to withdraw willingly, seemingly giving up all of their wealth and influence, she said, glancing at Alpha, who just nodded. They knew about the reckoning?
Elise asked.
Yes. 100 years ago there was a prophecy about the world's destruction. Many chose to ignore it, but others didn't, she said. The Von Krone was a part of the first camp until they found some evidence of the weakening of the world's will in some dungeons. Feeling the upcoming storm, they chose to back off, conserving their forces while starting to make connections with the other hidden forces who believed in the prophecy a long time ago and were preparing.
Oh, Margaret was interested. Then, what about you? She asked.
As Victor explained before, the Von Krone has a way to boost their heirs' fate. To produce scions if possible, Lily said. You mean all your heirs are scions?
Elise asked. Of course not.
They can only boost someone's fate by 1 degree.
Lily explained.
The method is to lock the heir's fate, then send them to the world to suffer until they are an adult, when they would be taken back and given back their true fate, pushing it to a new height. It is like training with weights, Victor explained.
Oh, Margaret nodded.
Most of the family has an A or B ranked fate. Only a few of them are scions, Lily explained. Sometimes being a scion is not a good thing, as with great power comes great responsibility, she added. As we said before, the Von Krone are destined to rule the world after reckoning. The power they have amassed is not something that any force can face,
Victor said.
So our strategy toward them?
Elise asked. We will let them be.
They might be the elevator we need to put Lily on the throne, Victor said, looking at Lily. They will probably take Lily back by the end of the year, he added, making the girls, especially Margaret, look at Lily with a frown. You don't plan to tell them that she is your wife?
Elise asked.
You are going to get separated? She asked. Will depend on the circumstances. But we need to do whatever needs to be done to save our powers. Lily was the one who answered, fully aware of Victor's thoughts. If they knew that she was Victor's wife, they might want to kill him. She was their trump card after all, and they wouldn't want her connected to some lousy young master. Still, her uncle might try to get rid of her if she was too powerful, so her marriage to Victor might be a useful thing if used correctly. Oh, Margaret nodded, feeling somewhat sad yet relieved that Lily was leaving. She was totally unaware that Lily was holding half of Victor's soul in the necklace around her neck and that Victor held her mark on his soul. Next is the Von Richter. Victor said, looking at Alpha. Do you want to do the explanation? He asked. Nope, she said directly. Okay then, Victor sighed. Alpha was still resisting him. He needed to find a way to tame her once and for all. Maybe some dangerous adventure?
Possible.
Wasn't the Von Richter destroyed? Elise asked, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Yes, but they left a seed. Before their destruction, they collected the best of their heirs and then gave them all the memories of their family before scattering them around the world. Victor said. Alpha here is one of them, and so is Hannah. What? Elsie asked, looking at Alpha in surprise. In the other timeline, their plan failed. I believe all of their riches went to Sebastian. He has the fate of collecting the Von Richter treasures. Victor shook his head, ignoring Alpha's glares as he spoke. He was getting tired of her. Should he spank her? Wait, what? Alpha suddenly stood up again, interrupting him. She was not an idiot. With everything she knew until now, she finally realized why Victor always tried to get her away from Sebastian and why he acted like an ass at the spider dungeon back then. Although she didn't want to believe that Victor was from the future or could see fates. His actions could all be explained by those facts. He was fucking stealing Sebastian's fates, including her and Hannah. You believe me now? Victor asked. She just glared at him, not knowing what to think. Don't give me that look. You and Hannah were destined to be a plaything. At least with me, you are free to go around and build an army to seek revenge, he said, exposing her thoughts. She sat down and looked away. She needed time to digest this. What is the plan for the Von Richter? Elise asked, feeling the tense atmosphere. By the time Victor opened his eyes, the sun was already high in the sky. To his dismay, he found himself immobilized, pinned down by his devoted wives. They had surrounded him in their sleep, each vying to be as close to him as possible. Margaret, ever the bold one, had claimed the top spot, sprawled out across him. Victor sighed, suppressing a chuckle. With a subtle application of his disguise skill, he created an illusion of himself still lying there. Carefully, he extricated himself from their clutches, stepping out of bed without waking them. He glanced back at their serene, satisfied faces and smiled. Last night had been intense. The girls, it seemed, had honed their techniques during his absence. Lily and Lynn, once rivals, now appeared to have reached an understanding, dividing their time with him amicably. Margaret, though preferring to stand apart, had gone to great lengths to match their efforts. Victor considered dedicating some private time to each of them, a thought that brought a mischievous grin to his face. After a quick shower, he donned a crisp white suit and left the room quietly, letting his wives rest. An unexpected report. So, you're finally awake, a cold voice greeted him as he descended the stairs. Alpha stood waiting, her expression as impassive as ever. Have you been waiting for me? Victor asked, heading toward the dining room. Along the way, he startled a few young maids busy with chores. They hurriedly bowed, blushing as they caught sight of him. Though they'd seen his photos before, the real thing was far more striking. I wanted to provide a progress report, Alpha said, following him. Ah, good, Victor said, gesturing toward the maids. Are these the girls you brought? Yes. They're adjusting well. Their bloodlines have been upgraded, but we need an awakening artifact to make them players, Alpha replied. Not yet. Let them train as maids first. I believe a league of sword maids could be unstoppable. Is that a class? Alpha raised an eyebrow. It's a balanced one, Victor said cryptically. Changing the subject, he asked, why didn't you follow me into the dungeon? The gate didn't work, she replied. Victor frowned but quickly dismissed the thought. The Moon Dungeon's entry array was connected to another dungeon that Rain and Tulip were currently exploring. Investigating it would have to wait. Did you deliver the message I left for Nightshade? He asked. She's not here. I stationed her in the Shadow Village to gain Nova and Jane's trust. Who is Jane? Victor asked, puzzled. Jane Armstrong, the journalist who exposed the existence of players and ended up in a psychiatric hospital. Oh, her. Interesting choice. I had other plans for Nightshade, But this could work, Victor mused as they descended into the basement. He stopped at the door to the rooster's room, noticing Alpha lingering outside.
Not coming in, he asked.
No. That bastard spat on me last time, she said, her tone icy.
Victor chuckled.
Even Margaret didn't get that treatment. #### the rooster's warning. Inside, the rooster was perched in its cage, flipping through a magazine. Its feathers gleamed, and a flamboyant tuft crowned its head, giving it a regal appearance. Long time no see, Victor greeted. You're looking dashing. Coo, the rooster crowed, acknowledging the compliment. Victor sat down beside the cage. Your summoning period is over. Why are you still here? Quat, the rooster replied, indicating it had 3 important things to discuss. The conversation shifted to serious matters. The rooster warned Victor about the reckoning and the looming threat of otherworldly forces preparing to invade their world. I'm already making preparations, Victor assured the rooster, touched by its concern. Before departing, the rooster spat out a glowing feather.
Qua.
Kawa, it crowed, indicating the feather could summon it again, but only after 2 years. Victor pocketed the feather with gratitude as the rooster vanished, taking its magazines with it. ### plans and visitors. Victor returned to the study, where Alpha sat with Elise, who looked exhausted. Dark circles framed her eyes. Elise, why didn't you greet me last night?
Victor teased. I was asleep, she mumbled, blushing.
I missed you, he said with a grin. Stop teasing her, Alpha interjected. She and Elise had grown close recently, much to Victor's amusement. The conversation turned to business. Victor laid out his plans, which Elise had reviewed. They discussed personnel issues and resource allocation. Margaret and Lily entered with a tray of sandwiches, their hair still damp from the shower. Did the others wake up?
Victor asked. Just Zoe and Hannah.
The rest are too tired to move, Margaret replied. The discussion soon shifted to upcoming visitors, Martha von Rosen and Victor's maternal grandfather. How did they know I'm back?
Victor asked.
I told them last night, Margaret admitted. They bribed me with gifts. Victor sighed but couldn't stay mad. The conversation ended with Victor preparing to address a pressing matter involving the heavenly sect and a certain scion named Caspian. This concerns you too, Lily, Victor said. Tell them everything we know about the lords. Lily began explaining as Victor leaned back, preparing for the next phase of their plans. By the time Victor opened his eyes, the sun was already high in the sky. To his dismay, he found himself immobilized, pinned down by his devoted wives. They had surrounded him in their sleep, each vying to be as close to him as possible. Margaret, ever the bold one, had claimed the top spot, sprawled out across him. Victor sighed, suppressing a chuckle. With a subtle application of his disguise skill, he created an illusion of himself still lying there. Carefully, he extricated himself from their clutches, stepping out of bed without waking them. He glanced back at their serene, satisfied faces and smiled. Last night had been intense. The girls, it seemed, had honed their techniques during his absence. Lily and Lynn, once rivals, now appeared to have reached an understanding, dividing their time with him amicably. Margaret, though preferring to stand apart, had gone to great lengths to match their efforts. Victor considered dedicating some private time to each of them, a thought that brought a mischievous grin to his face. After a quick shower, he donned a crisp white suit and left the room quietly, letting his wives rest. ###, an unexpected report. So, you're finally awake, a cold voice greeted him as he descended the stairs. Alpha stood waiting, her expression as impassive as ever. Have you been waiting for me? Victor asked, heading toward the dining room. Along the way, he startled a few young maids busy with chores. They hurriedly bowed, blushing as they caught sight of him. Though they'd seen his photos before, the real thing was far more striking. I wanted to provide a progress report, Alpha said, following him. Ah, good, Victor said, gesturing toward the maids. Are these the girls you brought?
Yes.
They're adjusting well. Their bloodlines have been upgraded, but we need an awakening artifact to make them players, Alpha replied.
Not yet.
Let them train as maids first. I believe a league of sword maids could be unstoppable. Is that a class? Alpha raised an eyebrow. It's a balanced one, Victor said cryptically. Changing the subject, he asked, why didn't you follow me into the dungeon? The gate didn't work, she replied. Victor frowned but quickly dismissed the thought. The Moon Dungeon's entry array was connected to another dungeon that Rain and Tulip were currently exploring. Investigating it would have to wait. Did you deliver the message I left for Nightshade? He asked. She's not here. I stationed her in the Shadow Village to gain Nova and Jane's trust.
Who is Jane?
Victor asked, puzzled. Jane Armstrong, The journalist who exposed the existence of players and ended up in a psychiatric hospital.
Oh, her. Interesting choice.
I had other plans for Nightshade, but this could work, Victor mused as they descended into the basement. He stopped at the door to the rooster's room, noticing Alpha lingering outside.
Not coming in, he asked. No.
That bastard spat on me last time, she said, her tone icy.
Victor chuckled.
Even Margaret didn't get that treatment. ##### the rooster's warning. Inside, the rooster was perched in its cage, flipping through a magazine. Its feathers gleamed, and a flamboyant tuft crowned its head, giving it a regal appearance. Long time no see, Victor greeted. You're looking dashing. Coo, the rooster crowed, acknowledging the compliment. Victor sat down beside the cage. Your summoning period is over. Why are you still here? Quat, the rooster replied, indicating it had 3 important things to discuss. The conversation shifted to serious matters. The rooster warned Victor about the reckoning and the looming threat of otherworldly forces preparing to invade their world. I'm already making preparations, Victor assured the rooster, touched by its concern. Before departing, the rooster spat out a glowing feather.
Qua.
Kawa, it crowed, indicating the feather could summon it again, but only after 2 years. Victor pocketed the feather with gratitude as the rooster vanished, taking its magazines with it. ### plans and visitors. Victor returned to the study, where Alpha sat with Elise, who looked exhausted. Dark circles framed her eyes. Elise, why didn't you greet me last night?
Victor teased. I was asleep, she mumbled, blushing.
I missed you, he said with a grin. Stop teasing her, Alpha interjected. She and Elise had grown close recently, much to Victor's amusement. The conversation turned to business. Victor laid out his plans, which Elise had reviewed. They discussed personnel issues and resource allocation. Margaret and Lily entered with a tray of sandwiches, their hair still damp from the shower. Did the others wake up?
Victor asked. Just Zoe and Hannah.
The rest are too tired to move, Margaret replied. The discussion soon shifted to upcoming visitors, Martha von Rosen and Victor's maternal grandfather. How did they know I'm back?
Victor asked.
I told them last night, Margaret admitted. They bribed me with gifts. Victor sighed but couldn't stay mad. The conversation ended with Victor preparing to address a pressing matter involving the heavenly sect and a certain scion named Caspian. This concerns you too, Lily, Victor said. Tell them everything we know about the lords. Lily began explaining as Victor leaned back, preparing for the next phase of their plans. By the time Victor opened his eyes, the sun was already high in the sky. To his dismay, he found himself immobilized, pinned down by his devoted wives. They had surrounded him in their sleep, each vying to be as close to him as possible. Margaret, ever the bold one, had claimed the top spot, sprawled out across him. Victor sighed, suppressing a chuckle. With a subtle application of his disguise skill, he created an illusion of himself still lying there. Carefully, he extricated himself from their clutches, stepping out of bed without waking them. He glanced back at their serene, satisfied faces and smiled. Last night had been intense. The girls, it seemed, had honed their techniques during his absence. Lily and Lynn, once rivals, now appeared to have reached an understanding, dividing their time with him amicably. Margaret, though preferring to stand apart, had gone to great lengths to match their efforts. Victor considered dedicating some private time to each of them, a thought that brought a mischievous grin to his face. After a quick shower, he donned a crisp white suit and left the room quietly, letting his wives rest. ###, an unexpected report. So, you're finally awake, a cold voice greeted him as he descended the stairs. Alpha stood waiting, her expression as impassive as ever. Have you been waiting for me? Victor asked, heading toward the dining room. Along the way, he startled a few young maids busy with chores. They hurriedly bowed, blushing as they caught sight of him. Though they'd seen his photos before, the real thing was far more striking. I wanted to provide a progress report, Alpha said, following him. Ah, good, Victor said, gesturing toward the maids. Are these the girls you brought?
Yes.
They're adjusting well. Their bloodlines have been upgraded, but we need an awakening artifact to make them players, Alpha replied.
Not yet.
Let them train as maids first. I believe a league of sword maids could be unstoppable. Is that a class? Alpha raised an eyebrow. It's a balanced one, Victor said cryptically. Changing the subject, he asked, why didn't you follow me into the dungeon? The gate didn't work, she replied. Victor frowned but quickly dismissed the thought. The Moon Dungeon's entry array was connected to another dungeon that Rain and Tulip were currently exploring. Investigating it would have to wait. Did you deliver the message I left for Nightshade? He asked. She's not here. I stationed her in the Shadow Village to gain Nova and Jane's trust.
Who is Jane?
Victor asked, puzzled. Jane Armstrong, the journalist who exposed the existence of players and ended up in a psychiatric hospital.
Oh, her. Interesting choice.
I had other plans for Nightshade, but this could work, Victor mused as they descended into the basement. He stopped at the door to the rooster's room, noticing Alpha lingering outside.
Not coming in, he asked.
No. That bastard spat on me last time, she said, her tone icy.
Victor chuckled.
Even Margaret didn't get that treatment. #### the rooster's warning. Inside, the rooster was perched in its cage, flipping through a magazine. Its feathers gleamed, and a flamboyant tuft crowned its head, giving it a regal appearance. Long time no see, Victor greeted. You're looking dashing. Coo, the rooster crowed, acknowledging the compliment. Victor sat down beside the cage. Your summoning period is over. Why are you still here? Quat, the rooster replied, indicating it had 3 important things to discuss. The conversation shifted to serious matters. The rooster warned Victor about the reckoning and the looming threat of otherworldly forces preparing to invade their world. I'm already making preparations, Victor assured the rooster, touched by its concern. Before departing, the rooster spat out a glowing feather.
Qua.
Kawa, it crowed, indicating the feather could summon it again, but only after 2 years. Victor pocketed the feather with gratitude as the rooster vanished, taking its magazines with it. ### plans and visitors. Victor returned to the study, where Alpha sat with Elise, who looked exhausted. Dark circles framed her eyes. Elise, why didn't you greet me last night?
Victor teased. I was asleep, she mumbled, blushing.
I missed you, he said with a grin. Stop teasing her, Alpha interjected. She and Elise had grown close recently, much to Victor's amusement. The conversation turned to business. Victor laid out his plans, which Elise had reviewed. They discussed personnel issues and resource allocation. Margaret and Lily entered with a tray of sandwiches, their hair still damp from the shower. Did the others wake up?
Victor asked. Just Zoe and Hannah.
The rest are too tired to move, Margaret replied. The discussion soon shifted to upcoming visitors, Martha von Rosen and Victor's maternal grandfather. How did they know I'm back?
Victor asked.
I told them last night, Margaret admitted. They bribed me with gifts. Victor sighed but couldn't stay mad. The conversation ended with Victor preparing to address a pressing matter involving the Heavenly Sect and a certain scion named Caspian. This concerns you too, Lily, Victor said. Tell them everything we know about the Lords. Lily began explaining as Victor leaned back, preparing for the next phase of their plans. Activating an X-ranked artifact usually takes a lot of energy. And it must have failed in the other timeline, Victor analyzed. Something must have gone wrong.
He frowned.
Do you want me to send the girl after this?
Alpha asked. Yes.
Just be careful not to reveal a thing, and notify me immediately if you find something. Victor said as he took a shard and handed it to her. This shard has the effect of disabling artifacts' effects. I want you to place it in your base. Wouldn't you want it here to protect yourself?
Alice frowned and asked. No.
The information database that you are compiling is more important. If this incident happened again, with all the data you are collecting, we might be able to pinpoint the artifact location. Victor said he was sure that this artifact will not affect him anyway, his authority would surely protect him. Fine, Alpha nodded as she took the shard. Now, I guess we'll just forget about Malcolm for now, he said looking at Lily. That guy is surely to seek you though. I believe he has a love fate against you or one of the assassin girls. It is definitely for me, Lily said. She noticed the way he looked at her in the base, but as he was still a child she was planning to delay his castration until he had his first time. Don't worry, my heart is already taken, she said with a smile. How old is Malcolm exactly? Margaret suddenly asked. He should be around 14 or 15. He is an orphan and doesn't have a record, Lily said. Then I am sure that he is not after your heart. That's the part teenage boys care about the least, Margaret stated, earning herself a glare from everyone. What? I am just stating facts, she said.
And she was right.
We greet the young master, the little maid shouted at the same time, bowing as Victor made his way between their 2 arranged lines to the dining room while the girls, who couldn't help it, started to sneak peek at their young master's handsome face.
He was too damn hot.
Better than the photos.
He was like a movie star.
You may get up, Victor said when he reached the table and took his seat joining his wives who were waiting for him. He was trying really hard and failing miserably in appearing majestic and hiding the depraved smile that naturally appeared on his face. If not for Lily shooting him some very dangerous glares and keeping him at his edge, he would have long begun to drool. He couldn't be blamed though. Another one of his dreams just came true. Those girls were all originally chosen to be reaped by Caspian, so they were naturally of the best quality and would become very pretty when they grow up. He was planning to raise them well.
He. Young master.
I hope you are satisfied, Hilda said with an ambiguous smile as she watched how his expression changed repeatedly. While you were away, per your command, I started training those girls to be the maids to take care of this mansion. They are very hard-working, she said professionally, while silently cursing at all men for being perverts.
Yes.
Not bad, Victor said, then relaxed in his seat, carefully inspecting the shy girls.
What are your names? He asked. Young master.
I took the liberty to give the girls code names instead of their old ones.
Hilda said.
I think this is better for the future, she said.
Oh.
The girls' names are coded using a season and a color, she said.
The first one is called Blue Summer.
The next is Red Summer. Why are all of them last named Summer?
Lynn asked.
Obviously because they came in summer. The ones who will join later will get the other seasons, Margaret said, earning herself a usual glare from Lily, who didn't kike the bright smile that appeared on Victor's face. The seasons are the divisions. The ones who are mainly responsible for the mansion are surnamed Summer, while the others have the other seasons, Hilda said professionally, pointing to some other girls who were standing behind her. Their uniforms were a little different. Hilda had no idea that she had just disappointed the young master, who swiftly decided to skip the raise he was going to give her by the end of the month. Wait. Was he paying her a salary to begin with? He had no idea. She was the one who handled the mansion's finances. Good names, Lily nodded, pinching the absent-minded Victor under the table. Yes, he nodded, making the girls blush. I am looking forward to your service, he added, flashing them a bright smile, imitating the way Tom and Rain did it. The girls blushed as they looked down shyly.
Alert. Skill added. Captivating smile, F. Oh.
He got the skill just like that. Was his smile that effective?
Yup.
From the dreamy expression on the little maids' faces, he could confirm that. His charm must have been the reason. This skill will be fun to work with. He might need to raise its level if he wanted to use it on players though. Let's eat, Lily sighed and said as Victor began to chuckle absent-mindedly again. He was beyond redemption. The little maids quickly nodded and then proceeded to professionally arrange the dishes on the table and bring food from the kitchen. There were a lot of famished girls around the tables and this needed a lot of work. Hilda trained them well. Are you ready for today's event? Victor, who finally returned to Earth, turned and asked Mira after taking a few bites. Hopefully, the critics will like it, she said nervously, making Victor frown for a moment. The critics had all seen the movie yesterday, but no one remembers. They will like it. It is not their choice. My Mira here is too cute for someone to hate. If anything goes wrong, I will just have to let them hear one of the voices you make in bed. I am sure they will fall for you immediately. Victor said, making her blush and bite her lip as she looked down as the rest of the wives chucked.
What a bully.
This movie is not that important. So relax, he finally added. This movie started shooting before he came here. It was the one which he visited on set today at the Misty Mountain. Victor made sure to contact the director Silverberg and make some adjustments when they were there, things that he knew the critics would hate. Hopefully this time it will be better than the one in his past life. What we need to focus on is the next one. Did the shooting for its end? Victor asked. Yes. Before the wedding, Mr. Silverberg contacted me 2 days ago saying that he needs to do some reshoots. Maybe in a week or so.
Oh. Good.
It is important to show it in cinemas by the end of the year. Victor said. That movie is important because it will introduce the concept of a player to the world. He needed the people to be ready just in case his messing around triggered an early reckoning. He was not sure of what caused it back then yet. Can we go too? Theta, who was sitting slickly eating her meal with the rest of the Alphabet Sisters, asked. She was feeling a little abandoned after Victor spent last night with his wives. Yes. Why not? Victor said with a smile. The cinema we are going to has a dedicated VIP balcony. If you don't mind it being a little crowded, you can come. Though I plan to make Hilda project the film here too. No. I prefer to watch it with you, Theta said, making both Alpha and Lily sigh. The girl was beyond redemption. Truth be told, Lily has long abandoned her unrealistic dream of keeping Victor to herself. Especially after she watched him scam all those girls at the Moon Dungeon. It made her realize that even if she managed to get him into some abandoned island with her alone, he would manage to find some fish who would turn into a mermaid for him to fuck. That bastard was sharing her fate. After all, she had long realized that. Her second plan was to make him only think about her by conquering him in bed. Yeah. That went well. She didn't remember how her plan went wrong that night. She only remembers herself begging for mercy before riding his train to heaven. She quickly shook her head. Damn him and that catchy song. Her third plan was to castrate him. Was direct and swift. But sadly she couldn't do it. Not after that first night with him. She became addicted to him. And even if she could overpower her own desires, she was not sure her sword was solid enough to cut that thing. That dragon bloodline of his was not to be trifled with. Regardless. Now her fourth plan was something entirely else. She decided to let him go free and fuck every tree in the world without care. She knew that he would return to her by the end of the day. She had his soul and he had hers after all. So she was 100% about that plan though. More like 98.24%. The 1.76% represented both Margaret and Victor's wife from the other timeline. Lily knows that she must get to that bitch and make her obedient before Victor gets to her. That way she will be 100% sure to keep his place as the main wife. Too bad she had no idea about that girl's location or identity. Damn it. She needed to find some artifact just in case something went wrong. There was a legend about a sword that can cut anything. She needed to get it. Just in case. As soon as Victor, who was totally oblivious about Lily's nefarious plan, finished his dessert and was about to go prepare for the night out, Hilda walked into the dining room. Young master. Lady Martha von Rosen is here. She wishes to speak with you, she said. Guide her to the study. The one on the ground floor, Victor said before turning to Lynn. Come with me, he said. Martha slowly entered the mansion under the guidance of the little girl who showed her the way politely. She said nothing, carefully observing the little girls who wore maid outfits and were carefully cleaning the luxurious vases around the mansion. She could feel that those girls all had unique bloodlines. As an old expert, she could tell from the girls' looks as certain features like how the girls moved and the color of their hair would indicate that. Especially when the bloodlines achieve a certain degree of purity. How did Victor collect all of those? She wondered as she reached the study where the little girl clumsy shook her head, took a deep breath then knocked on the door. Lady Martha is here, she said politely, stuttering a bit. Let her in. And prepare some sugar water. No. What was it again? Tea. Yes. Bring us tea for us humans to drink. Put a lot of sugar in it. A lot. Victor replied from the inside, making the little maid frown and then nod. This way please, she bowed to Martha as she opened the door for her. Martha thanked the maid with a nod and then entered, carefully examining the study as she walked in. Victor was sitting on his chair lazily as Lynn, who was sitting in his lap, carefully fed him some grapes. He didn't even care to stand and greet Martha, but she had long expected that. She could feel it, the familiar dark aura disgusting around him. Lynn had succeeded in implementing that demon in him. Sit down, Victor spat, as a man would command his servants, not his in-laws. Not the ones he liked anyway. Martha silently sat down and watched silently as Lynn finished feeding her demonic husband, then wiped his mouth with a napkin while shooting Martha an apologetic look. Good. Now go tell the girls to prepare themselves for the hunt. You better not mess up this time. Victor told Lynn, who shivered then ran out after a respectful bow. She was obviously afraid of him. Well, Martha had long expected that. How could a master demon act timidly around girls? As soon as the door closed, Martha went on her knees and bowed to Victor. Martha had seen the winged one, she said nervously. Flying cockroaches were scary, demons or not. You did well, Victor said as he began to look at his fingers as if he was enjoying his own body. This body, despite its ugly look and the lack of extra legs, is simply amazing. It has some very ancient and powerful bloodlines, he said. Oh, really? Yes. Yes, of course. We chose the best for your eminence. Martha quickly corrected herself. Yes. And mating those human women is interesting, especially that bitch Margaret. If I didn't know any better, I would have sworn she had a mantis ancestor. I can't wait until they lay my eggs. Ah. I am happy that your eminence has found what you want, she said, choosing not to correct him about the eggs thing. You came for your request? He asked. This slave would never dare to ask, she said. You did good, so you deserved it, he said, throwing her a folded piece of paper. It contains the recipe for the life-extending pill I promised, he said. Thank you, she said, unable to hide her smile as she quickly grabbed the paper and then something that he threw to her out of nowhere. It was a storage ring. This is? She asked. Something extra for choosing this perfect body for me. Inside that cheap ring, there is a jar of rust blood. I thought all of you summoners liked this thing. Ah. Thank you, winged one. Martha said in shock as she bowed again. This is what you get when you follow my swarm, he said proudly. Martha bowed again, making sure to check the ring and the jar inside of it. Holy shit.
It was there.
She really wanted to cry. She didn't even have a ring of her own, and this demon was giving her a ring with the treasure the family was searching the world for just like that. Making a deal with this demon was not a bad thing at all.
No. Wait.
A deal with a demon is never too easy.
Winged one.
What can this slave do for you? She asked nervously, hoping that his request in exchange for the rust blood would not be excessive. Bring me girls. They must be young and have good bloodlines. 6 will do, he said after thinking for a moment. 1 for every leg I have.
Ah.
This might require a month or 2, she said.
I don't mind, he said.
I have enough for now, and if I don't go too rough they will survive until then, he added, seemingly feeling a little contradicted. Then this slave will try her best, she said, hiding her disgust.
Then go.
This one has a busy schedule. And keep everything about me secret. You know what would happen if you leak something, he said as he disgustingly licked his lips. I know, she said, then turned and quickly left the room, not even stopping to take care of Lynn, who seemed to want to ask her something. With the rust blood in hand, she had to hurry to the family's base. With this accomplishment, she was sure that her power in the family will grow by leaps and bounds. She couldn't wait to make the matriarch beg her for this. You did well. Victor chuckled and hugged Lynn when he noticed her sulky look after she re-entered the study. She felt like an abandoned child as her aunt didn't even care about her after her mission was finished. Will my mother be okay? She asked, hugging him back and putting her head on his chest after she sat on his lap. Don't worry, I will try my best to save her life. Just give her a hint to stay away from Martha and the Von Rosen base for the next few months, he said as a little maid came with 2 cups of tea full of sugar.
Young master.
Are those still needed? She asked with a blush as she noticed Lynn's ambiguous position and the fact that the guest had already left.
Ah.
Just give them to the chicks. You girls are sweet enough so you don't need to drink them, Victor casually told the lowly as Hilda walked inside the study, almost bumping into the little blushing maid who was on her way out.
Young master.
Your cousin Zoe has just woken up and wants to talk to you. And the chicks at the outer gate just called. Your grandfather General Calvin is on his way up the mountain, she said. Guide Calvin here when he arrives, Victor said, then paused for a moment. Tell Alpha to hide in some hole, and give Zoe something to eat. I will talk to her later, he said. Zoe must have been very tired in the moon dungeon, as unlike him, she didn't really get a chance to relax. Hilda nodded, then walked out, wondering how to rephrase Victor's order to Alpha to be more polite. What does your grandfather want? Lynn asked after waiting for Hilda to leave. Some stupid request probably, Victor said, squinting his eyes before spanking Lynn's butt. Now stop being naughty and go prepare yourself. We have a long night to spend out, he said. She nodded as she jumped off him, gave him a long kiss, then walked out. Calvin sighed as he was guided by the little maid through the lavishly decorated mansion corridor. He read the reports and knew that this entire mansion belonged to his grandson, but when he reached this place he realized that he failed to understand that this mansion encompassed an entire mountaintop. Why wasn't he born into a rich family? He wondered as he watched the lowly maids run around doing their chores with a smile on their faces. It is not like he also wanted some lowly maid or anything depraved like that. But as any man would, he just felt jealous when he saw his grandsons living in a perverted way like this. He is a pervert, the short-haired girl in a black suit who was following behind him said. Shwe. You promised to keep your silence. And he is my grandson, so stop acting this cold, Calvin said. He really wanted Shwe to get interested in one of his grandsons who might be able to untie the knot in her heart.
Let's just get over this, she said. This way.
The lowly maid guided them politely toward the lavish study where Victor was waiting for him.
Grandfather.
It had been a while, Victor said, hugging Calvin tightly after he invited him inside while gesturing to the maid to get them something to drink. Something with less sugar. Congratulations on your wedding, Calvin said as he took a seat. Feeling a little good by the way Victor is treating him. Elena really raised some good offspring. He met Alice and Mike for the first time at the wedding, and both of them treated him very respectfully. Why couldn't all his other offspring be this good? Thanks, Victor said as he took a seat beside his grandfather. Then glanced at the girl who stood behind Calvin.
This is? He asked. Ah.
You remember Shwe, right? Calvin said.
Shwe.
She was the girl I brought with me when we met at your hotel room in Golden Waterfall Town.
The lesbian.
Victor acted as if he suddenly remembered. She was in a military uniform, so I couldn't recognize her now. It is okay, Calvin said as he shot Shwe a glare. She was about to explode when he called her a lesbian.
She was not. She just hated all men.
Victor chuckled as someone knocked on the room's door. It was a little maid who entered with a tray full of teacups which she carefully placed in front of everyone and then clumsily bowed. You may leave, Victor said to the maid, then turned to Kelvin. Sorry for not contacting you after the wedding. But you know how you forget everything once the girls start taking off your clothes while fighting on who to go first, Victor said, making Calvin's smile go shallow immediately. He had no idea what this felt like. He wanted to know, but he didn't dare to. Shwe behind him, who was sampling the tea, almost spat it at Victor, but she held herself, hateful, glaring at him.
Pervert.
I am not blaming you. I know how young people can be, Calvin said after clearing his throat. So, what did you want to ask me about? Victor asked, raising one eyebrow. I already gave you the contact info for that organization. What was it called again? Fart or something? It is called Fragrant Shadow, Calvin said. And yes, I contacted them, and they have proved very helpful. We are already in the process of merging our information databases, he said.
Oh, cool.
I am not really into all of this espionage thing. So if it has anything to do with that, don't involve me. The last time something like this happened, I ended up getting dragged into a tranny's den. This young master almost lost his, Victor cleared his throat and stopped talking as if caught himself before saying something inappropriate. Officially, he didn't have anything to do with his shadow organizations.
Oh.
It is not about them.
Then anything is fine. Do you need some money?
I can lend you some.
No.
Not that. It is about a couple of things. Calvin said. The first thing is about your resort. The one you are building atop the waterfall.
Yes.
Its construction should be nearing its final stages, Victor said. He totally forgot about that thing, as it was supposed to be built to trap Sebastian below it, but that ended up as a failure. What's about it? Can you perhaps sign a deal with my hotel so that we can share visitors?
Calvin asked.
The resort was the biggest thing in town, and under the begging of his wife and sons, he had to shamelessly ask Victor for a part of the pie. You can ask my mother. I plan to give her the entire thing. Victor said directly. Golden Waterfall Town would mostly be spared during the reckoning, so if his mother stayed there she would be safe if the reckoning date got changed for some reason. Oh, Calvin was pleasantly surprised. Then I will talk to her, he nodded, then winked to Shwe as if telling her to look how good and filial his grandson was. She completely ignored him. What else did you want to ask me about?
Victor asked. Well,
what I need to ask you is concerning a dungeon, Calvin finally said in a low voice. Oh, Victor frowned, gesturing to Calvin to stop talking as he took a few talismans and activated them under Calvin and Shwe's curious eyes. Now we can talk securely.
What dungeon?
Victor, who got a little interested, asked.
Oh.
One of my men returned to his village about a month ago. There was news that one of his cousins went missing in the mountains or something like that, so he hurried to try to look for him. And in the process he found it, Calvin said, taking a photo from his pocket and showing it to Victor. It was a huge dungeon gate inside a small crevice in the mountain between two strange-looking trees that had feathery-looking leaves. And what do you want me to do? Victor asked, looking at the photo and focusing on the trees. It was common knowledge that dungeons affect the world around them, and those trees were clearly getting mutated by the dungeon. It is usually possible to figure out a few things from such things. Calvin scratched the back of his head. Well, I was wondering, would it be possible for you to help us conquer this dungeon? He asked. You want me to do all the work and then leave the conquered dungeon with all the minerals and treasures left inside to you? Victor asked, keeping his eyes on the photo. We will get you your share, Calvin chuckled dryly. Wait a moment, Victor said as he took his phone and sent the photo Calvin showed him to Lily, asking her about it. Lily had a full memory of the Imperial dungeon records. If this dungeon was there, it would save him a lot of trouble. He was not going to risk the lives of his girls for some random unknown dungeon. Moments later the reply came. This dungeon happened to be on that list with an unknown conqueror. It was an E-ranked one called the Three Harpies Lair. After conquering it, a Frangnat guano mine would be left behind. This matter has many uses but is not that important. Victor quickly told Lily to wear her veil, then drag Theta and Zoe, then come to the study. I will get some of my girls who are more knowledgeable than me in such matters. I usually relegate such stuff to them, Victor told Calvin casually. Moments later the study's door was knocked and three very pretty girls entered.
Good morning, cousin.
Zoe, who had dark circles around her eyes, said shyly as she was dragged inside by Lily. She was feeling very flustered around him after she watched the entire action in the opposing room last night. She didn't want to, but the damn blinds in her room didn't work. It is already in the afternoon, Victor said, hiding his evil smile.
Come sit.
You met my grandfather at the wedding, right? He asked.
Yes.
It is nice to meet you again, Master Kelvin. Zoe greeted Calvin politely, followed by the girls who bowed a little to him. Nice to meet you too, Calvin said with a nod as he turned to look at Lily, who was wearing her veil. He saw this girl at the wedding, and from what he heard Elena telling her mother, he knew that she was a maid, and Victor seemed to have been planning to marry her but didn't get a chance because of his father's refusal.
Some family drama.
He also noticed Theta, who hurried to Victor's side and sat down after shooting Lily an apologizing look. Wasn't this girl a little young?
Now,
What do you think about this? Victor asked directly, giving the photo to Lily as if she was his boss.
it is in, he looked at Calvin.
Rosewind Mountain. Near Blue Rose Village, he replied, watching the dynamic between Lily and Victor. The moment she walked in, Victor sat straight as if he feared her. Lily, who seemed to be enjoying being the mistress, nodded and looked at the photo for a few seconds, then raised her head. From the gate, I can tell that it is not that high-ranking dungeon. Probably an E rank. But we need an on-site inspection to be sure. She acted as if she had no idea. Do you want us to conquer this? She asked Calvin.
Ah, yes.
My grandfather wants that, Victor said, acting a little like he was a rich young master who didn't do a thing by himself. What do we get in return? Lily asked Calvin immediately, making him realize whom he should negotiate with.
Ah,
How about everything you get before the conquest and 20% of whatever is left?
Calvin asked.
Lily frowned as she thought. Fragrant guano can be used to make not only a very good fertilizer for rare herbs. It was an ingredient for some very expensive perfumes that no one had discovered yet. So she didn't mind it even if she grabbed only 5% of the output. That much would be enough to overturn the entire cosmetics industry.
Wait.
Lily secretly glanced at Victor, who nodded to her, making her smile behind her veil. He wanted her to create this company after she retired to her family. It was a method to secretly keep in touch and smuggle goods.
Too little.
In addition to keeping our involvement a secret, we want 25%. And you will have to pay the shipping fee, she finally said.
Ah, deal.
Calvin said directly. This was easier than expected. He was prepared to get only 50% as he will not be risking anything here.
Good.
Robin, how about you assemble a team to go and appraise it and then try to conquer it? Can you do that? Lily turned to Theta and said after getting Victor's wink. Victor wanted Theta to lead one of his teams, so this was a good first test for her. With her luck, nothing bad should happen.
Ah, me?
Theta asked as she looked at Victor, feeling a little conflicted.
Yes.
Take your sisters and try it. Victor said, then paused and turned to Zoe.
How about you go too, cuz? He asked.
You want me to take care of your girls? Zoe, who finally figured out why he called her here, asked.
Yes.
I will send Lynn too. With the two of you there everything should be fine, he nodded shamelessly. What do I get in return? Zoe asked as she smiled.
Ah. What do you want? Victor asked.
I request. I will decide on it later, she paused and said as Calvi, who was watching the exchange, smiled. It reminded him of his youth.
Ah. Okay. But
it can't be anything that will make me violate my principles, he said nervously, making her almost spit on him. Don't worry, it won't, she said as she looked away to hide her face that turned bright red after remembering the show she involuntarily watched last night. How could she ever violate Victor's principles? Her shameless cousin had none to begin with. It was at 5 p.m. when Victor finally was able to get rid of his grandfather and finish explaining his plan to Alpha. Remember what I told you. The gambling network must be online tonight. Use the movie ranking as its first bet. Maybe we can catch some small fish. And how the hell am I going to do this in 2 hours?
Alpha scolded.
Buy a fucking gambling website and throw money on some lazy-ass developer. Do I have to spell everything for you?
Victor said.
Take some money from Margaret. Where is she? He asked as he walked out of the study. She already went with the others. Hilda, who was waiting for him, answered. Arya and Mira should be at the company, while the others went shopping before the movie.
Oh, damn.
I didn't notice it was this late, Victor said. That's what happens when you keep arguing over every small detail. He scolded Alpha, who looked away, totally not aware that Victor knew that she kept asking him about every little thing on purpose, trying to figure out some secret info he knew about the future. Just take care of it fast, he sighed. Now where is my suit? He asked Hilda. Here it is. You should dress while you are on your way.
Hilda said.
It is almost the jam hour. Oh, Victor nodded, taking the suit, then quickly headed outside where a luxurious golden-painted white steed car was waiting for him. Leo, who was tasked to drive Victor around as usual, opened the luxurious car's door respectfully. He wanted to drive Victor home after the wedding, and maybe get a glimpse at the mysterious wives, but his request was denied by his superiors. Apparently, a private company handled the transportation at that time, and he was tasked with driving some of the company managers and waiting for them. Too bad those managers seemed to have left without telling him, letting him wait in that underground garage for an entire night. They could have left him a message or something. He wanted to pick a fight with them on the next day, but they were nowhere to be found. After asking around, he learned that apparently they were all hurriedly transported to some desert county to work on a secret project after offending some VIP at the wedding.
Young master.
It is rare to see you alone, Leo said in a humorous tone as he waited for Victor to take his seat. Yeah, that's what happens when you marry a bunch of ungrateful girls. They only know how to suck this young master dry at night, then escape to go shopping in the morning with my credit card. Victor sighed, making Leo, who was making fun of him, almost curse out of jealousy. Now quickly head to the company. This young master doesn't want to be late, Victor scolded, glancing at the watch in his hand. He still had time for that. As Horizon Media CEO, he needed to accompany the company managers to the theater to walk the red carpet with Mira.
Oh.
Okay, Leo said as he closed the door for visitor and then climbed into the driver's seat while trying hard not to stare at the line of lowly maids who bowed politely in their cute maid uniforms to see their young master off.
Damn it.
He was feeling jealous. He was not a lolicon, he preferred big-boobed older women, but still.
Damn it.
Why do young masters get it all? The car quickly sped up through the highway as Victor, who was in the back seat, awkwardly changed his clothes into the dashing brick-red tuxedo Mira chose for him. She had a fight with Lily over it, but as this night was for Mira, Lily reluctantly gave up. Leo, who was watching secretly from the front, couldn't help but notice Victor's perfect muscles and body shape as he changed. He was not gay or anything. But damn, how can a rich young master like Victor get a body like that? No wonder those girls are crazy after him. What kinds of exercises does the young master do usually? Leo quickly decided to strike up a conversation. He was waiting for Victor to begin bragging about the gym in his mansion, then taking the opportunity, Leo would ask him if he could come to see it. And maybe train in it after that. He could already imagine those lowly maids drooling as they shyly watched him lift some weights.
Exercise? What exercise?
This young master has a bed full of lascivious wives waiting for me every night. When do I have time to exercise? Victor said directly as he hastily put on his red and purple striped tie, making Leo regret he asked. So it was that kind of exercise. Leo considered asking what workouts Victor did before he married, but decided it was not worth it. It is not good to appear pushy. So, for the next few minutes, the car grew silent as Victor finished wearing his suit and then sat quietly, looking out and watching the afternoon sunlit road go by outside. It took them another 15 minutes to reach the company, where a bunch of executives and employees were waiting for him outside dressed in expensive tuxedos and dresses. Victor stepped down from the car, where he was welcomed by Arya and Mira, who wore a turquoise blue dress and a rose red dress respectively. You are late, Mira said as she hugged Victor, followed by Arya. We arranged a reception in the company lobby for you. But it is too late now, we must hurry to the theater if we want to catch Monica and Lara's opening song. No. You are the early ones. He corrected them, then looked at the company employees who were bowing in the back, while giving Victor some nervous looks. Despite the fact that many of them were seeing Victor for the first time, they have all heard the rumors around him, both the old and the new ones that spread after the wedding in the tabloids. Too bad very few photos of the wedding existed and none of them showed what happened there. One thing they knew for sure was that half of the company managers disappeared that night after angering the CEO. Nice to see you all. I will make this short, he said, clearing his throat. I don't care about anything else, but if this movie achieves a 90% rating or above, I will give each of you 1000% of your salary as a reward by the end of the year, he said, making the employees all cheer. He might be an evil young master, but he knew how to buy people's hearts.
Let's go, he said.
1 second, Mira said as she began to adjust Victor's tie and jacket under the envious eyes of the male employees. Some of them even dared to bite their lips in jealousy, while totally unaware that their inventory action got them on a list that they didn't know existed. All done, Mira said, dusting Victor's jacket and giving him an apprehensive look. Damn, her husband was hot. Victor chuckled as if reading her thoughts, then quickly got back into the car, followed by Mira the Arya, who was hesitating whether she should also be in this car but was dragged inside by Victor. The car quickly took off after that, followed by the company's fleet. Congratulations on your marriage, Ms. Arya, and Ms. Mira. Leo, who didn't get the chance to congratulate the girls before, said as he drove the car. He was trying to strike up a conversation again. Victor was his best shot at riches, and he was going to find something that interests him one way or another. Thanks, Arya said with a happy and satisfied smile as casually put her head on Victor's shoulder. As if feeling jealous, Mira did the same from the other side. Damn, Leo secretly cursed and then swallowed the words he wanted to utter. Hopefully this movie will be a big success, he said again. Yes, Arya nodded. Keep driving no matter what. And when I tell you to press forward, Victor suddenly said, making Leo frown as he watched Victor slowly lean over the surprised Mira to lower the side window, then take something round from his pocket and throw it out. "Now," Victor said, making Leo, who just realized that Victor had thrown a grenade inside the open window of another car, quickly press the gas pedal to its limit and drive away from the other car. Poem, an all-too-familiar exposition rang at the back.
A bigger one followed.
"Keep driving," Victor ordered, then sighed.
"But the police," Leo wanted to ask.
"You do your job, they will be doing theirs," Victor said casually as he began fiddling with his phone. "Were they after us?" Mira asked nervously. "One of the men had a rocket launcher aimed at us," Victor said, making Leo, who was driving, begin to sweat. He did hear rumors that the White family was engaged in the drug and human trafficking industry and that Victor killed his cousin to take his place. He thought that those were just baseless rumors, as Victor didn't seem to be the violent type. Now he discovered that he was mistaken.
"Who are they?"
Arya asked as she watched Victor send something on his phone and then receive a confirmation.
"Oh.
Some stupid businessman seemed to have ordered a hit on me," Victor said with a frown after flipping through Kai's report. "It is related to some stupid woman who got slapped on the face by Margaret a while ago."
"Margaret? And?" Mira asked.
"Would they try again?" she asked as several police cars whisked by them, heading to the explosion scene. "No," Victor said as he got another report. "Seemingly they are dead. They were hit by a truck transporting shit, and then their corpses were eaten by rats after the coroner forgot to lock the door to the morgue that day. What kind of bad luck is this?" "Oh. I see," Victor paused as he read the report.
"What?" "Nothing. Just a strange coincidence."
"Those two have angered the wrong guy," Victor said with a strange smile, explaining no further. "Nothing will happen. I already ordered Kai to exterminate the stupid gang who dared to accept and perform a hit on me. Let's just relax and enjoy the night," he said, casually reassuring the girls as Leo, who was eavesdropping, began considering quitting his job for real.
No.
He should do the opposite. He should find a way to grab onto Victor's perfect muscular thighs. Leo renewed his resolve. The car reached the theater a few minutes later, stopping right over the red carpet where an announcement was made as soon as Victor stepped down from the car.
"Now."
Finally, the last to arrive. "We welcome our one and only star, Mira Elvin, in a bright red Raymond troll dress that looks super dashing on her. Accompanying her is the director of Horizons Media, Arya White, in a lavender purple goldsmith dress," the commentator said, making all the reporters point their cameras at the trio who had just left the car. "Now the next one is..."
"Victor. You damn bastard.
How dare you take Mira from US? How dare you blemish my balls." The Mira fan commentator fell to the ground, clutching his crotch, forcing a few guards to quickly come and get him as someone else took his place. The nutcracker got to him in front of hundreds of cameras that couldn't catch a thing. It all happened in a split second, and the foolish man became a eunuch. Next is the one and only Mr. Victor White. Yes, he is the famous rich star of our city who held his amazing once-in-a-century wedding 2 weeks ago, to a group of wonderful girls who included Mrs. Mira and Mrs. Arya. "Look how handsome he is, no wonder the girls fell for him," the new commentator, who seemed to have found his chance to fame, said. "Give that guy a raise," Victor told Arya with a bright smile as he hugged her, and Mira from the back walked the red carpet while shooting smiles at the cameras. "He doesn't work for us," Arya said as she put her head on Victor's chest patiently and then waved to the crowd. "Then hire him and give him a raise," Victor said, making Mira, who was also waving to the crowd, giggle a bit. "Mrs. Mira, how do you feel about the new movie?" one reporter asked after he almost had a heart attack caused by her bright smile.
"It will be a success.
All of us worked really hard to create it," Mira said with a smile. "I hope you all enjoy it."
"Mr. Victor, how was your honeymoon?"
"When will you be releasing the wedding photos?" another female reporter asked Victor. It was none other than Gloria Flick, who was released on bail earlier this day.
"Gloria.
Long time no see. I heard you were caught around my house trying to take some photos," Victor responded directly. "It was a misunderstanding." "I will prove it in court," she quickly responded. "I hope it is. Now if I remember, my wives had a restraining order against you."
"Guards!"
Victor shouted as he posed for a photo with his 2 wives while ignoring Gloria, who was dragged away by the guards and a few policemen. After that, Arya answered some questions about the company's new project before the trio walked inside the theater, refusing to make any further statements. Once inside, Victor was guided by a blushing girl staff to one of the 3 VIP balconies where his entire harem was waiting.
"You are late,"
Margaret directly said. "Mira is about to go on stage," she added as the theater's light began to dim down.
"Sorry."
"You know how Alpha can be," Victor said as he headed to his seat in the front, while glancing at his wives who were all dressed in very pretty gowns and veils on their faces, copying Lily to help hide her. This included Elise, who also chose to come in a wheelchair. She chose to hide the fact that she was cured by her family, as this would make them ask too many questions. Is my mother and father here? Victor asked as he sat down right between Lily and Theta, who seemed to have won a bet to get to sit beside him. Only your mother with George and your grandfather. They are at the opposite VIP balcony, Margaret said, pointing toward the reflective glass-covered balcony. This theater was designed with safety in mind, so all the VIP rooms were covered by a one-way mirror bulletproof glass. Ladies and gentlemen, a pretty voice suddenly sounded in the theater, making everyone quiet. It was Monica, who walked on stage with a spotlight right over her.
Before the movie starts,
we at Horizons Media would like to take the chance for some shameless advertisement, and to introduce our new idol band. Chosen from the cutest and most talented girls around Vane the City, let me introduce Lara and the Magical Girls, who will perform our next movie's theme song as we play its trailer, she said as a group of 11 pretty little girls in very cute frilly Magical Girls uniforms walked on stage. Lara, Ian, Run, Stephanie, Mila, Diamond. And finally little Elle. Mira said the girls' names one by one. They were chosen by Victor personally from hundreds of applicants based on very strict criteria. That was the official story. The truth was that he just asked Lara whom she wanted and filled in their names.
Hello everyone.
Lara shouted nervously as she smiled, melting the hearts of the hundreds of attendees by unconsciously allowing her demonic blood charm to affect them. I hope you like our song, she said nervously as she looked at the girls behind her. Let's go, she said as the dark screen lit up, showing the trailer of the upcoming movie A New World, the Dragon Princess Saga. At the same time the girls began to sing.
We rode the love train. It took us to heaven. Choo choo.
The hero fought the demon in the rain. He beat her and saved the world again.
Go go.
This one was the real version, which although still had many obscure meanings, was like any other song that could be interpreted in many ways. And it was very catchy. The girls began performing a very catchy dance as they sang. Although it was a little hard for them, being led by the tireless Lara, they carried on, totally not being aware that their dance was going to be the next big thing online. By the time the song ended with a band on the screen behind, the attendees, whom many were skeptical at first, began to unwillingly sing the song along with the girls as if they were enchanted. They had just become fans of the lively little girls band on stage. Thank you for listening our song, everyone. Lara shouted to the crowd again as soon as she finished the song, bowing politely with the other girls. Please support us when our new album comes out next month, she said, waving to everyone as she stepped down the stage followed by the totally exhausted little girls. What an amazing performance, Monica, who was playing host, commented as soon as the girls left. Now, let us start the movie. Hopefully, you would like it. A little hint though, Miss Lara has a little cameo appearance in it.
Try to spot it. You were good.
Elena smiled and said as she watched Lara and the girls enter her VIP balcony with wet towels over their heads and water bottles in their hands.
Come relax.
The movie is about to start. Lara nodded as she relaxed in a seat next to her mother, followed by the other girls. They were feeling very happy as the crowds cheered for them. This was their debut, and it was a massive success. You were not bad at all, Calvin, who was sitting next to Elena, said with a nod. Thanks, Grandpa. Lara politely thanked him with a slight blush, then looked around.
Did esteemed brother come? She asked.
Yes. He is in another VIP balcony with his wives, Elena said, sighing. So did Zoe, who was sitting on this balcony with them. She didn't want to sit with Victor and his wives. The atmosphere they created made her feel uncomfortable.
She couldn't tell why.
The one that is bouncing all around?
Lara asked.
Bouncing? Elena said as she looked at the other balcony. It was truly bouncing, going up and down in a light, slightly but observable lewd motion.
WTF?
The movie didn't start and they are already at it. It is just like a train, Stephanie commented.
Yes.
They must be having a party there, Rin said as Elle nodded. Her Uncle Black's wooden pig hut used to shake like that sometimes, but whenever she went there to investigate she would get scolded. I wonder what they are doing, another little girl said, not noticing the warning glares Elena was shooting her. They must be testing the new 5D cinema movie mechanisms there. George, who realized what Elena was thinking, interjected. It is a new technology that the family has been promoting throughout its theaters.
Ah, really? Elena asked.
Yup. Look under the balcony, you can notice the hydraulic pistons moving. George explained, making Elena sigh in relief. She began feeling a little embarrassed. It is not her fault, she married into a family of perverts. Can our chamber bounce too? Lara asked excitedly. Yes. But it will do that during the movie when there is some camera shake, he said. Just wait and see, he said, making the girls get a little excited.
Ian, where are you going?
Elle suddenly asked as she watched Ian turn to exit the room. The movie is starting. The ladies' room, Ian said as she walked out, then turned left and headed toward Victor's VIP room directly. There, before she could knock on the door, she heard Victor's voice from inside. Come in, he said, making her open the door shyly and enter, not knowing what scene she should expect. If the news she held was not very important, she would have never dared to come here at this time. She kept her eyes on the ground as she walked inside, then slowly lifted her head. There was nothing lewd inside. They were truly just having fun testing the shake mechanisms. Margaret, who got the control device, was being a little naughty, making the shake follow some perverted rhythms. Young master, Ian headed to the front and greeted Victor, then paused as she looked at him and frowned. I have a demonic smell, right? Victor smiled and asked, making the girls frown. Especially Lily and Margaret. She nodded nervously. Don't worry. I seem to have some demonic bloodline that got enhanced when I awakened my bloodline. Try to look at my soul, he said, sighing. He wanted to hide this from the girls, but seemingly it was hard. So he decided to just not tell them how powerful it was. Ian frowned, then scanned Victor's soul. Despite being 100 times shinier than the last time she saw it and having some dark air going around it, it was the same. She nodded as she looked away while closing her eyes. He was too damn shiny. You wanted to tell me about Lara, right? He said. By the time Victor opened his eyes, the sun was already high in the sky. To his dismay, he found himself immobilized, pinned down by his devoted wives. They had surrounded him in their sleep, each vying to be as close to him as possible. Margaret, ever the bold one, had claimed the top spot, sprawled out across him. Victor sighed, suppressing a chuckle. With a subtle application of his disguise skill, he created an illusion of himself still lying there. Carefully, he extricated himself from their clutches, stepping out of bed without waking them. He glanced back at their serene, satisfied faces and smiled. Last night had been intense. The girls, it seemed, had honed their techniques during his absence. Lily and Lynn, once rivals, now appeared to have reached an understanding, dividing their time with him amicably. Margaret, though preferring to stand apart, had gone to great lengths to match their efforts. Victor considered dedicating some private time to each of them, a thought that brought a mischievous grin to his face. After a quick shower, he donned a crisp white suit and left the room quietly, letting his wives rest. An unexpected report. So, you're finally awake, a cold voice greeted him as he descended the stairs. Alpha stood waiting, her expression as impassive as ever. Have you been waiting for me? Victor asked, heading toward the dining room. Along the way, he startled a few young maids busy with chores. They hurriedly bowed, blushing as they caught sight of him. Though they'd seen his photos before, the real thing was far more striking. I wanted to provide a progress report, Alpha said, following him. Ah, good, Victor said, gesturing toward the maids. Are these the girls you brought? Yes. They're adjusting well. Their bloodlines have been upgraded, but we need an awakening artifact to make them players, Alpha replied. Not yet. Let them train as maids first. I believe a league of sword maids could be unstoppable. Is that a class? Alpha raised an eyebrow. It's a balanced one, Victor said cryptically. Changing the subject, he asked, why didn't you follow me into the dungeon? The gate didn't work, she replied. Victor frowned but quickly dismissed the thought. The Moon Dungeon's entry array was connected to another dungeon that Rain and Tulip were currently exploring. Investigating it would have to wait. Did you deliver the message I left for Nightshade? He asked. She's not here. I stationed her in the Shadow Village to gain Nova and Jane's trust. Who is Jane? Victor asked, puzzled. Jane Armstrong, the journalist who exposed the existence of players and ended up in a psychiatric hospital. Oh, her. Interesting choice. I had other plans for Nightshade, but this could work, Victor mused as they descended into the basement. He stopped at the door to the Rooster's room, noticing Alpha lingering outside. Not coming in? He asked. No. That bastard spat on me last time, she said, her tone icy. Victor chuckled. Even Margaret didn't get that treatment. ####the Rooster's warning. Inside, the rooster was perched in its cage, flipping through a magazine. Its feathers gleamed, and a flamboyant tuft crowned its head, giving it a regal appearance. Long time no see, Victor greeted. You're looking dashing. Coo, the rooster crowed, acknowledging the compliment. Victor sat down beside the cage. Your summoning period is over. Why are you still here? Quat, the rooster replied, indicating it had 3 important things to discuss. The conversation shifted to serious matters. The rooster warned Victor about the reckoning and the looming threat of otherworldly forces preparing to invade their world. I'm already making preparations, Victor assured the rooster, touched by its concern. Before departing, the rooster spat out a glowing feather.
Qua.
Kawa, it crowed, indicating the feather could summon it again, but only after 2 years. Victor pocketed the feather with gratitude as the rooster vanished, taking its magazines with it. ### plans and visitors. Victor returned to the study, where Alpha sat with Elise, who looked exhausted. Dark circles framed her eyes. Elise, why didn't you greet me last night?
Victor teased. I was asleep, she mumbled, blushing.
I missed you, he said with a grin. Stop teasing her, Alpha interjected. She and Elise had grown close recently, much to Victor's amusement. The conversation turned to business. Victor laid out his plans, which Elise had reviewed. They discussed personnel issues and resource allocation. Margaret and Lily entered with a tray of sandwiches, their hair still damp from the shower. Did the others wake up?
Victor asked. Just Zoe and Hannah.
The rest are too tired to move, Margaret replied. The discussion soon shifted to upcoming visitors, Martha von Rosen and Victor's maternal grandfather. How did they know I'm back?
Victor asked.
I told them last night, Margaret admitted. They bribed me with gifts. Victor sighed but couldn't stay mad. The conversation ended with Victor preparing to address a pressing matter involving the heavenly sect and a certain scion named Caspian. This concerns you too, Lily, Victor said. Tell them everything we know about the Lords. Lily began explaining as Victor leaned back, preparing for the next phase of their plans.
Quickly.
This way, Mona said as they pushed the cart that had unconscious Victor hidden on it under a stack of trash. Moments later they reached the theater's underground parking lot where they headed to a black van parked to the side.
Gloria.
Come and help, Mona told the girl who was waiting for them. We didn't bail you out to be lazing around. I already told you everything about Victor and even helped you plant a tracking device on him. Gloria scolded. Get to work, bitch. Or I swear I will find a way to put you back in the cell we found you in. Mona scolded coldly, making Gloria move her lazy ass.
Sis. Don't be so harsh on her, Michael said.
Shut up and get to the driver's seat. Let's finish this quickly before someone comes here. Mona scolded as she emptied the cart on the ground and then dragged Victor inside the van just as Michael started the engine. Will they really trade him for Mina and Mana? Michael asked as the car began to move out.
Couldn't we just ask, he added.
You don't know how those aristocratic families work. Once you are their servant, you are in reality a slave. Mona said hatefully as if this comes from personal experience. They will never let go of the girls if we don't use drastic measures then disappear.
But what if the twins were brainwashed? Michael asked.
What if they refused to believe us? What if you could just shut up and let me think? Mona scolded, biting her nail. We will see what we can do when it happens. What if Mother blamed us, Michael said. She told us to just investigate their location and gather some more info then wait for her to find an acquaintance.
Stop whining. Mona scolded. Don't worry. She will understand.
We couldn't just leave them locked in the den of a depraved young master like Victor White. Mona said hatefully, looking at the unconscious Victor and then at Gloria who provided them with most of the info about Victor's many misdeeds. We will get our sisters back before she gets here, she said with a desire to prove herself evident in her voice. Let's hope nothing bad happens, Michael said nervously, being a jinx. After that, the van went silent. Even the usually talkative Gloria preferred to keep her silence. She just secretly made sure that her phone was still recording as the van slowly made its way to a desolate area in Vane City. This was her breakthrough. The slum here was the best place to hide after committing a crime, as the police rarely came here due to how dangerous it was. Even criminals fear for their lives and try to act as discreetly as possible to avoid startling some local snake. Just the other day, there was a new group of delinquents here, trying to act all strong and mighty. They ended up in the hospital 2 days later with new buttholes after offending the crazy maniac. Mona looked vigilantly as the van entered the abandoned warehouse they rented from a local resident. Inside, there was a woman who sat on a wooden chair surrounded by men in black suits. She was waiting for them with a very cold expression on her face.
Ah.
Mom is here a little early, Michel said as he stopped the van.
Shit, Mona said.
Who the F***ck allowed you to act on your own and kidnap him? A beautiful mature woman who looked somewhat similar to Mona said as she looked at the tied unconscious Victor and then at her stupid son and daughter. Do you know how much trouble did you just cause? Do you know how dangerous your situation is? She asked as the gangster men around the room who usually followed Mona's commands looked away embarrassingly. They wanted nothing to do with this family trouble.
We already followed protocol, Michael said.
Can you be 100% sure no one saw you? Their mother asked coldly.
Ah, Michael could not answer that. Mom.
We couldn't just let him abuse our sisters. After we followed our sister's trail, we finally discovered that they work as maids in his mansion. Mona said emotionally. You know how depraved those young masters can be. He even married a dozen girls in one wedding.
Shut up.
You know nothing. Your sisters are already his wives. They were a part of that wedding, the mother said. He is your brother-in-law.
What?
Michael asked in shock. But that's not what Gloria told us. Gloria, the mother asked, looking at the reporter who hurried to hide her phone that she began using actively after realizing that Michael and Mona belonged to some mafia.
Ah.
I am Gloria Flick.
A reporter.
Gloria quickly clarified. A week ago I was doing a report on Victor White when my camera caught sight of your daughters. They were clearly wearing maid uniforms. She quickly began to explain. So it is you bitch, the mother said angrily as she took out a gun, making Gloria shrike back. Mom, don't be so hard on her. Michelle tried to act as a gentleman.
She helped us. Shut up.
You have no idea what mess are you in and you are still trying to pick up sluts, the mother said, glancing at Victor. She was going around asking about him when she learned some very disturbing facts. First, this guy was a player. Unlike her stupid children, and as someone who has seen the world, she had naturally heard rumors about players. Although her gang is not that big right now, when her husband was alive they were one of the strongest organized crime gangs around. The second fact was more troublesome, and it was that this guy was an elite heir of the Von Weiss family. When she heard that, she hurried here to stop her stupid daughter, but it seemed it was too late. Is it very bad? Mona asked nervously as she clenched her fist. She rarely saw her mother flare up like this since their father's incident. This guy's family is beyond anything you could imagine. They can find and kill us all in seconds, her mother said as she calmed down slowly. The only reason they are not here yet is because they don't know he was kidnapped yet, she said nervously as she calmed down a little, realizing the shit her children were in.
Ah, but, Mona said.
Then what should we do? Did he see your faces? Her mother asked.
Ah.
Yes, Mona said nervously. Shit, then we should probably, her mother paused. Where is he? She asked, making everyone look at Victor, who was supposed to be tied on the ground. He was no longer there. Before they could begin searching for him, the entire warehouse turned pitch black, and everyone started to hear a majestic voice.
That was a disappointment.
I thought you guys belonged to the Dark Chamber or some other organization. I even went all the way and allowed you to kidnap me. I should be watching a movie with my wives now, you know, the voice sighed. Well, since you are my in-laws, I will make it quick.
Victor.
Where have you been? Margaret, who had a mouthful of popcorn, asked as Victor, whose hair was a little disheveled, returned to the VIP balcony simultaneously as the movie's end credit began to roll and the crowd downstairs began to clap in amazement. It was all thanks to Victor, who not only saw the movie that flopped big in his past life but was part of the team who was tasked to collect all the criticism and review why it failed when he worked in Horizon Media. So, ever since that day when they went to the set, Victor began instructing Steven, the director, on all the things they must fix. Although Steven was reluctant to let Victor meddle too much in his masterpiece, the moment he saw the check Victor threw at him, the man accepted. So now, the movie was perfect. You missed the movie.
It was good,
Lynn said as she watched Mira Below walk to the stage with John Sigma and the rest of the actors and bow to the crowd proudly under their applause. This was a chance to advertise the next movie. Sorry, I was busy getting kidnapped, he said casually, making all the girls look at him with surprise, especially Lily, who frowned and raised one eyebrow.
You?
Getting kidnapped?
She asked.
How many tanks and bombers did they deploy? How many soldiers died for that noble cause? How many strands from his purple disheveled hair did they manage to touch? Victor ignored her as he moved between the chairs. He didn't return to his seat but gestured for Arya to move, then took her seat beside the twins.
What?
Mina asked nervously. Do you two have any sisters or brothers? He asked directly despite already knowing the answer after making Kai investigate Michael and Mona and taking a DNA sample. No, Mina and Mana both shook their heads. Our parents had some kind of disease that didn't allow them to have children. We were a miracle, they used to say.
I see. Victor hesitated for a moment.
Is there something wrong?
Mana asked.
I just discovered something a little disturbing, he said, hesitating a bit. Stop with the stupid acting and just say it. Margaret scolded from the back, but Victor ignored her. He was truly acting, but this was not something he could explain fast.
Listen.
I may have some news, he looked at the twins. Your father and mother, the ones who raised you, were not your real family,
he said.
They were kidnappers who stole you as babies.
What?
Both of the twins asked in shock. Looking him in the eye, they could tell that he was not lying. I just ran a quick investigation with Kai's help. We just dug up that man's and woman's grave and compared his DNA to yours, and it does not match,"
he said.
"That's why he was a little late to return here. He wanted to be sure of everything."
Ah,
"Does it have something to do with your kidnapping?"
Lily asked. Yes,
"I have just been kidnapped by a girl who looks exactly like the two of you,"
Victor said.
"Apparently she was watching Gloria streaming, and happened to glance at you, realizing that you are her long-lost sisters who were kidnapped as babies," Victor said, taking a silver pendant that had the name Mona engraved on it. It was similar to the pendants the girls wore around their necks.
This is hers?
Mana asked, stuttering a little as she caught the pendant, then took hers and compared them. They were very similar.
Yes.
Her DNA matches yours.
She should be your sister.
You are triplets and not just twins, it seems," he said with a depraved smile, then ignored the sound of a chair's armrest getting crushed under Lily's fingers behind him.
What did you do to her? Mina quickly asked.
As a player, she could control her emotions to a certain extent, unlike a certain Lily who was about to kill her pervert husband who couldn't go out without bringing a new girl home. They were throwing themselves at him like flies on rotten fruit.
She is in the basement at home.
I didn't do anything bad to them, I used some soul wine to make them talk.
They should have already forgotten that though, he said. Wait. They? Lynn asked. Yes.
There is a woman who should be your real mother and a young man too who should be your brother. Apparently, he got to Gloria Flick and paid her some money to help them kidnap me. They believed the rumors that I do some human trafficking, and wanted to trade you for me, he said. You do human trafficking, Margaret commented as the twins froze in shock. Regardless, Victor said, holding the twins' hands with his, do you want to meet them, or do you want some time to reflect?
He asked the twins.
Let's get this over with, Mana said nervously, biting her lip. Good, Victor said, but didn't stand up, he just looked at the twins. I need you to remember one thing though. Whatever happens next, you need to remember that I am your family now and that I will always support you, he said, making them smile sweetly and nod.
Okay then.
You head to the car, I need to go say hi to my mother and Lara, then I will follow you, he said with a sigh. Mona slowly opened her eyes, then abruptly sat up and began to look around. The last thing she remembered was that deep voice scolding them for being the wrong kidnappers.
Then she passed out. WTF? Where was she anyway?
She seemed to be in some kind of cell in some dimly lit dungeon. No, it was a cage. Looking around her, she could see her brother and mother in nearby cages, collapsed on the hay mattresses.
Mom! Michael!
Mona yelled for them worriedly as she stood up. Moments later they both woke up and sat up abruptly. Thankfully they seemed fine.
Where are we? Michael said.
Captured, their mother said coldly as began to feel around her body.
Her phones were not on her.
Even the small emergency one she secretly kept in her underwear.
Damn it.
Hopefully, her men are all right. Mona too tried to look for her trusty daggers and minigun, but they were all gone. Even the secret device that was strapped up her calf was not there. She looked at Michael, who was also searching for his. Nope, that pervert was scratching his crotch. Some fleas from the hay might have found their way there and decided to make a new home. How did this happen? Michael finally said, removing his hand from his crotch after noticing his sister's glare. I don't remember a thing. Who did it? What happened to Gloria? Is she all right? Is that all you care about? Mona scolded her perverted brother. I am just asking, he said timidly. I don't think we will have to wait long for answers, their mother said as the room lights suddenly turned on, forcing them to close their darkness-adjusted eyes as they heard the door slowly open with a creak. You should oil that door's hinge, a young man said. It sounds very annoying, hurting my delicate ears. We will do that immediately, young master, a little girl replied as the family of three slowly opened their eyes and watched three little maids place a couch in the center of the room facing the cages. A very handsome young man sat on it moments later, placing a stack of files on his side. It was the one and only Victor von Weiss. Go to Hilda to prepare some jasmine tea and wait in the study, he told one of the maids who nodded, then left the room with her colleagues after a polite bow. The door closed, leaving the young man and his captives eyeing each other. Mona had to confess. Victor was handsome. Although she rarely cared about guys, she couldn't help taking a few glances at him. She couldn't do that earlier because his face was covered with the black cloth. Where is Gloria? Michael was the first one to speak, making Mona return to her senses and secretly wipe the drool off her mouth. What just happened? It was as if she was hypnotized. Answer. What did you do to Gloria? Michael asked again as he stood up and futilely tried to break the iron cage's bar. Everyone ignored him. What did you do to us? Was it a gas? How did you manage to signal your men? Were we being followed? Mona was the one who asked this time, but Victor still ignored her and looked at her mother.
So,
Vanessa, Oregon. Victor said finally as he took a file and began to leaf through it. You are pretty impressive, taking over your gang after your husband died and leading it to safety while fighting numerous enemies, he said. You came a long way here from Limerick Theocratic Republic.
from another continent.
So you already investigated me, she said. You must be clear about why I am here, and about my other identity.
Yes.
If not for that DNA test, I would have never believed that you are my supposed mother-in-law. You just look too young to be a mother, he said directly with a bright smile as he took his eyes off the file and looked at her. She didn't know how to react to his words. Was she supposed to be glad he hitting on her? If she didn't know any better, she would have really believed that he was just a pervert young master. But as someone who lived through many dangerous situations, she was not that naive. On the contrary, the way Victor conducted himself made her feel as if she was facing some very old snake who liked to manipulate the world around him. She had noticed the look in his eyes as he inspected her and Mona. It was similar to the one she saw when she dealt with those old bosses, the ones who ate you all and spat nothing out. May I see the DNA report? She asked calmly, hiding her nervousness.
Yes.
Victor didn't refuse. He stood up, ignoring Michael's and Mona's glare, then approached Vanessa's cage to give her a few pieces of paper. They contained DNA test reports. The names Mina and Mana had a 50% match with her, 35% with Michael, and a 100% match with Mona. Those reports were real.
She could tell.
She couldn't help but sigh in relief. Mana and Mina were really her missing daughters. What do you plan to do with us? Vanessa asked directly as she held her shaking hand.
I don't know yet.
You guys tried to kidnap me after all, and I have a responsibility toward my family to keep their face. Victor shrugged, smiling mysteriously as the room went silent, making Vanessa squint her eyes. She was clear that Victor wanted something from her. If not, he would have either killed or released her by now. What did you do to Gloria? Michael asked again. Still no reply.
You want me?
Mona finally asked.
A smart girl.
Not really. This was obvious from the way Victor kept glancing at her and secretly licking his lips. Who wouldn't, Victor said, giving her an ambiguous answer.
Mona or?
18 years old, studying law at Limerick's National University. A thorny single schoolflower who rejected 79 men and castrated 2. Very reclusive with very few friends and an unnatural obsession with guns. Those photos you sent to that modeling agency a while ago under the persuasion of that pervert bestie of yours are superb though. How did you get those? She asked angrily. They were supposed to be confidential. There is nothing my noble family can't know. Especially if it is something about a pretty girl, he chuckled, making her bite her lip.
Well, am I to your liking then, young master?
She asked coldly as she put her hand on her waist, trying to grab the gravity knife that was no longer there.
Yup.
In more than one aspect. If I hadn't already seen the twins in bikinis, I would have printed your photos as posters and pasted them all over my bedroom. He nodded repeatedly, then continued to leaf through the report.
Let's see.
2 years ago, you escaped home and went to Armine Federation and, he began to speak with sparkling eyes, but Mona interrupted him. Would you release us if I spent a night with you? She asked directly in a very cold, freezing voice, changing the subject and diverting her family's attention. She didn't want him to speak about what she did back then. She didn't want her mother and brother to know. She was totally unaware that Victor was waiting for her to ask that question. He wanted her to consider this option even for a second before he released her. It was a way to implement this thought like a seed in her unconscious, then wait for it to sprout as he watered it with his charm.
No.
Michael yelled as he grabbed
the cage's bars.
Mom, aren't you going to stop her? He asked, noticing his mother's strange calm attitude.
Shut up.
Vanessa scolded, then looked at Victor and waited for his answer. This would tell her what kind of person this young master was.
And she trusted her daughter.
If Victor really slept with her, he would wake up missing his manhood. There is no need for such drama, Victor sighed, surprising them as he stepped back a little, then flicked his finger, making 2 of the cage's doors open. We are family. Come, Mana and Mina want to meet you, he said as he turned around and headed to the door, ignoring the shocked Vanessa and Mona who didn't expect him to let them go this easily. I thought you had to keep your family's face, Vanessa asked. They don't have one to begin with, they just like to pretend. Victor said as he looked back. Are you coming or not? Do you perhaps have some weird self-fetish? He asked, making them look at each other and then quickly walk out while silently cursing at him. Couldn't he say anything nice?
Wait.
What about me? Michael asked, banging on his cage's bars. Just stay here and try to enjoy yourself for now. Due to security reasons, uncastrated men are not allowed to roam my mansion freely.
Victor stated.
That cage's former occupier was the same. He spent some of his best days here before leaving this world for a better place. Who knows, you might be able to find some of his remains in the hay, Victor said with a threatening look before leaving the room and making Michael look around fearfully.
Did someone die here?
The mother and daughter shot Michael one last look then quickly followed Victor out.
Wait!
Michael yelled, but no one cared. He could only stand behind bars and watch them leave like an abandoned child. "Fuck," he shouted, kicking the hay and causing something to fly out.
It was a magazine.
Michael frowned as he bowed and grabbed it before letting go in shock and disgust after seeing the cover. WTF was that? He had never seen anything like this before, as those types of magazines are totally forbidden in Lemerd, a very conservative country with a ban on everything that could be deemed inappropriate. Michael hesitated, then looking at the door and making sure his sister and mother were really gone, he bent down and grabbed the magazine again. Exploring Exotic Wildlife. Sleeping with Nature. The title was written in a bold, depraved font that didn't leave a space for questions. This was a porn magazine of the filthiest kind. Michael couldn't help but start flipping it. Why were all the male crotches gouged out? He wondered who did it as he turned the pages. And there, right in the middle of the magazine, he found a trophy. A red-colored panty was left there as a bookmark over the double-page spread featuring a photo of a pretty naked woman crammed inside a chicken coop. He looked at the panty in shock after taking his eyes with difficulty off the catchy magazine photo. Who left those here? The cell's previous owner? Did that pervert Victor leave girls here? Did he do anything bad to them? Didn't he say it was meant for uncastrated men? Michael had many questions, but the most pressing one was whether this panty was new or used.
They looked very clean.
He couldn't help but try to take a sniff. I am sorry for interrupting.
Someone shrieked.
It was a little girl in maid clothes. She had just come here to oil the door and happened to witness the very disturbing scene. I will be back later. She quickly began to retreat.
Wait, he yelled. What?
The lowly stepped back fearfully, putting her hand behind her back to grab her standard-issue self-protection weapon. She had been training relentlessly for the last few days, and she was not afraid to use it. Just a question. Do you know where is Gloria? He asked, trying to act as friendly as possible. Gloria? The lowly asked, relaxing a bit.
Who is Gloria?
Gloria Flick.
The short, pretty reporter.
The one with the big boobs, he asked as the little girl nodded her cute eyebrows.
Ah.
That disgusting snooping insect. She was handed to the police. According to Aunt Hilda, she will be spending a long time behind bars after breaking her bond, the lowly said as she walked out, leaving Michael, who could only sigh.
Poor Gloria.
He must find a way to help her. Those boobs of hers are a treasure for all humanity. They should never be locked up. Leaving the basement, Vanessa and Mona warily followed Victor through the luxurious mansion while trying hard not to comment on the little maids who bowed politely as Victor walked past them without forgetting to pat their heads.
Pervert.
Those were Mona's thoughts as they reached the study, where Victor opened the door and gestured for them to walk in before him. There, inside, Mina and Mana were waiting nervously, sitting on a couch waiting with an older woman. They stood up as soon as Vanessa and Mona entered the room. They wanted to say something, but before they could, Vanessa was in front of them in a split second, pulling them into a tight hug. She could tell, those two were definitely her missing daughters.
So,
basically your kids were kidnapped by some other gang over some influence dispute, and your late husband only managed to save Mona and Michael before he was assassinated? Victor asked, putting down the porcelain teacup on his desk after the reunion drama that he was forced to watch for an entire hour finally finished. Yes, Vanessa, who sat between the twins, hugging them, answered. We tried to search for them after we managed to eliminate that gang, but they were not where to be found, and we didn't have the personnel to spend in an extended search, she confessed.
I see.
They must have sold them to some traffickers who brought them here and sold them to the family who took them after that. According to my report, those guys had been trying hard to get a baby for a few years before someday a miracle happened and they got twins. Victor nodded, reading from his report. That's how it went, it seemed.
Vanessa nodded.
Back then she had to deal with her husband's death and couldn't really focus on the twins. Then I guess that's it, he said, looking up. You are free to stay here with your daughters for a few days. You are technically my mother-in-law, he said after noticing the desire in the twins' eyes to get to know their family. They couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. You could also ask Hilda about anything you want. She knows about the twins more than I do.
So,
you are letting us go?
Mona asked.
You were never my prisoners. I just wanted to scare you a little because you dared to kidnap me. Victor chuckled and said. Thanks, Vanessa signed in relief. From the way the twins were looking at Victor, she could tell that they were totally in love. Can I ask you about the men who were with me?
Oh.
Don't worry, They are probably still asleep in that warehouse. They will wake up in a few hours at most, hopefully. No weirdo will get to them before that, Victor said.
Oh.
Can you let Michael go check on them?
Vanessa asked.
She didn't want to leave her son in a cage.
Okay.
I will send someone to escort him out, then drive him there, he said.
Vanessa nodded.
She had to confess, Victor was right to leave Michael locked up. Perverts like her son should never be allowed to roam a mansion full of girls like this alone. The poor boy would begin to question his own existence.
Ah.
Young master. There is one more thing, Vanessa said, seemingly remembering something.
Call me Victor.
You are my mother-in-law, he interrupted.
Victor.
I want to ask you about something privately, she said, seemingly hesitant. Is it about my secret stash of porn? He asked nervously. No, she answered with a strange look on her face. Victor sighed in relief.
Then ask the twins.
They already know the answer to the thing you want to ask, he answered. He knew she wanted to ask about players. And keep what you learn from them a secret if you value your and their lives, he added as he stood up. I have something to do now, if you excuse me. He began to leave.
Wait! Mona yelled.
She was sitting to the side this entire time, not knowing what to think. She was clearly annoyed that the sisters she thought in peril were in fact happily married to a pervert.
What? He asked.
What about the stuff you took from us?
Oh.
I almost forgot. Victor lied, clapping his hands twice and making two little maids who were waiting outside enter the study with trays, holding Vanessa's and Mona's stuff. This is not my phone, Vanessa said after taking her knife and 3 phones.
This one is Gloria's.
It is already unlocked. I wanted you to see what kind of people your son hired. She had been recording the entire time.
Victor said.
He already downloaded everything on the phone, so he didn't mind giving it to Vanessa. Vanessa frowned and quickly opened the phone, opened the camera app, and reached for the last couple of videos. There she could see her children's entire operation, the planning, how they kidnapped Victor, then their entire conversation at the warehouse.
That bitch. See?
That's why I told you that Gloria can't be trusted. Vanessa told Mona, who casually nodded. She didn't really trust Gloria, it was all Michael's fault. She had more important things to worry about. Where is my belt? Mona suddenly asked nervously.
Belt? Victor frowned and asked.
Yes, a high-tech looking azure-colored belt, Mona said, gushing her teeth. I remember taking something like that off you.
It must have fallen somewhere.
Let's go downstairs and look for it, Victor said, then looked at Mina. Why don't you go take your mother on a tour around the grounds while we finish? Victor said as he gestured for Mona to follow him. Vanessa eyed the two of them as they left, then sighed. This was not her business. Who knows, he might be able to rein in her rebellious daughter. Mona kept her hand on her dagger as she followed Victor, who walked back downstairs to the basement. This time they didn't head to that room with the cells, but to a side room that looked like another study with a huge meeting table.
Come in.
We need to talk, he said seriously as he walked in.
She followed.
Inside, 3 girls were sitting around a wooden table eyeing her belt that was placed on a tray in the center. The atmosphere around it could only be described by the word
icy.
Mona wanted to hurry and take her treasured belt, but suddenly she felt heavy hands push her down into a chair.
It was Victor.
Sit down, he said coldly as he took his chair beside her. Mona frowned but chose not to resist as she looked at her belt and then at the 3 other girls who hadn't even looked at her but kept their eyes on Victor. One of them was very young, but unlike the maids outside, she had some sophisticated air around her. The second one had crimson red hair, and the air around her screamed bitch with a capital B. Those 2 didn't make her feel threatened though. That feeling came from the last girl, who was wearing a veil to hide half of her face. She was sitting with one leg raised on the chair as if she were the mistress of this mansion. She had some very cold air around her as she leafed through a leather-bound notebook while using a pen to strike here and there on it. HSSSSSS. Victor suddenly gasped. Dearest Lily. Where did you find that notebook? He asked very nervously as if he finally realized the cause of the weird atmosphere. The answer came very quickly as Lily threw the notebook at Victor, almost hitting him in the head if he didn't catch it in time using both hands. Still, the chair he was sitting on couldn't handle the force of the throw and was toppled back, sending Victor to the ground.
Ah! Don't murder your husband, he screamed. Shut up.
I thought I smelled something fishy behind one of the cabinets, Lily said, pointing to a broken wooden wall behind her. Look and behold what I found there. My late husband's future bride's index. She spat angrily. I am not late yet.
And a man can dream.
Victor scolded as he stood back up and dusted his pants. A dream would not include a detailed plan on how to get each girl. Lily scolded, striking the wooden table with her hand. What did you do to it? Victor asked as he began to flip through his treasured notebook. Why are all those strikes? I fixed it for you. Some of these girls are not good for you. She spat angrily, making Victor quickly check it again.
Fixed? He asked.
True, of the 514 girls inside, only 40 remained. He asked as he looked up, feeling hurt.
Shut up. It is. Lily paused.
For a split second there, Victor's face displayed a smile that he quickly hid. Others might not have seen it, but how could she miss it? Shit, she fell for his trap. You bastard. You made me find this on purpose, she yelled as she grabbed a cup of tea from the table and threw it at him. That bastard was manipulating her. No wonder the first girl in the book was some big slut, while the next one was very innocent and good. This bastard wanted her to make the comparison and then remove the bad ones for him, in a way gaining her tact approval for the ones she left out. "YUP," he said as he smiled while dodging, no longer trying to hide. "Ow, I have a lot of new wives that got your approval," he said as he began to laugh like a maniac.
Bastard.
Lily scolded as she threw a boiling hot teapot this time.
He still dodged it.
But this forced him to bend his body at a strange angle to avoid the dripping hot tea, and this caused him to take the next thing she threw in the face.
Her shoes.
It hit him straight in the face. Mona, feeling a little awkward, decided to use the chaos to get up and grab her belt. Too bad the little girl beside her put her hand on Mona, forcing her back down in his chair. "They will finish in seconds," she said with a smile that didn't reach her ears.
Mona was shocked.
How strong was this girl?
Could she be one of them?
She wondered as she put her hand on her dagger again, not noticing the strange fragrant smell that filled the room. "We have guests now. Can we talk about it later?" Victor finally said after dodging no less than 37 projectiles, including some very sharp objects and an R-rated vibrating item that was conveniently placed under the table in case it was needed. "Fine," Lily spat as she sat back in her seat.
Damn pervert, she cursed.
"Sorry about that," Victor said to Mona. He looked ridiculous with a shoe mark on his face, but she couldn't tell him that. "Let me introduce you. This is Mona," he told the girls. "And those are Elise, Lily, and Margaret. My wives," he added with a bright smile.
"Ah. Hi.
"Can I have my belt now?"
Mona asked,
not caring about the girls. "No," Lily was the one who answered. "Do you know what this thing is?" she asked directly. "It is a belt," Mona answered nervously as she began to formulate a plan. Damn it, her mother and sisters might be taken as hostages upstairs. And her stupid brother was still locked up. "Where did you get it?"
Victor asked.
"The market," Mona answered.
Victor shook his head.
"This belt is not a good thing. It seamlessly incorporates a pre-closure demonic artifact with modern tech. It uses your soul energy to grant you great power in return," he said, "allowing you to become the vigilante and a part of the masked vigilante team, the Justice Ring, who has been active around Armine Foundation recently," he said directly. Mona tried to stand up and take her belt at that very second. She realized that she needed to leave this place.
Ah.
She couldn't move at all.
Shit.
Those guys might be villains. She had been warned that something like that might happen. She needed to find a way to activate the distress signal. 2 years ago, you escaped home, went to the Armine Federation. You worked there as a waitress at a club for a bit and were forced to witness some dark shit. After that, there is a hole in the info for 3 months before you appear again as a part of that team, Lily said. The one who is operating you is very smart, keeping your power level at a human acceptable range, she said. Mona kept her silence. "Do you know anything about them?"
Margaret asked.
"On the surface, they are just a vigilante team who hunts dangerous criminals. They capture them alive as they have a strict no-kill policy, acting like the good guys," Lily said. "The rumors on the streets are that they have created a big underground prison to house those criminals away from society. They are collecting specimens, aren't they?" The one who asked was Margaret. "Precisely," Lily said. "In a few years, they will disappear after questions will begin to be asked," she said, not clarifying. "Who is behind them?"
Elise asked.
"The Von Zwei family," Lily answered. "They used them to collect candidates for their monster army project in their labs. They need a lot of able-bodied people for their experiments, and criminals are perfect."
"Oh.
"Those labs are like the one you nuked?" Margaret asked, making Lily glare at her and then look away.
"That's the one."
"They have 2 others around the world," Lily sighed. "What to do now?" Margaret asked as Mona tried hard to understand what they were talking about. "We have 2 choices: to either ignore them for now, to expose them, or assemble a team and finish them off and take their data," Lily said, looking at Mona. "We will see about them later." "We are not in a hurry," Victor said mysteriously. "Now what should we do about this idiot? Her soul is already 30% damaged from using this belt, She might have developed an addiction, he added.
Watch your tongue, Mona threatened. They all ignored her.
Can't Ruby help her?
Margaret asked. No.
Ruby can't increase soul energy, Victor said, then looked at Mona. Did you understand anything from what we said? He asked. You are claiming that the overseers are evil and they are using me and my pals to collect criminals and do experiments on them. She answered she was not stupid like her brother.
Yes.
Do you believe us?
Victor nodded. She looked away.
What if we give you and your pals true superpowers?
Victor asked.
Like for real flight and shit. Not just increase in strength like this belt does.
Victor asked.
You just have to start working for me instead, he said. Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? She asked. You already have seen what the belt does. Why can't you believe me? He asked, pondering if it was still a little early to teach her about the existence of players. This belt is built on advanced tech. She didn't continue as Lily used her bare hand to grab the belt and then crush it. Ah, Mona yelped as from inside the belt something flew out and tried to hit Lily, but seemed to have hit an invisible barrier, so it turned around and headed to the room ceiling. Too bad Victor grabbed it in midair, then in his fist, a cracking sound could be heard followed by an otherworldly scream.
Accursed devil bone.
This thing was supposed to kill the one closest to the belt and capture his soul in case it was let free, Victor said, opening his palm. Inside, there was a small cracked bone fragment that had many ominous symbols painted on it. Do you believe us now? Mona didn't answer. She was in shock. Was the bone always on Victor's hand? Is this one of their tricks? Damn. The overseers are going to be angry now the belt is damaged.
Wait, didn't this happen before?
Why can't she remember?
No. Wait. No. Her head began to hurt.
She felt that she had forgotten something important.
But she couldn't tell what.
They must have used some memory replacement technique on her, Lily said.
Mona frowned.
Not knowing what to think. How about a bet? Elise suddenly asked.
What? Mona asked.
We will create some fake criminal for your team to fight and defeat. And then we will follow this criminal secretly.
She said. Ah, Mona didn't know how to respond.
She was supposed to keep the overseers' existence a secret.
Why did she say their name?
If your overseers are really as good as they seem to be, I will not only apologize, I will also donate a few billions to your cause.
Victor said. However,
if what we were saying was the truth, you and your superhero team will have a new boss, Victor said, completing Elisa's suggestion. Why should I accept?
Mona asked.
If you don't, I will tell your mother and brother about everything you did when you left home, Victor shrugged, making his point. It was 1:00 p.m. when the room's door opened all of a sudden, startling Michael, who hurried to put the magazine in his hand away as Mona entered, followed by a smoking hot redhead girl in a luxurious red dress and high heels.
Let's go.
Mother told me to take you out to check on the men, Mona, who seemed a little absent-minded, said as the redhead unlocked the door cell's door.
What about Mom?
What about our sisters? Michael asked, keeping his eyes on the hot girl as he secretly inserted the magazine under his shirt, behind his pants while walking out. This one he found by chance in the corner of the cell, while he was searching for a way to escape. It seemed the previous occupier of this cell didn't even like the big-boobed slutty girl on the cover, as the magazine was still in its shrink wrap. Mom will spend the night here with Mina and Mana. We will meet them tomorrow morning to go shopping, Mona said, then sighed. What's wrong?
Michael asked.
Did they do anything to you? He asked, turning briefly to look at his sister before his eyes automatically returned to checking the hot girl.
No. Nothing. Let's go, Mona said. And this is...
Michael turned to the pretty redhead. One of Victor's wives, Mona said hatefully. She always had a thing against men, and Victor ticked every box in her hateful men list. My name is Margaret, the girl replied, extending her hand for a handshake.
Hi.
I am Michael, he said, shaking Margaret's hand.
It felt very smooth.
I already know your name.
Now follow me.
Victor doesn't like men loitering in his mansion after dark. Especially without a leash, she said. I was tasked to drive you back to your base, let's go. I have many things to do other than driving you, Margaret added as she let go of him, then turned and headed to the door. Michael and Mona looked at each other and then quickly followed. When they reached the ground floor, Michael couldn't help but begin to look around. This mansion was really grand. His brother-in-law was very rich. Too bad it was already dark, and there were no maids working around. Stop looking around and hurry,
Mona scolded.
Sorry, Michael said as he hurried, followed after Margaret. Mrs. Margaret. How did you meet Victor? He asked, acting friendly and striking up a conversation.
Oh.
Well, I am a friend of Mona and Mana, so when they brought Victor to crash a friend's birthday, we met, Margaret replied. He was there, sitting with his handsome face, flaunting his riches for everyone to see. I couldn't help but start hitting on him, and the rest is history, she added. Can I ask you a personal question then? Michael asked again. Margaret was very easy to talk with. Is it about my porn collection? Margaret stopped, turned then asked while raising one of her pretty eyebrows, making Mona almost curse at her for repeating Victor's lame joke.
Ah. No, Michael replied.
He was intrigued though. What kind of porn would this hot girl like? Then ask, Margaret replied as she turned and continued walking. How is it like marrying a man with many other wives? He asked. Mona also looked at Margaret. She wanted to know, not aware of her brother's intentions. It's fine, I guess. Victor might be very demanding in bed, but he is a very nice and kind guy who takes care of us all, she paused. Although I have to share Victor's attention with a dozen girls, I don't mind. I married him for his money and influence after all. Margaret shrugged. And you are fine telling us that? Mona asked, a little surprised.
Yup, why not?
Everyone already knows this, Margaret said. And there is nothing shameful about marrying a successful man.
That's what all women want.
His only success was getting born into the right family. Mona couldn't help but say, feeling offended for some reason. She had investigated Victor, and although there is not much info about him, the reports released by the tabloids all pointed out how useless and depraved he was. That's why she hurried to save her sisters from him. Exactly. Many people spend 20 to 30 years to find success. He found it the moment he was born. Do you know how much money he and his family have? Those guys own king the entire archipelago. They even have entire islands with their heirs to keep their women. Margaret said, telling part of the truth and making poor Michael open his mouth wide. He wanted to be successful like that too. Really? Mona squinted her eyes and asked. Yeah. I haven't been there yet though, Margaret replied. In fact, only women who give birth to an heir are allowed to be called wives in their family. Victor had to bend some rules, and carry a lot of favors to marry me and the others in that grand wedding and give us a wife status, she added emotionally as they reached the garage and flicked the light on, revealing rows and rows of luxurious cars.
Wah! Michael explained.
Is that a white Stead, a red Fire Rat, a Rhino Charger, a MLF Dodger, a Tiger Mega, a Braggedy Dog?
No, wait.
That's a white Dragon Breath, he exclaimed at the rows of luxurious cars. Are those all Victor's? He asked as he looked around fanatically, making Mona sigh. Her brother only loved 3 things. Women, big-boobed women, and cars. Victor was right to not release Michael until it was late at night. If his reaction was like this after seeing the cars, what would he feel seeing all Victor's pretty wives and maids? Technically Victor paid for them, Margaret replied. But he doesn't really care about collecting cars, he only collects girls you see. So he usually uses that white steed there. The rest were mostly bought and are used by me and sometimes by the girls when they are going out to shop, she said as she reached the white Dragon Breath which was the latest in her collection. Getting this baby was not easy, as it was a limited edition made of a military-grade alloy. She had to ask Victor very nicely to ask his family for it. Really? Doesn't Victor mind you spending his money like this?
Michael asked.
He wondered if he could marry Victor too.
No. Absolutely not. He was a man.
I told you. He is filthy rich. And it's not like I got them easily. I had to work extra hard in bed for them. She spat as she opened the suicide door and then got into the driver's seat.
Get on.
Let's take this baby for a ride, she said.
So, he made you players?
Vanessa asked in a surprise. For the last hour, she was sitting with the twins in one of the gardens surrounding Victor's mansion. She had been grilling them for their experience, and they really told her everything, including things that were beyond her wildest imagination. Although it was late, neither she nor the twins felt sleepy. So they chose to hang out here and drink some tea while talking under the stars.
There was no moon tonight. The twins who sat to her sides both nodded. I see, Vanessa sighed.
The information she spent her life to gain only glimpses of was now laid bare in front of her. So if I need to become a player, I will need to conquer a dungeon or sell myself to one of the oligarchs, she joked.
Ah.
That's the usual way, but there is another method, Mina said.
What?
Victor has a way. But he will also have restrictions, as he can't reveal it easily, Mina replied to what Victor told her back on the way home. Did he tell you to ask me that? Vanessa was not stupid. He wanted to offer you a chance to take your gang and join the power he is building. In return, he will turn you and 10 people of your choosing into players, Manor explained.
Oh. And if I refuse? She asked.
All young masters like to create their own powers, and Victor was not the first to ask her to join him, but he was the strongest and richest so far.
Ah.
He said that he would find someone regardless. And he will also make you a player for our sake, Mina explained. But he did say that this was the chance of a lifetime and that he suspects that the one who was behind the father's death was a player.
What? Vanessa was surprised.
I already took care of that revenge.
Ah.
Victor said that you caught the wrong guy. According to the info he got from his family, there was someone else moving things from the shadows. Father was a player after all, Mina replied.
What? Vanessa stood up in shock.
It is true that she heard the term player the first time from her husband, but he refused to elaborate back then, and she never expected him to be one. Yes, Mana hesitated, then took out a file with a Sunrise logo and the words confidential on it. It was an old investigation into a suspected supernatural activity during a gang fight, and their father's name with his photo as a young gangster before he inherited the boss's mantle. He was mentioned as being spotted spitting fire at his enemies.
Mother.
There is one piece of information that Victor couldn't find. What family did father belong to?
Mana asked. Call me MOM.
Mother is too formal.
Vanessa scolded.
And the truth is I don't know. I found him one day with memory loss, so I took him in and took care of him. The next thing I knew was him inheriting my father's mantle and marrying me. That's why he took our family name, she sighed. Her late husband was a real stud. Do you think his past has anything to do with his death?
Probably.
Victor already asked his men to start searching for information, but our DNA doesn't match any of the known families in the database, so he is not sure, Mina explained, making Vanessa frown. Maybe she must really consider Victor's offer. She really wanted to go and ask him a few things at the moment, but that guy already took his wives to bed after dinner while showing off in front of her. She had to wait until the morning.
Wake up, beauty.
We have work to do. Rita slowly opened her eyes and looked around after hearing Victor's voice. Is it time? She asked as she sat up. Didn't you want to wait for another week? A variable was added. We need to act fast to make maximum use of it, Victor replied mysteriously, sounding a little hesitant. Did they finish their night check on you?
Yes.
No one will bother me until the morning, she said, pointing to the corpse of her last meal. They have been providing her with all kinds of animals to butcher and pretend to relish in their demise, scaring the guards away in the process with scary laughs.
She had to play along.
If not for Victor's disgusting energy bars, she would have literally starved to death. Didn't they bring you humans to eat?
Victor asked.
They did bring some prisoners, but I refused, saying that eating human souls might cause this body to explode, she said, sticking her tongue. That's why they keep bringing me those animals.
Good, smart move, Victor said. Now, let's get to work.
Reach out for the storage space and take out the things it prepared for you.
Storage space.
Yes, it is one of my skills, so we share the same space and can transfer stuff between us.
Come on now, he said.
Rita frowned and tried to feel the space inside of her like she did a storage ring, and sure it was there. Inside there were 3 things. A sneaking suit, a strange box, a stack of talismans, a necklace, and a red shiny gem that looked like a bloody moon. Leave the moon gem for now, take the talismans, and place them around your room. They will create an illusion that you are still here.
Victor said.
There are 2 security cameras in this room. I will use my power to disguise you temporarily, but keeping an image through you is tiresome, so hurry up and start placing the talismans so that we can move to the next step. I understand, Rita nodded and then began to place the talismans around the room. She finished in 5 minutes.
Good, Victor said.
Now wear the demon bat sneaking suit, place 1 invisibility talisman on you just in case, and wear the levitation necklace. It will help you float off the ground, so as to not trip any pressure traps. You will be moving under my disguise technique, so in principle, they will not be able to feel you, but be careful not to touch anything, he said. But the door is locked?
Rita said.
Don't worry about such stupid details, we are going through the walls. The most important thing now is to find out your location exactly so we can do this quickly.
Ah.
Okay, Rita nodded and quickly prepared herself. Feeling a little shy, changing her clothes while knowing that Victor was watching with a grin. Yes, that pervert was definitely grinning. Reaching the mansion, Margaret hurried to Victor's bedroom after taking a shower and putting on a sexy red nightgown. Too bad he was not there, as she was welcomed by a few grumpy girls who were left to sleep alone. Without bothering to ask them, she hurried downstairs, toward the study in the basement. As expected, Victor was there. He was lying on the couch with his eyes closed and his head resting on Lily's lap. She was feeding him some grapes while casually looking at the detailed maps on the coffee table in front of them. No, those were not grapes but energy pills. Elise was with them, sitting on the opposite side, taking notes and charting something on the maps while nodding her pretty eyebrows. What is going on here exactly?
Margaret asked.
He is scamming some pool girl to risk her life for him, Elise said, sighing.
Cool.
Margaret said as she grabbed a seat to join the fun. How big is this graveyard? Rita asked after walking for 30 minutes between strangely marked graves. They only had numbers on them.
Very long numbers.
The entirety of the deep valley is a graveyard in a sense, Victor said as he guided Rita.
Deep valley?
We are in a valley, she said as she looked around. She could see several mountains in the north and near the south.
Yes, it is.
This place in its entirety belongs to the von Zwei family, Victor said. It is their ancestral land. Did many of their people die or something for them to create this big graveyard?
Rita asked.
No, they collect corpses from all over the world and bury them here. They even created several cults that believe that people buried here would resurrect after 1,000 years.
Victor said.
They bring their corpses here in a festival at the end of the year.
Ah.
Why do they like corpses?
Rita asked. I am not sure, he lied.
From the info we have, we believe that their bloodline originator is called the corpse-eating maggot, so they may need something they call corpse energy to stimulate their bloodlines. You can see those inscribed monoliths every once in a while, right? Yes, she just passed next to one of those. A black obsidian monolith with strange inscriptions. It had so much foul air around it that she didn't even dare to walk near it. Those are death energy array beacons. Their job is to gather all the corpse energy generated by the buried bodies in its range, then transfer it toward the valley center, Victor said. Think of it like some video game setting.
I don't play those. Oh.
Anyway, legends had it that their demonic ancestry is still alive deep underground in a hidden cave, waiting to rise when the world collapses.
Victor said.
Although that thing never appeared in his previous lifetime, according to Lily it was alive but very weakened. It went missing when the von Zwei family was defeated though. They only found the empty chamber he was in after digging the entire valley 50 yards deep.
Ah.
Rita felt a shiver run through her back as she.
Hopefully, no such things exist, she said. Hopefully.
Victor said after some hesitation. It was not time to break the bad news for Rita yet. When she was first sent to the von Zwei base, Victor's plan was just to use her to steal the second awakening artifact before silently returning with it when they sent her back. His current plan would have been pure madness to implement. But now, not anymore, not with the skills he got and the knowledge Lily's gained after her time adventure. He would be a fool not to utilize those to his advantage in this one-in-a-lifetime opportunity to dig out all the benefits he could get. Walking through the stone-tiled side roads through the graveyard, it took Rita another 20 minutes to reach the target. The von Zwei family's ancestral awakening hall, a huge Gothic-style, highly decorated two-domed hall, where the two awakenings von Zwei's artifacts were placed. Now that's what I call architecture, Victor said with satisfaction, making Rita frown and then blush at his comment.
Where should I enter from? She asked. Oh. Go left.
Right behind that big tree, float 5 feet above ground until you reach that decorative ledge. Be sure not to approach the gargoyles while you are at it, those are real ones, not statues, and they might notice something if you are too close. Rita quickly approached the spot he marked for her, nervously keeping her eyes on the hundreds of stone gargoyles that dotted the building. Are all of those real? She asked.
Yup.
Victor said, don't worry about them for now. Rita said as she activated the shifting skill, immediately finding herself inside an elongated black marble decorated empty hall. She had to confess that this shadow shifting skill was amazing.
Where am I now? She asked.
You should be in the eastern wing of the awakening hall. Just to make sure, look up, do you see a bronze serpent? Yes, she answered, looking at the strange sculpture of a bronze serpent that decorated the rectangular hall ceiling. Then you are in the right place, Victor said. Head to the door on your left, then turn right facing the wall, take 2 steps to the right. Is there no one here? She asked as she quickly followed his command, appearing in a long empty corridor. This place can only be accessed by high-ranking members of the von Zwei family, so there are not many people here. Still, I am taking you through the safest route possible, but you have to keep your guard. There will be many hidden guards at our destination. Now turn right, move 2 steps forward toward the golden-painted wall. Rita quickly followed his instructions, one by one, and after going through another 3 empty halls and 11 security barriers, she finally found herself in an indoor exotic garden under a huge dome that had a hall in its center showing the sky. In the middle of this patio, right beneath the opening in the dome, there was a still pond that perfectly reflected the night sky on its clear surface. Around it, 7 individuals were sitting separately meditating. 2 kids, a charming young woman, and 4 men. What are they doing?
Rita whispered.
She didn't have to, but the solemn atmosphere made her do that. Trying to become players.
Victor said. Trying?
Don't they have an awakening ceremony like our family? Rita asked as she looked at them.
They do.
The von Zwei family has 2 awakening artifacts. The first and main one is in the other hall. It has an 80% awakening chance, and is what most Von Zwei members use in their awakening ceremony that happens once a year. The second one is here, and it is open all year to those of pure blood to try their luck. Where is it? Rita asked, looking around trying to find it. There was only a wall.
Yes. It is in the pond, Victor said. Oh, Rita looked at the pond.
There is nothing in it.
It must be hidden. When will they finish? She asked.
She was tasked to take that artifact after all. When they get tired of it, Victor said. Aren't they here to awaken as players?
Rita asked. They want to.
Victor paused to swallow the energy in his mouth. But they don't know how to activate the artifact here, so they just sit down and wait. That's how the current patriarch did it. He meditated here for 39 years without leaving until he made it and became a player.
Ah.
Can't they attempt the ceremony with the other artifact? They can, but the one who manages to awaken here would not only automatically become a patriarch candidate, he would also get 10 authority points and a high chance for a high-ranking class.
Victor said. Oh.
And I presume you have a way to get it and activate it, Rita said.
Of course I do.
Those fools are doing it all wrong, he said mysteriously. Now I will use my skill to create an illusion and help you take it. You have to do exactly as I say, he said. First go forward while keeping your distance from those guys, and stand on the side of the lake, he said. I understand, she said as she slowly approached the lake. Who is there? The young woman who was sitting silently meditating suddenly shouted as Rita, who was 6 feet away from her, froze.
What's wrong, Diana?
One of the men looked up and asked. I felt something here. It is as if there is an intruder, she said as she began to look around. I don't know what, but I think we should investigate. There is no one here. Sit down and meditate or I will kick you out, another man scolded. He seemed to be an elder. This place is surrounded by guardians. It is not your place, a servant bitch, to tell us what to do. If it weren't for your father's merits, you would not have been allowed here. Sorry, master, Diana said as she sat down, but kept looking around nervously.
She must have felt something strange.
I am disguising everything I could think of, Victor pondered as he appraised the young woman. She was about 25 years old, charming with sharp deep eyes and a heroic-looking face.
Diana. STR 15. Int 21. Luck 20.
Charm 32.
Fate. Fate's power, A.
Destiny, wrapped and killed by Levi Von Zwei.
Bloodline, none.
Other than the strong fate, her charm and her luck, she didn't have anything of interest. She was another poor girl.
What should I do? Rita asked.
Wait a moment, Victor said as he asked Lily if she knew anyone of interest who goes by the name Diana.
She didn't.
Ignore that chick and approach the pond slowly, Victor finally told Rita. Rita did that, standing right over the pond. Thankfully, Diana, although kept looking around like a hunting dog, she didn't seem to be able to locate Rita.
Now what? She asked.
Go back a few steps. Shit, that girl made the hidden guards more vigilant, Victor cursed. They are actively scanning the pond now. Where is the artifact anyway? Rita asked as she took a few steps back. It is in the negative space in the pond. We can use the shadow shifting skill to get it, but if we tried that now, they might notice something, Victor said as he frowned. Slowly move behind that woman and approach her from behind. Then slap the back of her head and step back, he said.
What? Do as I tell you. Victor scolded.
I have an idea to create a distraction, he added. Rita sighed, slowly approaching Diana from the back, and then she smacked her. Right at that moment Victor activated his awakening skill. A strange screen appeared in front of him as everything around Rita froze in time and he entered a familiar dark space.
Awakening. Reading date.
Awakening target, Diana human.
Wait.
Generating template based on target records. Please set attributes. Attributes would depend on the skill user's attributes. Authority, 100 max. Strength, plus 0, 90. Agility plus 0, 51. Intelligence plus 0, 73. Luck plus 0, 5. Charm plus 0, 8.
Order points plus 5.
Suitable classes. Choose one. Options limited to skill level.
Maid F. Vengeance Warrior, C.
System classes available. Choose 3. Options limited to skill level.
Inspect, S. Sixth Sense, A. Haste, A. Fireball, B.
Shattering Fist, C.
Vanishing, F. Options.
Set as disabled, Boolean. Set as a disciple, Boolean. Set as a servant, Boolean. Set player can have title, Boolean. Set player can't access dungeons, Boolean. Set player can't level up, Boolean. Set only level up on dungeon clear condition, Boolean. Set only level up on ID approval condition, Boolean.
Set authority limit, int.
Set attribute limit, attribute int. Set withdrawn attributes, attribute int. Add a condition, condition. Available options, 2 Master Seal Contractor of Doom, player interaction might be required. Warning, due to skill owner authority level, 1 new option is available.
Do you want to reveal?
Victor was a little surprised reading this list.
Shit.
Did he just become overpowered? He smiled, then immediately frowned as he felt a shiver run through his back as he realized something. Could it be that the other awakening artifacts had similar powers? Could it be that the one behind those had the power to control the awakening of others? His appraisal of his family's artifact back then revealed nothing, so he was mostly clear. No, such options were not available when he manipulated it before. Could this be an artifact of the new system? What about the other family? Could it be that someone was secretly controlling them? He had never truly considered such an option before, as after the Reckoning awakening artifacts were obsolete. He needed to ask Lily about this, but at the moment he couldn't as he was in a frozen time state with Diana. Continuing with the awakening and reading the last option, he pressed yes.
Access granted. Error. Unknown variable. Error. Data access error. Resetting. Applying fix. No data.
Subclass Akashic Scholar found. Rebuilding database. Options extra. Player has integrated a Spark rank. Minor. Do you want to add the Spark data to the options? Yes/no.
A spark? Victor frowned.
Where did he hear that word before? Right, it was that eternity spark that was in the bead he stole from Sebastian and gave to Alpha. That thing was very overpowered, granting Alpha the eternal body skill upon integration. Pondering for a moment, Victor pressed yes. Ghost Minor Spark.
Class option added. Vengeance Ghost, SS.
Error. Class does not conform with the attribute, human. Vengeance Ghost, SS, removed. Finding closest data match. Ghost Avatar, SSS, added. Generating class skills. Ethereal State, SSS.
Life Feeding, S.
Death Immunity, SSS.
Shit.
This chick has some nice shit, Victor pondered. What exactly was this spark? He had no idea, but from its name, it seemed to have something to do with ghosts. This spark might be why she could feel Rita's existence, but he was not sure. Pondering for a moment, Victor frowned. This young woman's existence would definitely cause a disturbance in his plans if he really granted her too much power. There are many things to consider here. Shall he make her as powerful as possible, or shall her nerf the fuck out of her? No. This might be good. He got an idea looking at the options he got. It seemed it was time to add another random overpowered girl to his harem. So, you failed again. Through the shimmering bronze mirror, a man who was sitting in a strange way on a red throne said. He was the one and only Bloodlord. I swear I took the jewel.
Tyr said.
But I can't open my storage ring anymore. It was definitely that crazy bastard. Watch your language in front of His Highness, an old woman who was standing to her side scolded, making her shrink her head.
It is okay.
Your ring, you said, her father asked through the mirror, his sound shaking her very soul. Are you saying it has something to do with that emperor guy who made you sign the contract? He squinted his eyes.
I think so, she nodded, shaking a little.
But I don't know when he managed to do it. Bloodspear 93. Did you investigate the ring? The Bloodlord asked.
Yes.
But somehow we can't open it, and even trying to force it has failed, as we don't have enough authority, the old woman said. Someone used a sealing talisman on it.
Oh.
This is interesting.
Bring me the ring, he said.
Since it is sealed, we can't use the summoning method. We will have to do it manually, and this might take a week or so. Your Highness, we are out of suitable candidates to enter the secret field, the old woman said. Most of the men are investigating the newly discovered troll dungeon by your orders.
It is okay, just make Tyr do it, the Bloodlord said.
Your Highness, but her level is insufficient to survive. The old woman defended Tyr, making the latter a little surprised. It is her punishment, the Bloodlord said. If she manages to reach the temple, then I will forgive her. If she fails, I will send someone to collect her corpse from my side, he added coldly. Yes, my lord. Shall I send you a few of those inflatable donut cushions with her? The old woman asked.
Ah yes. You do that, he nodded.
Diana, who was certain there was an intruder around her, suddenly felt something approaching behind her, but before she could react, she felt something stick to the back of her head, making her go into the dirt headfirst. What's your problem now, Diana? One of the elders scolded, but she didn't care as she noticed the announcement.
Welcome, player.
You have successfully awakened as a disciple player.
The next moment a screen. Name, Diana.
Health, 1000 out of 1000. Stamina, 700 out of 700. Mana, 900 of 900.
Authority, 10.
Strength 100. Intelligence 90.
Agility 70. Luck 25. Charm 40.
Master, not enough authority.
Class. Ghost Avatar, SSS. Class Skills. Ethereal State, SSS. Life Feeding, S.
Death Immunity, SSS.
System Skills. Inspect, S. Fireball, B. Vanishing, F.
Recognized skills.
Cooking, A. Cleaning, B. Sewing, B. Digging, C. Daydreaming, D. Eavesdropping, E. Poetry, F. Singing, FFF.
Magic Affinity, Fire Dark. Why aren't you answering, bitch? Another elder rudely asked the absent-minded Diana. I think I just became a player, she said nervously, wondering what this disciple and master meant. What? Everyone asked as even those who were meditating with closed eyes opened their eyes to look at her. I just felt something hitting me.
Then
I am a player now. Are you kidding me?
A maid?
A player before me, one of the kids asked, seemingly offended. Do you think we would? Another man began to speak as a bald man suddenly appeared out of thin air. He was the elder responsible for the hall here. Grand Elder. Everyone saluted. Follow me, he said in a stoic voice, then turned and left. Diana, who was already on her feet bowing in salute, quickly followed him. Victor sighed in regret as he watched Diana go. He really wanted to scam her like he did with Rita back then, but the awakening skill didn't give him a chance as Diana was not pulled into the awakening space, and he had to do the awakening instantaneously. He had to remind himself that the next time he did that he needed to do his scamming before activating that skill. Too bad the situation here was not suitable. The time didn't stop for her, so the contract was a no-go as it would have alerted the elders, and the blood slave skill also needed Diana's approval, which he couldn't get without scamming her. Even if his illusion managed to fool the elders, he couldn't guarantee Diana's reaction after all. If she refused his proposal for some stupid reason, she might alert the elders, making him lose the chance to finish the operation tonight. He would never risk the bigger picture to get a chick.
No. Probably.
It depended on the chick. This one had that spark thing that he was not really sure about. Never mind that. This didn't go as intended but had learned his lesson, and it was not a lost cause. He already placed many restrictions on Diana, marking her as a servant player. It would allow him to locate her at all times, manage her level up, and control her attributes. It would also let him send her system messages, but he was not sure what they would look like or if he could disguise them. He needed to test those on one of his maids before trying to control this girl. If she ever managed to achieve something in the future, he would simply return and make her sign a contract then. Maybe as the Nutcracker or Vic. Victor had already confirmed that her fate of being raped and killed by Levi had already vanished, so he was not in a hurry. And she would surely move the stagnant water inside the Von Zwei family, where not many are happy with the current inheritance situation. The girl would surely be taken in by one of the elders and protected after they checked her status, and since she was a maid, she might get interrogated or something before they could trust her. Who knows, he might meet her at the tournament very soon. The only remaining variable was what if one of the elders or the patriarch chose to marry her to neutralize her.
Victor shook his head.
Did he really need to add every pretty girl in the world to his harem?
Of course he did. But still.
He was a little conflicted. He had no way to ensure that everything was going according to his plans. Shit happened, and he knew that better than anyone.
What now?
Rita asked, waking him up from his fantasies. Now it is time to, Victor said, deciding to leave Diana's problem to destiny.
No, wait.
His fate power was already A+. He quickly focused a little, setting a goal in his mind to add Diana to his harem, and be her first man. Nothing changed. He wondered if this worked.
Whatever.
As long as no scion intervened, everything should be.
Time to do what?
Why do you keep dozing off? Rita suddenly asked, feeling a little strange. Did it have anything to do with that woman? Sorry, I was waiting for the situation to calm down.
Time to move. Approach the pond.
Victor quickly said as he watched those who were meditating all became dispirited and then one by one, stood up and hurried after Rita and the elder. They were just too curious, and when the pond awakened someone, it was usually impossible to happen again in a short time. Watching the hall become empty, Rita nodded, then slowly approached the pond again, then under Victor's command, she used the shadow shifting skill, targeting the middle of the pond where there was nothing. Before Rita's hand could reach the other side and reappear, it hit something which she quickly grabbed before withdrawing her arm. In her hand, there was now a small simple golden hand mirror. Star's Awakening Mirror, SS. Awakening Artifact. Align the reflections of 2 stars with a candidate's eyes to activate.
Victor sighed. This was the one.
The way it worked was as described. You have to do it at night, aligning the reflections of 2 stars with the eyes of the target. Since it was hidden in a pond that was covered by the half-open dome that obstructed nearly 80% of the night sky, this thing only activated once in a blue moon when the pond rippled in a way that created a perfect reflection with of the stars that aligned with one of the lucky ones who meditated around it. Rumors had it that this thing was here as a part of an ancient ruin way before the von Zwei ancestor came to hide. They built their awakening hall around it after failing to understand the pond mechanism of awakening. Now that I got this, I think I should head back, Rita began to speak after putting the mirror in the storage space.
No. We have a few more missions, Victor said.
Think of them as simple errands, he added. What? She asked, having a bad feeling. First things first, take the red moon-looking jewel and place it in the negative space in the pond. The same place where the mirror was found.
Blood Moon Jewel, S.
Can control blood. This jewel was the same one Tyr, the one with the Blood Lord's daughter, took and hid in her ring in the Blood Dungeon. At first, he didn't want to take care of this, but right before exiting the Moon Dungeon, while he was double-checking the spoils of war, he found a problem with one of the contracts he made the players sign.
Tyr's contract.
The blood on the signature was not hers. She had this skill called Blood Replicator, which allowed her to use the bloodlines of others temporarily. She must have used it to fake signing. Feeling very hurt for getting scammed by a little girl, Victor had to strike back. He was the only one allowed to scam others. So after considering his options, he used the cauldron's power to knock her out as the players were being kicked out after everything finished. First of all, he took her ring, cracked it open, and took the jewel. Then without mercy, he drugged the fuck out of her with 2 bottles of concentrated soul wine to make her talk.
How dare she scam him?
To his surprise, she turned out to be a super VIP. She was the daughter of the Blood Lord. Victor, feeling he finally found a trove of information, began to question her extensively, only to discover that this girl knew nothing. Her mother got pregnant with her inside a dungeon when she met a very handsome mysterious gentleman there. Tyr was born 9 months later knowing nothing about her father's identity despite being a player since birth. Her mother didn't reveal a thing until the Bloodlord contacted them 3 years ago through his agents who had been taking care of her and her mother from behind the scenes all this time. It was time for Tyr to do some missions for her father who could not enter this world physically. After some training in her father's secret base in the mountains, Tyr began to conduct operations that involved seducing and then collecting bloodline samples from certain elite members of the player families. One of them was even from one of his cousins. Her classed Bloodmaster gave her great skills in that regard. Unfortunately, she was not good at the seducing part, so she failed almost half of the time and nearly got exposed if not for her father's men's help. The Blood Jewel operation was supposed to be her last chance to prove her worth. That's all the girl knew. She didn't even have any idea why her father wanted this jewel. After collecting all the info he could, Victor let Tyr go. She would not remember a thing in the morning, and would only believe she was a little disoriented because of the dungeon's exciting effect. Victor didn't dare to make her his blood slave, fearing her father's blood power would be able to trace it back to him. But that didn't stop him from planting something on her. As for the jewel, after taking it, Victor hid it, even from Lily who would surely be angry with his reckless decision if she knew. Although it was tempting to try and use it to grant some of his girl's bloodlines, he didn't dare to do so, fearing that the Bloodlord who was after it might sense it, and he was not sure about what side effects this might carry. His purpose was to leave it here in the von Zwei pond. Either the Bloodlord would be able to feel it, or he would follow the clues he left in Tyr's ring. And those would also lead here, but after a few steps. The actions the Bloodlord would take would reveal how much power he had over the real world, and this would be vital for Victor's future operations. He already knew that they could approach this world from the outside through dungeons, but they didn't seem to be able to enter it. The questions he needed to be answered were what they really were, how strong was their influence, and what was their real target. Yes. Right there, Victor said. After finishing with the Awakening Hall, under Victor's instruction, Rita headed toward another building that was nearby. Using the chance when most of the elders and guards ran to watch Diana's test, she could move more freely. Following Victor's bizarre instructions, she ended up heading down an abandoned drain and then crawling through some very nasty shit. In the end, Rita managed to find herself passing through a series of walls to appear in an empty large room. Did we really have to pass through that route? Rita asked with disgust. If Victor told her beforehand, she would have never accepted. Those rats there were as big as dogs. Yes. Do you know how many hidden sentries are guarding this place?
Victor scolded.
Even with my disguise, I can't guarantee you not stepping into some trap of formation, so we had to use the safest route. Do I have to go through that again when leaving? She asked as she shivered a little. Don't worry, your return trip will be easier, he said. Now do you know where we are? He asked. Some library, she said, noticing the shelves around the dimly lit room filled with dusty books. In a way, but it is more than that, he said with a cheesy smile that she couldn't see. Welcome to the Von Zwei Sacred Vault.
What?
Really? Rita asked as she looked around. Are those skill books? She gasped as she realized what she was looking at.
Yup,
Victor said, and this is just the first room.
Ah.
You plan to steal their entire vault.
Rita gasped. Da.
I told you we can't waste this chance, he said.
Ah, she had to confess.
He made a point, but wouldn't her life be in danger if the Von Zwei family suspected her after this? What are you waiting for? Stop worrying about stupid things and start working. Victor commanded, making Rita return to her senses and begin to grab the skill books that were worth millions, then throw them inside the storage space as if they were a stack of potatoes. As far as she knew, Victor got her back, so she only had to do as he commanded. After finishing with this room, Rita sneakily left through the wall, heading to the next one where she repeated the same thing, collecting all kinds of gems, artifacts, and treasures. They even had some rooms full of stacks of gold bars and precious materials that Rita gladly took. Throughout the operation, she made sure not to step out to the corridors which were filled with traps, only passing from room to room directly under Victor's instructions. It took her less than 30 minutes to ransack the entire place. 3 floors filled with treasures. Even the shelves that were made out of some very exotic wood were not spared. Too bad Victor couldn't only get his hand on a very few S-ranked artifacts. This was due to the Von Zwei family situation where the patriarch and the elders didn't trust each other, so most of the family's vital treasures were kept with them all the time. Still, the current haul was not bad at all. Victor would not have to worry about feeding his harem for a few hundred years after this. And he got some really nice things that the Von Zwei family didn't really appreciate and understand their value. Finishing with the vault after making sure it was squeaky clean, Victor ordered Rita to head to the bottom floor, then head out carefully to an abandoned corridor, then shadow shift through one of the vault's walls into the adjacent building for one final investigation. Unlike the other places, the target building this time was destroyed when the Von Zwei base was raided after the reckoning, so he didn't have a detailed plan of its structure, guards, and traps. His only solution was to move Rita toward the only room there that was left standing after the destruction.
HSSS.
Passing through the wall into the dark, humid dungeon that was illuminated by a single light bulb, Rita gasped. It was a scene that almost made her puke. Even Victor, who was not moved easily, couldn't help but frown. Hundreds of young women and girls were tied in steel chains to the long walls and Gothic columns. They moaned in pain and cried as dark blood oozed from their severe wounds that were being kept open by dark metallic stakes. The dark, filthy-smelling blood slowly fell to the ground and got collected in a drain that led it toward a hole that went deep underground.
What is this place?
Rita asked as she shook a little. Even after what Levi did to her, she couldn't believe how savage and cruel the Von Zwei family was. I am not sure, but I guess this must be a feeding ground for the Von Zwei ancestor. That guy is definitely down there, Victor said as Rita slowly approached the hole in the middle. It was very deep, and nothing was visible. It must be hiding in a negative space below. You mean that thing, the corpse-eating maggot you told me about?
Rita asked. Is it real?
Apparently. This is the only explanation, Victor sighed. Those stakes in the women are filled with corpse poison. They are milking them for blood to feed it, Victor said solemnly. He was not sure about this chamber before, as it. There were many theories about it when it was discovered. At that time some said that it contained some treasure, while others said that it was a slaughterhouse. Apparently the latter were the correct ones.
Oh.
Can we help them? Rita asked after some hesitation. She wondered if Victor would approve. She knew he didn't like to risk his operations. Earlier when they were ransacking the vault, he kept mumbling about how he couldn't scam that awakened girl earlier because of that. They are severely poisoned, and helping them is very troublesome, Victor said, then paused. We can't leave them like this. Let's do it, he finally added after a sigh, making Rita smile a little. She was glad he felt the same as her. First locate the door though and block it, Victor said. Rita nodded, finding the dungeon's steel door and then using a few locking talismans on it before she turned to the girls and began to unchain them. The woman didn't resist or talk. They must have been given some very potent drugs to make them last longer. How shall we take them out? Rita asked as she worked, giving each girl she helped a healing pill. She got a lot of those from the vault earlier. Inside the storage space, there is a cauldron. It functions like a storage ring but can contain living beings. Collect those women in it, Victor said. Rita nodded. She carefully took the golden-looking covered cauldron from the storage space and then hurried into action without inquiring about it. She had long realized that Victor was full of surprises. She was nervous about how to operate the cauldron at first, but she quickly realized that, as Victor said, it was just like a storage ring. The women were so thin and exhausted that they didn't even have the will to resist, so collecting them went smoothly. There are only young women here, Rita said as she worked. Why can't they do such things to men too? Because women are full of dark energy. The ones here are not normal, they all have a unique body constitution, they must have been collected for this purpose, Victor said. Remember the array above? The women here must be the last step in it. They collect the energy with their bodies before it gets transferred down with their blood, he added. Oh. How are they still alive after all this? Rita asked, noticing the scars on the feeble woman. Some of them were old and long-healed. They must be feeding them healing and energy pills to keep them alive. Normal food would affect the energy balance, he said coldly. Collect the stakes too, those things might come in handy. I understand, Rita nodded as she discovered that she didn't even need to unchain the women to drag them inside the cauldron. The chains on the wall were made from ordinary steel and seemingly could not stop the cauldron's effect. There was only one girl whom the cauldron failed to capture, but Rita only had to look into her eyes and ask her to let go for the girl to be dragged into the cauldron after saying thanks in a hoarse, inaudible voice. Victor, who was watching carefully appraising the girls with a depraved smile from his study, opened his eyes and, ignoring Lily, he ordered Margaret to go get Ruby. Those girls needed to be healed fast. The entire operation took about 25 minutes until all the women were safely transported into the cauldron, and just when Victor was about to order Rita to start investigating the building, the sound of a siren could be heard weakly from above. It was coming from the vault. It seems like we were discovered, Victor said with a sigh. Quickly, take the glass bottle I just placed in the storage ring and empty it in the hall. Make sure not to touch its contents. Rita frowned but quickly followed his command, emptying the green-looking liquid inside of the hall. It didn't take a genius to discover what this thing was. As soon as the bottle was empty, the earth shook violently, causing the hall to sway before it went silent again. What just happened? Rita asked. Nothing important, Victor chuckled as he waited for the experience points to pour in. He didn't continue as from the hole in the ground, a horrifying shriek suddenly sounded as everything began to shake. Shit. Why is it still alive? Victor cursed. He underestimated this guy's strength. What now? Rita asked as she held a nearby column to support herself as she looked around at the dungeon's wall that began to crack. Victor frowned. That thing was still alive. Sending Rita to her cell now was no longer an option. From the black box, take the black remote control looking thing, press the buttons 176, then press the red one. Quick, we don't have time, he said as the dungeon's door began to shake. Someone was trying to enter. Rita, who was swaying hard, quickly did as commanded, pressing the red button. Done, she said nervously as she eyed the door. It was still holding. Wait a moment, Victor said, making sure to listen carefully for the distant muffled explosion sound. The server room had been successfully destroyed. Now stretch your hand forward. Make sure it is not touching anything, Victor said as he activated his space fracture skill for the first time through Rita, who followed his command. Ah! Rita gasped as in front of her stretched hand a circular tear in space suddenly opened in front of her. It was as if someone pierced the space itself with an awl. What are you waiting for? Go in it quickly. Victor, who was coughing blood on Lily's lap due to the extreme energy loss, said as the unstable tear began to close down and the room's locked door began to crack. That locking talisman pasted on it was slowly burning out. Rita took a breath and then jumped directly into the space tear. Just from the corner of her eye, she could spot a strange slimy thing climbing from the hole behind her. She didn't know what happened after that. It was as if she was passing through a dream, getting pulled by an invisible force. It was very similar to the feeling she had when her shadow shifted, but 100 times more prominent. Seconds later, Rita reached the end, stepping out of the tear as it closed behind her. She nervously looked around. She was now in a small study where a very familiar handsome young man was looking at her with a smile as he sat on a couch surrounded by two pretty girls who had worried looks in their eyes. Wait. Did he grow more handsome in the 2 months since she saw him last? Welcome home, he said with a smile, ignoring one of the girls who was pinching his arm very hard as she wiped the blood off his mouth. Ah, Rita didn't know what to say. What are you waiting for? Go in it quickly. Victor, who was coughing blood on Lily's lap due to the extreme energy loss, said as the unstable tear began to close down and the room's locked door began to crack. That locking talisman pasted on it was slowly burning out. Rita took a breath and then jumped directly into the space tear. Just from the corner of her eye, she could spot a strange slimy thing climbing from the hole behind her. She didn't know what happened after that. It was as if she was passing through a dream, getting pulled by an invisible force. It was very similar to the feeling she had when her shadow shifted, but 100 times more prominent. Seconds later, Rita reached the end, stepping out of the tear as it closed behind her. She nervously looked around. She was now in a small study where a very familiar handsome young man was looking at her with a smile as he sat on a couch surrounded by two pretty girls who had worried looks in their eyes. Wait. Did he grow more handsome in the 2 months since she saw him last? Welcome home, he said with a smile, ignoring one of the girls who was pinching his arm very hard as she wiped the blood off his mouth.
Ah, Rita didn't know what to say.
In a dark room illuminated by 5 strange glowing stones, an ominous-looking bald old woman sat on the ground in a meditative pose. She was closing her eyes as she tried to control the poison that was ravaging her body. Smoke seemed to be slowly wheezing out of her burnt left hand, while her right one was melting to a green goo and then reforming in a cyclical manner. Found them? She asked in a hoarse as soon as an old man entered her underground chamber, not even caring to open her eyes.
Sorry, ancestor.
This descendant is incompetent, the old man said as he knelt on the ground, making sure not to look at his ancestor or at the half-melted golden coffin to the side. How did you let them reach my sacred cave? She asked angrily.
Were you all blind?
Are there no guards?
Sorry.
We don't know how they managed to pass through all of the security layers. This place can't even be reached easily by the elders. Perhaps Patriarch Martin would be able to enlighten us. He is the one responsible for the security outside, the elder said, stepping to the side to reveal his chosen scapegoat, the nervous Martin behind him. This unfilial child has seen the ancestor, Martin greeted as he bowed with his face to the ground. Sweat was slowly oozing from behind his ears. He always thought that the ancestor hidden beneath the crypts was a real giant slug. He was feeling ashamed of himself. You are this generation's patriarch? The old woman asked, opening her eyes for a brief second to look at him before closing them again. They had no white in them, they were black and ominous.
Filled with death.
Yes, ancestor, Martin said nervously. We don't know how the intruder came. We don't even know how they left. We suspect it has something to do with demons though. We found that one of the demons we had been keeping is missing, he reported nervously. He didn't dare lie or make excuses. Demons? The old woman pondered.
Yes.
It was a corpse demon that we signed a contract with a few months ago to target another family. If there is a contract, the demon would not dare to act against it. They must have targeted it as a distraction. Or it was able to detect them and ended up dying as a result, the old woman said. What did they do other than targeting my cave? They ransacked the treasure vault and destroyed our server room, the patriarch said nervously. Why would they target the servants? She asked. She was sure she discovered something there.
Ah, they didn't, Martin replied with a frown.
You just said they blew up the server's room. The ancestor got angry, making the elder who was standing to the side smile smugly then quickly hide it.
Ah.
It is called the server's room. It is not for the servants. It is where we keep our secret information ready to be served, Martin quickly explained, remembering that his old-fashioned ancestor had no idea what the word server in the current age meant.
The ancestor nodded.
It seems like they belong to some other faction, she said after she cleared her throat. This was embarrassing. Seemingly. Was there any important treasures stolen? Did you check the safety of the awakening artifacts? She asked. The awakening artifacts are perfectly safe. It is just that all our treasures below the rank of S have been stolen, Martin said. Even the jade skeleton keys. The ancestor opened her eyes and asked angrily. No. Those are on me, the patriarch said, reassuring the ancestor. Most of the really important and crucial treasures are already in the custody of the elders, he explained. Sadly, the war chest we had been collecting for the last 500 years is all gone.
Oh.
As long the base is there, we can gain those back anytime, the ancestor said as she looked at Martian and then at the keeper elder with disgust. It didn't take someone smart to realize that the family had some kind of internal strife. Ancestor, what about you? Martin asked nervously. Can you tell us anything about the attackers? The ancestor shot him a glare and then sighed. I could only take a glimpse at them as they escaped. Too bad the world tribulation struck me before I could get my hands on them, she cursed, raising her burnt hand. She was abruptly awakened by that poison, so she tried to retaliate without thinking, going out of the hidden space and earning herself a bolt of thunder. Strange. How did the thunder manage to reach this deep underground? She wondered. One can never underestimate the world's means. Martin and the elder kept their silence, waiting for the ancestor, who casually took a healing pill, to continue her explanation. They had no idea that the old burnt light bulb in the room above was the source of the thunder that struck their ancestor. Without it, she might have been able to react and escape in time after feeling the world's intent. I can tell you 2 pieces of info about them, she said, The first one is they are very proficient in using poison. This thing they infected me with is pure evil. Even with my natural bloodline resistance and SSS poison masterclass, I was barely able to live. Even now, I can't find a way to cure this poison in my body, she said. Noted, the patriarch said. She was telling him to check all those with poison classes. The other info is that they are using space wrapping power, she said, pondering.
Teleportation. Martin frowned.
I thought this place had teleportation disturbing talismans.
Not teleportation.
The power I saw was a kind of space wrapping, she paused. Could it be the Void Lord?
No.
That woman is locked. And this is not her method, she pondered to herself.
Void Lord. Martin frowned.
This is not something someone at your level can concern himself about. For now, check all those with space powers. Whoever behind this must be at least level 100, she said finally.
Ah. I understand.
We will also keep a close eye on anyone trying to sell a huge amount of treasures. And the missing sacrifices will also be investigated. Martin said, earning himself a nod from the ancestor. Ancestor, you are not going to punish him? The elder asked in surprise.
No.
The enemy this time was beyond our league,
she said. But Martin.
Now that I have woken up, I will be watching you. You better not commit any mistakes, she added before the relieved Martin could sigh in relief.
I understand,
Martin said, ignoring the elder's hateful gaze. He had survived a close bullet, and it was time for him to make a move.
Ancestor.
Do you mean you are not going back to sleep? Don't you need to heal? The elder asked nervously.
No.
The reckoning is near, I can feel it, she said. It is no longer worth it to sleep. There is much to do, she added, hiding the fact that she didn't dare to sleep, fearing the poison might finish her off if she got careless. Mavis sat in shock in the middle of the endless grass field. Was it not a dream?
What was this place?
She wondered. Looking around, she saw all the women who were imprisoned with her collapsed on the grass, looking aimlessly. Most of them had long lost hope, and maybe their minds. This was true, especially the ones who had been imprisoned for more than 5 years. There were only a handful of those, as it is very rare for Purple to live that long. She was just a schoolchild when she responded to a part-time advertisement, wanting to earn some money to support her family. She recalled being tested with a strange device, then it all went blurry, and the next thing she remembered was waking up in that hell. She was lost in her thoughts when suddenly, from thin air 3 masked girls walked.
A tall one and 2 short ones. Let's get to work, the tall one said.
The other girls nodded and then quickly walked toward the collapsed women. The one they chose was sitting on the grass looking at the sky with blurred eyes. Mavis knew that this woman didn't have much time to live. She had seen women die just weeks after they started looking like that.
Severe soul damage.
Too much corpse energy, the little girl said as she touched the woman, who shook then relaxed as white and green wisps of energy began floating from the little girl right into the woman. How is it going? The other short girl asked nervously moments later. I can heal her mind and body, but the soul damage is irreversible. Don't worry about that, just focus on healing her, someone suddenly said. It is a young man with golden flowing hair who also walked out of thin air with 3 other women who were also masked. Mavis, who was watching, almost forgot to breathe, not even caring to look at the woman and focusing on the young man's angelic face.
Can someone be this handsome?
But her soul, the girl who was healing said. This emperor has some spare soul energy stored around here, we can pour it into anyone, so you just tell this noble one when it is enough, he said. Don't forget to redirect the corpse energy in them toward the talisman this emperor gave you. The girl paused a moment and then nodded before she began to operate on the woman who in no more than 15 minutes seemed to have regained her senses and quickly bowed deeply to the girl and the young man who was obviously the boss here.
Thank you, young master, she said.
It is this emperor's duty to help those in need, he said casually as he waved his hand, making a golden chair materialize out of thin air. He casually sat on it and watched as the girls got to work and began helping the injured women. Some took only 2 or 3 minutes, others took as long as 10 minutes to regain their senses. It was magical. After more than 3 hours, it was Mavis's turn.
Shit. A dark scion.
Any ideas? The young man looked at her then turned and said casually to the masked girl beside him. She shook her head. Mavis frowned as the little girl began to heal her.
What did he mean?
She wondered but quickly forgot about it as all the pain her body had suffered during the last 2 years began to be washed away. It finished fast, just as the young man cleared his throat.
Listen up, he said.
Welcome to the hidden magical world of the Imperial Army. We are an organization that is dedicated to saving the world and destroying evil, he announced. This noble one is the Emperor, You can call me using the pronoun Your Majesty, and please use His Majesty the Emperor when you are talking about me behind my back or touch your. He added, then paused as one of the girls beside him began to pinch him. The women all frowned as they turned to face him and then quickly looked to the ground.
Damn.
His looks were making their hearts pound hard.
Now, let's get to business.
Although we saved you, unfortunately, we failed to eliminate your captors, the Von Zwei family, so.
He paused.
For the foreseeable future, I can't let you leave this place, he announced directly. What? One woman said nervously.
Don't worry.
This is only for the next few years until the Von Zwei family is eradicated. You will have to live here, and work a little as a repayment for saving you.
It was not for free, you know, he said.
And even if I let you go, do you know how long it would take you to be captured again? Let me tell you. Less than 48 hours. The Von Zwei family has millions of facial recognition cameras around the world searching for you at this very second. Not only you would be in danger. Any loved ones that you are yearning to meet would be too if even one of you got captured back, he said, making a point. The women looked at each other and then warily at the emperor.
They looked away.
Damn, he was too handsome to be looked at directly. This emperor recognizes that most of you are worried about someone on the outside, so don't worry about that, we will make sure to get you information about them, he added, reassuring the women. For how long do we have to stay here?
Mavis asked.
She had some revenge to do on the outside.
Oh.
This emperor can't tell you that. But if our noble calculation is correct, not for long, he said with a mysterious smile. Don't worry, you will not be bored working for me. This emperor plans to put you to good use. I have some very nice trees that need planting here, and I will use this time to train you to be stronger. If you become strong enough in time, you might even be able to enjoy some revenge, he added mysteriously with a smile that reminded Mavis of the way her cat used to look at its toys.
So,
how much money did we get? Margaret asked as she relaxed on the bed beside Victor and the girls after kicking her high heels away. It was already morning when they left the cauldron, so naturally Victor, who was a very busy man, chose to go to his bedroom and directly lay on the bed in between his already asleep harem. A lot. We can't use the cash as it is traceable by its serial numbers, so I will get rid of it personally. The gold on the other hand will be processed by Alpha. After that, I will give 1/2 to you to invest in your dark network, the rest will be divided between Alpha, Theta, and Hilda, he said casually, making Margaret quickly give him a peck on his cheek. She really wanted to buy a new car, but she was a little short on money lately due to some very urgent investments. What's your plan for the girls?
Lily asked.
She didn't care about money. They are not a priority for now, he sighed. Alpha will find some new hidden base for them in a month or so. I plan to raise them there as a secret army after they finish their work in the cauldron. Staying in it is not good for their health, he said. I plan to make Rita responsible for them. She will not be able to openly return to the family before we finish the Von Zwei. Not openly anyway, he sighed. His family had many spies. Rita's return, even in secret to give some information to the family, was very risky right now. And that girl Mavis, what about her? She might bring some disaster.
Lily asked,
feeling a little relieved that he was not planning to keep those women with him at all times. She could imagine him casually taking one of them out to play with if he really got bored. You saw how she was planning an escape already, so I will give her a chance. I just need to use my awakening skill on her after it cools down in a week or so.
Then I will let her go, he said.
Yeah. From one hand to the other, Margaret, who began to already move her hand inappropriately around Victor's thigh, said. Yes, he nodded as his sleeping harem began to open their eyes one by one. They could smell their prey. Regardless, Lily spat as she hurried to take Victor's side before the girls were fully awake. How much data did we get before you blew up their servers, by the way? She asked. About 30%, but since it is the most recent data we are good, Victor said. I will just give it to Alpha to process it, he added as his sleepy harem began to climb onto him as if they were starving zombies. They really missed him last night.
You do that.
I already know their passwords, Lily said casually as he watched the girls begin to undress their perverted husband. It was the start of another uneventful day. Hi, I am Michael. Your big brother, Michael said to Mina and Mana before he hugged them hard.
Ah.
Hi, the twins said nervously, not knowing what to do. Isn't his hug a little inappropriate for a family member? His hands were lower than they should be. They were waiting for his hand to go one more inch to castrate him, but he was saved a moment before that could happen as Mona, his dear sister, saved his life in one swooping move when she kicked his crotch and then dragged him away from the twins and threw him to the ground. It was as if she had done this move hundreds of times before. Don't let him do as he pleases. Be careful around him.
He is a pervert,
Mona warned as she wiped her hand with a handkerchief.
MOM.
Did you see how she treated me in front of my sisters? Michaela quickly asked his mother, who was watching, for help. She is ruining my image. You deserve it. And since when do you have an image? Vanessa asked casually as she looked at her 3 daughters. She couldn't describe how happy she was. So where are we going? She asked. She was planning to spend the day shopping with her daughters, but she was not familiar with Vane City. They agreed to meet Michael, who was tasked with arranging the men at the front of a famous mall, and now she had no idea what they should do. Ah. This mall here belongs to our sister-in-law. So we thought we would go spend the day here and maybe buy some clothes for you and Mona, Mina said as Mana nodded. Oh. You don't need to buy anything, Vanessa said. No. We need to. Mina said, insisting with a serious face. Victor told us that Michael will be joining the actors in his new movie tomorrow, so we should go and watch. And as Victor's in-laws, you can't go wearing cheap clothes. Mana explained. It is about Victor's image, she said. Although Victor didn't care about his image, they did. This dress I am wearing is an operati, you know, Vanessa said, raising one eyebrow. This dress costs a lot. It is a brand that is favored by many actresses. Exactly. Cheap, Mina said. Her fashion sense had been elevated to new heights after spending the last few months with Victor and Margaret, who knew what the real rich wore. Those brands that were meant to scam the masses no longer appealed to her or her sister. Let us show you what true luxurious clothes are, she said as they entered the mall. Why isn't Victor here anyway? Michael, who followed, asked. Although I had no idea about fashion, he was very curious. He did want to come, but last night he had too much work and he could only go to bed early in the morning, Mina said, making Vanessa nod. She didn't see him or any of the other girls at breakfast. So he preferred to sleep instead of meeting his mother-in-law? Mona asked angrily. After meeting with that girl Alpha last night, she heard from her how Victor repeatedly scammed her and her sisters. She was now even more angry with him. A disgusting pervert. No. He is not asleep, Mina shook her head. He has night duty to catch up. I guess he will not leave bed until it is late afternoon, she clarified, making her mother and sister frown and then blush as they realized what she meant. They had no idea why the twins were so open about such a subject. Shouldn't they be jealous? It is the tax for having a large harem, Mana added, making Michael, who was behind, squeeze his fist. Damn. He wanted to pay that tax too. Mina. Mana, someone suddenly called, making the family of 5 turn to watch a teenage girl head their way and then stand in shock when she noticed Mona. Those are? She asked. Ah. Those are our mother Vanessa, our triplet sister Mona, and our brother Michael. Mina quickly introduced. And this is Mia. She is our sister-in-law's stepsister. Ah. Nice to meet you. Vanessa quickly said as Michael and Mona greeted Mia too. Nice to meet you too, Mia said casually. Are you here to shop? She asked with sparkling eyes as Michael causally gave her one look and then looked away. He was not interested in flat girls. Do you work here now? Mana asked, noticing Mia's formal dress and golden tag with her name on her flat chest. Yes. It is to gain some experience. Mia lied. The true reason was that her mean sister had stopped giving her an allowance after catching her in a nightclub with some shady friends who were introducing her to some new drug a month ago. It was not her fault. She met those friends when she was feeling depressed after feeling how insignificant she was at Victor's wedding. She didn't know that those guys belonged to some very shady gang. So, after her shady new friends were escorted to some very dark place by her sister's very burly guards, Iris, who gave her a lecture for 5 hours and spanked her but numerous times, decided to discipline her by taking away all her privileges. Mia knew that she could no longer survive outside after tasting what it meant to be rich, so she begged Iris for 3 days and 2 nights to give her a chance, and it worked. Her sister relentlessly agreed after their stepfather intervened, telling Iris that Mia was still young and she deserved a chance. After some thinking, Iris ordered Mia to work here and earn a living climbing from the bottom up as a test. She started as a normal clerk back then and had just got promoted to manager yesterday after she managed to uncover that her previous manager was secretly embezzling some money. As someone who was trained to be a thief, she had a natural gift for finding others like her. Now, she couldn't wait to get her hands on some filthy rich customer to scam, serve, as her sister, who was proud of what she did yesterday, promised to give her a cut from every sale she facilitated. Oh. Mana nodded as her sister raised one eyebrow. Then can you guide us to buy some clothes for Mona and VE? Mom, she said with a slight blush. She was still not used to calling Venice her mom. We need something luxurious yet low-key, she explained as Michelle wondered what that meant. Oh. I know. I think I have an idea, Mia said with a very sweet smile. Please follow me. It was late afternoon when the golden white phone MX8 Max Super began to ring, disturbing Mike, who was having a late launch with his harem. Looking at it, he quickly answered.
Victor.
I haven't heard from you since the wedding. How is everything going? He asked casually as his wives stopped talking and looked at him. They really liked Victor, as when he came to visit Mike he treated them very well and didn't care about their history. He even invited them all to his wedding. The only reason they didn't go was not to embarrass Mike in front of his family. I am a newly married man. What do you think? Victor replied over the phone. Mike could hear the giggle of a girl in the background, but he decided to ignore that. Are you available tomorrow? Victor asked. Tomorrow? Why? I need you for some important shit. Victor said. Is it urgent? Mike asked. Yes. I can't delay the audition until after Grandma's birthday after all. Victor said. What audition? What does it have to do with me? Mike asked. It has to do with your twin wives, Honey and Bunny, right? Anyway, it is for my new big movie. You see, I need some hot twins to play a role in it. You have your own twins for such a role. Mike scolded, looking at both Honey and Bunny who were sitting beside him. I planned to, but my twins have betrayed me. They turned out to be triplets. Victor said. Ah. What? Really? Mike was surprised. Did his brother just surpass him? Yes. Can you believe the audacity they have to pull something like that? Victor replied. He sounded offended. Ah. No. Have you got the new one to join your harem yet? Mike asked. Working on it. Auk. Auuu. Sorry. The movie is the priority right now. Victor said. He sounded in pain. Can't you just let two of them act? Mike asked, failing to figure out his brother's train of thought. No way. The authenticity of the movie would be in danger. Victor flared. And since when do you care about authenticity? Since yesterday, I have been reflecting on my behavior. I have been losing my authenticity lately, especially after scamming 100 girls at the same time. Lily says I need to repent, Victor said in a sad tone. Anyway, the role is for sluts, and your girls would be perfect. Victor said. His tone was cheery again. Oh. Fine. Let me ask them first. Mike, realizing something, said. No, they have to come. This is not negotiable. You have to come too, Victor interrupted. What does it have to do with me? Mike asked. He was going anyway, but he needed to ask. They won't be able to act slutty enough without you. Victor replied. I want authenticity, he added. Ah? Fine. I will be there at noon tomorrow. Mike frowned a little, then put the phone down. Is there anything? Bunny asked. Victor needs some hot twins to act as the villains in his new movie, and his twin wives turned out to have a triplet sister and they are no longer suitable for the role, so he called to ask if the two of you are available, he said. Do you want to act? He asked. Is it really okay? Both of them asked at the same time as the rest of the harem nodded. They really wanted to be in a movie, but their history, which could be dug up easily, forbade them from entering the industry, as no sane director would hire them and the press would literally eat them alive. It is okay, the role is for evil sluts. And Victor wants authenticity. Mike said casually, if anything went wrong, he would be the one taking the blame, he added, making his harem chuckle a little. They didn't notice the slight frown in Mike's eyes. He was not a fool, and could easily realize that Victor needed to talk to him in some secretive manner, and their meeting must be natural. This was what the authenticity Victor kept repeating meant. Catalia looked at the strange soup in the bowl and then at her daughter, who was standing politely in front of her, slightly leaning on her blue umbrella that was resting on the ground. Are you sure I am poisoned and this is the cure? She asked. Ah. Yes. It is called the widow's vengeance. This unfilial daughter has already checked it with my master, it is true. Tulip said as politely as possible. It has absolutely no symptoms before activation, and we will only know if it is true after an esteemed mother drinks this. Is this medicine bad for my health? Catalia frowned and asked. No. It is made of some very rare herbs, so if it was not helpful, it would only be beneficial, Tulip said. My master also attested to this. Oh. And a guy just gave you this info for free? Catalia asked again, carefully stirring the purplish liquid in the bowl. As this unfilial daughter reported, he left it in a message. He seemed to belong to an organization that specializes in information collection, she said. You already said that in your report. The question is, why is he helping us? Catalia said casually. You slept with him, didn't you? I would never. Tulip paused as she quickly remembered what happened back in the moon dungeon, making her mother, who was looking at her, frown. She was testing her daughter earlier. She would have never guessed that this was true. We only shared a sleeping bag. It was an accident. Tulip quickly defended herself. How can sleeping with a man be an accident? Catalia screamed and almost threw the bowl at her hand. He made me do it. My powers were locked then. I had no choice, Tulip said, stuttering as she stepped back.
Nothing more happened. We just slept, she quickly clarified. What?
Do you think I am an idiot? It is true.
I
am still a virgin, Tulip clarified with a blush.
Oh.
Is he gay? Catalia calmed down a little.
Probably not.
He is just a jerk. A crazy proud jerk who is so full of himself, Tulip said, puffing her cheeks. Watch it with your language.
Catalia scolded.
Ah. Sorry, Tulip quickly looked to the ground.
Then,
do you know why he gave you this info about me?
Catalia said. No.
I guess he wants to befriend our family. You just chose to believe him?
It would do no harm, Tulip said.
She had no idea why she believed him.
Never trust a man.
Didn't I teach you that? Catalia said as she sighed.
I don't trust him.
I just trust the info he provided, Tulip defended herself.
It's the same.
Catalia said then sighed.
Ah.
Did esteemed mother check the info about my esteemed sister? Tulip asked nervously. It is true. Your damned father had found her. They planned to bring her back in a few months, Catalia said. She planned to go there by that time.
Oh, Tulip nodded.
She wanted to tell her mother that this proved that Vic's info was reliable, but she chose not to say it. Catalia, who could easily read her stupid daughter's thoughts, sighed. Fine, she said as she gulped the liquid in the bowl in one sip. If her daughter was more knowledgeable, she would have realized that her mother's movements were those of an experienced drinker. It tasted normal. Just a little bitter, but it was not bad. As soon as Catalia put the bowl down and carefully wiped her lips using a silk handkerchief, she began to feel it. The power of the soup began to fill her body then, in her womb, something was moving.
Oh boy.
Without waiting for it, she jumped and ran to the toilet. Tulip watched respectfully as her esteemed mother left. She was suppressing her laugh.
Then she heard it. A scream full of horror.
Running behind her mother, she saw her mother who fell on the blue-colored carpet in the corridor and was in pain. Below Catalia, a 10-foot-long disgusting millipede was crawled from under the skirt. It seemed to be in pain too as it wiggled aimlessly. Without thinking, Tulip immediately used her umbrella to crash its head into a puddle of green liquid. Then she heard the familiar ping.
Level up.
It was morning. Vanessa sat nervously at the dining table with her daughters. She couldn't believe that the dress she bought yesterday and was wearing now cost as much as her old apartment. Her daughters, who were at the moment busy flattering their husband, had really shown her mistakes in life. She should have just married a rich husband instead of toiling for years. She must never let her children repeat her mistake. Yes, Mona should get to marry someone as rich as Victor. Wait. Why can't she make her marry Victor too? The twins were hinting at that yesterday. Looking at her daughter, who was glaring with disgust at Victor, whose wives were having a contest to feed him from their plates, Vanessa sighed. This was easier said than done. She must have not raised a strong daughter. Vanessa's thoughts were interrupted when Hilda hurried inside the dining room. Young master, your esteemed brother Mike is here, she reported.
Oh. Quickly let him in. Victor said.
Moments later the door opened and a handsome young man walked in with two twins hugging his arms.
Victor.
Mike said as Victor hurried to hug him. And then to greet the girls. Vanessa, who watched everything, then politely greeted Mike when Victor introduced her, could tell that Victor really respected this elder brother of his. And she could also tell that the twins who introduced themselves as Honey and Bunny were definitely hookers. Her years of experience as a gangster could never be mistaken.
So,
what did you need me to come here for?
Mike asked.
I told you.
For the movie. Victor, who returned to his seat, said.
Since you are early, let's go and discuss it in the study as the girls get to know each other, he added, making Vanessa realize that there was some kind of scheme going on. What is this about? Mike asked after reaching the study, sitting on the couch there and waiting for 10 whole minutes as Victor smiled sheepishly at him. What is that authenticity you wanted to show me? Victor didn't answer. He just looked at the little girl who was moving in a strange way around the study since before they entered. She had a strange bracelet in her hand that she was shaking in a strange manner.
It is all clear, she said after a while.
Feeling a little depressed seemingly. Why?
Thanks, Theta.
You go join the girls.
Victor said.
And don't worry about the reward, I will give it to you regardless. You didn't have to find something, he said, making the depressed girl cheer up, then nod and leave the study after a polite bow. Was that an intruder scanning device? Mike asked after looking at the bracelet-looking thing the girl had. Yes, it's called the secret meeting bangle, and I just got it in a raid, Victor said. It is very powerful, able to discover any kind of disguise or talisman as it specifies the number of listeners in a specific area. Its only drawback is its very narrow AoE and has strange activation requirements, as it requires a girl to use it and depends on luck.
Oh.
Not bad. Wait. A raid, you said?
Mike asked.
As far as he knew, Victor had just got married. When did he go on a raid?
The Blood Moon Dungeon.
I was there, Victor confessed as he took a package wrapped in a velvet cloth from his storage ring and slowly placed it on the table as if it were a treasure.
Oh.
Was it cleared already?
Mike asked.
They had just confirmed the nature of the moon, and the family was preparing for a raid when it shines again next month. He was even invited to participate.
Damn it. Yes.
Some sick bastard who called himself the Emperor cleared it while acting all high and mighty. I am investigating him currently, and when I find him I will make sure to tie him up and then make love to all his lovers as he watches helplessly. Victor said with a hateful tone. Anyway, thankfully I stumbled upon a treasure room before that guy could find it. Victor said with a sneaky smile as he began to unwrap the package.
What is this? A mirror?
Mike asked as he watched the golden artifact that appeared in front of Victor.
Yup.
Victor said, not explaining. Stop with the boyish tricks and tell me what it does, Mike scolded. Is that the reason why you called me here so secretly?
Yup. Victor said.
This thing here is an awakening artifact.
Victor said.
Oh, those are rare, Mike nodded as he looked at it.
What? He stood up in shock. Really?
An awakening artifact? You are not kidding.
I am not. Victor said.
It is not just an awakening artifact, this thing has a 100% success rate and a 10 authority level.
Victor said. What?
Did you try it? Mike almost jumped at his brother.
Not yet.
I just used my appraisal skill on it. As a merchant my skills are good in this regard. Victor casually delivered a half-truth. Oh, Mike carefully eyed the mirror. That's why I told you to get your twin wives. I think we can try it on them.
Victor said. Oh.
What about your own wives?
Mike asked.
They are all already players.
Victor shrugged. What?
Mike, who was about to sit down, jumped and asked again. I plan to use it on my maids, but those girls need some time to adapt to being maids. I want them to get some maid classes, so I plan to wait for now. They are still too young. Victor quickly changed the subject, making Mike frown and then relax in his seat again. He decided to stop asking unnecessary questions. Every man had the right to some secrets. Especially if the subject involved his harem. Do you plan to give it to the family or keep it to yourself?
Mike asked. No, he paused.
You plan to make me give it to the family instead. He quickly figured it out, as Victor would have no other reason to present it to him today otherwise. Exactly. I think it would make a fine present for Grandma at her birthday. Victor said. This will give you a lot of honor, an honor you would need if you want to cement your position as the main heir. Victor said. You plan to use me as a shield? Mike, who was subtly pleased, raised one eyebrow and asked.
Yup. Victor nodded.
If I were to present it myself, not only would those fools start to pit me against you as the main heir to weaken us both, but it would also paint a huge target mark up my ass.
And you want them to paint it up of mine, Mike said. You already have one, Victor stated. True, Mike nodded.
I really just want to enjoy my harem life in peace. I have no interest in family politics, he lied. I would have believed you if I didn't know you were the one behind the plan against Bill, Mike said. Father told you? Yeah, after the wedding.
Oh.
It is his fault for targeting my harem, Victor shrugged. I see. Regardless, you did good, Mike said as he relaxed in his seat and looked at the room's ceiling as he pondered. Wouldn't it be better if you kept this thing to yourself for a few more months? We can raise a few players with it. Mike said as he began to rub his forehead, a sign that he was getting a little nervous as he considered the numerous possibilities. No. If I keep it for too long, those old fogies in the council would realize this and use it against us. And you are not going to give it to them for free anyway, Victor said, making Mike look back at him. You want me to impose conditions on the family? Yup. Before giving this, you have to get the right to use it at least once a month. Victor said. That way, we can raise your army legitimately under the family's eyes. Grandma would probably support you for that. Victor said. The elders will surely impose some restrictions on its use after all. I will have to ask for some favors beforehand though, Mike said, then paused. What are the conditions of its use? He asked. It uses the stars as a medium. You reflect 2 stars upon the candidate's eyes to activate it. I guess the class would depend on those, but I am not sure, Victor said. So only at night. Clear nights, when the stars are visible. Victor said. What are the limitations and cooldown time? Mike asked. Seemingly it has some energy reserve that needs charging after every use. If left alone it would take a year to recharge, Victor said. And it has a 3-night cooldown time. What? Mike sat straight as he realized how precious the mirror in front of Victor was. 1 year's worth of natural mana?
Mike asked. About 10 gems per activation? That's cheap.
The old artifact cost 3141 gem per activation, and it had a month of cooldown time.
Yes. Victor nodded.
If activated continuously, we can make about 120 players per year. Mike said as he made the math in his mind. They would need to find someplace with a clear sky all year round, but it was not hard for the family. We might be able to awaken more than one player per activation if we use some mirrors, but it would need some astrologist to set it up though, Victor said, making Mike open his eyes wide.
Damn.
Isn't this thing too overpowered?
Mike asked in shock. Victor shrugged.
This mirror was truly too overpowered to be left for some family like his, as it would allow them to amass a huge army in a matter of a few years, but the reckoning is near and they need to get ready. The sky tonight is clear, so we will try it with your twin wives at the same time, Victor said, making Mike nod as he squeezed his fist. You have to tell Grandma to fabricate some limitations for it. The spies need some things to report after all.
True, Mike said.
He would have never believed that there were spies in the families before, but after Iris's incident that was followed by the awakening artifact destruction, the family launched an inquisition that caught hundreds of spies who confessed the existence of hidden others. The family was a mess in the previous period of time thanks to that. I will leave this to you, Victor said. Now let's go. We are about to be late for the auditions, he added as he carefully wrapped the mirror in its velvet wrap and then put it in a storage ring before he stood up and gave it to Mike. Are you sure you want to give me this? Mike asked one last time as he shamelessly grabbed the ring.
Yup, Victor said.
My future shield, he added blatantly. Tulip nervously descended a dark flight of stairs that existed deep below the sunken kingdom's royal palace, reaching a grand wall with a strange triangle symbol on it. Many wanted to go past this point, but only those who had the right blessing could. She still remembered the day she stumbled upon this place as a kid when she was hiding from her mother after eating a chocolate cake. She managed to enter inside by coincidence, earning the right to be the Void Lord's disciple. She raised one hand and touched the symbol to activate her powers, disappearing and appearing again behind the wall in a spherical hall that had a giant translucent crystal in its center. Tulip bowed politely, then slowly walked to face the dignified yet charming middle-aged woman who seemed to be trapped inside the crystal. Master, Tulip greeted, making the Void Lord who was frozen inside the crystal open her eyes slowly.
Tulip.
You are back early, the woman said without moving her lips. Was your mother cured? She asked. Tulip didn't answer. She just took a leather pouch from her storage ring and then opened it on the ground to reveal the corpse of the millipede that crawled off her mother yesterday. A cursed demonic millipede, the master asked in surprise. This thing crawled for my mother after she drank the antidote. I struck it with my umbrella. Is this thing related to the curse?
The widow's vengeance. Tulip asked. No. Interesting.
How is your mother? The Void Lord asked.
Ah.
She woke up an hour ago. The doctors are saying she is better than ever, just a little shocked.
Still? Tulip hesitated. What?
She is acting strange.
How strange?
Let me think. She is acting nice, isn't she?
Ah. Yes.
In a way, nicer than usual. Is she okay?
Tulip asked.
Her mother started acting funny after she woke up, hugging her hard and thanking her. This made her very uncomfortable.
She is fine.
No wonder, the Void Lord said, seemingly amused. This must be your mother's real personality.
What do you mean?
What was infecting your mother was not the widow's vengeance apparently, but an animated curse.
The millipede? Yes.
The widow's vengeance poison you were told about is usually made with this thing's poison combined with some other rare herbs. I didn't expect them to use the real thing though. This thing is very hard to use and extremely dangerous, as not only does it mess with its target's reproductive functions to utilize it for its own benefits, but it also controls its nervous system, making them more aggressive and nasty, the Void Lord explained. This thing is about 15 years old. It is about to become an adult, and once that happens it will be able to reproduce and spread its egg through your mother.
What?
If your mother were to sleep with someone, and believe me she will after this thing makes her horny, not only would the male lose his ability as a man, the millipede would push its eggs inside of him, the Void Lord continued. In a man's body, this thing is 100 times more tricky to cure. It will also start reproducing through him.
Ah.
Tulip sweated a little. This was very dangerous. The one who gave you the cure for the widow's vengeance might have known this, the Void Lord said. They must have tricked you on purpose, she pondered.
What do you mean?
Tulip nervously asked. Well, this is the crucial point of using the millipede. If your mother were to learn of its existence before its removal, her body would start rejecting the millipede unconsciously, forcing the insect to try to kill the host. In fact, this is its main usage, a hidden bomb of sorts. The Void Lord said. The antidote you gave your mother has the function of completely regenerating the womb, and in this process all the womb would have to die, making the millipede think that her host is dying then leave, the Void Lord said, looking at the dead millipede.
Ah, Tulip didn't know what to say. Then,
will my mother be okay? Yes, in a week or two the neurotoxins remaining in her body would be expelled and she would be fine.
Oh, Tulip sighed in relief. Will
my mother be nice now? She had to ask. I have no idea as I never met your mother. But the millipede only makes her aggressive, it does not change her character, the Void Lord said. But I guess relatively speaking, she will be a little nicer from now on.
Oh, Tulip didn't know what to think.
She really wished for her mother to stop being angry all the time. But her mother acting nice felt very strange. Did you investigate the identity of the one who gave you the cure?
The Void Lord asked. Yes.
We found nothing, it was as if he appeared out of thin air.
Tulip said. Oh.
That's impossible, people with such deep knowledge and wisdom usually belong to some ancient power, the Void Lord said.
Why did he help you? She asked.
I don't know, she answered nervously. Nothing comes for free, the Lord said, saying the same things Catalia did. Did he ask you for any favors? Ah, he did mention something about a demon cruise trip in his letter. My guess is that he wants me to attack them. He seemed to hate demons.
Just that.
I see, the Void Lord said pondering, then squinted her eyes as if she felt something.
Oh. Let's try something. Close your eyes.
I want you to start thinking about killing that man in the cruelest way possible.
Ah. Why? Tulip asked.
She usually tried hard not to think about that perverted emperor. The memory of his caused her to be very conflicted. I just want to see if you fell in love with him or not, the Void Lord said. You young girls can be easily scammed after all.
I would never.
Tulip objected with a slight blush. She would never fall for that arrogant bastard. The do as I say.
Ah. Okay.
Tulip, who felt strange, quickly closed her eyes and began thinking about what Vic did to her, then how she must take revenge, cutting him into very tiny pieces. She couldn't help remembering him calling her turnip. That bastard.
How dare he? You can stop now.
Did you feel anything strange? The Void Lord asked with an amused voice.
Ah.
No, other than a slight blush, there were no other signs on her. Not a curse, the Void Lord pondered in a low voice. No, she added, making a strange talisman appear out of thin air in front of Tulip. Activate this thing for you.
This is for protection. The Void Lord lied.
Tulip nodded, taking that talisman, placing it on her hand, then activating it. It flashed, then nothing happened. Could I be mistaken?
Impossible. She frowned. Master.
Is there anything wrong?
Tulip felt strange.
Just some pondering. What was the dungeon you were in called again? The Void Lord, who began to lose confidence, asked.
The Blood Moon, Tulip replied. Blood?
Could it be that piece of shit Ormeus? The Void Lord said. Did you eat anything suspicious there? Yes, some kind of fruit.
Oh.
No wonder you look pale.
It must be it.
Tulip, I want you to sit in a meditative position, then slow your heartbeat. This might hurt. What does the master want to do? I need to examine you. The fruit you ate might contain poison, she lied. Tulip frowned, then sat down on the ground in a lotus position. She closed her eyes and relaxed, slowing her heartbeats. Moments later, she could feel her master's power. It was as if something was going inside her veins, scanning her. It will be in a split second now. Bear with it, the Void Lord said. Tulip said, then seconds later she felt as if her entire blood vessels and heart were empty, then filled again in a split second. It hurt a little and caused Tulip to start coughing as she collapsed on the ground.
I knew it.
The Void Lord screamed. Caught you, you sneaky bastard. How dare you try to take over my disciple? You can't escape. Tulip felt as if the entire chamber began to shake as her master activated her powers, then everything returned to normal a moment later. What was that? Tulip asked nervously as she sat up. Some sneaky bastard has placed a blood slave seal on you. The Void Lord said with some difficulty. Using skills for her was very hard.
Ah. What? Tulip asked in shock. Damn it. The Void Lord scolded.
That bastard cut his connection with you a moment before I found him. The Void Lord said, angrily ignoring her disciple as she activated a few tracing skills and then watched them fail one after the other. She couldn't even get to appraise him. This had never happened before.
Who was that guy?
Victor sat up abruptly from Lily's lap and then began to breathe with difficulty. He was currently in Margaret's new shiny car that she was driving, sitting in the back with Lily and Elise. The other girls were in a different car.
What happened?
Lily asked as Elise, who was wearing thick sunglasses, looked at Victor worriedly. Ever since she met him, she never saw him this distressed. That bitch filtered Tulip's blood through a subspace and managed to find me. Victor cursed nervously. Thankfully my fate skill managed to warn me in time to cut my connection with her. He added, remembering the thick black fate thread that appeared all of a sudden around his neck. Was she able to identify you?
Lily asked. She tried but failed, he said.
Thankfully his authority forbade it, but it was a close call if he didn't manage to use Tulip's skills to forcibly vaporize his trace from her body. I warned you not to miss my sister, Lily said. And lords are not to be trifled with. Victor had no answer. So she is no longer your blood slave? Lily asked just to be sure. Sadly no, he sighed, making her want to slap him hard. The bastard was definitely planning to add Tulip to his harem. Was my mother cured? She asked finally. Yes, the cursed millipede was removed successfully, he said, making Lily sigh in relief. That thing infected her father in their previous life, and if it were not for some friend's help he might have not noticed it and allowed it to grow in his body. The one who planted it would have only had to inform him about it for him to die. It was an ingenious plot. The one behind it was none other than her uncle, who in the other timeline, only accepted the duel with her father thinking that he could kill him easily by informing him about the millipede. Thankfully, her father was long cured by that time thanks to some lord's help. Did you find anything about the Void Lord?
Elise asked. Yes.
That's why I think she was able to feel my existence. Apparently, being a lord is a class, Victor said as he took a notebook and began to write the results of his appraisal.
Name, Hua Hua.
Level, 700,142. Class, Void Lord U. Subclass, Belly Dancer D.
Affinity, Void.
Affinity rank, Triangle, 78%. Status. Authority, 74,281.
Health 5%. Stamina 2%. Mana 1%.
Strength, 3127403. Agility, 3129271. Intelligence, 3133498.
Luck, 49. Charm, 71.
Order points, 79711157. Abnormal status.
Cursed, X, the Frozen Throne. Bleeding, SSS.
Poisoned, SSS, Mana Devouring.
Skills.
Error retrieving data, Lord, database field connection is severed.
Fate.
Error retrieving data, Lord, field unavailable.
Bloodline.
Void Butterfly, SSS.
Equipment. None.
You can appraise lords?
Lily asked in shock. Apparently.
Maybe it is because of my class.
Victor lied.
This had to do with his X-ranked appraisal and his authority. What does this mean? Elise, who had to raise her shades to look at the data, asked. I have no idea, Victor shrugged before he returned to lay on Lily's lap.
But this will be troublesome, he said.
Horizon's media office building surroundings were jam-packed with people standing in a long line when Victor's convoy reached it then headed directly to the underground parking lot where Arya, who woke up early as usual, was waiting for him with a few managers and the director Steven Silberberg, who were dressed formally. Today was when the public audition for the new movie series Dragon Princess, The Reckoning, working title, would be held, and it was an important public event for the company's future. As soon as the cars stopped and Victor's pretty wives poured out, the executives couldn't help but bow respectfully.
It was not their fault.
The girls were just that pretty. Good morning, sir, the executives greeted, but Victor just gave them a cold nod and then looked at Arya. Why are there many people outside? Didn't I tell you to screen them and keep only 1%? He asked. He didn't want to stay all day. Those are the 5% of those who requested to participate. We have to screen them beforehand, Arya said, making Victor a little shocked. This hadn't happened in his past lifetime. Back then Horizon Media, although famous, was never able to cause such a sensation. It must be the wedding, Margaret, who finished parking the car, said as she helped Elise in her wheelchair. The girl still needed to act as if she had not been cured yet. Yes, it was free publicity for the company.
Arya nodded.
The reception office has been busy lately with all kinds of partnership offers. After the wedding, many of the residents of Wyron Principality became aware that the one behind Horizons Media was some very noble big shot.
Whatever.
Then let's go, I don't have all day to waste, Victor said, then quickly turned and headed towards the auditorium, followed by Lily and Lynn, who hurried wanting to take the seats beside him. Vanessa, who was in the car with the girls, looked at Mona and the twins and then walked after him. She wanted to see how her son would fare in the audition. She spotted them near the door outside waiting for his turn, while striking up a conversation with some big-boobed slutty girl. What's wrong with Victor? Arya asked as she raised one eyebrow. Victor was in a very good mood in the morning when she left. A fish escaped, slipping right from his hands back into the ocean. It was a very big fish. Margaret replied as she casually shook hands with the managers and introduced Elise to them. Margaret was at the moment the company's vice president after all, and while Arya was responsible for the general management and the publishing division, Margaret was responsible for the creative and investment sides.
Oh, that's a first.
Arya, who understood what Margaret meant, said in surprise. How could some girl escape Victor's grasp? Was this even possible?
Yeah.
I bet he will go fishing again very soon to vent his anger, Margaret sighed. When Victor arrived at his seat, the auditorium was already packed full with many invited guests and participants who had been here since yesterday to get a seat. Mike with his twin wives who left the mansion early with Arya was sitting there right behind Victor when he sat. Do you really have to hold a public audition? Mike asked as he looked around. I plan to expand the company's activities, and this is a good chance to fish for prospective actors. Even if we aren't chosen for this movie, I will make sure to sign them up to work for me, he explained as he began to look around while licking his lips and noticing the pretty young actresses who came here. He had an image to maintain after all. Oh, Mike nodded, he wasn't really in the media business. Margaret came in moments later and then helped Elise to her seat on the judge's table at the front and then sat next to her, making Mike, who was watching, squint his eyes at this young sister-in-law he got. She was blind. Why was she in the audition? Was she a judge? She had been locked up her entire life. She wanted to come out, so I brought her here.
Victor, who read Mike's thoughts, said.
And she has very sensitive ears, so she is suitable to feel the actor's engagement with the role.
Oh.
This is reasonable. Mike nodded. He didn't believe any of Victor's bullshit, but he appreciated the fact that he was trying to pamper the little girl. Did you too? You know, Mike said, raising one eyebrow. Who knows? Victor shrugged, making Mike smirk as he watched Victor's harem take their seats. Slowly the lights of the auditorium dimmed down. Mira walked onto the stage as everyone went silent. Thank you all for participating in this audition for the movie Dragon Princess, The Reckoning,
she said.
This movie, as you all heard, will be the start of a new direction that would partially adopt the world of the video game World of Truth into the narrative. She explained as the few invited reporters began to write down what she said. This would be the most expensive work in the history of cinema, as the entire work will be in 7 parts and it will be shot at the same time, featuring an expansive cast of 420 characters. She said proudly. The scripts had already been completed by the famous author Crimson Pearl, and it was too perfect that the CEO was moved to tears. She added, causing most of those in the audience to frown as they didn't recognize the author's name. They wondered if he was really good or if Victor was just a crybaby. Still, a few others did recognize the name. They were people of culture like Michael, who just got in and couldn't believe his ears when hearing the all-too-familiar name. Crimson Pearl was the pen name of the most famous adult novel writer in the world. He appeared online about 5 years ago, and his stories, although didn't sell well, were considered masterpieces among certain critics, as his novels are very imaginative and descriptive. Now, first of all, I would like to welcome you all here and welcome our judges and the CEO, my husband Victor White, who will be helping to oversee this audition, she added as Victor stood up and waved to the crowds with a depraved smile. Although Mr. White is not a part of the judges, he will have the ultimate choice, so you better not upset him. Let's introduce our 5 judges. The director Mr. Steven Silberberg, our vice president Mrs. Margaret White, our guest Mrs. Elise White, our casting director George Halo, and our one and only star John Sigma. Mira introduced the judges carefully. Many in the auditorium began to ask who Elise was, and the answer was figured out immediately.
She was the CEO's wife.
This caused a few to start complaining about nepotism, but those were quickly and kindly escorted out of the auditorium, which quickly became quiet again. Now, before we start, I have some good and bad news, Mira said after clearing her throat. The bad news is that we have 1284 participants today, so your chance of getting selected is very slim, she explained in a sad tone. What is the good news? A smart girl in the auditorium asked before Mira could continue, drawing attention to herself. The good news is that if you manage to impress our CEO or our vice president, you will be offered a once-in-a-lifetime contract to be a Horizons media star. We will not only offer you training, but also a salary and roles in suitable future works, she said, making many of those who were feeling they didn't have a chance to get a role gain some hope again. Now, let's start. The first role, we will be the princess's slutty maid. I invite those who chose this role to go on stage, Mira said, then stepped down as many young actresses climbed into the set. Wait, is that? Victor exclaimed as he saw one of them, then looked at Margaret, who was looking back at him. When? He asked telepathically using his wife's connection. 2 days ago. I saw her next to a shady nightclub, hesitating to enter, so I figured that the world's future best porn star would definitely be a good candidate for this role. Oh, Victor nodded, his eyes sparkling as a certain girl who sat next to him began to pinch his hand. He ignored her and began to watch the audition. As expected, the girl got the role without anyone's help. If you can fake it in cheap porn, you can fake it anywhere. The results wouldn't be announced today though, to avoid riots. Now, thank you all, we will email you the results in 2 days. The next role is for the evil slutty twins, Mira said, making 5 pairs of twins go on stage. They included Mike's wives. Just wondering, is there a woman who is not a slut in your movie? Mike asked with a smile as he watched his nervous wives prepare for their turn. Who knows? Victor dodged the question as he watched Honey and Bonnie play the role to perfection. Although they didn't have to, they must have been training hard yesterday. He could see the black circles around their eyes. Finishing with those, Victor yawned as he watched the auditions one by one, not interfering at all. He was still detected because of losing Tulip. This girl was supposed to be his trump card. Still, it was not a total loss, as he now has an idea about the lords. Those guys seem to be ruled by some of the same set of rules that apply to every other player, as that lord, Hua Hua, was not able to curse him as she intended due to insufficient authority. Although he should try to avoid them in his future plans, he must find a way to scam some of them for contingencies. For now, he had to wait and see if that bloodlord would make a move or not. Suddenly the sound of yelling forced Victor to wake up from his contemplations and look up. On the stage, a young man was cursing at the judges because they asked him to leave without letting him continue acting the scene. It was clear that he had been rejected. "You are not fit." Elise, who seemed to be the one who rejected the guy, said. "Your sound is too soft for the role," she said, causing the man to suddenly jump off stage and approach her.
Too soft? Fuck you. You are the soft one.
"Do you know who my father is?" he asked angrily, as from under his shirt he took a gun fired around on the ceiling, and pointed it at Elise while the other judges ducked under the table. This included Margaret, who secretly activated a deflection talisman before she began to move. "Is my sound manly enough now?" the guy yelled angrily, making Elise shiver a little as many in the audience ducked down while others hurried to try to leave. The guards who wanted to approach the man froze as Elise, who was in a wheelchair and couldn't dodge, was virtually taken hostage. "How can a blind girl judge my talent? I will kill you, bitch. You better return to your job of King your husband's." The guy didn't continue as 2 gunshots sounded and a streak of blood began to drip from the man's now empty hand. And his crotch, where a 1-inch hole appeared. "Ah! You shot me," the guy shouted in disbelief as he looked to the side where Margaret, who crawled to the other side of the judge table, used her personal ruby-studded gun to shoot him. Beating even Victor, who didn't have the chance to use the gun that secretly took from his storage ring moments earlier. "So what?" Margaret asked as she slowly stood up, then began dusting her dress that seemed to have been damaged a little when she crawled on the ground earlier. "Fuck. It is all ruined. Do you know how much this dress cost me? I had to literally work my ass off to get Victor to buy it for me," she cursed while flailing her gun at him. It was as if ruining her dress was more important than the poor man losing his manhood. "You." The man, who was fuming with anger, wanted to say something, but he collapsed to the ground in pain moments later as his brain began to process what happened. He didn't stay there for long as 2 burly chicks quickly apprehended then dragged him away. Firstly, they would heal him, and then, for the next year or 2, he would play the role of a regenerable snack for the hounds. Sorry for that. We will take a small rest for lunch now. We will continue after 15 minutes. Mira quickly announced as many people began to flee and the cleaning crew ran to the stage to clean the blood off it. "That girl is good," Mike said, eyeing Margaret. "He should have stolen it from Victor when he had a chance in New Lure City. Sluts like her were a rare find." "I know. She is the best," Victor nodded as he put his gun away. He gave his girls a reassuring look, then started sending Kai instructions to find any news about that young man. Victor didn't believe in coincidences, and that man's actions were definitely not random.
Do you have a moment?
"I want to have a private word with you," Mike suddenly said, looking at his watch. "Let's go and grab something to eat," Victor nodded and said, then looked at Lily, who gave him a nod before she hurried toward Elise, who seemed a little shaken. As a little girl, she was not really used to such situations. Still, during the whole ordeal, she kept her act as a brave blind girl, playing the role perfectly. "Is there a problem?" Victor asked as he and Mike walked out onto the building's roof with a snack sandwich that they ordered a poor assistant to prepare.
"Just something. Are you all right?"
"You seem a little different since yesterday. Are you sick or something?"
Mike asked.
"Just a bit tired," Victor said. "Having a big harem is not easy."
"True. Anyway, father called," Mike said.
"He is currently New Lure and wants to see me." "Oh, so you plan to go there?"
Victor frowned.
"No, he is already on his way here. He said he also wanted to see you to get something," Mike said. Right. Victor nodded. This was about the fake diary. Thankfully it was ready, and he had a lot of time in the Moon Dungeon to write it to perfection. Still, it needed one final touch. How about we let him in on our little test tonight? Mike suddenly asked.
Victor paused.
Are you planning to tell him the truth? He asked. Yes, it would not be easy to fool him, Mike nodded. And it is not like he will insist on you taking the credit. Victor frowned, then nodded, true.
Fine, he said.
Letting Theodore in was not a bad thing. He might help set the stage for them later. Then I will tell him to meet us at your mansion,
Mike said.
Finishing with Mike, Victor, who was feeling a little tipsy, left him and then slowly returned inside. He was a little unwell ever since the accident in the morning.
Damn it.
Losing Tulip was very detrimental to his plan. If he knew that would happen, he would have tried to scam that Rain guy. Victor kept thinking of what to do as he entered the restroom near the auditorium and then found an empty cubicle. Just as he sat down, he heard the sound of the restroom's door opening again and 3 people walked in.
They wore high heels.
What a bitch, one of them said.
She was a woman.
Sitting like that with John Sigma as if she was something important.
I know.
Just because she slept with the CEO, she managed to become the vice president. She is full of vice, all right, the second one said. She seemed jealous. Careful, she might hear you, the last one said, confirming Victor's guess that the 3 were women. What were they doing in the men's room?
Don't worry.
I am sure she is now busy kissing her lover's ass. I heard she used to work as a prostitute. My brother said he had a video about her somewhere, but he couldn't find it.
Oh, really?
I did hear some old man try to harass her the other day, saying he was an acquaintance of her uncle. She invited him for a cup of coffee in a nearby restaurant and left with him.
Damn.
A slut is a slut no matter how well she dresses.
A filthy gold digger. Aren't you the same?
A gold digger I meant, one girl said, correcting herself.
Don't compare me to her.
At least I have standards, the first one yelled angrily. By the way, that crimson dress she wore, what was its brand? The third one intervened to calm her friends down. I have never seen it before, but it doesn't look cheap, and she did say she had to work her ass off to buy it. What a bitch. Now she is going on about this stupid movie project. I am sure, the woman didn't continue as the restroom door opened and someone walked in.
Vice? Slap. Slap. Slap.
Victor heard the sound of slapping and then the sound of 3 bodies collapsing to the floor. Bitches, do you think I didn't hear you? Margaret, who seemed angry, said. All of you are fired.
Now go.
Don't let me send the hounds after you, she scolded. Victor could hear the sound of 3 women running out after that the restroom door closed. You can come out now, Margaret said, facing his cubicle. Just a moment, Victor said as he finished his business, then adjusted his pants and walked out. He looked at Margaret, who seemed to have changed her dress into a silky black one-piece that had a long cut along one leg and couldn't help swallowing his saliva.
She looked smoking hot.
You came just at the right time to hear them. Were you haunting them or something? He asked, shaking his head a little as he began to wash his hands. I was following you and just happened to hear them, she said after a sigh. Many in the company seemed to hate her and look down on her. She knew that perfectly. It was all out of jealousy, they wanted to be like her, but couldn't. Why were you following me? He turned to look at her with a frown. I just thought that since you entered the ladies' restroom you might be thinking of having some fun, she pouted. What do you mean ladies' restroom? This place is.
Holy shit.
Victor exclaimed as he looked around. This was the ladies' room. How the hell did he miss that earlier? I guess there is a lot on your mind, Margaret said, looking at him. By the way, why did you do that? She asked. Did what? He asked as he dried his hands. When that man threatened Elise, why didn't you shoot him?
Margaret asked. I was planning to, but you beat me to him, he paused.
Since when was Margaret faster than him?
Exactly.
I had to wait 30 seconds expecting you to act before I shot him. I thought you were testing us, but now I guess not. Today you seem to be a little slow in a sense, she said as she inspected him.
Oh.
1 SEC, Victor said, then frowned as he closed his eyes and began to appraise himself.
Name, Victor von Weiss.
Level, 154.
Titles.
Dungeon Explorer, discovered a dungeon. Dungeon Conqueror X2, triggered a dungeon clear event. Savior X5, saved a human from an unavoidable death flag. Avenger, killed a stigma title holder. Master Demon Slayer, killed a demon 100 times stronger than you. The enemy of all demons, destroyed a demon bastion. Last Breath Warrior, fought in a deadly situation in a dungeon. Hero Party Member, defeat a boss as a part of the hero's team. Hero's Journey, help a hero survive a hopeless situation. Status. Authority, Infinity. Health 100%. Stamina 100%. Mana 100%. Strength 668. Agility 531. Intelligence 791.
Luck 62 plus 16. Charm 84 plus 17.
Order points 493.
Class, Fate Weaver X. Subclass, Akashic Scholar X.
Class skills: Eyes of Destiny X +2. Destiny Shield SSS +1.
Fate Tracker X +1. Fate Instinct X +1.
Record Vision X 0 of 1. Record Search X 0/3. Recognized skills:
Poison Resistance SSS. Womanizer A++. Silky Tongue B.
Face Slapping C.
Butt Slapping C. Base Resistance D. Sword Arts D. Lying D. Kissing D. Sleeping D. Acting D. Gourmet D. Pain Tolerance E. Poetry E.
Creative Writing E.
Songwriting E. Poison Brewing E. Evading E. Self-Healing E. Dagger Arts E. Needle Arts E. Murder E. Persuasion E. Movement Arts E. Mace Arts E. Needle Arts E. Dismantling E. Castration E. Torture E. Martial Arts F. Piano F. Guitar F. Quick Reading F. Bleeding Resistance F. Formations Art F. System Skills:
Bloodline Appraisal X. Admin Appraisal X. Admin Merchant SSS +2. Master Seal SS +4, 6 out of 8. Unlimited Disguise SS +4. Contractor of Doom +2 S.
Soul Defense S. Shadow Shift S. Storage Space S. Elemental Shield A. Poison Blood A. Dragon Armor A.
Eidetic Memory A. Super Enhanced Senses A. Silent Blade A.
Fire Breath A.
Dagger Throw B.
Night Vision D. Blood Heal D.
Wind Blade D. Health Regeneration E.
Invisibility E. Hard Skin E. Flight E. Shapeshift E. Aura Dispel E. Wind Vortex E. Dispel Curse E. Dispel Charm E. Earthquake E. Lie Detection F. Enhanced Senses F.
Minor Invincibility F.
X-Ray Vision F. Survey F. Frost Ray F. Lava Ray F. Teleport F. Telepathy F. Electrify F. Isolation F. Awaken Player F.
Magic Affinity: Fire, Ice, Space, Time, Wind, Lightning, Earth, Dark Poison.
Bloodline
Chaos Dragon X 100% Awakening.
Effects:
All attributes X2. Increase resistance to all diverse effect. Increase resistance to all elements.
Immortality, Draconic Aura,
Regeneration.
Mana Heart,
Super Enhance Libido.
Skills: Devour X 3.
Space Fracture X 27. Heavenly Fire X.
Chaos Ring X. Chaos Breath X. Chaos Step SSS. Dragonification SS. Dragon Breath S.
Dragon Claw
S. Limitless Flight S. Limitless Dive S. Hiding S. Draconic Howl A. Camouflage A. Charm A.
Primordial Demon X 51% Purity, Unawakened. System Connections:
Lily, Main Wife. Mina, Concubine. Mana, Concubine. Margaret, Concubine.
Lynn, Concubine/Blood Slave.
Elise, Concubine. Arya, Concubine. Monica, Concubine. Mira, Concubine.
Alexis, Concubine/Blood Slave.
Poe, Blood Slave. Rita, Blood Slave. Tom, Blood Slave. Danielle, Blood Slave. Fate Strength A+. Equipment:
Dragon Storage Ring S. There was nothing wrong. Wait. Victor closed his eyes and quickly entered his soul space. The Blood Slave skill gave him the ability to see through his slave's eyes, and this technique was in a way a method for his soul to enter their bodies.
Holy shit.
At his soul space, the damage was beyond anything he could imagine. A large part of his soul was literally shredded into pieces with only thin threads connecting them. It must have been when he felt the pain when Hua Hua tested Tulip's blood. That bitch secretly attacked his soul that was connected to Tulip's blood. No, this attack must have been integrated with the test skill she used.
"Shit," he yelled.
No wonder he felt very foggy all morning. This was not a small damage, and if not for his soul defense skill and the size of his soul, he would have definitely died without knowing how. Lords are really scary.
Damn it.
He had been acting too brazenly lately after he got his bloodline awakened and after he got all of those X-rank skills. He forgot how scary the world could be.
What?
Margaret asked as she watched Victor grab a few healing pills and then throw them in his mouth. My soul is damaged, he said, making Margaret raise one eyebrow. Victor was being too honest. We should return to the mansion to get Ruby, she said as she quickly took her phone and sent a message to Theta. I will let Monica take care of the auditions.
Damn it.
My father is coming tonight, he exclaimed as if he didn't hear Margaret. His mind seemed to have lost the ability to process more than one thread at a time.
Shit.
Bad luck was hunting him. It was as if he got jinxed or... Damn, it was definitely that girl Mavis.
Let's go,
Victor said but was stopped by Margaret who stood in his way.
What? He asked. Just a little test.
It would be a shame not to take advantage of this situation, she said as she moved her hand behind her back and untied a single thread. The next moment, the black dress she was wearing slid off her body.
Ow.
Victor lost all reason after that. What did you do to him? Lily asked as soon as she entered the CEO's office where Victor was laying on the couch with a blissful smile on his face. He was only wearing a towel around his waist. Margaret, who was wearing a bathrobe and sitting at his side, didn't have to answer as Victor replied without raising his head. My soul is damaged, he kept it short. That Void Lord? Lily asked as she hurried to his side to check on him. He smelled a lot like Margaret despite seemingly just having a shower in the office's private bathroom. It was as if she sat on his face or something.
Yeah, Victor said.
I already called Ruby, she should be here any second. Margaret said, earning herself a glare from Lily. And why is he like this?
Lily asked.
Earlier he seemed to be a little airhead due to his soul damage, so I figured it would be dangerous to take him out like that. You saw how many girls were planning to throw themselves at him when the audition finished. So you drained him out?
Lily asked. Yup.
It worked, she shrugged, making Lily silently curse. Damn, that bitch must have taken advantage of him.
But she was right.
How are you feeling now? Lily asked as she watched him sit up with difficulty. Margaret did drain him well. I am a little better thanks to the soul healing pills I took, but it was dangerous, he said. I didn't notice anything at all. That bitch must have done something like this before. Soul severing?
Lily asked.
She did feel Victor was a little agitated earlier, but she thought this was because of him losing Tulip. Yes. I only read about it in the records, but I never imagined it would be this dangerous.
He said. So,
what should we do now?
Lily asked.
As I was telling Margaret, my father will be here tonight, so we will have to act accordingly. He paused, then took a blood-stained diary from his ring. Lily, can you use your time dilation skill on this? I want it to be 1,000 years old.
He said.
Lily frowned then nodded as she grabbed the diary, flipped through it before she placed it on the table in front of her, and closed her eyes. Moments later Victor and Margaret watched as a transparent black orb of energy began to surround the diary that began to weather as if it was passing through the years. It all ended in 10 minutes when the office door was knocked.
It is finished.
Lily, who seemed a little tired, said, throwing the diary back at Victor and then going to unlock the office's door. It was Ruby and Theta who seemed to have hurried from the mansion.
Ah, young master.
Ruby and Theta both exclaimed as they closed their eyes with their hands when they saw Victor's semi-nude state. Come quick, he said as he put the diary away after inspecting it. I seem to have hurt my soul remembering your beauty. Could you take a look at it? He asked, flashing the two little girls a dashing smile. He could tell that they were peeking at him through the small openings left between their fingers. Crack! The poor door knob cracked in the back as Lily squeezed it with her hand while closing the door, but no one cared about that. And then he ordered those little girls to look at his private parts just like that. One guy looked around making no one else but his group was listening and then said it. Earlier he was going around the company to have a look around for some star to meet when he spotted two pretty little girls walking in one of the corridors. He planned to strike up a conversation with them, but the girls quickly entered some office, and before the door closed he spotted the one and only Victor White inside, laying on a couch in an ambiguous pose. Before the door was closed, he heard what Victor said to the two girls. Damn that filthy pervert. Really? Michael, who was waiting for his turn for the audition, asked in shock.
What a pervert, he exclaimed.
Damn, I didn't expect the lives of those in the media to be so depraved. Another guy said. Maybe I should reconsider auditioning for this damn movie, he added righteously.
I agree.
This place is too immoral. In that office earlier, there were 2 other girls that I couldn't clearly see, they seemed to have just finished doing it though.
The first guy said.
Are you telling the truth? Michael asked, feeling a little jealous of his brother-in-law. Yeah, Victor was only wearing a bath towel after all. I swear on my mother's grave, the guy said.
Wait, wasn't she your mother?
The one who was encouraging you outside, the big-boobed girl who was standing with him asked while raising one eyebrow. She was the reason they were all acting full of justice.
No, that was my sponsor.
Every young talented actor like myself needs one. The man framed it nicely. We are talking about Victor White now. He quickly demanded her to drop the subject of his sugar mama.
Fine.
Can you remember what the girls looked like? The girl asked. We can ask about their identity later, she clarified. One had a ponytail, while the other had a twin tails haircut. They were very pretty and cute, but I had never seen them before, the guy said. Still, one of them moved like a prostitute.
Oh.
Well, it is nothing strange. We have all heard the rumors about Victor White's wild preferences, the girl said, shrugging. Be it old or young, there is nothing money can't buy. Even you. Michelle asked as he secretly checked her boobs for the 37th time today. Although they were not comparable to Gloria's, they were not bad. Interested, she asked in a flirty tone. She had long noticed his peaks. Yes, the 3 men who were standing next to her all nodded. You can't afford me, she said then chuckled. Michael really wanted to ask her for a quote, but he didn't dare to. This girl might appear all nice and friendly, but he saw her bash a man earlier who tried to molest her. Can that Victor afford you? One other guy asked before Michael could.
I wonder,
she said in a sad tone while hugging her boobs, making them pop out of the neck of the V-neck sweater she was wearing. But since he got his hands on even the all-mysterious Crimson Pearl, would I be able to resist him if he came after me? She sighed as she sexily bit her lip, making the 3 young men swallow hard.
You are different, Michael said. If you say so, she giggled.
By the way, do you have an idea who that Crimson Pearl is? I really want his autograph. Sadly no, the 3 guys shook their heads. Still one of them had a different spark in his eyes. It was Victor's brother-in-law, Michael. You know something, don't you? The girl asked, poking Michael's muscular arm with her delicate finger.
Not really.
But I know someone who knows, he said, hesitating a bit. He feared that if he revealed his relationship with Victor, the girl might decide to use him to get to his big fish brother-in-law before abandoning him.
Wow, really?
Can you get me an autograph? She asked with sparkling eyes.
I will try my best, Michael replied. Wow, thanks. I am a huge fan, she said,
acting a little excited. Really? The 3 guys asked. Crimson Pearl was not a conventional writer after all.
It is true, she said.
His novels have technically saved my life when I was most desperate. I was looking forward to meeting him when he said he was going to reveal his identity to raise some funds, then all of a sudden he changed his mind a few months ago, deciding to keep his identity a secret.
He even stopped publishing frequently, she complained. True, Michael nodded.
In the past, Crimson Pearl used to finish publishing an exciting full novel every month, but for the last 3 months, he only managed to publish 20 chapters or so. It was as if he was very busy. Michael now knew why. It was because Crimson Pearl was busy working on this new movie. Well, if you manage to know more about him, I would be really thankful, the girl said, sighing.
How thankful? One guy asked.
It was an appropriate question, but the guys needed to know. Well, how about, the girl bit her lip flirtingly and began to speak when someone called from the back. Those who are auditioning for the role of the pimp, please step forward.
Mira announced. Quickly now. It is my call, Michael said.
Me too, the other 2 guys replied as they turned to go one stage. Not forgetting to give the big-boobed girl one last look.
Wish me luck, Bianca,
Michael told her, not expecting a reply, but in the next moment she stepped forward and gave him a hug and kissed his cheek.
Good luck.
Call me later if you want a party, Bianca whispered in his ear before chuckling as she let go of him. Giving him and the other guys one last look, she winked, turned and left, leaving poor Michael in shock as the 2 other guys cried after her for a good luck kiss too, but she ignored them. Tom had to tell the truth. He really liked life in the Celestial sect, but he was literally about to explode. Being one of Caspian's Hera, he was given an entire courtyard to live in by himself where he could train his martial arts surrounded by pretty maids that he couldn't touch. Damn it, he cursed as he secretly made his way through a hidden mountain path. His time here was filled with meditation and training. During this period he was only allowed to meet Caspian 3 times, and it was under supervision, fearing the curse might relapse. Thankfully, Tom didn't feel anything when he met Caspian. On the contrary, it was Caspian who began to breathe heavily every time their eyes met, forcing the elders to end the meeting. According to the whimsical system, Caspian was like this because his soul was not the original owner of the body he occupied, and this made him very susceptible to curses that controlled primal desires. Although the curse was dispelled by the sect's elders, the body that lacked the nourishment of its original soul couldn't easily forget the sensual pleasure it experienced that day. Thankfully, his suffering was not in vain. The system unlocked some new features for him as compensation. Now he had access to the system store and the system's storage space. This not only allowed him to store many of the treasures he stole, but also to purchase an encrypted satellite phone to call and assure his loved ones of his safety. He also got some very high-quality toys to relieve his manly needs. So, with too much time on his hands, and nothing to do, Tom began to focus on training his skills when he was not out exploring the heavenly sect and investigating Caspian under the system's instruction. According to the information he collected secretly, Caspian seemed to own a small hut on the edge of the sect. That place was off limits as Caspian was supposedly raising some rare flowers there. Those flowers would wonder if anyone who didn't have the right kind of energy got near. According to the reports, Caspian would go there to meditate every night at sunset and leave in the morning, so Tom was instructed by the system to go there today, as there was currently a contest being conducted in the main courtyard to choose the participants of the Jade Grand Tournament that would be held in a couple of months. Nova, Tom, being Caspian's wife, didn't have to participate, but this was not true for others including the guards who yearned for a promotion. This made it more convenient for Tom to sneak to the hut while the security was minimal.
System.
We will enter the Forbidden Zone any time now, Tom said.
Confirmed.
System will give you the ultimate disguise for 3 hours. This will cost you 399 system coins. If you take an additional hour right now, IT will be 449. Damn greedy system, Tom cursed silently. The system prices are always over the top. He can get those system coins by completing missions, or by selling gems and coins. Watch your language. The system prices are always fair and well calculated.
Whatever. Let's do it. 4 hours, he said.
He had a lot of money after secretly raiding a few of the elders' halls with the system skills, and from experience, he could tell that the system's offers were always worth it. The only complaint he had was that the system was really too whimsical. Sometimes it would flatly refuse his requests while others, it would stop responding completely. He discovered that in order to assure the whimsical system's help he needed to either set his plan beforehand or be in some really shitty situation. It was like getting an appointment with a dentist. Feeling the disguise effect engulf him, Tom became more brazen, not caring to walk like a lady as he put on the levitation necklace and then hurriedly broke into the Forbidden Zone by flying over the high fence surrounding it. Inside, it was really just a large field of flowers with a small wood hut in its center. It was really a picturesque scene. Without stepping onto the flowers, Tom floated until he reached the hut, where the system teleported him inside free of charge.
The hut was empty.
There was nothing inside but an old chair.
Search underground.
A random whimsical tip. All the powers in the world have numerous underground dungeons to keep their shit, so always search for one when you are out raiding.
The system said.
Tom nodded and began feeling around the wooden boards that covered the hut's floor, where he quickly found a hidden trapdoor. Tom didn't try to open it, but once again used the system's shadow shifting skill to pass through it into the long spiraling stairway going down. Tom didn't hesitate as he started to descend, and after 5 minutes he reached the bottom where in front of him a long stone dungeon lit with strange blue-colored torches appeared.
Explore it.
You are hidden, so no one can see you. The system ordered. Tom nodded and began to slowly look around. The dungeon was made of a long corridor with filthy cells on both sides. The first 5 were empty and covered with a layer of dried blood.
The 6 were not.
As Tom approached it, he could see that inside of it there was a group of 7 young girls huddled to one side wearing filthy rags as clothes. They must have been here for a long time. He frowned and began to look at the other similar cells. The closer he got to the end of the corridor, the more haggard and hurt the occupants of the cells became. Reaching the end of the corridor, he couldn't even look at the 2 girls who were almost disfigured and missing an arm and a leg in the last cell.
What is this place? Tom asked with a frown.
Caspian's feeding room. As a high-ranking demon, he needs a lot of demonic soul energy to use his skills and power to fool the world. But the human body he is occupying can't generate such energy. The best way to get this energy is to harvest it from suitable targets. Apparently, he seems to like eating them after exhausting them. Do you want to learn this technique? You will become a demon king, but it will cost you your humanity, and you will be addicted to little girls' flesh. You will have to eat one every day to keep your power.
Limited offer.
Now for only 7,999,999,999,999 system coins. No thanks, Tom, who felt that the system was trolling him, said. Can you tell me why all those demons like girls? Why not guys? He felt like asking. Virgin girls has a lot of energy that can be easily transformed into demonic energy.
Oh.
Can we save the girls? He asked. This might put you in grave danger.
I don't care, Tom said.
He couldn't leave those girls like that.
Calculating.
The system will need some time to calculate the safest method and prepare a suitable artifact for that. Keep exploring for now. Tom nodded as he reached the wooden door at the end. He took a deep breath and then used the shadow to shift past it. Inside it was a small corridor that had 3 rooms. The left one seemed to be a kitchen that had a dissecting table in the middle. Thankfully, it was empty. The second room was empty except for a large red jade slab in its center. After spending some time in the sect, Tom knew that this one was extracted from a dungeon and was meant for meditation. Can I take this?
Tom asked.
After learning about meditation, he realized why those sects were so powerful. The strange skills and methods they used allowed them to gain attribute points without having to risk their lives in the dungeon, as meditating on a high-quality jade like this would allow him to get about 1 to 2 attribute points every week.
Of course.
Just be careful, let me show you the slab's appraisal. Blood meditation slab, S. Meditate to convert the blood you just drank to attribute points. Results vary depending on the blood. Must use the blood sutra.
The system replied. Ah.
I guess I would just sell it, Tom said as he put the slab in his storage space, before giving the room one final look and heading to the last one. It was a vault of some sort. Inside of it, there were many jars filled with blood and body parts floating in yellowish liquids. What is this?
Tom asked. The pickling room.
Collect those for the system for 998 system coins. The paid amount will be 988 after the income tax is deducted. Despite his disgust, Tom nodded as he collected all the jars. Then, as if thinking of something, he began to search for a trapdoor.
You should her. Hidden mission initiated. Mission.
Find the secret behind the wall. Reward, 5,000 system coins. The system that was about to scold Tom to hurry up was interrupted and had to correct itself when behind one of the empty shelves, a hidden switch was found. Tom hesitated for a second, then quickly pressed it, opening the panel behind the shelves. It was just a wall, with a small vault in its center.
It was locked.
Use the shadow shifting to pass your hand through the door and grab whatever is inside. The system advises you to use the newly acquired Corpse Glove D artifact to protect your delicate hand just in case. It has good resistance for curses. It is available now for 7.499 system coins. Tom frowned, then as if by intuition he accepted. I will buy it, he said, getting a golden glove to appear in his hand as he watched his system coins decrease in the system panel. Wearing the glove, he activated the shadow skill and pushed his hand inside. Bang! His hand didn't enter but hit the solid vault door. Why is it not working? Tom asked, feeling frustrated. This had never happened before. Wait. System analyzing. The vault has some kind of array to freeze space. The system advises you to try to store it whole in your storage space. You can retrieve it and try to open it later. Tom nodded, holding the vault by its sides with his fingernails, then tried to pull on it while activating his storage space. From a moment there he could see a message that read, "Insufficient authority." But moments later another message took its place. "Authority override by the whimsical system." The vault disappeared, entering the storage space. What was that?
Tom asked. Was what? The system asked.
The messages. The whimsical system had to use its authority to help you take the vault. Consider it a freebie. Oh, Tom nodded as he checked the vault's now empty location and then gave the 3 rooms one last look and then left them. Do you have a way to take the girls out? He asked. Yes. The only safe method had been identified. There is 3 conditions. The girls must not know your identity to avoid danger in case they are captured again. This operation must be done in 30 minutes. The girls will be healed and automatically teleported to a safe location on another continent. Where exactly? Tom asked. It is a girls-only sect called the Ice Sect. Even if Caspian used some demonic way to locate them, he will not be able to take them back.
They will be safe.
Warning. The system will now change your shape and you must claim that you were sent by the Emperor to save them.
The Emperor? Tom asked.
Just a pseudonym to fool your enemies. The girl will be questioned at the Ice Sect after all. I understand, Tom said as a strange shabby-looking cauldron appeared in front of him. Use this to teleport the girls out.
A teleportation device?
Can I use it too?
Tom asked.
He really wanted to leave this place. If you leave now, your mission will be considered a failure. Caspian will be able to locate Nova, who is now hiding, until the tournament when she will use the chaos to find her way here. You will lose your ability as a man.
Cancel mission?
Yes/no. No, Tom said as he felt the disguise around him lift. The girls who were lying in the cells all looked up at him with fear in their eyes.
Don't worry.
I am here to save you, he said.
Ah.
The Emperor sent me here to save you.
He quickly corrected himself.
So, did I get the role? Michael asked shamelessly. He had finished his audition and then went to look for Bianca. Too bad he couldn't find her and had to go back and find his mother, who was at the moment sitting at the CEO's office with his sisters and 5 of Victor's wives, Mira, Lynn, Monica, Margaret and Elise. Michael, who, except for Margaret, was meeting them officially for the first time, had to confess.
He was very jealous. Super jealous.
He wanted a harem like this too.
No.
Not quite like this. His harem must have big breasts. I can't tell you the results yet. We need to check all the recordings again before we make our final judgment, Mira said.
Still.
You have not been eliminated yet, and even if you didn't get the pimp role, there are 3 minor roles that would suit you, she explained. Was he really any good? Mona asked in surprise.
For a pimp.
He was very pretty good, Monica, who took Margaret's position as a judge after the break, said. Hearing her, Michael was feeling a little conflicted about being called good for a pimp, but being good at something is never a bad thing, right? Didn't you watch me? He turned and asked his mother.
Ah. Sorry.
We got a little hungry, so Mina took us to this 3 Chilling Stars restaurant nearby to try it out. We had to try everything on their menu. So, sorry, Vanessa apologized to her son while touching her slightly bloated belly. She was not sorry at all. Even Mona blushed a little. She didn't want to confess it, but that restaurant was really good. If it weren't for her super rich sisters reserving the entire place by a phone call, she might not have been able to eat there or even reserve a spot on their waiting list that extended for 17 months.
Oh, Michael sighed.
His mother seemed to have been completely bought up by her son-in-law's riches. Seeing how she was chatting lively with Victor's wife, she didn't seem to be minding this harem situation anymore. Where is Victor anyway? He asked. He is. Before Margaret could say it, a side door opened and Victor, who was dressed casually, walked out with a veiled girl and 2 young girls. The ones that Guy described earlier. Oh, you guys are already here. Did the auditions finish? Victor asked casually as he headed to his desk.
Yes.
How were the girls?
Margaret asked. They were a little shocked.
But not bad overall. They will get used to it, Victor said, making Mona clench on her teeth. You managed to finish, processing them? Margaret asked again, causing Mira, who was sitting at her side, to start pinching her from behind. Couldn't the girl stop phrasing things so ambiguous? Mona had already begun to look at Victor with disgust. Not quite. We couldn't completely finish because there was a lot to do. We will continue after our hard-working Ruby here rests a bit, he added, pointing to the twin-tailed girl who was collapsing on a couch. She seemed a little out of breath. Michael, who was feeling very jealous while imagining what was happening in that room, couldn't help but swallow his saliva looking at Ruby and then at Victor.
Wasn't she too young?
This was not his business. He reminded himself, turning to look at his mother, wanting to see her reaction.
There was none.
She only uttered a sigh, but that's it. She had already been completely bought. Bianca was right, money was scary. Michael couldn't help sighing as he watched Victor take his seat behind the desk. Like Mona, he didn't like Victor a lot either. Victor felt a little too arrogant for him and made him feel too inferior. He suddenly noticed someone inspecting him. She was one of the little girls who was with Victor. After giving him an inspector's look, she began to whisper something in Victor's ear as she rubbed the jade bangle on her hand. I already noticed. It is okay, don't worry, Victor said, rubbing the girl's head while tapping the table 5 times with his fingers in a certain pattern, making Margaret, who was sitting on the couch opposing Michael, casually take a bottle of air freshener and casually spray it on Michael, making him close his eyes in annoyance. Sorry, someone broke some wind, she told Vanessa politely in a low voice, making the latter look with disgust at her stupid son, who wanted to defend himself but decided not to, knowing that no one would believe him anyway. Did you want something from me? Victor finally asked, looking at Michael and saving him from the embarrassing situation.
What?
Can't I come to see my brother-in-law without needing something? Michael asked with a dry smile as Mona looked at him with disgust. She knew her brother better than anyone, and he wouldn't be here if he didn't want something.
Oh.
I didn't mean it like that. I just heard you ask about me when I entered the room.
Victor explained.
I figured you might want something, he added.
Oh well.
I just wanted to ask you about Crimson Pearl, Michael asked directly, not noticing the looks Victor and Margaret were shooting at each other. Are you a fan or something? Margaret asked as she inspected Michael from head to toe, casually pointed her phone in his direction, and asked.
Yes. A super fan, he confessed.
Really? Margaret asked as she bent over the coffee table between them to look at him and pushed her phone on his chest.
Yes.
Do you know his identity? He asked as Margaret slowly lowered her phone and then retracted. I never truly met him, Margaret shook her head. Victor is the one who communicates with him usually. They are best buddies, she added as she retracted her phone, looked at it then began texting.
Ah.
Really? Michael turned and asked Victor. Yes, we met by chance during a friend's birthday, and hit it off directly as we had many things in common.
Victor shrugged.
It was later that I found out about Crimson Pearl's talent, when we ended up spending one summer night in the same bed. It was a very eventful and special night. In the morning we began brainstorming for some projects to do together and the idea for the movie was born. Victor explained as a wretched smile appeared on his face.
Ah. In bed.
Mona was the one who asked as her face turned red.
Yes, Victor said.
Did you too?
You know what? Mona asked.
For some strange reason, her voice felt a little strange when she asked.
Know what?
Victor asked innocently, as if he didn't get what she was talking about.
Did you sleep together?
Mona asked after some hesitation, not knowing how to frame it.
Ah.
Not really, there was no sleeping. Back then we didn't close our eyes all night, Victor said after some thinking, deciding to play with her a little. She meant to ask if the two of you **ket each other. Michael, who woke up from his shock, had to correct his stupid sister despite already figuring out the answer. Neither he nor his sister noticed that the way they were talking was a little too unreserved.
Of course not.
Victor scolded, surprising everybody.
Not that night anyway, he added.
Making Vanessa, who almost sighed in relief, hiccup.
Ah.
Then you did it eventually? Mona asked as if she was expecting something, making Vanessa look at her daughter strangely. Why was her reserved daughter asking about those things? Yes, but only I did the **king part, he explained, making his wives who were listening almost giggle out loud as Victor looked at Mona to see her reaction. Unlike Vanessa and Michael, who couldn't help weirdly looking at him. Mona's face became more red with the blush reaching her ears as she began to secretly inspect Victor and some weird thoughts began to float in her mind.
Oh. Ah. Okay.
Can I meet him? Michael finally asked, deciding not to delve deeper into Victor's weird hobbies. This conversation had already become very awkward. You want to sleep with Crimson Pearl too?
Victor asked.
Seemingly a little offended.
Ah no. Not at all.
I only wanted to ask him some questions and get his autograph.
Michael quickly clarified. Well,
He is usually very busy, but I can ask him, I guess. He would never refuse me, I am his sugar daddy after all. Victor said casually, giving Margaret a wink as he took his phone and sent a message. The response came pretty quickly as if the other side was waiting for him.
What did he say?
Michael asked as he watched Victor put down his phone. He will be in Vane City in 2 days. He doesn't mind meeting you.
Victor said.
I already sent him your phone number, he will contact you when it is time. That guy always likes to be secretive for some reason.
Ah.
Thanks. Michael said as his eyes began to look around nervously.
Can I bring a friend? He finally asked. Who?
Victor asked, seemingly worried. It's not like that. She is a girl that I met today and I am planning to bang her, you know.
She is also a huge fan.
Michael said, stressing the word huge and making his mother look at him with disgust for the 3rd time today. Did he have to state it like this? If it is for that reason, I am okay with it. Victor said casually, smiling for the first time as he shot Michael a knowing smile. Thanks, brother-in-law.
Michael said.
Maybe Victor was not that bad after all. Did you find out who pushed him? Victor asked as soon as he got into the car with Margaret, Lily, and Elise. The other girls were divided among the other cars. It was a girl calling herself Bianca Young. She seemed to have accidentally met Michael outside the venue and they stuck together after all, Lily said as she checked her phone. They stayed together until Michael began his audition according to the surveillance tape. She seemed to be really interested in Crimson Pearl.
I see.
What was she auditioning for? A minor player role of a maid.
She didn't get it, Lily replied. Her background? Victor asked.
According to the audition application she filled out, she is an actress from Top Tree City. She is an orphan who graduated from the art school there, Lily said. According to Kai, her data matches the family database still.
Too clean? He asked.
Yes. Lily nodded, There are too many empty slots in her history. She is too clean for someone who could easily sneak in and plant a high-tech listening device so casually.
A listening device?
Elise asked in surprise. She noticed that Victor and Margaret were sending each other all kinds of signals, but as she was playing being blind, she couldn't really investigate freely. Yes, our conversation in the office was getting recorded, Victor said. If it were not for Theta's bracelet, we wouldn't have noticed.
He added.
Did you analyze that device? He asked Margaret. I couldn't really get to look at it, as it was some kind of a sticker stuck into Michael's back pocket. That girl must have put it in when she hugged him. Margaret replied. Still, I did a full scan, and the scanner in my phone was barely able to pick it up when I almost stuck it in Michael's ass. It is made of plastic and doesn't match any standard devices, she said. It is like some kind of new tech, she added as she focused on the road.
True.
The standard anti-surveillance around your office failed to pick it up, so I guess it must be just some kind of recording device. Someone would definitely come pick it up later.
Lily asked.
You wanted them to listen? Elise asked as things began to fall into place.
Of course I did.
When Theta notified me, I immediately deactivated the latent speech concealing talisman I kept on my body at all times. Or else they would only be able to hear random noises in the recording, he explained. I didn't want to startle whoever is behind this.
Ah, Elise was surprised.
She had no idea that Victor was always prepared. If my guess is right, Michael will call that girl right away and meet with her. She will retrieve the recorder.
Lily said.
I already notified our agents to track him, but I don't think it will be too useful, as those guys seem to be good at hiding their trail. I already sent all the data we got to Alpha. She will do a deep analysis and cross-referencing and then get back to me tonight.
Good, Victor nodded.
What is the story about Crimson Pearl? Elise suddenly asked.
Oh.
Didn't you figure it out already? I can already tell she is Margaret. Elise said, blushing a little as she remembered one of the published stories she read when she was investigating. But why are those guys interested in her?
Corporate espionage, she asked.
I mean, Crimson Pearl is not that big of a name to cause such a sensation.
Oh.
Well, Victor chuckled and looked at Margaret, who was busy driving. What would be the first thing someone who traveled in time would do, he asked. Elise quickly figured it out.
Get money.
Exactly, Victor said, chuckling a bit again.
Yes. I needed money. Okay.
Margaret defended herself. I couldn't really remember the number of winning lottery tickets like those in stupid novels, and I had no money to do some sports betting or go into the stock market. So the only thing I figured I could easily do was to rewrite some of the most successful web novels of the future in an attempt to get some money. The ones I remembered anyway, she explained.
Oh, Elise nodded.
Ever since I met Victor, the first was no longer in need of such little money, but after Victor told me that he suspects that there were other time travelers beside us, we decided to use a Crimson Pearl as one of the many lures we set to get to them.
Oh.
Elise finally got it. There were many false alarms during the last month as some horny fans tried to locate Margaret, but hopefully this time we just got some real fish. Victor said in a cold voice. Reaching the mansion, Victor quickly told the girls to get ready to meet their father-in-law. He informed Hilda that Mike would be bringing his father later before heading toward the other building, where Hannah's new lab was constructed.
So,
you finally decided to leave your harem and come see me, she asked sarcastically.
Jealous?
He asked as he looked around. The normal-looking basement from before had been transformed into a mad scientist's lab with all kinds of blinking gadgets that were paid for by his credit card. Like hell, she scolded angrily.
Are they ready? He asked.
My father will be here any moment. Yes, she said, taking 2 bottles and placing them in front of Victor. The left ones are normal blood-purifying pills, while in the right one, we have the enhanced one. There are 20 pills in each, she said proudly. Excellent, he said, pocketing the pills. How is the process of the demonification data? He asked. The data Lily got earlier was not sufficient. They must have been using some external agent to extract the essence from the monsters' corpses. I still couldn't figure it out, she sighed. I don't want to start conducting human trials until I am 100% sure, she explained.
I see.
Alpha got new data 2 days ago, Victor said. It seemed like the chicks would have to wait to get their draconic upgrade. Yes, she already told me. Did you really break into the Von Zwei vault?
She asked.
The Von Zwei and the Von Rosen families were her nemesis. Yup, too bad the real valuable stuff was already divided between their elders, Victor signed. We should have got most of the data from their database though. It should contain some things about your family. Alpha did send me something yesterday, but I didn't have time to look at it.
Hannah sighed.
Is there anything wrong? He asked. My master sent me a letter, a physical one, she said, taking an ancient-looking envelope and giving it to Victor, who frowned, then opened it and read the letter inside. It has only a few words.
Come see me. OH. Victor paused for a moment. You plan to go? He asked.
He already anticipated that Hannah's sect, the Immortal Abode, would come to ask for her. And he never planned to keep her against her will.
I don't know, Hannah replied.
Truth be told, although she missed her master and younger apprentice brother, she didn't miss her stupid sect at all. After she was pampered by living the luxurious life provided by Victor's mansion, she was not looking forward to going back to doing laundry and getting ordered around by grumpy old men. Not only that, but in the sect, she would have to go through a lot of trouble to come out once a year. Here, although Victor was practically working her to the bone, he got her a lab she always dreamed of, and he didn't really restrict her freedom, allowing her to come and go as she desired. The one final point was that here, along with Louise, she could work actively on her family's revenge. And Victor really did keep his promise of not laying his hands on her. His hands were too full for that. Why was she feeling grumpy about that? What would happen if you didn't respond to him? Victor asked, waking her up from her contemplation. He will probably come here himself, Hannah said, shivering a little. Although she respected her master a lot, she also feared him. Don't worry, he would never dare to take you by force, you have a contract with me after all, Victor said. I believe he has more than one way to convince you to give up that contract, Hannah replied, making a point.
He can try, Victor smiled.
Hannah had no real idea how scary he had become. He has to give a face to my family after all, and we can always reach a deal if he is a reasonable man.
Don't worry, Victor said.
Neither he nor Lily had any recollection of the Immortal Abode, but no matter what, there was nothing money couldn't buy. Going back to the main mansion, Victor noticed his father's car parked outside as soon as he reached the door. Mike should have already finished with him and then brought him here. Is my father already here? He asked one of the little maids who were sweeping the entrance. They were made to be always working by Hilda to train their muscles. Victor could spot the iron training weights on the girl's arms.
You young master.
They are in the western living room, the little girl said politely. Victor nodded, rubbing the girl's head before he hurried there. Entering the room, he quickly noticed his handsome father, sitting on a couch next to Vanessa discussing some things. Mike, Lynn, Mira, Monica, the twins and Mona were sitting to the side awkwardly. The rest of the girls were nowhere to be found.
And that's how it happened, Vanessa said.
I see, Theodore nodded and looked up as soon as Victor walked in.
Father.
I see you have already met my mother-in-law, Victor said with a strange look in his eyes. Was his father fishing in his house? Now you know to call her mother-in-law.
Theodore scolded.
How dare you lock such a delicate lady in a cage and threaten her? Is that how I raised you? Theodore exploded immediately. It seemed like Vanessa had already told him about how she met Victor. Yes, that's how you raised me, Victor replied shamelessly.
Mike in the back nodded.
Yes, that's the way he raised them to be. Domineering and unreasonable.
Shut up.
You dare to talk back to me? Theodore scolded angrily once more as he stood up and pointed at Victor. You unfilial child. Master Theodore, you don't need to be angry. This is all now in the past. Victor had already made up for it. Vanessa, feeling the situation was getting out of hand, quickly tried to calm Theodore down. She didn't expect him to stand up for her like this though. He was a real gentleman. Don't worry. I will make sure to thoroughly educate my son, Theodore told Vanessa before looking at Victor. Follow me to your study, he said as he headed out of the room. Victor chuckled drily then hurried after him. Will he be okay? Vanessa asked nervously. Victor's wives were worried too.
Don't worry, Mike said.
Victor has tough bones, he added, trying to contain his laughter.
I see, Vanessa said.
Master Mike. How old is your esteemed father exactly? She suddenly asked. He is 48 or 50. I am not sure, Mike said. Oh really? Vanessa asked. As someone who is involved in the underworld, she was proficient in telling people's ages, and she could swear that Theodore was not older than 40. She could also tell how healthy and muscular he was under the expensive suit he was wearing. She had to stop herself from trying to touch his chest to check his abs. Yup. I think I should follow them, just to make sure father doesn't punish Victor too hard, Mike suddenly thought of something and said before hurrying after Victor. Vanessa nodded and watched as Mike left the room. She had many things in mind. Mother. Mona finally spoke as soon as Mike was out. Are you perhaps? She didn't continue. I am what? Vanessa asked shamelessly. Earlier she found out that this method worked wonders with her stupid daughter. Are you interested in Victor's father? Mona asked with a blush after some hesitation. She couldn't believe her eyes earlier when Vanessa turned into a bitch in heat as soon as she spotted Theodore enter through the door. She had never seen her mother act like this before.
Ah,
Who wouldn't be interested in such a dependable man?
Vanessa asked. He is married.
Mona said desperately. And so is your brother-in-law. You heard it from your sisters. Their family is okay with polygamy.
It is the norm for them, she said.
Lately, after seeing how Mina and Mana interacted with the other wives, she began to think that polygamy was not a bad thing after all. She didn't like it, but she was not against it anymore. The most important thing was that Theodore was 100% her type. A strong, noble, and filthy rich gentleman who treated her as a lady. It was as if he came right out of one of her childhood fantasies. Although he is already married to more than one woman, she was a widow herself and she didn't mind sharing. Like Victor, Theodore was rich enough to support all his wives anyway. What about father? Mona asked in a low voice, finally, feeling a little out of sorts.
What about him?
May his soul rest in peace. I am sure he is feeling happy for me at the moment. Vanessa said, making Mona almost explode. She was sure her father was turning in his grave. Mina and Mana, who were listening to the conversation, had a strange looks on their faces as they examined their mother and then looked at each other. It seemed like soul wine's effect on Vanessa had not worn off yet. She was at the moment showing her real character. Still, they didn't mind what was happening. If Vanessa were to marry Theodore, they would not only be Victor's wives but also his older stepsisters.
Father.
Are you perhaps interested in Vanessa? Victor said as soon as they entered the study. He had been trying hard to cook Mona slowly, but it seemed like Vanessa was also cooked by chance. Call her mother-in-law or stepmother. Theodore said as he sat down, stating his point. You are aiming for that third triplet anyway, it would be much easier if she was your stepsister, he added as he relaxed. True, Victor sighed, he was not really interested romantically in Vanessa but the situation felt weird. Let's discuss something else. First, where is the diary?
Theodore asked. It is here.
I already finished deciphering large parts of it, I included them in the separate notebook. Victor said, taking out the diary and a slim notebook from his ring and placing them on the table. Theodore frowned, then took the leather-bound diary and began to flip through it. It was in an ancient language, and Theodore could feel the ancient air around it. Since when can you read this? Theodore asked as Mike entered the study and quickly sat to the side. I can't read it. I needed a lot of dictionaries, and had to pay a lot of people to help me with the tough parts.
Victor quickly explained.
In fact, his notebook contains several mistakes on purpose.
I see.
Theodore said as a smile crept on his face. He gave Mike the diary to take a look at it, then checked the notebook before he put it in his ring, then watched Victor take out a bottle of pills. Blood-purifying pills? Theodore asked as he watched Victor take a second bottle. One of them is the normal type. The second was a result of a lucky accident during the preparation process. Lara took one of those, they not only help the awakening, but they even upgrade the bloodline.
Victor said.
The only condition is that you must take them before awakening your bloodline.
What?
Really? Theodore asked as Mike finished checking the diary and then returned it to Theodore. Yes. Victor said, suddenly releasing a small part of his bloodline's power, making both Theodore and Mike almost fall to their knees and then look at him with shock. You took it too?
Theodore asked in shock.
It was the same feeling of suppression he got from Lara.
Yup. Victor said.
Sadly, I could only create those 20 pills from the ancestor's blood drop.
Victor said.
10 of each kind?
It is okay.
They are more than enough. Theodore said as his eyes began to twinkle. Those were some very nice ammunition to use in the family council. Is this the surprise, Mike said, the two of you have prepared for me? Theodore asked as he pocketed the pills.
No, it is not this.
We will have to wait until after dinner to show you. Victor said mysteriously. You are not going to tell me what it is about? Theodore asked, raising one eyebrow. Not yet, Victor said, but it involves Grandma's birthday present. He added, winking to Mike, who nodded. If they were to tell their father now that they were attempting an awakening ceremony, the bastard would surely force them to try the awakening artifact on someone else, as he had zero respect for Mike's twin wives. He didn't hate them, but didn't like them either.
I see, Theodore frowned.
Well, as long as it does not take too long, I am fine with it, Theodore said. Planning to leave early?
Victor asked.
Not just me, but the two of you will come too,
Theodore said.
The family has ordered that all elite members should return to the island by tomorrow.
What?
Victor and Mike asked at the same time. Wasn't Grandma's birthday next week?
Victor added.
This is about something else, Theodore said, sighing. Is it that blood moon?
Victor asked. You know about it?
Theodore asked, raising one eyebrow.
Ah.
A little, Victor said, deciding to only tell Theodore about the Blood Moon dungeon after presenting the awakening artifact. It is a part of it. But that is not the main issue. I can't talk about it now, you will see when we reach the family.
Theodore explained.
Can I not go?
Victor asked.
He had a ton of problems to sort out before next week. The most important one was Bianca's problem. If he left now, he would not be able to go back until Grandma's birthday ends at the very least.
This would take 2 weeks. No.
It is a family supreme order.
You have to go.
Theodore said sternly. And take my advice not to bring any of your wives. The situation might be dangerous there, he added, not explaining any further.
Ah.
Can I bring Lily?
Victor asked.
He was not sure what this was about. He was not even sure if something like this happened in his past life. He was not an elite back then anyway. Since she is a family agent, she would be fine, Theodore said, sighing as Victor nodded, then began to rearrange his plans in his head. Oh, by the way, I forgot to give you the gift the family prepared for you after the wedding. Theodore suddenly said.
Right?
I almost forgot about that, Victor said as he watched Theodore take out a gilded folder from his ring and present it to Victor, who took it and slowly opened it.
Holy shit!
Victor exclaimed as he stood up in shock. Why the hell would they give me this?
He asked.
This gift was too big. Someone in the family may have some plans. It came from the council, Theodore said. I delayed giving it to you just to check on it, but I could find nothing.
Just be careful,
he said as he watched Victor look in shock at the paper in his hand.
Who did it?
Caspian yelled as he looked around at the empty base. He was furious. Who dares? He screamed, making the entire dungeon shake. He had just returned from attending the preliminary tournament where he acted as a judge in his pervert father's place. He was hungry for some snacks after a long day. Reaching here, he discovered that not only his snacks were gone, but even his hell silver vault where he kept his demonic sword and armor was nowhere to be found. That thing was supposed to be impregnable, but someone had the audacity to grab the entire thing that weighed several tons.
We saw nothing, master.
We just hid outside the cabin like you told us, and no one approached or opened the door. One man said. He was one of the 2 who were tasked to guard this place.
It is not our fault.
The alarm at the trapdoor didn't trigger either. The second said didn't continue as he and his friends suddenly found themselves without heads.
Useless scum.
Caspian snorted as he took a silver-colored talisman and put it on the floor right in front of the vault. Whoever took it must have stood right at this place.
The talisman burnt. Then nothing happened. Failed. Caspian frowned.
His tracking talisman never failed before. This meant that whoever was here was simply too powerful. Caspian thought for a moment and then took a different talisman. This one was vastly different from the other one. It had all kinds of strange symbols all over it, as if it was not something a human would make. It also looked very old. Caspian placed it right under where the vault was, then stepped back 3 feet. This time there was a response as the talisman burnt in an ominous green fire. Its smoke slowly reformed into 3 symbols. 2 faint ones and a very visible last. Dark space and corpse.
Caspian frowned. The Von Zwei, he wondered.
I can't leave with you, Lily said directly. She was sitting with Victor and his harem in the study having an emergency meeting. You have other plans?
Victor asked.
He had just informed the girls of his departure with his father and was giving them their roles for the next period of time.
Yes.
My family will come to take me in a couple of months at most, and I need to get a few things ready before I become full under their supervision, she explained. If your family visit took too long, I will miss this chance.
Victor frowned.
Lily was keeping very vague on purpose.
Dungeon diving? He asked. Yes. And some recruitment too, she nodded after some hesitation. Can you take Elise and Monica with you? He asked. He wanted the girls to bond a little and at the same time use the chance to level them up a little. No. It is too dangerous, she replied directly. I see. Just be careful,
Victor said as he turned toward the twins. Do you plan to stay here or go with your mother when she returns home? He said. She has already reserved a ticket for next week.
We will go with her.
We will work with Alpha to save Mona from those bastards who were scamming her,
Mina said.
Good, then take Theta and Ruby with you. I will give you a map to an unopened F-rank dungeon near Ring Cloud City where you will be staying. Take Mona and her stupid justice ring there and make them players after you finish, he said. I will keep in contact with you through our link, but you also have to be careful. We understand, they nodded as Theta looked at him. You want me to start the Players Guild there? She asked.
Yes.
It was far enough from Vane City to not arouse any suspicion.
Can you do it? He asked. Yes, she nodded. Good.
Make sure to recruit Mona and her friends to your cause, Victor said. He couldn't keep protecting the girls, they needed to get stronger by themselves. Although it would be dangerous, it was something they had to face sooner or later. And it was not like he didn't give each of them a ton of defense talismans and a protection artifact. Can't I go with you?
Lin asked.
My father's orders, Victor said. And you will be taking care of that Bianca girl. You are the only one available that I can use my power through at the moment, he added. Margaret and Mira in addition to the assassin girls will be your support, he said. Lin was strong enough to defeat any enemy, so the task of impersonating Crimson Pearl was left to her.
I understand, she said, pouting.
She really wanted to use this chance to get closer to him without any of the girls there. Arya, I will leave the company in your hands. If there is anything you want, just contact me, he finally told Arya. Make sure that the movies go on as planned. And also make sure that Hilda doesn't go too hard on the girls.
I understand, she nodded. Monica.
I will be leaving Lara in your care. Report to me if anything were to change with her, and consult Elle and Ian if you find anything strange, he finally told Monica, who nodded.
Now.
You girls can go, Margaret, Elise, and Lily you stay, he said, sighing. The girls looked at each other, then sighed and left. They were feeling a little left out and jealous as Victor didn't tell them everything. Still, they decided to just trust him. He had too many secrets, and many of them already regret knowing some of those. Is there anything else you want to tell us about? Elise asked as she watched Victor remain in his seat. You seemed really annoyed when you called us here earlier. Is there anything wrong? She asked.
Yes, he said.
You know that my family had supposedly prepared a big wedding gift for us, he said.
The girls nodded.
Well, using my connections with the Elder Council, I wanted them to grant us an island. One of the many they control around the world, he said. You were planning to build a base?
Margaret asked.
Yes, the one here is too conspicuous and many spies are already all around it, limiting our capabilities, he explained.
So, did you get one? Margaret asked.
I got this, Victor said, taking out an envelope from his ring, then throwing it on the table in front of Margaret, who couldn't help but rush and open it. Inside there was a map, a property deed, and a few scenic photographs of a long sandy beach surrounding a volcanic island. HSSSSSSSSSSSS.
Lily gasped.
That hellhole belonged to your family, she asked in shock.
Apparently.
Now it belongs to me, Victor said with annoyance.
He had no idea.
His family really had uncountable properties all over the world. And Victor had a feeling it was the world's will that led him to this place. It couldn't have been just a coincidence. What is that place?
Elise asked.
The island seemed just like a nice tropical retreat. In the reckoning, that entire part of the ocean will form into a giant vortex that will become a space gate straight into hell, the demon's original world. Victor said, making both Margaret and Elise look at the map of the island. It will be one of the invasion points, and even after humanity retrieved most of the land, that place remained very hard to guard against, he added. They called the Water Gate. The world's emperor had to build multiple bases nearby and station a gatekeeper super science there all year round to keep the demons from getting in. Isn't this good? Can't we just build a fortress there and use it to fend off the demons and get the gate for ourselves?
Margaret asked.
The gate will be 60 miles wide. The island will be completely eradicated when the gate opens. Lily comments, making Margaret imagine a smaller gate retreat. The island's location is near the center of the vortex. It might even be its very center. Lily paused as she and Victor jumped up from their seats and looked at the map showing the island's location. They were focusing on the numbers on the margins, the longitude, and the latitude. Margaret, you may have a point there, Victor said as he looked at Lily. The gate there might not be a coincidence, Elise said. Do you know how gates are born? She asked. While it is possible to open gates to other worlds, they are very fragile and usually collapse in minutes, Victor said. The imperial family back then believed that the 4 gates were the work of nature, he added.
The 5 gates, Lily corrected him.
The imperial family kept a secret 5th gold gate. That's the reason they built their capital in that stupid place.
Oh, Victor, who had no idea, nodded.
Anyway, it could be that there is some artifact or ruin on that island. It might be what opened the gate, he pondered. Then, what if it was someone, not something that is there?
Elise asked.
Do you mean that giving me that island was not a coincidence?
Victor asked. Elise nodded. I am not sure.
Did the other gates also connect to that hell place? She asked again. No, just the fire gate and the water gate, Lily replied, then paused, getting the little girl's point.
Demons.
Margaret asked. Victor didn't reply. He paused thinking about something before he quickly took his phone and sent a letter. He got the reply straight away, and it made him frown.
Whose idea was it? Elise asked.
Who chose the island?
And, Victor replied.
Did his grandmother make some deal with the demons?
Impossible.
In his past life, she passed away before the reckoning and she didn't have to resort to such means. Why would she give him, specifically him, that specific island to begin with?
This didn't make any sense.
He was just a stupid brat to her, nothing important. Let's wait until you return from your current mission before we go exploring,
Lily said.
Whether it was a coincidence, the world's will, or a scheme, it will all be clear once we get there.
Let's do that then, Victor said, as he stood up. Is this over?
Margaret asked as she began to stretch.
No.
I have one more thing, Victor said as he took out a vault from his storage space and placed it on the ground with difficulty. It was super heavy. I remember seeing this in your father's office. Do you know how to open it without activating the protection mechanism? He asked Lily. Is this Caspian's?
She asked in shock.
She knew how precious this vault was. Even her cheap father decided to use it for himself to keep one of the shards after it was retrieved from the Heavenly Sex ruins.
Yup.
That demonic prince armor he hides in there will be perfect for the Nutcracker. It will make it extra authentic, he said with a devilish smile. Even high-ranking demons will have to grovel at my feet when they see it. You can't equip that, you know.
Only real demons can,
Lily said as she began to examine the vault.
Ah.
I have my ways and I only need its aura.
Don't worry. Victor lied.
Tom rubbed his hands as he looked at the huge vault in front of him. He was currently in his separate meditation room where no one would enter and disturb him. He usually spends his time here, trying the system-supplied toys under the pretext of meditating.
System.
How to open this baby? Tom asked with a depraved smile.
Calculating. Use the PIN code. It should be
314926535897. After opening it moved to the side, the system detected a defense talisman. I understand, Tom said as he began to slowly turn the dial according to the system's instructions until he reached the final digit where he heard a clear click. Stepping to the side, he slowly turned the knob and opened the vault's door. From there, a vortex of flames erupted and hit the exact spot Tom was standing earlier in front of the vault. The system was right once again. Inside, waiting for him was a golden sword and rolled-up scroll that Tom couldn't help but unroll and look at. It was the painting of a pretty lady in some very lewd position. Careful looking at that painting. It will increase your libido. It is an evil artifact that is used to distract enemies. Oh, Tom quickly rolled the scroll back and then took the lavish-looking sword. The Justice Bringer S. Increased damage plus 10%.
Oh. This sword is not bad,
Tom said as he looked at it. Why would Caspian lock up such a good sword?
Tom asked. Because it is stolen.
Caspian doesn't dare to use it. The system quickly replied. Then how am I going to use it? Tom asked with annoyance, then almost gasped as he watched the sword as it changed shape into a normal-looking one. The whimsical system felt your frustration. Due to the system's whimsical nature, IT decided to change the sword's shape for you free of charge.
Thanks,
Tom said as he began to swing the sword around. It was really easy to use and he really likes it. The system reminds you to get rid of the safe as Caspian might be able to trace it. Preferred method, system dissolve. Just put it in the storage space and the system will do the rest.
Cost, 10 system coins.
Can't we just keep it in the storage space?
Tom asked. Possible.
Cost, 1,500 coins per day. It is just too heavy.
Ah. Just dissolve it, Tom said.
He really liked this sturdy thing, but apparently he couldn't keep it. After leaving the study, Victor headed upstairs to his room for a long goodbye session
with his harem.
After knowing that he would be leaving, they demanded it. So after leaving the exhausted girls to wonder about the tornado that just wrecked their very existence, he took a shower and then headed downstairs toward the dining room where Hilda had already prepared dinner with the help of the little maids who bowed respectfully when they saw him. Where is father? Victor asked Mona, who was discussing something with Elise, who shot him a glare and then looked away bashfully. She wanted to join the goodbye party upstairs but was kicked out by Margaret.
Ah.
How the hell should I know? Mona snapped as she looked away at Mike, who was sitting on the other side. He was here a moment ago, Mike shrugged. Are you asking about me? Theodore, who was adjusting his suit, said. I was in the restroom, he said as he took a seat at the table. Will your wives be joining us? He asked to change the subject. Probably not. They will rest until the morning, Victor said, making Mona shoot him a glare as a few maids prepared the dishes. Sorry, I am late. Vanessa, who seemed to be also adjusting her dress, suddenly entered the dining room and took a seat in a hurry before she stood up abruptly. Mom, is there anything wrong?
Mona asked. Ah. No.
I thought I saw a spider but I was mistaken, she said as she sat down, slowly this time, not forgetting to glare at Theodore, blaming him for being too rough.
Let's eat, Victor said.
Where is Mina and Mana?
Vanessa asked.
They decided to rest early. We are saying our goodbyes, you know, Victor explained shamefully for the second time.
Oh, good.
I need some rest myself, Vanessa said, fully knowing what he meant. Do you really have to leave tonight,
Master Theodore? She asked.
I told you to drop the titles. You can call me just Theo,
Theodore said. And yes, I have to leave. Family orders.
I will make sure to come to visit you in Ring Cloud City later after I finish with my current assignment, he said,
winking to her. Oh, Theo.
I will be waiting, she said bashfully, blushing a little, making her daughter who was watching her almost break the fork in her hand.
Damn perverts.
The dinner finished quickly, and after an evening tea, Victor, who seemed to keep looking at his watch, invited Theodore, who was wondering about the surprise his sons prepared to follow him. Are you planning to add Vanessa to your wives? Victor asked directly. Couldn't you wait a bit before hitting a home run?
Ah, well.
You see, with both Luna and your mother pregnant, I was feeling a little.
Mom is pregnant?
Both Mike and Victor asked, interrupting their father.
Ah, yes.
After your wedding, Theodore said, victoriously clearing his throat. He should take his wives to more weddings. I see, Victor said as he frowned a little. This never happened in his previous life, so he had no idea. He really did change many things since returning.
So, what is this about?
Theodore asked curiously as they reached their target after walking for 15 minutes. They were standing in a field that, although inside the grounds of Victor's mansion, was a little far from the building, near the property's northern edge. In the original plan for the building, this place was cleared to be a golf field, but the project didn't move on after Nick took over the building management, and Theodore, who was promoted to an elderback, then didn't care less as he began planning for a bigger mansion. It was now lit brightly by an array of lights, revealing a strange setup of mirrors that one girl was preparing. If he remembered correctly, her name was Hannah. According to the reports, she was the girl bought at the Von Geldstadt auction a while back. That girl Victor called Theta was there too, assisting her. Those two girls seemed to have become good friends. He, Victor, Hannah, Theta, Mike, and his slut twins were the only ones here.
Ah, just relax.
We will finish in a while, Victor said as he guided Honey and Bunny to sit on a couch placed in between the mirrors. Theodore frowned, then watched as Victor kept looking at the sky and his watch, then stepped back with Mike.
Get in position,
Victor said, in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Victor pressed a button to turn off all the lights, then grabbed a rope and pulled to remove the cloth that covered one large mirror. Theodore frowned, noticing that there was a heap of gems right under one of the mirrors. They were so neatly arranged that Theodore didn't discover them before. But now, after the lights were off, they began to give that unique faint light, allowing him to notice them. Before he could ask about those, the gems disintegrated, and the surface of the mirror above them began to shine before two beams of light shot from it to hit the twins right in their eyes. It all took 1 second, making the twins lose their consciousness for a second before they regained the clarity in their eyes a moment later as Victor turned the lights back on again. Was it a success? Mike, who seemed a little worried, asked as he hurried to check on them. Yes. We have become players, they said excitedly as they threw themselves at him.
I am a healer. I am a potioner, they reported. What just happened?
Theodore, who took a few minutes to realize what happened, asked in shock as he looked at the mirrors, at the twins, then finally at Victor, who was writing something.
Ah, well. Victor hesitated. Father.
Victor found this awakening artifact when he conquered the moon dungeon a week ago.
Mike quickly said. What?
Theodore asked, then looked at the small mirror that shined earlier.
Is that it? He asked again.
Yes, it uses the power of the stars to awaken players. I tried it on Mira and then at Elise before, and it worked. Didn't you see how Elise was healed? Victor said as Theodore just glared at him. Today I decided to test if we can focus the stars in a way to allows more than one player to awaken, and it is a success.
He added.
Theodore kept looking at Victor and Mike, not knowing what to say. He was absolutely shocked. We plan to present this to the family, Mike said. Mike will take all the credit, Victor added as he looked at his father, waiting for him to grasp what they had just told him. It took Theodore 1 whole minute to say anything. What are the conditions for its use? He asked. If this thing had some crazy conditions, it would be useless. He had heard of some artifacts that only worked on virgins. Maybe this one required sluts. Victor quickly brought up a piece of paper and presented it to his father, making the latter, who was frowning, gasp again. 100% activation rate?
3 days cooldown? High authority?
What is the authority you two got? Theodore looked up and asked the twins. Ah. 7, they replied nervously, making Victor nod. He was still not sure on what principle did this artifact allocate authority. How much did Mira get? Theodore asked Victor. It was rude to ask another player about their status, but Theodore was not a polite man. Not privately anyway.
10, Victor lied.
Mira now had 11 authority points after he buffed her up like the rest of his harem.
Holy shit.
Theodore gasped again. We can't give this to the family, he exclaimed right away.
Why? Mike asked.
Because this will change everything. The existing power structure will be ruined.
Theodore scolded.
The elders will never agree to allow the new generation of heirs to be more powerful than them. The two of you might even lose your elite heir status, he explained. In the world of players, authority was everything. I think this will take a few years to happen, and we are not sure if every contestant will really get high authority, Victor said.
Idiot. Theodore scolded.
The family is already boiling due to the internal fighting. Even if 1 out of 100 gets 10 authority points, they will be the prime candidates. We can't simply hide it, our family is already in a mess.
Mike said.
We only need to secure some exclusive usage right to use it when we present it to the family, he spoke as Victor told him.
We need to raise our own people, he added. Oh, Theodore pondered for a moment.
He was contemplating hiding this mirror and using it to build his own army, but Mike was right. If they were to hide it for a while, it would be dangerous. If this were to be discovered by the family, and it surely would, they would surely not forgive them. It would be far more beneficial just to give it to the family while keeping the right to use it. It was an awkward silence. You plan to give this as a present to Mother on her birthday?
Theodore asked. Yes.
If the esteemed grandmother were to be the one who owns it, the family elders would not be able to forcibly grab it, and I am sure she would give us the conditions we want.
Mike said.
Exactly. Victor was the one who got it. Theodore had to ask again as his head cooled down and turned to look at Victor.
Yes, Mike said.
Yup, I found it in a hidden corner in the Moon Dungeon, but I want Mike to take the credit. This will help him in his bid for the Patriarch position.
Victor quickly clarified. Indeed.
With the Linda scheme, this will be perfect.
Theodore nodded.
Is the Moon Dungeon really closed? He asked. After going back in the records, the family had figured out the way of entrance and had been preparing to send a team there when it should open a week later.
Yes.
I was swimming under the moon with Lily and Lynn when we were dragged inside.
Victor said.
Apparently, it was some ancient test zone or something. Later some crazy self-proclaimed emperor conquered it, saying it was a demon bastion or something as he killed a bunch of evil rabbits by flicking his fingers.
What?
Theodore asked, frowning a bit. Do you know what that means? He asked Victor.
No idea.
Seemed dangerous. That guy even killed some people whom he claimed were demons in disguise.
Victor explained.
I bet he just didn't like them. Prepare a report about what happened, then give it to me when he paused as Victor presented him with a stapled stack of papers. You already prepared it?
Theodore asked. Yes, Victor replied.
I always like to be ready, he added, telling the truth for once. Thanks a lot, Alex, the girl said, blushing a little as she hugged Alex from the back. Don't worry about it, Alex said as he carried the girl on her back. Next time be careful when we hunt wolves. Those beasts are very cunning and tend to attack in packs, she said. I will, she chuckled, then turned to face the two other girls who were following and smiled victoriously. Both of them look at her hatefully then look away. She had won this round. How long until we reach that inn? Alex suddenly asked. An hour or so. Don't worry, we will be able to reach it before dark. Are you sure there is a phone in there?
Alex asked.
Of all the places on the planet, she was cast off to this wild location right after leaving the Moon Dungeon. She had been trying to find a way to contact Victor ever since. But this place is really too backward. Thankfully, he managed to meet those girls and helped save them when they were in trouble. They have been traveling together ever since. According to them, this place was a large ruined forest under the jurisdiction of the Sword Sect. They were here to hunt for the rare silverblood herb for one of their elders, but they were cornered by some wolves when Alex appeared and helped them. Yes. The other disciples who come from the outside usually go there to contact their parents.
Good, Alex said.
Is there someone you really need to contact? One of the girls behind suddenly asked.
Yes. It is my friend.
He was with me at that dungeon and I wanted to check on his safety.
Alex said. Oh.
Is that friend a male or a female? The other girl asked.
A male, of course.
Alex replied, wondering why the girls kept asking her such stupid questions. Mona sighed as she sat on the mansion's porch and watched as Victor's maids carried on with their morning training. Both Elise and Margaret were sitting with her. It was still early for breakfast, and the girls seemed to have something in their minds, especially Margaret, who was still in her super expensive silk pajamas and had dark circles around her eyes. She seemed to be struggling to drink some kind of herbal tea from a large mug that she had been holding for the last 15 minutes. Last night was tough?
Elise asked. She seemed jealous. Don't remind me.
That bastard left without even saying goodbye.
Margaret grumbled.
When I woke up it was already 5 a.m., the rest of the girls might not leave bed until noon. She spat as she drank some of her tea with difficulty.
Mona looked at her and sighed. She didn't know what to think. Mistress Margaret.
There is a phone call for young Master Victor. One little maid suddenly walked from inside the mansion and said to Margaret.
Is it important? Margaret asked.
Victor left last night with his father, and at the moment he was flying to the family archipelago. It is Alex.
Oh, give me the phone.
It was Lily who answered as she walked out of the mansion. She was well dressed as if she was preparing to go out.
Alex. Where are you?
Lily asked, making Mona wonder who Alex was.
Ah.
I am in Toller. I am not sure exactly where in it, but they call this place the Bloodwolf Forest. It is a ruined zone under the Sword Sect jurisdiction, Alex said. Mona could hear a whiny voice over the phone.
What? Toller.
That place is closed up by snow most of the year due to the rough terrain. Lily exclaimed, how the hell did you get over there?
I don't know.
I just teleported here after the moon dungeon ended. Can I speak with the young Victor? No, Victor is not here. He has already left on a family mission and he will probably be out of contact for a day or so, Lily replied.
Ah. Then can you help me?
Send me a helicopter or something. This place is literally cut out from civilization, even my satellite phone refuses to work. Phones can't have a signal inside ruins.
Lily scolded.
And helicopters don't work there. You are talking to me using a landline phone, right?
Yes. Ah. Then what should I do?
If I want to return on my own, this would take forever. Then you better start walking. Remember that Victor can't have anything to do with you officially. We can't use family resources to help you. You have to find a way on your own. Lily said mercilessly.
Don't you have some money?
They don't accept Wyron Principality currency here, Alex said, whining like a girl.
Oh.
Then too bad. We can't really do, Lily said.
Wait.
Did you say that you are near the Sword Sect? She suddenly added as if she thought of something.
Yes. A ruin. Yup.
Is it supervised by the Sword Sect or owned by them?
Supervised. Oh.
Good, still you better be careful. Although supervised ruins are open to all players, some sect's disciples might think that it is their private property and try to rob you. It's fine, I already met a few Sword Sect disciples when I was sent here.
We became best friends. Alex clarified. Oh. Interesting.
Do they know your real identity? Ah, I am using the ID Victor prepared for me, Alex said.
Whispering. Perfect.
There is an easy way to get back, and at the same time to do a mission for Victor, Lily, who seemed to have thought of something, said.
What?
In fact, this is very important. Victor was really troubled about how to find an agent near the Sword Sect. It seems like you were very lucky. If you did this perfectly, Victor will owe you big time, she added, causing Margaret, who was drinking her tea with difficulty, to look at Lily and raise one eyebrow. It seemed like they had another scammer in the family.
Really?
Alex asked. She was tempted.
Yes.
Listen up, this is very important. There will be a huge tournament in a month or so, right?
Yes.
The girls here keep talking about it, Alex said, causing Lily to raise one eyebrow.
Good.
Before the tournament begins, you have to enter the Sword Sect and find one of their elite disciples, then become friends with them or at least a part of their entourage. This way not only would you be fulfilling Victor's mission, but you will also be able to leave Toller easily when you come with them when they leave for the tournament.
Ah. Right.
What is the mission exactly? Find a girl named Jasmine. She would be a servant belonging to one of the elite disciples.
What should I do with her?
Make her fall for you, then impregnate her. Lily said with a serious face, making Margaret, who was listening to the conversation and had just happened to take a sip from her mug, spit everything in her mouth.
Impersonate her? Impregnate her.
Lily said it loudly this time.
Ah. What?
Can't you do such a simple thing?
Ah. No.
I think that is a little unethical. I am not telling you to rape her or anything.
Aren't you a man? Ah, I am.
But your request doesn't go with my principles, Alex said after some thinking. Like you have any. Fine, just make her fall for you and put her in a position that she will have to follow you once you leave.
Lily said.
She is just a maid there. I think we can provide her with a better life.
Ah. But?
Do as I told you. This is vital for Victor's future plan. Lily said before she directly hung up, then looked hatfully at Margaret, who kindly handed her a napkin to wipe the tea all over her hair. Do you really think this thing will help you? Lily asked as she smelled the herbal odor of the tea. You can never know, Margaret said, ignoring Mona's curious looks. You must know that the higher the bloodline is, the harder it becomes. Victor's bloodline is one of the strongest and purest.
I don't have any bloodline, Margaret shrugged. Whatever, Lily sighed. Now.
Where are you going this early in the morning dressed like that? Margaret asked, checking Lily. She was dressed in a formal tight suit. She seemed to have dropped her stupid silk veil, intending to use a normal medical mask to cover her face. Just to do some business, Lily said. Is there something you want?
Nah.
You look like some wife who was going to cuck her husband. Margaret replied as she began to sip from her mug again. Maybe I am, Lily smiled evilly, putting on the face mask. Oh. I will be taking the tri-horn. Is it in the garage?
Yeah.
The key in the car, and it already has a rope, a shovel, and 2 spare tires in the back, Margaret said with smile.
Perfect.
Lily sat then walked out confidently. Mona watched all this with a frown. What the fuck were those two talking about? That's when she heard the sliding door behind her open. Why is that girl dressed as if she was going to meet some secret lover? Isn't she Victor's wife? It was Vanessa who asked. She seemed to be a little drowsy and was walking slowly with a cup of tea in her hand.
Who knows?
Girls can't be trusted, Margaret said, thinking about something.
Mom, are you okay?
Mona asked, feeling that her mother was a little unnatural.
I am.
I must have drunk a lot last night. I can't even remember what happened yesterday since we left the restaurant, Vanessa said, holding her head, making Margaret raise one eyebrow as Mona looked at her mother and then at her. You don't remember what happened last night? Margaret asked weirdly.
Nah.
I always had low alcohol tolerance. Damn it, I am sure I asked that waiter for a non-alcoholic beverage.
Vanessa said.
Did I do or say anything weird yesterday? She asked, looking up at her daughter. No, we just returned here, had dinner with Victor's father, and then went to sleep, Mona said, biting her lip a little after saying that. Really?
Vanessa frowned.
She remembered nothing.
This headache is killing me.
What kind of herbal tea is this? Why is it so bitter? She suddenly asked. An old recipe that will definitely become really big in the future, Margaret said, then paused for a moment. You should drink some more of it. It is good for your headache, she added as he slowly left the porch to refill her mug with a strange smile. Vanessa was definitely affected by the soul wine they used on Michael the previous day. Although the dosage was very little, she seemed to be the type of person who gets drunk really fast, and the soul wine must have made her let go of all her self-constraint and act like a bitch in heat. Margaret was unsure if Vanessa would remember what happened yesterday, as they never tried the effect of such dosage on memory, but if she ever did, they would surely find her digging some hole to bury herself in. Victor slowly opened his eyes and looked outside of the plane's window. He had just instructed Rita, who was overseeing the girls in the cauldron. He planned to let them go, but now that he had been delayed, he decided to let them work a little more for him, constructing a village inside the cauldron. Who knows, it might come in handy. He sighed as he switched between his blood slaves. First was Victor's favorite toy, Tom. He was training with his new sword. That thing was 100% genuine, and Victor found it in the moon dungeon with one of the dead participants. After emptying the vault of its real precious treasures, Victor placed it in there and then let Tom find it with the scroll.
Next was Lynn.
She was doing her morning makeup.
Next, Danielle.
Nothing, as a student he was just in class with Lara at the moment. He was beginning to check her up, but Elle, who was sitting beside her and seemed to have been busy explaining something, suddenly turned back to look at him. She smiled and slid her hand on her neck before pointing at him. He looked away, feeling a little scared. When did Elle become a bully? Strange. He should check on her very soon to remind her who is the boss.
Next was Poe.
He was sucking up to some elder. It seemed like he was still on the island. Maybe Victor should go meet him. This guy has never done anything suspicious ever since he took over the body. It was as if he was waiting for something. Finally, Alex. She was in an inn, talking with Lily over the phone as 3 girls who stood beside her kept shooting her some lascivious looks. Victor decided to pause and listen until the call was over, and Alex hung up and began to bite her lip nervously. What was Lily planning? Jasmine? Victor never heard that name before.
He sighed.
He had long realized that ever since their wedding night, Lily had changed. She must also have her own plan. It must have been something she didn't wish to tell him. Something so big that he couldn't handle it. Still, Lily's plans were not something he couldn't predict, like the things she was planning to do before the end of the month. It didn't go with his principles, but he was not really against it. At the end of the day, No matter what, he trusted her. She owned a part of her soul, and she owned a part of his after all.
Still,
if she ever decided to try anything funny, he would make sure to spank that butt of hers into oblivion. Why are you smiling like that?
Theodore suddenly asked.
Ah. Just thinking about my harem, Victor said, shamelessly. You know that many of the elders in the family are really upset that you disregarded the family rules and held a wedding like that. They were the ones who wanted me to marry both Lynn and Nova, Victor said. The mass wedding was the best way to give up Nova without getting humiliated.
I know. You did good, Theodore said.
If you told me your plan earlier, I would have arranged a few more wives. After your elite status was announced, many people have contacted me about wanting to present their daughters to you, Theodore said. You already told me that, Victor said, remembering Harper. That girl must be on her way to the heavenly sect now. Alpha's girls must intercept her soon.
I did. Yes.
When you told me about Nova, Victor said.
Right. Theodore nodded.
Anyway, you better prepare. I will tell those guys to start sending the girls to you after the tournament.
Tournament? Victor asked.
I already heard many elders speak of that, even Master Harvey mentioned it once. What is this about?
Victor said.
It is a big event organized by the Players' Council. Mike, who was sitting to the side, answered. Yes, it is very important for the family.
Theodore nodded.
It is conducted once every 100 years, and only those elite members of every family who are younger than 25 years old can enter. The winners in this tournament would not only get a lot of benefits. Their order would also decide the ranking of the powers and who will be the controlling members of the Player Council for the next 100 years or so. Theodore added, making Mike, who didn't know about this, also tune in. Yulian sat on the edge of a main street looking aimlessly at the rich passers-by who totally ignored him and the empty cardboard box he set in front of him to collect donations. How the hell did that happen? He wondered as he looked up at the tall buildings that surrounded him. It was a week ago when he was using the money he got from Alice to rent an apartment. The building owner sent his daughter to show Yulian around, but as soon as they reached the apartment, a group of policemen appeared out of thin air, pushed him to the ground and accused him of selling drugs to minors. Apparently, there was some kind of a mix-up with the previous apartment occupant. Things were quickly cleared up when the scared young girl told the cops that Yulian had just arrived here to see the newly emptied apartment, but by that time it was too late. The cops had already found the money Yulian was stashing in his trousers. That was when Yulian heard the term civil forfeiture for the first time. The cops who hurried to stuff the money in bags told him that it was drug money and it had to be taken to the station. The cops didn't even care for his pleas as they took every last penny he had. Seemingly, there had been a nasty female officer in their unit before, and she had been stopping them from flexing their muscles for the last few months. Now that she had been transferred away after wrongfully accusing some big shot of raping her, they began to return to their old methods again. After going with the cops to the station to clarify things or demand an explanation, he was shocked to realize that what they did was completely lawful, and to get his money back, he had to spend nearly the same amount in legal fees. So, without understanding what happened, he was left on the streets again without a penny. James Trove had told him that he might be unlucky for the next few days due to the curse the bastard, Caspian, placed on him, but Yulian couldn't believe it would be this severe. He could only sit at the side of the street and beg for now. The test will soon be over, he reminded himself. After that, he would show those smelly cops, and then go grab Alice to reveal his identity to her. He couldn't wait to see her reaction. He. Ah. If it is not Yulian, someone suddenly said, making him look up. It was none other than Lulu, who was dressed in a very short skirt that boldly declared to the world what the girl did for a living. Are you still alive? Yulian asked. He was genuinely surprised. The last time he saw this bitch, she was getting dragged kicking by the guards at the wedding. He was sure they were going to kill her and then burn the body, but it seemed like the Von Weiss family's ways were not as thorough as his own family's. Shut up. Don't remind me. Lulu, who seemed a little bit thinner, cursed. Why are you here anyway? Did that rich bitch you clung up on to dump you? She asked with disgust, changing the subject as if she didn't want to remember what she had been through. This does not concern you now. If you don't mind, stop blocking the honest business I am trying to run here and move back to whatever hole you crawled out from. Yulian said coldly. After spending that night with Alice, he realized how blind he had been even considering dating Lulu before. You call begging a business? Lou, who didn't seem to want to leave, said. It is an honest job at least. Not like a certain someone, who only knows how to sell her body. Yulian said, checking her skirt. From where he was sitting, he had a nice viewing angle. You are the one who was selling your body, bastard. Lulu, who got angry, scolded as she pointed at Yulian. Where is the police? This man is trying to assault me in broad daylight, she began to scream out of nowhere. Bitch. Yulian cursed as he quickly grabbed the trusty cardboard and began to run. From experience, he knew no one would believe him. Bam! Yulian, who was not looking straight ahead, bumped into someone and was sent into the ground rolling. Ah, sorry, he automatically apologized as he sat up and looked with shock at the pretty girl who didn't even budge. She was dressed differently and had a mask on her face, but he could easily recognize her. It was none other than his little sister, Lily. She glanced at him and then at Lulu, who was still screaming and attracting many pedestrians to come look.
Lily sighed.
She looked at Yulian, then sighed again before turning to Lulu, who was yelling. Slowly, from behind her back she took out a retractable baton which she unfolded with one flick from her wrist. It was as if she had done this thousands of times before. She hit Lulu's face without hesitation. Ah! Lulu screamed, but a moment later she felt a kick hit her abdomen, sending her flying and crashing into the glass front of a nearby store.
Bang! What?
Yulian wanted to ask.
Don't worry.
That slut is still alive, Lily said. To tell the truth, she really did consider killing that bitch for a moment there, but in the end, she let her go with only a few broken bones as a favor for Margaret.
Police. Help. Someone. Ah!
Lulu, who seemed to have regained her consciousness, began to scream again. Someone call an ambulance. I am too young to die. Lily sighed, put the baton away, and then grabbed the shocked Yulian from his collar and shoved him into her large black car. Giving Lulu one last look as if she was considering finishing her for good, she climbed into the driver's seat and drove away under the surprised eyes of those who came to watch the fun. There was a police officer nearby, who planned to interfere, but noticing the white shield sticker on the car's back window, he quickly moved away and acted as if he saw nothing. His motto in life was to bully the weak and fear the strong. Thanks, Yulian said after making sure that his cardboard box was still intact. Did you remember me from the wedding? He asked. That was the only time he officially met Lily, so he presumed she thought he was Alice's boyfriend. I already know who you are, dearest brother, Lily said coldly as she drove the car heading toward the nearest exit. What? Yulian asked in shock.
How? Sleep for now,
Lily said. We will have a lengthy talk later. We still have a long trip ahead of us, Lily said as Yulian began to feel very sleepy and collapsed moments later. Looking at him, Lily sighed. She knew many things that Victor didn't. And like him, she couldn't really let her family suffer like what happened in the other timeline. There were many things that needed fixing, some of them would be taken care of by Victor, while others were things she had to do by herself, like fixing Yulian's future destined class.
Wait.
She looked through the rear mirror and frowned. Someone was tailing her. It was those Von Krone agents.
Damn them.
She would definitely kick their sorry asses when she returned to her family. Maybe she would even try that sword she was going to get on them. She already had a name for it.
Nut Slicer.
Victor shivered a little and opened his eyes, then looked around. He must have fallen asleep. Looking out of the window, he could see that plane had descended into the military-grade airport on the western island in the von Weiss family archipelago. It was already sunset, but Victor knew that their day was far from over when he spotted the ready-to-take-off helicopter nearby. They seemed to be in a hurry.
Let's go, Theodore said.
We are already late, he added, confirming Victor's guess. Seriously, father, can't you tell us what this is about? Mike, who walked out of the other cabinet, asked as he buttoned up his silk shirt to hide the multiple hickeys that were now adorning his muscular chest. Those flight attendants were wild. I told you it is about the tournament. You will know when you get there,
Theodore said.
He clearly had no idea like his sons. Descending from the plane, the family of three hurried to the helicopter as Victor expected. No, not exactly, they were not flown toward the main island as he presumed they would, but toward the south. Why are we heading toward the mines? Theodore asked the captain. Ah, sorry elder, I don't really know, the pilot replied politely. I had been tasked with flying you to the Blackstone Island as soon as you arrived. We have been transporting the elite heirs toward there since morning. He added, explaining the situation. Are we the last ones expected to arrive?
Theodore asked.
No. Elder Young is not here yet. His plane should arrive in half an hour, and I will be back to get him after delivering you, the pilot said.
Good, Theodore nodded.
Although he liked to be late, he didn't want to be the last to arrive. The rest of the trip was mostly silent, and it was already dark when they soon arrived at a long large island that was barely visible under the moonless night sky. Blackstone Island was one of the main reasons the family settled on this archipelago. Under this island extends a large web of natural caves and tunnels that compose one of the largest known ruins in the world. The Blackstone Ruin. The treasure trove of the von Weiss family. Some say it was a remnant of an ancient S-rank dungeon, while others say that it was a naturally forming ruin or a part of another world. No one really knew, but in those tunnels many rare minerals, gems and herbs are discovered every year, and they are considered the backbone of the family. There were rumors about a few artifacts and skill books that were found down there too, but Victor was not privy to that information back then. The only thing he was sure of was that the old family awakening treasure was discovered here. In the other timeline, this place was completely excavated by that young Light Lord bastard after he burnt the Von Weiss family down. Victor didn't really know what he found here. Still, he had always suspected that the attack was not just an act of revenge. That guy came here prepared to dig the family up, so maybe there was more to it. Thinking about something, Victor quickly sent Kai and Hilda some instructions before putting his phone away. Ruins were like dungeons, phones and high-tech gadgets rarely worked inside. He needed to be ready for contingencies. Margaret sat in her room, a popsicle in her mouth as she typed on her computer.
Fuck, she cursed.
Her revenue from stocks was not as big as she was expecting. Victor was right, some other time traveler was messing with the timeline. Although they were working very subtly and only making profits on the margins, their effect was getting bigger and bigger, affecting Margaret's predictions. There were a few things that she could figure out though. Firstly, the other side was not a lone person, they were acting through an organization, so it was very hard to pinpoint their origins. They are like a swarm of rats in the stock market, nearly indistinguishable from the average broker. Secondly, they started their actions more than 5 years ago, as there were few things from back then that diverged from Margaret's memories. So, after cursing for another 5 minutes, Margaret finished her herbal tea as she said a few random by positions before turning the screen off. She pushed her chair back and relaxed, wondering what to do. Victor did give her a few ideas for investment projects, but they were not feasible in the short term. Suddenly her phone rang.
It was Lily.
"Did you finish cucking, Victor?" Margaret asked immediately.
Not yet, Lily replied.
"Do me a favor, can you get the company's private plane to be at my disposal? Didn't Victor prepare one for you and your sisters? It won't work, I need a second one to lose a rat who is tailing me. I didn't expect their surveillance to be this thorough."
Oh.
"Fine, I will tell the men there to be expecting you," Margaret said. Such things were usually handled by Arya, but that girl didn't really understand what the word subtle meant and tended to ask too many unnecessary questions. Margaret, on the other hand, asked nothing. Every girl had the right to keep some secrets.
Thanks, Lily said.
"By the way, I met Lulu. You owe me one," she added, then hung up immediately.
Thanks.
"I guess."
Wait,
"Didn't she just ask me for a favor?" "Whatever," Margaret said to herself as she sent a message to Arya's secretary to prepare the plan, then threw her phone on her desk and looked at the ceiling. So the idiots were back, and they were already making trouble. She really didn't like her aunt's family. But those guys did take care of her when she was in need, so she was taking care of them in her own way. Educating them and taking some revenge in the process. It seemed like sending them to work the mines for a month was not enough to fix their crooked ways. Maybe she should try sending them on a whaling boat instead. Lulu always complained that she was not tan enough. Wait. Since Lulu was already in town, Abe would surely be here too. Maybe she would be able to put those two to good use after all. Cracking the popsicle in her mouth, Margaret quickly began to plan her next move. "Elder Theodore, young Master Mike, young Master Victor, this way please." As soon as the helicopter landed on the island's port, the family of 3 was invited into an electrical train cart that quickly drove on a golden engraved track toward the entrance of the ruins that were located in the middle of the island. That area was technically within the ruins' boundaries, so engines like the ones used in helicopters didn't work. Even the electrical engines used by the carts that were meant to transport people and materials barely worked. It took them 10 minutes to reach the entrance, which was guarded by a grand 30-foot-long heavy metal gate that can only be operated manually by a group of muscular men.
"Welcome."
A mean-looking man with a bald head and a hooked nose welcomed the group of 3 as soon as they descended from the cart. "Manager Tin, it's been a while," Theodore said with a bright smile. "It has been a while indeed, Master Theodore."
"This way please."
Tin, who shot Mike and Victor an inspecting glance, quickly began guiding them toward the gate that was open at the moment. Victor just followed quietly as he looked around. This entire island became a giant hole that was swallowed by the ocean the last time he was here. And the family records concerning this place were all ransacked with it, so Victor had no idea what to expect here. Behind the gates, the 3 were welcomed by a huge stone-floored corridor that headed deep into the mountain with a slit inclination downward. It was dimly lit by flickering electrical lights and its stone walls. Those lights seemed to dim as they walked further inside, a proof of the gradual change of world rules. On the ground, more than one metal track was laid above the stone. They should be used to transport or from the mines inside, but at the moment they were empty. Looking at the small debris left on the ground, Victor casually used his appraisal skill. He wanted to know for real what the materials they extracted from this mine were, as the family documents were not always reliable. As the materials here are mostly otherworldly, his X-ranked appraisal skills should work on them. It is the first time he tried using it like this.
A rock.
Black obsidian, C 89%. Black iron, E 6%.
Dark quartz, F 5%.
Black gold, A 1%. Sacred iron, SSS 0.0001%.
Victor gasped, then began to cough. Young master.
The area here is a little dirty because they transport the ores here, so be careful not to cause a lot of dust while walking, Manager Tin advised. Victor just ignored him. His mind was just racing too fast to comprehend things. No wonder that shit bastard Light Lord took this entire mine. It had fucking sacred iron, a material so precious that wars would be fought over small chunks of it. This thing was the exact opposite of hell iron. It not only restricted the use of mana and skills, but it even absorbed their energy, weakening all skills effects. When it was first discovered, it was used as both shields and shackles for players. They even built an entire prison out of it. It was only later, when it was purified enough, that they found out it was possible to create a mana semiconductor by combining it with hell iron. This was just before Victor returned in time though, so he was not sure.
Damn it.
The family must have known something, that's why they were using mortals to mine this place. If a player were to inhale the dust created here for a long time, their skills would deteriorate. The question was whether the family had a way to extract and purify this material.
Probably not.
They don't even know what was causing this effect, as sacred iron is notoriously hard to refine without a proper technology. If Victor's guess was correct, they were either using the ores as building materials or extracting just the metals in the ore and using it to create shields. Those will have a tiny amount of the material, so they will offer some magic resistance. Did something happen here?
Theodore asked.
Why are there no workers around? He added as he looked around. It was rare to see this place empty like this.
Ah.
There was an accident in the mines, so we had to stop the mining operation temporarily. I am sorry, but I don't have the liberty to discuss it now. I believe the Supreme Elders inside will inform you. Tin quickly said, making Theodore faces change.
He knew something. An accident?
Did anything like this happen before?
Victor wondered.
He had no recollection, and Lily would surely have told him if there was anything of importance. The family documents did say something about an old incident though, but it didn't go into much detail. I see, Theodore nodded with a grave face. I hope you are taking care of Luke, Theodore whispered as they walked, making Victor raise one eyebrow. It seemed like Theodore had arranged for someone to take care of his son, who was ordered to work the mines as a punishment. Don't worry, Elder, although he had some tough bones, after a few rounds of education he learned his place. I made sure to take care of him. Tin said with a knowing smirk, making Theodore's smile disappear as she began to glare at Tin. When he told Tin to take care of Luke, he meant to do it literally, not figuratively.
Ah. Manager Tin.
I think you didn't really understand what I told you last time. I meant that you should really take care of Luke's safety. He is my son after all, Theodore, who managed to hold his anger, said finally as they walked a little further in. Theodore had no real power over Manager Tin, who, although technically just a servant, belonged to the Hall of Secrets and had some autonomy in the family.
Oh, Manager Tin paused.
Ah, he said as he turned and bowed to Theodore. I am sorry, Master. I misunderstood you. This slave should die. He began to apologize repeatedly. It is my fault for not making things clear.
Let's keep going now.
We are already late. Theodore, who didn't want to make a scene, said. It was not really good for his image if it was known that he told someone to take special care of Luke. The family's judgment should be carried impartially. Yes, Elder Tin, who seemed nervous, said as he stood up and turned to continue walking. Strangely enough, he didn't seem sorry, but only Victor could notice that in the darkness. This guy was not an idiot, but a snake. Victor really hated snakes.
Name, Tin. Abnormal status, Slave, F. STR 31. Int 30. Luck 4. Charm 2. Fate. Fate's power, E. Define fate, none. How is Luke now?
Theodore asked as they walked. The corridors became really dim at the moment.
Ah. Tin hesitated. He is fine.
He broke some rules and we had to lightly punish him a few times, but he seemed to have figured out his place lately, so I think he would be able to continue serving his sentence with ease, Tin said nervously, meaning that he will make sure to help Luke from now on.
Good, Theodore said.
He didn't intend to leave Luke here for long, as he would make sure to include him in the first batch of Awakeners who would be using the mirror once it was introduced. Soon the dim tunnels all of a sudden turned bright. They seemed to have finally entered the effective range of the ruin. Here the tunnels were lit by magical stones that used the mana in the air to work. The walls here didn't contain any sacred iron, confirming Victor's guess that the family must have extracted all the metals from the rocks that they mined here and then recycled to reinforce the tunnels. In fact, this place was no longer looking like a tunnel, but it was more like a giant underground fortress with gates and sentries everywhere. This is as far as I can go with you, Elder. Please make sure to wear your token on your chest at all times. Tin finally said as they reached a gilded gate protected by 2 burly guards. The words, Elder's Meeting Room 3, were engraved in the obsidian that surrounded it. Theodore nodded to Elder Tin, took his token and placed it on his chest, then walked in with his 2 sons. It was a grand hall that had a dome ceiling all built from the same black obsidian bricks that shimmered under the magical lights. Inside there were a few tables with refreshments, and around those many of the family elders and elite disciples were standing and waiting while having little conversations. It looked like some sort of social gathering. There were 23 young men with elite disciple badges on their chests, 19 elders, and 4 of the 7 supreme elders, including some who had no business here like Supreme Elder Frank, who controlled the family's external affairs, and Supreme Elder Bruce, who controlled the treasury. They must be here to root for their offspring. Victor didn't remember many of those people, but looking at them he could make out some familiar faces.
Theodore.
Come on in, someone said. It was Elder Alfred who was the first to notice the newcomers. He made everyone turn to look at the door with vastly different looks on their faces. Supreme Elder Alfred. Nice to meet you here, Theodore said politely, wondering why Alfred was so friendly. He quickly forgot that thought as many family members hurried to greet him and Mike with smiles, while some only nodded from afar. As for Victor, other than his loyal dog Alfred, who gave him a secret nod, everyone else totally ignored him. As far as the family was concerned, he was just bait created by and to fool the other families and maybe to enhance Mike's position in the coming inheritance battle. In fact, he was not completely ignored. Many of the female heirs shot him a hateful glare before they looked away. They all heard the rumors. Victor sighed. Maybe he shouldn't have disguised his charm. If he were to really reveal what he really looked like now, those girls would wet themselves on the spot. He already tried it at the Moon Dungeon. It was super effective. Suddenly, Victor felt someone inspecting him. Looking up, he spotted his great cousin Bill, who was surrounded by some other elite heirs. He was carefully inspecting Victor as if he was expecting him to be suffering from something. Deciding not to provoke this idiot, Victor looked away. Victor, someone suddenly said and hurried toward the family of 3. It was none other than Zoe.
Cousin.
It has been a while, Victor said, making her glare at him hateful, and then turned to Great Theodore. She was still feeling angry after what happened in the Moon Dungeon, where he made her help him scam those poor girls.
Uncle, she bowed to Theodore. Cousin, she greeted Mike.
They got to know each other during the wedding.
Zoe.
I hope you have been well. Theodore smiled as he checked the girl. He felt as if she was just like a daughter to him. Yes, it is all thanks to Uncle's care, she said. She had been staying in Vane City after all, and as someone who didn't have elder support in the family, Theodore had been taking care of her.
Is Alice here?
Theodore asked, looking around.
Yes.
She seems to have been arguing with some other elite heir a while ago, and she was taken by some elder to be scolded, she said, nervously pointing in one direction toward one of the smaller doors that seemed to lead to other side rooms. Who dares to scold my daughter? Theodore howled, then hurried to make some trouble. If he didn't kick some idiots' asses every once in a while, people would forget to respect him. Mike, who felt he could calm his father down, quickly followed. Victor ignored them and hurried to find the refreshments table to the side, where he began to help himself with some expensive delicacies as he waited. Zoe, who didn't know anyone here and seemed to have nowhere to go, went with him. Why don't you go make friends with some other elite heirs? Victor asked her as he fished some salmon sandwiches from the side. Those were made from really expensive stuff. They are too snobbish and proud for my taste, Zoe spat as she grabbed the sandwich Victor gave her and bit into it. She was beginning to wonder if she could really fit in this place. Unlike Victor and his siblings, most of the others were too proud and doubtful when they talked to her. It was as if she was some servant or something like that. The girl had no idea that those in the family didn't like her because she was from a distant line, and they believed she didn't really share their pure bloodline. And getting to know her held no benefits for anyone, as she had no backer in the family. Her uncle Falcon, despite his reputation, was only a butler after all. Well, the family is just getting too polarized lately, so you just have to take it easy and treat them as if. Victor began to speak when someone interrupted him. You are Victor? Victor turned and looked up. It was a very tall and muscular young man with purple hair and a square face. No, Victor directly refuted him. This guy must have been coerced here to come to challenge him under the pretense of defending the elite heir's honor. Oh. Sorry, the young man said. His name was Bruno and his class was a Titan avatar. Among the elite disciples, he was the one with the greatest raw physical power and lowest intelligence. The only reason a muscle head like this guy could become an elite is because he was simply too strong. For the coming tournament, he was the perfect contestant. A perfect tank. Victor never met this guy in his previous life, but he heard about him. He also knew that he died in the tournament. It was a big deal back then because this confident idiot bet something big with the opponent and ended up making the family pay.
Name, Bruno von Weiss. Level, 42. Class, Titan Avatar, S.
Authority, 6. Strength, 358.
Agility, 100. Intelligence, 20. Luck, 25. Charm, 24. Order, 95. Skills.
Temporary Immortality, SSS.
Fire Resistance, S. Poison Resistance, S. Damage Resistance, S. Shock Resistance, S.
Stun Resistance, AAA.
Crush Crush, AAA.
Rocking Shout, AAA.
Boil Blood, A. Fist Arts, A. Endurance, A. Instant Death Resistance, B. Dagger Arts, D. Sword Arts, E. Evade, F. Spear Arts, F. Cooking, F. Shadow Hiding, F. Bloodline.
Elder Dragon, 61%, unawakened.
Equipment. Defense Talisman, S.
Death Copper Knuckles, A. Storage Ring, B.
Fate. Fate's Power, C.
Define Fate. Get killed by Solara von Astrum. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil.
Victor sighed.
No matter how strong one is, there is always a way to kill him. He reminded himself to be careful. As Victor appraised Bruno, the latter, who came here to make trouble, began to look around searching for Victor, then after failing, turned to behind him with a questioning look. He was looking at none other than Bill, who pushed him here. The latter, who heard Victor's answer and wanted to kick Bruno's ass but didn't dare to make trouble, could only turn away as if he didn't notice anything.
Bill. This one is not Victor.
Bruno yelled, making Bill almost curse at him, then turn and slowly head toward his two cousins. Many of the heirs and elders who were not on his team began to look at him with mocking smiles, waiting to see him make a joke out of himself, so he had to act.
Cousin Victor.
You mustn't really joke with Cousin Bruno, he is a very, sensible and righteous man, he said casually as he kept his composture. Are you joking with me? Bruno, who got angry all of a sudden, asked. He didn't like it when the others made jokes about him. He is the one calling you sensible and righteous, not me. Victor quickly said, pointing at Bill.
What? How dare you?
Bruno turned to face Bill. This guy was as gullible as it was rumored. Before Bill could say anything, one of the side room's doors opened and a distinct sound of high heels on the stone floor sounded in the room, making everyone turn to look, including Bruno, who shrieked immediately as if he saw the scariest thing in the world. The newcomer was none other than Grandma and, accompanied by the patriarch Morris, who followed her as a puppy. Behind them, Theodore, Alice, who seemed angry, and an elder who seemed to have just had his ass handed to him, hurried after. We greet the patriarch.
Everyone bowed.
They were in fact bowing for Anne, but officially it was for the patriarch. Julien woke up. He was strapped to a seat in a plane, right next to Lily, who seemed to be piloting it, flying over many snow-capped mountain tops.
Ah! What? He exclaimed.
It is still too early for you, Lily, who noticed him, said, then sprayed something on him.
The next moment he was asleep again.
Are all the elite disciples here?
And asked.
There was no need to pretend and give face to Marcos here. This was the core of the family after all, and everyone knew who was the boss. Other than the ones we know are in dungeons, 5 are missing: Revolt, Pam, Tor, Simon and Rita, one elder said respectfully.
Cassius.
Where is your granddaughter? And turned to one of the supreme elders and asked. She is doing a critical mission for my hall, he replied briefly without batting an eye. The supreme halls had certain autonomy in the family, and Cassius was using this to his advantage. The blood hall which he and Rita belonged to was usually tasked with tracking and keeping tabs on the branch families and the illegitimate descendants, and this required some secret missions as they might need to investigate distant descendants who belonged to other families and powers. Dick, who Victor killed, was the head of one of the family's assassins' halls. He belonged to the blood hall, and this allowed him to hunt for illegitimate babies to collect their bloodline. Oh, and raised one eyebrow, she definitely knew something, but she chose not to speak. What about the others? Revolt and Pam are already 26, as for the others, we were only able to connect to Simon, but he couldn't come as he was acting as an envoy in the True Sun Empire, the elder said. I see, and who wanted to punish someone, was disappointed. Well, I guess it is time to get to business, she said as she watched Theodore, who was arguing with an elder before taking his position next to Victor. Her eyes lingered on Victor.
She frowned.
Something, his bloodline, it was strange.
And, Marco said, alerting her. Is there a problem?
Ah. No, and said, giving Victor a fleeting look again. He was perfectly normal. Strange. Why did she feel as if he reminded her of a certain man seconds earlier?
She shook her head.
Now, most of you should already know about the incoming tournament, but for those who have no idea, let me elaborate, she said. In 2 months, right after the start of the new year, the Players Association will hold its centenary tournament. Only those under the age of 25 can participate. I thought it was in a month? Mike asked and then quickly shut up when one of the elders gave him a glare. True, and didn't seem angry. The tournament will start in a month or so, but that is for the lower powers. We will only enter at the last stage. As members of the council, this is our right. After all, this tournament is usually conducted to decide the order of the powers in the world and the new council members depending on the winner's order, she added and watched as everyone nodded.
Ah, elder.
What order did we get last time? One docile girl asked. She was an elite heir who awakened 2 years ago. In the last tournament, we managed to secure the 5th position. And said with a reminiscing look on her face.
5th?
Bruno asked, then quickly shrieked when and looked at him. Yes, the first was the Von Krone, followed by the Heavenly Sect, the Von Richter, the Von Zwei then us, and said.
Ah.
The Von Krone and the Von Richter? The girl asked. She had never heard of them. Those 2 families disappeared about 20 years ago, one destroyed, and the others hid away like rats after hearing some crazy prophecy. You only need to know that everything about them was erased and the vacuum in the order their disappearance created allowed the Von Rosen and the Von Astrom families to climb in to become one of the 10 members of the Players' Council. And casually said. If you want to know more about this, I will allow you to enter the 5th level of the library after we finish here, she finished. This time the tournament will be special. It will require 10 members from each power to participate instead of the usual 5. While I can't elaborate on the reason, you must know that getting a good result would be vital for the family's prosperity. And said mysteriously. Those of you who will participate will have the chance to gain many merits, she said, making many of the elite heirs a little excited. Merits in the family were hard to collect. They are the currency that the heirs use to compete for positions and resources. With high enough family merits, one might be able to ask for whatever he wants. Victor, for example, used the merits he got from saving and in giving her the necklace to get Lily and her sisters. This was the reason he became an elite disciple, as in couldn't officially reward him without revealing her status, and she didn't like to owe favors. She also thought he was a good pawn to strengthen Mike's bid to be the next heir. Are we here to choose the participants for the tournament? Bill, who wanted to make his presence stronger, asked.
Yes. And no, and said.
Now, I was planning to do a normal tournament to choose the participants, but a few days ago there was some trouble here in the mines, so the elders decided to use this chance and conduct the test here.
Trouble?
Theodore was the one who asked.
Yes, and sighed.
As you have guessed, it is the same as the last time.
Did it reopen? Theodore asked.
He seemed a little hopeful. We don't know, and said, paused a little, then turned to look at the heirs and started telling a story. About 25 years ago, around this mine, many accidents began to happen. Miners were disappearing mysteriously. At first, we thought those guys found another exit and ran away, but it was only a matter of time until the investigative team found the first body, crushed into a puddle of blood, she said.
A monster? Someone asked.
Yes. Our first encounter with it was 1 day later. It was something that we had never seen before, and it managed to kill half of the investigators' team before we could subdue it. And said then waved his hand, making a huge body appear out of her storage ring and fall to the ground in front of it, working the whole hall.
A golem?
Bill asked, looking at the huge 20-foot-long disfigured human-shaped pile of black obsidian on the ground. Exactly. It was those obsidian golems that started appearing out of the mine walls, killing everything in their way. There are only 2 known ways to kill them. Either damage their bodies by about 61% or destroy the nucleus that is usually hidden somewhere around its body. Is this one new or old from back then? It was Victor who asked. He had just used his appraisal on it, and it only reported the same results he got when he appraised the chunk of rock outside. This thing was just a rock.
It is new, and nodded.
I hunted this guy yesterday, he is still fresh, she added, making many of the heirs begin to look at each other. You want us to defeat them?
Bill asked.
Oh. Let me continue my story first.
And said.
Back then, the head of the Secrets Hall, Ariana, managed to push those things back with the help of her disciples, and after searching the tunnels for 3 months they managed to locate their source. It was a dungeon gate at the deepest level, she said.
A dungeon?
Zoe was the one who asked this time. Unlike the other elite heirs who seemed a little scared, she wasn't. She had already conquered an S-rank dungeon after all, and had become a little confident. Yes, to be precise, an SSS-ranked dungeon gate that not only lets people in, but it also lets monsters out.
"Aw!" Zoe exclaimed.
Does it let monsters out? Yes, the gate is strange. It pulsates every once in a while, about once an hour, and when it does that it grabs everything in its vicinity, like when a gate opens for the first time, and when it retracts it leaves behind a monster we call golem spirit. This thing drills into the walls to possess the stones and birth golems.
And said,
We believe that this must be some kind of glitch due to the gate appearing inside of a ruin where the world rules are weak, she explained, not expecting any of the heirs to really understand. Most of them didn't even know what the word ruin really meant. They thought it was just an old dungeon.
"So,
Did they conquer it?" One guy asked. They tried, but all the teams we sent in didn't return. Some died, but the life jades for many of them are still intact to this very day in fact.
and said,
Supreme Elder Ariana was one of them. She was caught in one of the gate pulses and was dragged inside. We haven't heard from her ever since, and now the Secrets Hall is run by High Elder Talon. And said, pointing to an old nasty-looking woman to the side.
"Mistress."
It is time to replace Ariana, the old woman said, grabbing this chance to talk. There are certain things I can't do without the Supreme Seal. We will talk about this after the tournament, and said dismissively. Victor could tell that there was some fighting on who would appoint the new Supreme Elder. Now, back then we didn't know what to do. The gate was unconscionable, so after some deliberation, one smart guy suggested burying it with stones. The result was a disaster, as not only did the gate push the stones away as it pulsated, some of those obsidian stones turned into golems and started to attack us.
Then, Zoe asked,
In the end, we managed to create a gate using the metals refined from the obsidian in this mine. They seem to have anti-magic powers, and it worked in stopping it.
and said,
Then, 3 months later, the gate just disappeared. And said, shrugging her shoulders.
"What?" everyone asked.
Yes, it just vanished. At first, we thought it was conquered, but the ones who left never returned. The main theory was that the dungeon inside was not conquered, but the gate was closed for some unknown reason. Now we believe that the gate was reopened, but it is not in its original location where we built the metal door, and we haven't found its location yet.
"So our mission?"
Bill, who felt that and was finished with her story, asked.
"Simple.
From now until the end of the month, all the elite disciples will enter the tunnels to kill the golems and locate the gate. For every golem you kill, you get 1 point, and for locating the gate you get 100. If you ever find the gate, stay more than 100 feet away from it and use a talisman to call for help."
And said,
The ones who get the most points will not only get merits of equal value, but will also get one of the seats in the tournament.
"Can we form teams?" Bill asked.
Yes, but only one in the team will get all the credit, and nodded. Each one of you will get one of the tunnel guards to guide you and act as a witness. This place is a labyrinth, so you have to be careful. What about the elders?
Theodore asked.
We will act as observers and only intervene in emergencies. It was Marcos who replied. If the young ones couldn't even solve something like this, they are not worth joining the tournament.
"Oh," Theodore looked at Anne. She nodded.
The Elder Council had already made up their mind on this. It seemed like there was more to this contest than announced. This might even relate to the fight for the Patriarch's seat. It seemed like it was a good move to move Elena and Lara away from the archipelago. This place would be a mess. Was he forgetting something?
"Ah,
Esteemed grandmother. What about your birthday party? It was Victor who shamelessly asked. Is it time for that?
Marcos scolded. "It is."
Victor replied, looking at his grandmother, who raised one eyebrow and then frowned when she felt Theodore expecting a look on her. She was planning to cancel the party due to the emergency situation.
Theodore.
Follow me to the inner hall, she said finally. She could feel he had something to say. Can Mike and Victor come too? Theodore hesitantly asked.
"Come on. But this better be important," she said. Theodore nodded.
Marcos, explain the golem's anatomy and attack patterns to the kids and tell them what to do. I will be right back, she said as she left. The Patriarch just squirted his eyes and then turned to look with a questioning look at Theodore and his sons, who hurried after Anne. So what is this about? And asked as they entered the inner room, which was luxuriously furnished as an office. She didn't even take a seat, but just leaned on the desk and crossed her hands. Well, before Theodore could speak, Victor was the first to take action as he took up a package from his storage ring, then stepped forward and presented it to his grandmother. Happy birthday, Grandma, he said as he pushed the gilded box into her hands with a bright smile.
"This is," she couldn't help but ask.
"It is your birthday gift, of course. I got it from the Von Geldstadt auction. I met their patriarch there, and he told me that you would definitely like this," Victor said, winking at her as she opened the box and looked inside of it. It is blueberry eating slug. If you use this, Grandpa Macros will have to work hard to keep his position, he added with a face that was screaming, please give me a reward.
Victor.
Theodore began to scold, but Anne raised her hand stopping him. She really did consider knocking several of Victor's teeth away, but she just sighed. Call him using his title. Marcos is the patriarch, she scolded softly as she put the box in her ring. She already read the reports that Victor bought this thing for her birthday, so she was not really surprised. She was not a fool, she completely understood that Victor was hinting to her that he knew about her relationship with Harvey. He might be also testing to know whether Harvey told her that he was cured or not. He wanted a reward for saving her lover, but she was not going to play along. She had already rewarded Victor enough by allowing him to hold that depraved wedding of his and giving him that island. Is that all? She asked as she looked at Theodore, who was in a way her favorite son. She really had no time for this. The family had literally become a boiling pot after the loss of the awakening artifact, and the mine incidents were really the last straw.
No. Mike?
Theodore said, looking at Mike, who was still shocked by the shameful way Victor talked to Anne. He showed no respect at all. For someone to talk back to and like this was something simply beyond Mike's imagination. Only fools and those who gave up on their lives dared to do that.
Mike.
Theodore scolded again, waking him up.
Ah.
Esteemed grandmother. Happy birthday, he said as he stepped forward like a soldier, extending his hands and presenting Anne with a velvet box that had the awakening mirror inside of it. He was really thankful that Victor acted before him. He was very nervous around his grandmother. And raised an eyebrow as she took the box from Mike's shaking hands. She could tell that Theodore meant to give her this thing when he asked to talk to her, and she was curious about what it was. She slowly opened it and looked inside to see the ancient-looking mirror. She could immediately tell that this was a very precious artifact from the mana fluctuations around it, but she didn't know what it was for.
This is? She asked, looking at Mike.
She really did scare this grandchild too much when he was a kid. But he was just too cute and she enjoyed bullying him.
Ah.
This is an awakening artifact, Mike said as Victor, who was a little surprised, watched him. It seemed like his always confident brother also feared his grandma. I see, and didn't seem impressed. In fact, Mike was not the first to bring her an awakening artifact, but the ones she got were all rubbish with too harsh limits or conditions like creating only semi-players or having to test the participant in boiling oil to succeed. Mike, who noticed Anne's erection, frowned and looked at his father, but Theodore didn't even look back, but just gestured with his hand. From which minor sect did you steal this from? And finally asked with a sigh after inspecting the mirror. None, I got it from the Moon Dungeon. Mike said, following the story Victor fed him.
Oh, she got interested.
Conquered already?
Yes.
We plan to send the reports tomorrow.
Theodore explained.
They have agreed to make it so that Mike is the one in the Moon Dungeon and not Victor.
Good.
Did you get this baby appraised? She asked, making Theodore quickly present her with a small booklet, containing the things Victor told them about it and the test results.
Oh.
Already prepared? And said as she began to leaf through it.
I see.
What? She shouted in shock as she squinted her eyes to make sure she read it right. 10 points of authority?
3 days cooldown?
Applying to more than one participant using mirrors? Is this true? She asked after finishing the booklet and turning to face Theodore. She was breathing heavily.
Yes.
I witnessed it myself yesterday. We tried it on Mike's twinned concubines in Victor's mansion, and it worked perfectly. Theodore replied awkwardly. There are no side effects.
Holy shit. And yelled in shock.
No wonder you wanted to hand it to me privately, she explained. This thing would change everything in the family, from how things are done for the awakening to the order of elite heirs. Now the fight would be on who would get a chance to use it. It was going to be a mess. And you were the one who found it. She finally glanced at Mike after calming down a bit.
He stepped back. Ah, don't answer me.
I will give the merits to you regardless, she said directly, glancing sideways at Victor, whose perverted smile didn't even budge. Her intuition was telling her that it was definitely this little bastard who got it. She had long figured out ever since he came to visit her the first time. He was the kind who liked to rest in the shade and let others do all the heavy lifting. And she could also tell that he must have some amazing appraisal skills that he was hiding. How would he know about hers and Harvey's poisoning otherwise? Hearing his grandmother, Mike smiled a bit and winked to Victor, who nodded. Did anyone else know about this? She asked. Only Mike's twins and some of Victor's girls. They know to keep their mouths shut.
Theodore explained.
Good, keep the news about this a secret for now, and erase any mentions of it in your report. I will reveal everything at the right time after we test it a few times on our own, she said, making her purpose clear. She wanted to build an army of suitable heirs before revealing this to the family.
Ah yes. Thanks, mother.
Theodore said as he bowed down. This was the result he wanted. And was clearly on Mike's side. I just want to ask esteemed mother if it would be possible to replace Luke's punishment from being a minor to being a test subject for this, he added. I will consider it. Now make sure to bring any good candidate from your illegitimate children back into the family.
We might give them a chance, she said.
If there is nothing else you may leave, she finally said. She had many things to think about. Many schemes to cook. Theodore nodded with a smile. He always knew that having many children was not a bad thing. Now his efforts would be paid out.
Ah.
I want to ask about something, Victor suddenly said as Mike and Theodore turned to leave.
What? And asked.
She hoped this was not something stupid. The island you gave me. Why did you choose that specific island? He asked. He had to know. No particular reason, it was just empty and convenient. Is there anything wrong with it? And asked. She was just reminded of the island by one of the servants right before the meeting to discuss Victor's presence. He was complaining that the family had too many unused islands and spoke of this one as an example. That's why when she read Alfred's suggestion to give Victor some piece of land as a present, she decided to give it to him.
Ah. No.
I just thought you were hinting at something, Victor quickly in a disappointing manner. And really wanted to ask what, but she decided not to. The answer would definitely be something she didn't like to hear. Like what?
Theodore asked.
Like wanting me to fill it with my harem, Victor quickly replied as if he wanted to say those words out loud. There was nothing like that, and spat angrily.
You can leave, she added.
She was really about to kick Victor's shameless ass for the second time today. Victor nodded in disappointment and then stepped back. He could tell that and wasn't lying, and he could tell many things from the way she paused. He decided it was not worth it to pester her more about it. It might have been just a coincidence. No, he didn't really believe in those. Someone must have manipulated things from behind the scenes so that she would give him this, but the main questions were who they were and who they worked for. Walking out of the office, Victor noticed that the elders had already explained the characteristics of the golem to the elites and were now in the process of registering teams. It seemed like only 3 were allowed into each team as many began to group together. Victor couldn't help noticing Bill, who seemed to have been trying to convince Bruno to join his team but failed after an elder scolded them both. The elders wanted Bruno to act by himself so that he would be able to participate in the tournament instead of giving his points to Bill. It seemed like the elite heirs who were meant to join the tournament were already decided. Most of them anyway. This test was just a formality or a way to sort out allegiances. Mike. Come create a team quickly. Alice, who was standing with Zoe and another girl, waved to Mike. Don't you want to join by yourself?
Mike asked. Idiot.
I belong to the heavenly sect. I can't participate.
Alice scolded.
All I can do is support you, she said.
Oh. Thanks, Mike nodded.
How about we pair together? Victor turned to Zoe, who was standing to the side, and asked her. He could easily tell that she was not really welcome in the family. The same in his past life.
Ah. Fine, Zoe nodded.
She didn't have much of a choice, and she really trusted Victor regarding his skills. The only thing she wondered was why he hid them from the family. You want to join the tournament? She asked as they walked together toward the registration desk.
No.
You will be the one participating. Victor lied casually.
What? No, I.
Don't be in a hurry to refuse. This is good for you. It is a chance to prove yourself and make a name for yourself in the family. Victor said. I, on the other hand, have no need for such things. My siblings are already protecting my back. So can you do me a favor and try it? He asked, winking at her as he gave his token to the elder, telling him to appoint Zoe as the team leader.
Ah.
Okay, Zoe sighed and said as she presented her token. She already owes Victor many favors, and the least she can do is humor him here. She already wanted to spend some time with him to ask him about a few things but couldn't earlier in his mansion as he was always surrounded by other girls.
Now was her chance.
So, are you sure you will stay here? Vanessa asked Michael. They were at the airport. Yes. I have to meet Crimson Pearl and I got the role of the pimp in the movie. I can't waste this chance. Michael replied, looking at his mother and 3 triplet sisters who were leaving. Fine then, Vanessa said as she turned and sighed for the 124th time today. She was planning to stay for another week, but after that blunder with Victor's father, which she completely remembered but acted as if she didn't, she decided to return home, and to her surprise, both Mina and Mana wanted to go with her, saying it wanted to visit their father's grave and pay respect.
Let's go, Vanessa said. Mother.
The runway for private planes is that way, Mana said, correcting her mother as she dragged her to a VIP lounge to the side. Michael sighed as he watched them go.
He was free at last.
Now he could indulge to his heart's content without fearing his mother or sister snooping around. Wait, he suddenly noticed something. 2 young girls were heading to the same VIP lounge his mother went to. They were the same 2 girls who slept with Victor at the company the other day. Do prostitutes work internationally now? Or do they have clients in the VIP lounge?
Robin.
Is that you? I knew that a bitch like you will show her face sooner or later. A young man suddenly ran out of nowhere to one of the little girls who turned to face him, sighed, then took a taser gun and shot at him. Was he one of her salty old clients? Regardless, the young man fell to the ground shaking as many airport guards hurried toward them. The girl only showed the security personnel a purple business card, then turned and headed to the VIP lounge as the guards moved out of her way respectfully, then grabbed the now unconscious young man and dragged him away mercilessly. Prostitutes are scary these days.
Michael sighed.
He needed to be careful. He reminded himself. Did you forget something? And asked as Theodore, who walked out with his 2 sons a moment earlier, then returned after getting rid of them. Yes, Theodore said as he took out a leather-bound diary from his ring and gave it to Anne. This is, she asked, this son of hers had brought her many surprises today. It is the diary of our ancestor, Grand Master Nicholas.
Theodore said. What?
And quickly grabbed it and began to inspect it. It felt very old. Where did you get this from? She asked as she flipped it open. What kind of language is that? She remembered seeing something like that in the library, but she was not sure.
Ah.
Victor found it thrown away in the vault and decided to sneak it away to take a look. He didn't know what it was in the beginning. Not until he started deciphering it.
Oh.
He knew how to read this, she exclaimed, then squinted her eyes. As a merchant, he might have some skills for that. I don't really know, but he said he could, so I decided to leave it with him for a few more days as he seemed to have figured something out, Theodore said. He sent Victor away before presenting this to both protect him and stop him from making unreasonable demands, but it didn't flare up as he was expecting her to do.
Oh boy.
And raised one eyebrow as she inspected it. What did he do with it? She asked. The bastard created a bloodline purifying pill using a recipe from it and gave it to Lara without my permission.
Oh.
And frowned as she flipped the diary around. There were some notes scribbled with a pencil to the side, probably Victor's doing. He must have put some real effort into deciphering this. I am surprised he had time to do all this with that harem of his. What did the pill do?
Did it work? She asked.
Blood purifying pills, although rare, were nothing special. Ah yes, not only did Lara heal from the after effects of the wrong training method Rex was teaching her, she is now stronger than a level 10 player. Her bloodline is 100% pure, Theodore said.
What? Are you sure?
And exclaimed in shock for the second time today as she looked up at Theodore and then began to flip through the diary until she found the page of the recipe. Victor's handwriting was all over it, translating the effects and ingredients.
Yes.
Lara's tests are all in this file, Theodore said, presenting a file to Anne, who quickly took a look at it.
Holy shit.
Is that little girl still human? She didn't seem to notice any change. She just told me that she felt she had a lot of energy lately and...
Theodore hesitated. What?
Sometimes when I look at her unprepared I feel a little scared, he confessed. It is as if every cell in my body is begging me to either worship her or run away, he added as she scratched the back of his head. From infancy, he was raised to always be honest with his mother.
What? Wait.
Did Victor take that pill too? And asked as if she thought of something. Victor's aura from earlier. She did feel something strange about it.
Ah. I didn't ask him, Theodore frowned.
He didn't think of that. I don't think he has awakened his bloodline yet though. No, he already did that, and interrupted. Victor was just controlling himself too perfectly. Do you have any of the pills? She asked.
Ah yes.
Those are all the ones Victor could make from the trace of the ancestor's blood in the diary. They require unawakened bloodlines to work, Theodore said, giving and the pill bottles Victor gave him. The first one contains the original pill, the second one was something Victor's alchemist created by mistake by adding some rust blood to the formula. It seems to boost the bloodline even further, but I am not sure, Theodore said. He hid nothing. Really? And exclaimed, then thought for a moment. Lara got one of the second type?
Yes, Theodore said.
We were lucky enough nothing bad happened to her, he sighed. No wonder Victor kept winking at you earlier and you kept ignoring him, and said as she inspected the 2 pill bottles, opened one of them, and smelled the pills inside. Their scent was like that of Von Weiss blood. Yes, he wanted me to present the diary to you so that he would get some kind of reward, Theodore said awkwardly. I wonder sometimes to what heights he would have been able to climb if not for his weak class, he lamented. You should be thankful he got that class. That kid is a fox. I don't even want to imagine what he would do if he had the power to back his ambitions.
And said. She lied.
She had been keeping an eye on Victor lately to figure out his goals, and according to her observations, she could safely imagine him trying to grab all the pretty girls in the world.
Ah.
I don't think he is that bad, Theodore said in a low voice. Regardless, he stole the diary from the vault and now wants a reward on top of that.
And sneered.
She seemed in a good mood. Although I have been pampering him a lot lately, if those things were to be real, he would deserve to be rewarded.
But he should be punished too, she paused.
Those rewards and punishments must not attract any attention. She was not going to share this diary with the family for now. I have a good idea about this, but we will discuss it later after I finish reading this diary. Now listen up. Forget about supervising the mess here with the others. I need you to do something for me, she said after some thinking.
Yes, mother. Theodore nodded.
He knew what she planned to do. It was time to create a new fraction of the family. A new group of elite who only answered to her. Abe sighed as he left the hospital room where Lulu was wrapped like a mummy in bed.
That bitch deserved it, he said to himself.
How dare she take all the money we got from toiling in the mines to buy that dress, he added to himself. Now he had to get the money needed for treating her, or his mother would really kill him. Suddenly 3 burly men appeared in front of him. They wore black suits, black gloves, black ties, and black sunglasses.
What? He asked.
You owe us, one of them said, making Abe quickly find out their identity. Old Snake had already agreed to give me another month.
Abe replied.
Old Snake had become a dead snake, one of the burly men said. Now the company is run by Lady M, and she wants her money.
Ah. But.
That's not the deal, Abe said, causing one of the men to grab him by his collar and lift him up. Deal or not, you either pay or you sleep with the fish today. You have until midnight, the men said, pushing Abe into the wall and then letting him slide into a waiting chair below him before they turned to leave.
A small advice. Don't try to escape.
The man left a final warning as he left with his muscular friends.
Shit bastards.
Abe cursed as soon as the men turned a corner and left his sight. Did you say something? One of the men seemed to have heard him and returned. No, he said quietly as sweat began to fall from his forehead. The man just inspected him for 1 whole minute before he sighed. He gave Abe one last glare then left.
Abe sighed in relief. Shit.
Where was he going to get that kind of money from?
It was all Lulu's fault.
Damn, if she was still in one piece he would have sold her.
Damn it.
Who would buy that bitch anyway? Should he go and beg Margaret?
Never. That bitch should rot in hell.
Just as he was about to stand up, out of the way, someone suddenly shouted, and in the next moment Abe was pushed back in the chair as a hospital bed with a man burnt to the crisp on it was pushed by him.
We are losing him, one nurse said.
He will never reach the operating room. Shit no, a doctor said as the monitor connected to the bed began to beep. Clear, the doctor said as he used a defibrillator to apply an electric shock to the patient's heart.
There was no response. Again.
Clear, the doctor said as he charged it again.
Bam. 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 Doctor. He is lost, the nurse said.
11.21 call it, the doctor said looking at his watch.
He is dead.
Do we have his name?
Ah. No.
He didn't have any IDs. Then how the hell would we be able to identify him? Look at how burnt up he is, the doctor snapped. He must have had a bad day.
Ah.
I think I saw he had a phone somewhere, the nurse quickly said as she began to look around for the phone. Spontaneously Abe began to look around too, and he saw it. The phone was under the chair in front of him. Just when he was about to tell the nurse, he noticed something. The phone was not ordinary, it was a diamond-studded golden W Phone 9 Max. Abe casually stood up and switched chairs as if to get out of the way of the nurse who was searching for the phone. He sat right over it and hit it with his leg. They must have left it in the room, the nurse said finally after finding nothing. Then get moving. Let's take him to the morgue, it will be their problem after that. I already missed my break for this shit, the doctor said as the nurse quickly helped him push the bed away. Abe waited until the corridor was empty to reach down and grab the phone. Shit, it was real. If he were to sell this thing, he might be able to pay off half of the debt. Hey! That is not yours, one thin little girl in a hospital gown who happened to walk out of her room and saw him said. Scaring the living shit out of him. Shut up, bitch. Abe cursed as he grabbed the phone, then quickly ran out of the hospital as the little girl began to cry. The moment he left, 2 pretty fashionably dressed young women walked out of a nearby room. One of them hurried to the little girl. Don't cry. The bad guy will get what he deserves. Sister Lynn will kick his butt, the young woman said softly as she hugged the little girl, making her sniff as she resisted crying. Now, eat this and return to your room. Don't make your parents worry, the young woman said as she stood up and rubbed the little girl's head, then pushed a candy in her mouth. The little girl nodded and sucked on the sweet candy as she watched the nice older sisters leave after the nasty guy. All of a sudden the candy melted in her mouth. Wait. Why was her body shining now? Why was her tummy no longer hurting? After finishing with the explanations required, the elders told the elite heirs to get moving. They must figure out their own ways. So, what to do now? Zoe asked as she watched the formed team leave one by one. We need to find a guide. The tunnels here are like a maze. Victor said as they left the meeting room and headed to a side chamber with the words guards command over its door. Victor casually stepped in, making the few guards who were resting here stand in attention. You. Victor pointed to an elderly guard after inspecting the 7 or so guards who were resting there. Can you guide us through the tunnels? Victor asked. Name, Alto. Level, 0. Class. Abnormal status, Slave, F. Authority, 1. Strength, 14. Agility, 30. Intelligence, 25. Luck, 19. Charm, 9. Order, 10. Skills. Dashing escape, C. Low presence, D. Assuring smile, F. Fate. Fate's power, C. Define fate, none. All the guards here were semi-players. What Victor was looking for was someone old enough to not only know the tunnels but also know the old stories that many would have forgotten. Alto, whose skills would make him the only survivor in every dangerous situation, seemed the type who would know a few things. Yes. Of course. The elderly guard Alto stood up quickly and hurried toward Victor. A chance to serve an elite heir was very rare, and if he were to be lucky he would be able to escape this place. Might I inquire about your esteemed names? Alto asked as they walked out of the room. I am Victor, this is Zoe. She is the boss this time around, but you will listen to me. Victor explained, making Zoe nod. Alto frowned a little then nodded. Where does the young master want to go? Alto asked. Oh. For now I want to check on my brother. Luke, who is serving some time here, Victor said after some thinking. Oh. Please wait a moment, Alto said as he hurried to a side chamber where he checked a giant book and then returned with a strange expression. Is there anything wrong? Victor asked. Ah. Well, did your esteemed brother offend someone? Alto asked worriedly. Not as far as I know, Victor lied. What's the problem? Well, he is assigned to Deep Village. That shithole, excuse my language, is the worst place around here. It is where those slaves who committed grave crimes are sent to, Alto said after hesitating a bit. Oh. If it is just that it is okay, my father seemed to have arranged for something like that. Luke thrives in such places. Victor said with a devilish smile. Let's go take a look. I have a few things to ask you about along the way, he added as he casually grabbed Zoe's hand and started walking. This place is very desolate, huh? Victor asked as he leisurely passed through the wide empty tunnels with Zoe, who wanted to pull back her hand from his grasp a few times, but each time she managed to pull back, he would find a sneaky way to grab it again. Usually you would be seeing all kinds of carts and workers transporting ores all through these tunnels, but due to the recent attacks, we issued a lockdown order. All miners shall stay in their villages temporarily, and all required mining quotas have been suspended, Alto explained as he tried hard not to mind the romantic drama unfolding between his two companions. Not his business. Oh. How is this exactly managed? Victor asked as he inspected the walls and noted that they were gradually moving deeper underground. He never went down to this place in the past. The mines are composed of 3 main large channels, with 3 to 5 side channels at the end of each. At the end of each of those 13 channels, a mining village was created as a central hub and a resting place for the miners. Although most of those guys are family criminals, they needed a place to sleep and live while they were not working. So my brother is at one of those villages? Victor asked. Ah. Not exactly, Alto hesitated. What do you mean? The villages might get overpopulated at times, so we relegated some of the people there to minor outposts. Your brother is at the most desolate one, Alto said slowly. Strangely enough, Victor didn't seem offended, making Zoe, who was listening, frown. She had met that guy Luke once when she first awakened. He seemed like a decent kid. Still, she had a feeling that Victor, who appeared completely stoic, was very glad. How long until we reach the nearest village? Zoe asked. 3 hours, and to the place where young Master Luke is at, we will need 6 more. What? Zoe was shocked. This place is that big? Yes, Alto sighed. Don't worry, we will take a rest on the way there. That's not the problem. Zoe sighed. How many people work here? She asked. About 70,000. I am not sure, Alto said. What? Zoe was shocked. Where did you get all those people? Some of them are family members and servants who committed grave mistakes, others are slaves who the family gets from.
Alto didn't explain further.
The family has many enemies, and those enemies have families.
Victor said.
When killing someone, we need to pull the roots to avoid future problems.
But that's cruel. Zoe, who understood what he meant, said.
What about the children? Those of the first generation will be forced to work here for life. After that, they are given a chance to work their way out and even redeem themselves and their parents once they are old enough, Alto said.
Though many never leave this place, he sighed. Zoe frowned. She didn't like this.
Victor said nothing. This was the reality of their family.
No, all the other powers.
They all have dark, cruel secrets that they inherited from their ancestors. Systems that they needed to keep their power. They needed many servants and agents, and although they got replacements from the outside every once in a while, the best way was to raise them by themselves.
He sighed.
The next few minutes were silent.
Oh, by the way,
are those miners' girls pretty? Victor asked all of a sudden, making Zoe, who was feeling a little down, quickly pinch his hand.
Pervert.
All the pretty ones got selected young to work for the maids department. Alto told the truth. The ones left here are not bad though. Even the ugliest girls would look pretty in a certain light. And the illumination condition around here is not ideal, he added. Speaking of experience. True, Victor nodded, totally ignoring Zoe's pinches as he looked up at and observed the magical gems that illuminated this place. At first, he thought they were an artifact especially created for that purpose, but as they walked further inside, he began to notice many of those gems naturally growing out of the walls.
TRI Luma Gem, F. Fragile.
Vitality Energy Conversion, weak. He had never heard of these things before, but they seemed interesting, being able to work around sacred iron.
Those light-emitting gems.
Doesn't the family mind them? Victor asked after a few minutes of silence, changing the gloomy atmosphere.
Ah.
We tried, but they are very hard to mine as they collapse very quickly and they don't work outside. The family took some samples back in the day, but nothing really came out of it, so no one cares about them nowadays. The villages below were created alongside veins containing them, so it is not only reasonably bright there, but those things seem to keep the miners healthy.
Victor frowned.
Could those gems be the reason why this palace was unearthed? This place is just too strange. All ruins are in a way though. Now, he really needed to know what the hell was going on. Oh, by the way, what about those golems? In what areas did they appear? Victor finally asked after carefully taking a few samples from one of the gems and putting it in his ring. He would ask Lily and Hannah about it later. Mostly in the lower tunnels, sometimes they crawl up, but we have sentries to take care of them, Alto said. When did this all start?
Victor asked. Well,
it was about 3 weeks ago, right before the red moon. Alto pondered. I was out on vacation and when I returned it was all hell.
What started it?
Victor asked, making Alto, who escaped answering this on purpose, pause.
I don't know for sure, he said faintly.
What do you suspect?
Victor asked. I dare not. Alto hesitated. Speak.
Victor stopped and scolded in a strange voice that not only startled Zoe but made her feel as if this command came from some very ancient and dangerous being. Her body shook a little, but this was not compared to Alto, who fell to his legs shaking. It was one of the elders, Alto said, shaking, then relaxed as the feeling of oppression withdrew. He was really scared though. This feeling was something he only felt when he faced the supreme elders before.
No.
This one was scarier. He had underestimated this heir, thinking that he was just another one of those family brats who were sent here as punishment. He should have known better. Elite heirs were never easy.
Explain.
I don't like going around in circles, Victor calmly said as he watched the man scramble to his feet and take the chance to grab Zoe's hand. She was obviously startled a bit earlier. But Victor did this on purpose, so that she would not be defeated if someone used this cheap trick on her in the future.
Ah, Alto shook.
It was High Elder Talon with a few others. Since 2 months ago they began digging in the lower tunnels like crazy. They were searching for artifacts, promising any miners who found one their freedom. Due to this excessive digging, the supports were not properly installed and an accident happened.
Oh, continue, Victor nodded.
This was after he destroyed the awakening artifact. A part of the tunnels collapsed, and as we hurried to dig the survivors, those golems appeared. Alto hid nothing.
I see, Victor said.
Were you here when a similar accident happened in the past? Yes, Alto sighed and said. He knew that it would come to this. Tell me about it in detail. Victor asked as he resumed walking, not forgetting to drag Zoe's hand behind him. Well, I believe the patriarch should have already informed you. It was about 25 years ago. Lady Ariana was looking to expand the mine after a new lode of obsidian was found, and a hidden wall was struck down, revealing a new web of tunnels. those golems began to show up from there. Back then I worked in the exploration unit, Alto clarified. The golems came from those tunnels?
Victor asked. Yes.
They just came running at us, materializing out of the obsidian walls.
Alto sighed.
I remember that I was enthralled back then, thinking that if I killed one I might level up and shed this stupid semi-player status. Too bad it was just a pipe dream. Those golems needed an army to kill and they didn't drop any experience.
Alto explained. Too bad.
Go on, Victor said stoically. Zoe, who was unknowingly holding his hand, felt him stiff a little though. Monsters not dropping any experience meant one of three things: they either belonged to this world, were magical puppets, or were only a part of something way bigger. It might also be a combination of those things. Those things were hopefully just some old puppets, or else things really got troublesome. He needed to find one quickly and appraise it. Those golems were not easy to fight. You have to find their core and strike it hard to make them collapse. It is usually hidden in a random position in their body with only a small portion of it exposed.
So,
what happened after you defeated them? Victor asked impatiently. He already knew how to defeat a golem. I didn't defeat any, it was Lady Ariana and Miss Rosette who shined there, striking those guys with strange bolts of light, making them collapse in seconds.
Alto remenknied.
Rosette.
Victor paused.
He heard that name before. His father told him about her a while back. She was his first wife or something.
Yes.
What a fine miss. Too bad she disappeared with Lady Ariana.
How did that happen? Victor asked.
Let me finish the story first, if I may, Alto said, making Victor gesture to him to continue. Well, after the golems in the tunnels were cleared, we discovered that the web of tunnels was larger than we expected and went deeper and deeper underground, nearing dangerously near the island's volcano's magma chamber. We retreated in order to reorganize and prepare
a volcano?
Zoe interrupted.
Yes.
This island is situated over a volcano. In fact, those tunnels we are walking through right now were formed around its conduit. Don't worry, this place has never exploded as far as I know, as it has some side channel into the ocean, Alto explained.
Oh. Now, where was I?
After you retreated, Victor said as he noticed that the tunnels began to warp down a little and the concentration of black obsidian was increasing.
Yes.
Then it began. Those golems began to appear everywhere in the lower tunnels. Some of them even reached the lowest village. They usually materialize out of the walls, so it was very hard to guard against them.
It was a mess. Alto sighed.
Later we found out that what created those golems was a thing we called golem spirits. They are like ghosts. No attacks work against them, physical or magical. They go through the walls unimpeded, then they materialize as a core forming a golem around them. How did you fight them? Like what happened now, we stopped all mining, we posted guards around the areas with high concentrations of black obsidian and we sent an expedition to the deeps, Alto said. Although I was not a part of that team, I heard what happened. They said down there after searching for 2 months they found a large dungeon gate right over a lack of magma. That gate seemed to pulse, exploding every few hours, throwing out a few golem spirits. Did it allow humans to enter?
Victor asked.
Yes, they sent a campaign to conquer it, but the guys in it never returned. Half of them were dead within a week, the others seemed to be alive but we had no way of contacting them, Alto said.
You know,
when the gate pulsed, it drew in everyone in its vicinity, players or not. I was planning to go try my luck like many others, luckily I didn't. All the weak semi-players who tried it died, only those powerful players managed to survive, he sighed. Did Lady Ariana was a part of that expedition?
Victor asked. No.
This happened later, about 6 months or so. The family sent 3 expeditions and no one returned, so it was decided that the gate must be closed somehow to resume the mining operation. The golems were a real pain in the ass.
If you excuse my words.
So they built a vault around it?
Victor asked. Yes.
Since the old tunnel walls managed to stop the golems before, the family decided to build 2 layered steel and obsidian walls around it. It was easier said than done though. The gate was above a lake of magma, as I told you before. They first had to dry a part of the magma below and to separate this from the chamber below. I am not sure what happened next, no one who was there survived, but from what we know, the moment they cut off the magma chamber using a large obsidian rock, the gate expanded greatly then retracted, making the entire tunnel collapse on itself. Everyone who was there was thought to have been killed, but after checking their life jades, the family began to try to dig them out, but no one was there, not even the gate that vanished. The family thinks that they were all sucked in before the collapse. They included Lady Ariana and her 3 disciples.
Alto sighed.
Now it is happening again. And no one knows where the damn gate is this time.
Victor frowned. A gate expanding? Impossible.
A dungeon gate was a product of this world, it followed its rules. The only thing he could think of with similar property was moving dungeons. But those only move around and never expand.
Not unless. Shit. He knew what this was.
He just needed to see it with his own eyes to make sure. Abe, who was sitting in a park, shook in shock after he flipped through the phone he had found for 2 hours straight.
He couldn't believe it.
At first, he tried to turn off the phone, but after he couldn't find the power button, he decided to try to crack its PIN code. By carefully analyzing the smudges on the smartphone screen, he was sure that the PIN was none other than 0000.
And he was right.
After that, he started to look around, and what he found was beyond his wildest imagination. He knew who the phone's dead owner was. It belonged to a man called John Johns. And he was known by his pen name, Crimson Pearl. Searching through the phone's data, Abe not only found the guy's ID info and data but also the full manuscript for a few novels which were some of his favorites. It had all the unreleased chapters and a few new novels that were a work in progress. Those things were priceless. He had just heard on the news that Crimson Pearl was the writer in the new Dragon Princess movie.
The script was here. Damn.
This thing would sell for a fortune. But the problem was he only had a few hours to sell these. Where was he going to find a buyer? Suddenly the phone in his hand began ringing with a very lewd voice ringtone, straddling him and the old lady who was sitting on the bench beside him. She looked at him with disgust, then stood up and walked away while muttering something about moral decay.
He didn't care.
Should he answer it? He was tempted to just turn it off, but the second he read the caller's name he hesitated. The Money Bags was the name he read. He decided to try his luck and answered the phone.
Hi. Is this Crimson Pearl? He didn't answer.
We are from Horizons Media. We know that you don't like to talk a lot and usually only communicate through text messages, but I couldn't help myself wanting to hear your voice in person, the woman who sounded young said in a flattery voice. We need to tell you that the money for the contract is ready. Are you available to come sign it now?
Ah. How much was it again?
$100,000,000. Isn't that the amount we agreed on? Didn't you want it in cash?
Ah.
Yes, Abe said as his mind began to turn. Then I will be waiting for you at the headquarters of Horizons Media. I will be there in an hour or two, Abe said, then hung up. He was hesitating on what to do. If he were to be discovered, he would be in big trouble. Thinking for a moment, he opened up the messenger program and began to look through Crimson Pearl's conversations just to make sure. He could see all the conversations he had, and from them, he learned a few things. Crimson Pearl was an orphan who had no one. Crimson Pearl was so ashamed of his hobby of writing porn stories that no one knew his real identity, not even the companies he worked for. He only accepted payments in cash. And Horizons Media was the first time he was planning to go public after their CEO convinced him to write the movie script. Crimson Pearl really believed in psychics and unnatural phenomena. He was a part of many groups that discussed such stupid things as future seeing and astral projections. Crimson Pearl was really into granny porn. The shaking caused Yulian to open his eyes and look around. He was in the back of an old truck that traveled through a mountainous dirt road. Lily was sitting next to him talking with some traditionally dressed old woman who was holding a chicken in her hand. She was pointing at Yulian and giggling. Lily was humoring her politely. He couldn't understand what they talked about though. It was a foreign language that he had never heard before.
Where are we? He asked. Oh, you are awake.
Lily said, then smiled, making him notice for the first time that she was not wearing her mask. Holy shit. Can someone be this pretty? Just when he was about to make a comment, he felt something hit the back of his neck and heard the chuckling of the old woman.
Sleep more, my dear brother.
We are almost there. Was the last thing he heard before he passed away. So this is the first village? Victor asked as the tunnel seemed to come to an end, opening up to a huge cave chamber that contained the underground village. It was composed of several streets and buildings made out of black obsidian. The entire area was lit by many light gems that shone from the 150-foot-high tunnel ceiling, making it appear as if it was right before sunset.
Yes. Alto nodded.
It is where the ores get collected before transporting them outside. Victor sighed as he looked around. He was really wondering what happened to this place in his past life. Although he was not 100% sure, he believed that this incident with the gate and the golems never occurred. Not this early anyway. Approaching the village's steel gate, the two muscular guards who were guarding it bowed respectfully while shooting Alto some envious looks after they noticed the badges on Victor and Zoe's chests.
Main family elite heirs. This way, young master.
Alto said, guiding Victor through the main street where many miners bowed when he passed by while others chose to escape to the side streets to avoid him. Elite heirs from the main family had a bad reputation here, as they basically can do whatever they want. Where should we rest?
Victor asked.
He was not really tired, but he wanted to take his time and get familiar with this place. We will be heading to the administrative building. There is a VIP resting room there, Alto said, guiding Victor and Zoe. I need to make a report about our location.
Good, Victor nodded.
Make sure to get me a recent map of the tunnels and a list of the locations of the last appearances of the golems, he added. He should have got a tunnel from the entrance, but he totally forgot as he was busy watching Lynn and Margaret scam Abe.
I understand, Alto nodded. Let's go then,
Victor said as he casually appraised everyone. While few had low concentrations of bloodline, most people had nothing special. They just seemed unreasonably fit and healthy for people who should be spending their lives in servitude underground. It must be those gems. Zoe, who was beside him, was also looking around. She seemed to be feeling a little relieved that the people here were not as desolate as she imagined them to be. She could see several big buildings on the main street, like a school and a hospital. A proof that the family was not that bad to those guys. Reaching the fancily built administrative building, Alto excused himself to make a report to the manager here as Victor and Zoe were respectfully guided into a lavish reception room where they were not the first to arrive. On one of the white leather couches in the room were 3 young men wearing black robes and busy harassing the pretty maids who were serving them. On their chests, 2 of them proudly hung their family token, which was purple with 2 black lines going over it diagonally. The last had a silver token instead. The large 2 are elites from the second branch. The other guy is a second-ranked inner disciple, Victor whispered to Zoe as they casually walked inside. The von Weiss family was composed of 1 main branch, which was the descendants of Victor's great-grandfather, and 11 side branches which were the children of other ancestors who were powerful enough to establish a branch. Each one of those branches could nominate up to 5 elite heirs. Those guys were equal to the heirs of the main family and had the chance to rise up and become elders, supreme elders, or even fight for the patriarch's seat. Naturally, due to this, the relationship between those branches and the main family was usually very rigid and muddied with family politics. As far as Victor remembered, of the branches only the 1st, 3rd, 5th, 6th, and 10th had any real power, as they had supreme elders belonging to them. They usually had the capital to fight for the power in the family and turn their branch into the main one. Most of the other branches usually took sides with the big ones. Cassius, for example, Rita's grandfather, belonged to the 3rd branch, which belonged to the Black faction. Frank Titus's father, the head of the external hall and the head of the 1st branch, belonged to the White faction. Zoe, who technically belonged to the main branch, just looked at those guys with a frown as they harassed the maid. She was trying hard to remember who was the backer of the second branch. Uncle Falcon taught her those things before, but at that time she didn't care. Victor, on the other hand, casually appraised the 3. Their boss was a level 23 Black Knight. The other 2 were a level 9 archer and a level 19 rogue. They were nothing special. No, wait, that weak-looking archer guy. His name was familiar.
Zach von Weiss. Victor frowned.
Wasn't this the guy who caused Mike to get crippled in his previous lifetime? Victor was not sure about how it happened, but according to the report he read, Zach was acting as Mike's support in a dungeon when a swarm of scorpions attacked them. This guy shot Mike in the back with a paralyzing arrow and left him to be eaten alive as he escaped. Thankfully, Mike survived back then, but the damage he sustained caused him to lose both his legs and one of his eyes, causing him to permanently lose the fight for the patriarch position. As for Zach, he didn't leave the dungeon and no one knew how he died. Todd, one of the young men who was the first to notice Victor, quickly nudged his friend who was busy bullying the maid to dance for them. Todd, who seemed to be the boss of this group, looked back and noticed Victor as his friend stood up and bowed slightly.
Todd didn't.
This was not a breach of the family's protocol, as those guys were technically elite heirs too, and didn't need to show respect to Victor and Zoe. Still, the man's behavior was not very respectful, as it was a piece of common knowledge to show respect to those of the main family.
Oh.
You are from the main family, Todd said disrespectfully as he grabbed the maid and made her sit on his lap. She was obviously reluctant, but she didn't dare to object. That's what it looked like anyway. Although many of the young maids and servants in the family dreamed that one of the heirs would fall for them or choose them, many had long learned to discern between those who were serious and those who were just playing around, like this Todd, who would just dump this girl away or throw her to his men the moment he got bored with her. If he was really serious about her, he would have branded her with his token, giving her one of the 10 servant slots he had. Victor, who was carefully watching, frowned a little, then quickly hid it. The maid Todd grabbed was very pretty. All the others he saw here until now were average at best. We are from the main family. How did you know? He asked as he found a comfy couch and then dragged Zoe to sit at his side.
He didn't seem upset.
Your badge says so, Todd replied without showing any annoyance about Victor playing ignorant. He was used to those of the main branch showing off and he knew how to deal with those. My name is Todd, I belong to the second branch. My father is Anthony, the patriarch's brother. And this is Pierre, my cousin, he said proudly, not caring to introduce his last cousin who seemed to be offended a little.
I see, Victor nodded.
The patriarch belonged to the second branch. According to the family history he read, when Marcos took power, a part of the deal was that the main branch would not change. This upset many people, but under Anne's oppression, no one dared to really object. Still, the second branch, which was the weakest before, seemed to have gained a lot of benefits in the last 40 years, but not to a degree where they could contend with the strongest 5. My name is, the last young man began to speak and introduce himself, but he was interrupted. You don't need to introduce yourself, Zach. I am sure those of the main family wouldn't care about someone like you, Todd said in a smug voice while not forgetting to molest the maid in his lap, causing his cousin to stop talking with some resentment. We don't, Victor admitted shamelessly, making Todd chuckle as Zach clenched his fist. Then there was an awkward pause. Can I know your names? Todd finally asked after 3 minutes.
Well, I am Victor. This is Zoe.
We belong to the main branch, as you have previously deduced, Victor said, making the young man frown a little and then smile.
He heard about Victor.
The one who was made an elite as bait to fool the family enemies. You are the one who held that harem wedding that day, Todd exclaimed, still not showing Victor any respect as his hand began to find its way under the maid's skirt. Zoe, who was having a hard time not verbally showing her disgust, quickly held her words as she noticed what Victor, who was supposedly sitting at her side, was doing.
Pervert. Yes. It was a blast, Victor exclaimed.
The family even gave me a big island as a gift, he added, then watched the envy on Todd's face.
It was natural.
They gave you an entire island? Pierre, who was silent, finally spoke.
Yes.
Grandma wants me to enjoy my time there with my harem and fill it with future children, Victor nodded, ignoring Zoe's glares as he inspected Todd. This idiot, since they entered the room, was using a memory talisman to record their conversation. He was hiding it behind the maids' backs.
See.
That is what it means to be a part of the main branch. Todd, who was shocked for a moment, quickly laughed it off as he violently began squeezing the breasts of the poor maid in his lap. She was shooting Victor and Zoe some pleading looks for help, but the two totally ignored her. No, not really, but that's what everyone saw. In reality, Zoe was about to pick a fight multiple times in the last few minutes, but only stopped when she watched Victor casually stand up, go around the room checking all the maids, then spice the wine glasses of the 3 with something before returning to his seat. No one seemed to notice that as they all kept looking at the place he was on the couch. By the way, what are you guys doing here? Are you also here for those golems? Victor finally asked, deciding to get some info out of those idiots as he returned to his seat and naturally held Zoe's hand again. In a way, we are a part of the expedition to search for the gate. Pierre was the one who answered.
Oh, you too?
Since when were you here? Victor asked as a maid brought him and Zoe some refreshments. Since, Zach was about to say something but was interrupted. We don't have to tell him that.
Todd rudely,
changing his tactic. I believe those from the main family already know everything, he said in a provoking tone, slipping his hand under the maid's skirt again. Tears began to fall from the poor young woman's eyes. We are just having a friendly conversation here.
What's your problem?
Zoe, who couldn't take Todd's rude behavior anymore, finally flared up but calmed down a bit as Victor grabbed her hand again.
I don't have a problem, Todd said.
I just don't want those from the main family to look down on us, he said just as he grabbed the maid's chest. He was clearly doing this on purpose to make Zoe angry, but with Victor holding her, she just glared back at him. Sorry, I was born looking down on you, Victor replied as he wondered why Todd was acting like this.
You guys are just too lousy, he added. You.
Pierre flared, but Todd kicked his foot, making him calm down at once, confirming Victor's suspicion. He was now sure that those guys were making trouble on purpose, wanting to make him or Zoe pick a fight. But why? Did they want to implicate him in some trouble and involve the punishment hall? No, this doesn't make sense. The punishment hall supreme elder was a loyalist to the main branch. He could only ask. Victor pondered, then turned to look at one of the other maids in the room. Can you get me one of those petting maids? Like the one he got with big boobs, he ordered her unreasonably, pointing at Todd and the maid on his lap. Ah, the poor maid didn't know how to respond to that. Even Todd and his friends gave Victor a strange look. Zoe was naturally pinching him and used her foot to step on his, but he totally ignored her as he kept looking at the maid. What? Are you out of stock? He asked. Ah. Young master, that one is a normal maid, not a petting maid, a second slightly older maid finally intervened. What? Victor frowned and then looked at Todd. Why are you petting a normal maid? He asked with a disgusted look, making Todd, for a second there, wonder if he was really doing something wrong. No. He could tell that Victor was playing with him. Probably. Looking at Victor's honest eyes, he was not sure. But he can also play this game. A normal maid can also be a petting maid, he finally said, grabbing the maid's thin shirt and then shredding it with his hand to expose her chest. Carefully making sure to anger Zoe, and ignoring his two lower-leveled friends whose eyes began to look at the maid with lascivious looks. "Really?" Victor asked, turning to look at the other maid. "Ah. We are here to serve the young masters," she finally said, resigning to her grim fate. Not really, she was in fact looking forward to it. Victor was just that handsome. "You are too ugly for that," Victor exclaimed. The maid was not really ugly, but he had to make an excuse. "Get me someone as pretty as her," he said, making Todd finally smirk as if Victor had fallen into his trap. "Ah. She is the only pretty one here," the maid who was slightly offended said awkwardly. In fact, that pretty maid was new, she had just sent here 3 days ago. It was rare to send someone of this caliber down here. "Really? Then why does this branch family member get to pet her?" Victor asked loudly, causing Todd to almost jump and kiss him for falling for his trap. Yes, he wanted Victor to be angry. "Ah. He came here first." The maid didn't know how to answer that. This was getting stupid, but why were those of the branch family looking as if Victor was acting very reasonably? Not her business. "Shit," Victor paused. "Then I can't do a thing," Victor sighed and sat down. For the next 5 minutes no one moved, only the sound of Victor sipping his refreshments could be heard. "Wait. Is that it?" Pierre finally flared. "What's what?" Victor asked. "You are not going to pick a fight with us?" Pierre asked. "Why would I do that?" Victor asked. "Because," Pierre looked at Todd, who nodded to him. "That's what he saw anyway. Because we were ordered to make you do that." Liar replied after getting an affirmation from Todd, who was in reality busy with the maid who was obviously not so reluctant anymore. Zach, who was the weakest, was already watching with his hand doing something lewd. "Really? You too?" Victor asked. "I was ordered by my brother." "Who ordered you?" Victor asked. "We were ordered by Uncle Anthony," Pierre said proudly. "Why?" Victor asked as if he was jealous. "Ah. I don't know. We were just told to target those of the main family and make them pick a fight with us and record it." Pierre said he really didn't know. "Oh," Victor frowned and then raised one eyebrow. "If you were looking for a fight, why did you bring a weakling like that Zach then?" "To get beaten." "That's what Todd said," Pierre said. "Oh. I see. Then is he Todd's best friend or you are?" Victor asked as Zoe put her hand on her eyes while blushing. "I am Todd's best man," Pierre said. "Zach is just a lowlife." "Then why is Todd making him share and leaving you?" Victor asked with a strange look. The situation on the other couch was progressing in a direction he didn't anticipate. "Share." Pierre looked then gasped as he watched an R-rated scene unfold in front of him. The maid was no longer involved. "Zach, you piece of sh*T, Pierre shouted, then started hitting Zach. "I was the one who got you the critical mission ticket, yet you betray me like that," he added as he watched the scene turn from a fight to something that Zoe should definitely not watch. Even the maids, all of them, had long escaped. Victor frowned hearing Pierre's last words. He jumped from his seat, grabbed Zach's pants that were now on the ground, and searched it, taking out an envelope with critical mission on it, looking at it briefly then returning it before he turned and dragged flustered Zoe out of the room. Although he planned to ask Todd a few things, that guy was no longer available, and Victor already got what he needed to know. Critical missions were issued by the family when they needed something done no matter what, and they were usually only taken to those who were ready to die and desperately wanted to prove themselves. Those missions held great rewards and merits if they succeeded, but the downside was that they were very hard and couldn't be cancelled or withdrawn after being issued. It seemed like those idiots were using those missions to target the members of the main family. As if someone were to obstruct such a mission or a mission holder in the family, they would severely punish him. And in case the obstruction caused the holder not to be able to complete his mission, the offender shall take it instead. Zach's mission was to investigate a very dangerous tunnel in the lowest level of the mines below. Too close to the lava chamber. If Victor or Zoe were to fight him, they would surely be implicated and forced to take on the mission. Not even the patriarch would be able to help them against the family rules. The question was, why did they want them to go down there? Just as Victor walked out, Alto, who seemed to have finished his business, ran to his side. "Young master. Here is the map," he said. "I already marked all the things you told me about on it. If you need anything else, just tell the maids to call me," he said. "Wait. We are already finished here," Victor stopped him. "When did the branch family elites arrive?" he asked. "Ah. 1 week ago, the family called them to patrol the tunnels." "Are they part of the assessment?" Victor asked. "I am not sure," Alto told the truth. "I see. Let's go, I want to visit my brother, then we'll head deep," Victor said, then turned to the still shocked Zoe. "If you need to use the restroom, now is your chance," he told her. "Pervert," Bastards. Zoe, who was still wondering what the hell happened in that room, hurried away with a blush. Master. The spy fell on her knees as soon as she entered James Trove III's office. What? The principal asked, looking up from the thick report on his desk. It is young Master Julian, she said in a nervous voice. What did he do now? James interrupted. It was rare to see his assistant this flustered. He was kidnapped by young Lady Lily. She took him off the streets yesterday. They headed to the airport where she fooled our agent by switching planes, the spy said. What? It took James a moment to comprehend what she told him. Why would Lily interact with Julian? James asked in shock. I don't know. We didn't get any info or signals regarding that. It came out of the blue. Where did they head to? He asked. Planes can be easily tracked, even those with camouflage devices. The plane landed in a mountainous village in the Great North Ursa Republic. Where is that? James frowned. A small insignificant landlocked country. It is so remote that by the time our agents were able to head there, Lily and Julian were gone. That place is a very backward rural region. It has no high-tech surveillance devices, so tracking them is almost impossible. We only have 2 sightings, one from an old woman who traveled with them in a truck and the other from a poor thief who happened to run into them as they were heading to the mountains, she said. The poor guy is no longer a full man. And why didn't you send an emergency search team? James said. After Lily's disappearance, the family prepared a protocol just to locate heirs who went off the radar. I did, but we lost them. That place is like a maze and Lady Lily is crazy good at hiding her tracks, the spy confessed. Once we were following her at first, she seemed to have felt us and is now using every technique in the book to disappear. Shit. Why is this happening now? James cursed. Lily should not know that Julian is her brother, so the only logical explanation was that Victor, who didn't like his sister sleeping with a bum, ordered Lily to take Julian to some faraway place to slowly torture him and then finish him off. Shit, if these siblings were to kill each other his head would be in danger. Activate Julian's tracker. I will take responsibility, he said quickly. This device was meant as a last resort as it would technically, directly interfere in Julian's destiny. This won't work, the spy confessed. We found Julian's tooth, the one where we implanted the tracking device, inside the plane. It was as if someone punched it out of his mouth. What? Damn. Call a soul tracker. I will pay from my own pocket. James said desperately. We already did. He couldn't find them, the spy said. She was the type who only reported after she exhausted all the options. Shit. Why are you telling me this now then? Do you want me to die of a heart attack? James, who was losing his mind, cursed again as his face turned white. She didn't answer. Where is that Victor? He asked. He left for the Von Weiss archipelago with his father. They are preparing for some birthday or something. Those in the intelligence department are not sure about the details, the spy explained. Alice is there too. Shit. 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 James cursed as he began feeling his neck. This was definitely a ploy by Victor, who took the opportunity while his sister was away to kill his brother-in-law. His only hope now was to pray that Julian would be able to escape or convince Lily that he was her brother before it was too late. He read Lily's file. The girl was a castration maniac. What was that all about? Zoe finally asked after they left the village. Those bastards. Victor cursed. Treating a normal maid as a petting maid. How dare they? Victor flared. I noticed when you sent those letters to your father and brothers, you know. Zoe added coldly. He sneakily sent her to the restroom so she wouldn't be able to see what he wrote. Oh. It was all the fault of those damn phones not working here. I had to do it with an old pen and paper. I have not been trying to cheat on you or anything, he confessed. Who said anything about cheating? Zoe yelled. She was about to lose her mind. Why was Victor acting like an idiot? Did they stimulate him so much inside that he decided to retreat to his old trusty pervert cocoon? No one said that, Victor said, but it is really better for you if you didn't get involved in all this family drama. He sighed, finally confessing. Zoe with his scion aura would make things a little unpredictable, and he didn't like that. Do you think I will spoil your stupid plans? Zoe asked as if she had read his mind. Ever since the Moon Dungeon, she asked her newly appointed butler to find her the family report concerning Victor. It was a biography of a depraved pervert. From almost getting killed as soon as he reached Vane City, discovering the dungeon, meeting Alex, the incident in the brothel, and the wedding. On the surface, he was just a depraved rich young man who had just been let out of a cage, but after some contemplating she began to remove the because he is a pervert from everything in the report, cross-referencing the news articles about what was happening and combining that with the knowledge she gained from talking to him in the Moon Dungeons and getting to know the girls in Victor's mansion. She figured out a shocking truth. Victor was building a network of powers. a large network that spanned many powers and businesses. She couldn't find definite proof of her guess, but from the way Victor was acting all the time she was sure of it.
Ah. No, he lied. Well,
It is just that you would never want to know what I know. It is very messy, he sighed, telling the truth this time. How about you watch a show and decide after it? He asked.
what do you mean? Zoe asked.
Victor didn't answer but stopped walking and turned around. You can come out now, he said coldly, making someone shake a little, then walk out from behind one of the mine's large support pillars.
It is you, Zoe exclaimed.
It is the petting maid, Victor said at the same time, causing the pretty maid who walked out to almost stumble and fall. She quickly got her wits back together as she approached Victor and Zoe.
Name, Orma.
Level, 0.
Class. Abnormal status, Slave, F. Authority 1. Strength, 12. Agility, 22.
Intelligence, 30.
Luck, 15. Charm, 13. Order 10. Skills.
Senses transfer, AAA active.
Flawless acting, C. Sharp scenes, F. Fate. Fate's power, E. Define fate, none.
Please let me be your subordinate. I will do anything, the maid Orma, who was still dressed in her torn uniform, said as she fell to her knees, bowing to Victor and Zoe. She seemed quite distressed. Why do you want that? Victor asked with a frown. Don't go telling me that you fell for my handsomeness.
Orma hesitated.
I failed my mission. This was my last chance. They will definitely kill me or send me to some shithole to die, she said.
Victor frowned.
For someone to have the courage to face elite heirs like this could be one of two things. She was either very desperate or she was scamming them. By using his lie detection skill though, he could tell that she was telling the truth.
Until now, that is.
Weren't you getting petted enough? Victor asked with a frown. How else would a petting maid fail her job? He looked at Alto for an answer, but the old man was busy checking the mine walls for imperfections, so he didn't notice. His mind was working fast though. Begging the heirs to be taken as their followers was technically taboo, so this woman was gambling with her life. I am not a petting maid, she said in a low voice, seriously wondering how to fool this young master. His thought pattern was something she couldn't comprehend. Still, she had a job to accomplish.
Ah, right.
That other maid did say you are a normal maid.
I almost forgot, Victor nodded.
I don't need normal maids.
You can. That's not the problem.
Zoe finally yelled, interrupting Victor. Why would you be killed? What mission are you talking about? She turned to the maid and asked her. I used to be a part of the family's 34th Reconnaissance Unit. A week ago I was suddenly transferred here and tasked with a mission in the mines. It was to seduce you, young Master Victor, and cause you to fight with young Master Todd.
Orma said. What? Victor asked in shock.
At first I thought it was a normal mission, but while I was here 2 days ago, I accidentally overheard young Master Bill, who was at the village, talking with someone I don't know. He was telling him that the true plan was to fool you into getting into a fight with that young man Zach, who would be severely injured, forcing you to take his critical mission in his place. They planned to force you deep into the tunnels where they planned to kill you with your brother, whom they already sent someone to fool, she said. I was destined to die with you, she added with tears in her eyes.
What?
Zoe asked, gasping before looking at Victor. Was this the plan he hid from her?
Bill.
Victor muttered hatfully, then looked at the maid. The perverted look in his eyes had disappeared.
Are you sure? He asked. Yes.
I had been intending to tell you before the fight broke out, but I didn't have to, she said. Young master. Did you slip something in their drinks? They started acting strange as soon as you entered the room, she asked with admiration in her voice, then quickly bowed down.
Ah, sorry.
I shouldn't have asked. I am sorry, she said as she bashed her head to the ground. Well, since you already knew, it is okay, Victor hesitated. I suspected that something was off around them from the beginning. So I used one of my skills to secretly throw an aphrodisiac pill in their wine while they were busy arguing, he said as he scratched his head proudly. They deserve this for not saluting me properly when I came in, he added in a low voice. Alto, Zoe, Orma, and the man spying on them from afar looked at Victor strangely. It was clear that he knew nothing. He was just an extra petty maniac who took revenge for the slightest grievances, destroying a perfectly built plan in the process.
Name, Logan.
Level, 0.
Class. Abnormal status, Slave, F. Authority 1. Strength, 24. Agility, 29. Intelligence, 20. Luck, 12. Charm, 13. Order 10. Skills. Fireball, D. Dagger Art, E. Hide Presence, F. Fate. Fate's power, E. Define fate, none.
Victor had already discovered this guy who had followed them since they left the village. He must be using some talisman to communicate live with his boss and send the news directly. Was getting rid of him really that important? This was getting too wired. Victor was very self-aware that in the eyes of the family, he was no more than a cockroach. A very perverted cockroach.
Ah, Orma finally nodded.
Young master is amazing, she said. Yes, yes, Victor blushed a little as he pondered. Alto, quickly hurry back to the village and send a letter to Alert Mike. Just write code PW371L9 on it, nothing else, Victor said. Did you remember that? Code PW371L9. Alto repeated without asking for the meaning as Orma wanted him to do. She didn't dare to ask by herself as it would be too obvious. Good, I will wait for you here.
Victor nodded. Ah.
Yes, young master. Alto said, then quickly ran back to the village.
Young master.
Can you now take me in? She asked desperately. They would never dare to touch me if I were your follower. I am willing to do anything. Please, she begged, accidentally dropping a part of her ripped dress that she had been carefully holding with her hand. What do you think? Victor made sure to take a careful look, then turned to Zoe and asked her. I think she is very pitiful, Zoe said, biting her lip.
We should help her. Good, then you take her.
Victor said, sighing. What? Both the maid and Zoe asked. My family maid's quota is nearly full. And since she was not a petting maid, I have already lost interest. She doesn't even vibrate all that well.
Victor explained.
You, on the other hand, don't have any maids, he added.
Ah, young lady.
The maid, who decided to switch to the second target, looked at Zoe desperately.
Fine, you can stand up.
Zoe, after some hesitation, said she didn't have any maid and was a little hesitant to take one lately.
Yes?
Orma stood up, shaking a little, making Victor shake his head while muttering something about lousy vibrations. How do I mark her? Zoe finally asked Victor. Use your token, just place it on the maid's tattoo that is on the back of her neck, Victor explained. Zoe nodded, slowly approaching the maid and putting her token on the maid's neck.
The token shined. Finished.
Zoe said, checking her token as Victor's eyes turned cold, then quickly returned to normal. Fooling the family token meant this went way beyond just a scuffle between heirs. Someone big must be involved.
Thank you, mistress.
Orma said with a polite smile that only lasted for 3 seconds before her head was crushed by a golem that fell out of the ceiling right on top of her, cracking her head in one bite. It seemed to have materialized out of the obsidian above where there was a hole now.
KRY. Golem, E. Black Obsidian.
Partial Avatar. To run the Great SSS.
STR 59. AGI 45. Int 3. KRY.
It howled victorious, then shook and turned to look at Victor and Zoe in astonishment. Wasn't that human woman alone? It couldn't think of anything else, as an angry Zoe began to battle it. It didn't leave it a chance to move before it was hammered into oblivion in a few minutes. It crumbled into a pile of stones that became the tomb of the dead maid. Making sure it was dead, Zoe ignored useless Victor, who peed his pants and fell to her knees. She looked in shock as the blood seeped through the rubble. There were tears in her eyes. At least that's what the spy who watched from afar saw. The reality was that Zoe had never even talked all this time. She was just watching in shock as from the very beginning Victor dragged her to the side and made her sit on a foldable chair to watch the show. That golem was not something she was expecting, and it really gave her a scare, but Victor, who was the one who killed it, did it in one movement before it could realize what happened. Do you still want to engage in family politics? Victor asked as his body was busy helping her illusionary clones stand up.
Zoe sighed.
She was a spy. She didn't like the way Orma died, but she didn't comment on that. Yes, she was lying about 50% of the time. I really wanted to try and question her more, but she had some sense transferring skill that connected her to someone who is watching from afar, he explained. Not telling Zoe about the man who was hiding in the shadows. By how quickly they changed their tactics after Todd's team failed. I figured it would be too dangerous to play along and decided to kill her naturally, he added. That golem, was it your doing? She asked in surprise. Not really, I noticed the golem spirit that was nearby earlier, so I just had to fool it into thinking there was a lonely lost girl here, and it did the rest on its own. No one will think that we know that she was a spy now.
I see. Zoe stood up
and inspected everything around them as her illusionary clone merged with her seamlessly. She was really amazed by Victor's skill. He was fooling the world with ease. What did she really want? Zoe asked. I am not sure yet, Victor said. Telling you what I know would depend on what you choose. Do you want to live a blissfully ignorant life as a rich young lady, or do you want to get to know the dirty truth? He asked. Will those guys behind this mess leave me be if I ignore them? She asked.
Probably not.
But I will protect you, he said as he gave her back her family token that he used earlier to brand the maid. He could easily fool the token into thinking he was Zoe.
I am strong enough now,
she said, feeling a little grateful for Victor. So tell me everything you know, she said firmly. Since she was young, she didn't like others protecting her. She was going to be the one doing the protecting. Abe sat at the lavish meeting table nervously, then observed as a redhead secretary entered in an OL suit and sat in front of him.
Hello.
My name is Susan, I am the CEO's secretary and I will be the one signing the contract with you, Mr. Sanders. Or do you prefer that I call you Crimson Pearl? She asked. Just call me Abe, he said, carefully checking the woman's chest out of habit. Okay, Mr. Abe, Susan smiled. She was forcing it, but she was a good actor. Here is the contract we negotiated about on the phone. We will pay you $100,000 in 5 installments throughout the year.
And in cash, she added.
Yes, he nodded, squeezing his fist. With that money, not only would he be able to pay off all his debts, but also fix his manhood. He already checked with a doctor who promised him a new one. In exchange, you have to not only help fix the script on site if needed, but also be a part of the film's publicity team with Mira and the other actresses.
Mira?
Yes, weren't you informed?
Susan frowned.
I thought we told you that earlier.
No.
I knew that, he said, swallowing his saliva. He saw her at Victor's wedding. Then please read the contract carefully so that we can make any minor adjustments you might want.
She said.
Okay, Abe smiled and nodded. He just had to make sure that he was the only beneficiary and that even if he were to be discovered, they would not be able to get the money back. I don't understand why you didn't hire a lawyer or an agent, it would have made things easier, Susan said as she watched him begin to frown looking at the densely filled document at hand. I know, that's the way I like it, Abe said as he began to read the 37 pages long the contract. He understood nothing of the legal jargon, but he thought he did. Yulian opened his eyes and looked around. He was lying in a cave and could see a big bonfire nearby. Next to it, Lily was sitting on a foldable chair without her mask, carefully tending the fire.
She looked dashing. He slowly sat up. Ouch, his jaw hurt. Oh, you are awake.
Lily quickly looked at him. Sorry about that, I had to knock out one of your teeth so those in the family will not be able to hear or track us.
She said. What?
Yulian asked as he tried to comprehend what Lily just said. Don't worry, it is already healed, Lily said. It will just hurt a little for a few more hours. That's not the problem. There was a tracking device in my tooth.
He asked. Yes.
They issued it to all the heirs after I went missing. It is not only to be able to find them, but to also monitor them. This function is a secret though, only the patriarch should know about it.
She said. Shit, Yulian cursed.
So, what about you? Do you know who I really am? He asked. He remembered her calling him brother, but he had to ask. Yes, my brother Yulian von Krohn, she said, sighing. Our father is Aaron and our mother is Catalia Old Blue, she said, throwing a broken twig into the bonfire.
You remember? No, that's impossible.
Did someone from the family contact you? Yulian asked as he approached the bonfire and sat next to Lily, who handed him a bowl of instant ramen.
None of that, she said.
You will probably not believe me,
she added. What? Yulian asked. I am a time traveler.
I came back from the future to save you and our family. She lied shamelessly. Let me tell you all about it, we have all night. Victor carefully observed as Zoe carefully followed his instructions and attacked the golem's weak point while he watched from the back like any gentleman would do. Alto was giving him some eye signals to go and help the lady, but Victor shamelessly ignored him. He didn't want to show his power yet. This was the 5th golem since they left the village, and seemingly the more they went down, the more frequently they were going to meet them. Zoe seemed to have become more proficient, killing them and finding the core without his help. The heroic weapon she got in her hand cut through the black obsidian like butter. Victor carefully looked at the giant golem that fought ferociously, trying to take a bite out of Zoe with its 2 sharp stones that it used as a head. According to the family files Alto got him, and his observation of what happened to that spy made that he already forgot her name, those golems squeezed their victims of all their blood that they fused with their bodies to make them stronger. This didn't make any scene for Victor, who knew how much energy it took to activate a golem. In his past life, they had mechanical golems and it took 3 gems to make it work. And that's casual work, not fighting. Golems using blood as energy was like cars working on water. It was too unreasonable and would only fool idiots.
Wait. Fool?
Yes, maybe they were trying to fool someone. If he considered that those bloodthirsty golems were definitely after something else, it must be something immeasurable.
Souls.
And what creatures like to eat souls and fool others?
Demons.
Tarun the Great might as well be a great demon. Thinking for a moment, Victor realized something and decided to use his fate eyes just to make sure. Making sure no one was looking at him, he activated them on the golem. Out of it, Victor could see a fate thread connecting it to something. And it was going up, not down. The golem's origin was not that gate.
Shit, he was right.
He was now pretty sure this was one big scam. Maybe more than one party was involved. Could it be that someone had made a contract with a demon? Probably, or maybe a demon was scamming his family's traders, who on the other hand were using the golems without realizing what they really were, helping that thing collect souls. Yes. This was a good explanati. Victor knew that he needed to make a move to secure himself and his brothers, but he didn't know the other side's identity, plan, or motive, and this left him in the dark. He was feeling a little uncomfortable. He didn't like being this passive. He needed information, but these tunnels stopped all phones and even messenger talismans didn't work. Those guys must have been using some sort of artifact to communicate, or even worse, they might have access to the tunnel's telegram communication system. The message he sent Mike was a reference to the script of the Princess Warrior movie that Mike had a copy of in his ring. It pointed to a certain line. The princess quickly called the pimp back, telling him about the scheme to kidnap his favorite hooker. It meant that there was a scheme and that Mike should write back to Victor. Everything would become clear when they reached the next village. If Mike didn't write him back, it would mean that he was either too fat or that the tunnel messaging system was really compromised. If you think this was a trap, why not tell some elders? Zoe, who finished killing the golem, whispered after she returned to Victor's side where Alto couldn't hear a thing. I already told you. I don't know who we can trust. And my father are probably no longer here, he said. In the last hour, Victor had already told her many things about the family dynamics and about how the family was technically like an ant farm of spies and agents. Many facts that he told her about were really shocking. Especially how that nice girl Rita was sent to die in the Von Zwei family. Those monsters. With every passing minute, she was liking her newly acquired family less and less. Then can't we just head back up? She asked. Her suggestion was very reasonable. Something feels wrong here, she added, making Victor carefully look at her. Leaving is not a bad choice, but I want to make sure what is going on here first, Victor said. I am worried about Mike and Alice. He confessed the truth.
Oh, she nodded.
At the very least I really want to know who is behind this before we leave. Those guys might come to attack us later from the dark when we are least suspecting them, he said, carefully making sure that the spy was still behind them.
He was there.
You mean it is not Bill? Zoe asked as she dusted her robes.
Probably not.
It is definitely someone else, as that's not how Bill operates.
Victor pondered.
Maybe they want to kill me then make Mike fight Bill for revenge. Maybe something else. I am not sure, he added as he took a handkerchief to wipe some dust off Zoe's pretty face. Oh, she blushed a little but didn't resist. He was her cousin. Just her pervert cousin. She kept reminding herself. How long until the next village? Victor turned and asked Alto. We will be there in 30 minutes or so. And the village that young Master Luke is in is 2 hours after that. Alto said, silently cursing at Victor for being a coward and making Zoe do all the fighting then helping her clean up. Their roles should be reversed.
Damn. Isn't he the man?
Victor ignored him as they began walking again. Oh, by the way, where is the nearest tunnel heading downstairs? Victor suddenly asked, looking at the map in his hand. The light was a little dim, but he could make out the position they were in. There is a tunnel going down in the next village.
Alto explained.
I see, Victor said, deciding to take some action. It was time to get Rita out of the cauldron and let her use her ghostly sneaking skills to some good use. By the way, I want to pee. Is there some restroom around here? He suddenly asked shamelessly. There are a few pit latrines around the tunnels. Although they are not cleaned regularly if the young master doesn't mind, Alto shrugged. Just tell me where. Victor started to move nervously. I think I saw one about 5 minutes ago. It is marked with a blue arrow, he added. Then I will go there, you move on, he said as he ran away then suddenly stopped and turned. Do you want to go with me? He asked Zoe. Why would I want to go with you? She asked, blushing a little. Forget it. Just protect Alto, he said as he ran away as if he was about to pee his pants. The spy who was watching was scared shitless when Victor, who ran back, almost bumped into him. Thankful he avoided it in time. He hesitated for a moment, then turned and followed Victor. He felt that he was up to something. He quickly ran after Victor, reaching the pits. Where was Victor? That was the last thing he thought of before he felt his body freeze and the world went black. He could only hear the gloomy voice of someone speaking to him. I need to ask you a few questions.
The voice said. Ah.
*T.
Anthony cursed. First Orma and now Logan? He asked his assistant.
Are you sure it is not that shithead Victor finishing them off? Orma was clearly a golem's doing. Logan, we retrieved his corpse. He seemed to have fallen into a pit latrines and broke his neck, an incompetent assistant said, frowning as he remembered the disturbing sight.
Idiots. All idiots.
From you to my stupid son.
Shit.
Can't you guys do one thing right?
Anthony cursed.
And what was that golem doing upstairs?
Ah.
Those things have limited intelligence, master. They act on instinct after summoning them.
Shit.
We planned for this for 10 fucking years, and are you telling me you are going to waste this chance now?
Master.
We are going according to plan.
Shut up.
Anthony screamed. Our plan was to guide at least half of the main family heirs to the trap by the end of the day, and you can't even control a pervert? He was supposed to be the fucking lure to drag Mike and Alice. How am I supposed to get those two now? Relax, Master Anthony. We need to take our time. We must not make a fuss and alert the rabbits.
Someone said.
It was a middle-aged man who entered the room and bowed respectfully. Butler Olaf, did you prepare a distraction?
Anthony asked.
Yes, don't worry, all the elders will be busy for the next 3 days. Olaf said with a confident smile.
Good.
3 days would be more than enough. Anthony said with a bright smile. This was the best news he got all day. It was way better than he expected. Now all we need to do is to get those guys moving down without alerting anyone. Oh, I might be able to help with that, Olaf said. All the communication had been controlled.
What? Really?
Yes, it was a little hard, but let us say that I happen to have a way to control the elder in the communication office, Olaf said with a kind smile. In his heart, he was cursing at Anthony's incompetence, but he didn't let it show.
Good. Good, Anthony laughed and nodded.
Butler Olaf, you are always dependable. I am just a humble servant, Olaf said bowing deeply. Don't worry, when I become the patriarch, I will not forget your help.
Anthony said. I know. Olaf didn't look up.
He didn't want Anthony to see his smirk. Then let us not waste any time. Send messages to all the main family heirs demanding they head down to the lowest tunnel by tomorrow. Tell them the next patriarch's test will be held there. Anthony said with an evil smile. Mr. Abe, now that we finished with the contract, let's talk about a few things. Susan said as she put the signed contract aside.
The fool had signed it. What?
Abe asked as he looked up from the bag of money in front of him that he was busy counting. He was pondering running away with it, but the temptation of more money to come made him change his mind. He was really undecided. The day after tomorrow there will be a fan meeting.
I will need you here by noon, she said. A fan meeting?
Yes. You already agreed to this.
She frowned. I know.
I just want to know how much will you pay me for my appearance, he asked. We already did, Susan said. You just signed the contract.
Ah, yes. Yes, Abe nodded.
I will be there, he added as he closed the money bag and stood up, intending to leave. Susan didn't stop him.
Mr. Abe.
I need to remind you to dress up for the meeting. Many actresses will be there to promote the movie with the press, so we need you to be well dressed, she said.
Abe paused. The press?
Maybe he should really escape. If his scheme got exposed, he would be in big trouble. Is there anything wrong?
Susan asked. Ah, no.
Where will the meeting be held again? He asked.
Here.
Then I will come, he casually lied as he hurried outside. He was in a hurry to pay back a certain ruthless money lender her money back and then escape the country.
No, wait.
With all this cash, he might be able to escape without paying.
So,
you are basically telling me that you are here from the future where the world is facing an apocalypse? Yelyan asked, frowning. That's what I was telling you for the last 30 minutes, and only my memories are.
Lily clarified.
You immediately believed me when I told you about players. Why do you keep arguing about time travel? She asked, acting a little frustrated. She even demonstrated her skills in front of him. Things she didn't show Victor yet.
Ah.
I was already suspecting there was something unnatural going on, with the family teachings already telling us about magic and shit, he confessed. Time travel, on the other hand, is a little hard to believe, he said. Especially that you are only telling me very few things. But I can't risk you going around changing things. She lied, manipulating him to play right into her plan.
That's my point.
Why tell me in the first place? He asked, raising one eyebrow. Fine, I guess I can tell you a few things, Lily sighed. She seemed hesitant. But you must promise not to tell anyone or change a thing without telling me, or we will be in great danger.
Okay. I know. Yulian nodded.
Truth be told, he already believed Lily, especially when 2 pairs of ethereal wings sprung from her back, allowing her to fly into the air when she demonstrated her skills, but he needed her to tell him a few juicy details.
Okay, Lily Heist. What do you want to know? She asked. Oh, he licked his lips.
Will I marry Alice? He asked. In the other timeline, you met her after you returned to the family, but Mother refused to let you marry her. Then she was killed before you could make a move.
Lily said. What? Who dares to kill her?
Yulian asked as he flared up. He already considered Alice his wife.
You met him.
The one who cursed you, Lily replied. That douchebag, Caspian?
Yup.
That's why I arranged it so that you will meet her at the wedding, Lily said, blushing a little. This way, you will get to know her before Mother could intervene.
Oh.
I see, Yulian nodded. Although he only had a few memoirs about his mother from his childhood, he does remember being a control freak. Wait.
What?
You arranged that. At the wedding, didn't you find it strange that you managed to get a ticket this easily and enter the venue?
Lily chuckled.
We were even the one who arranged the taxi driver from prison and the man who gave you the ticket.
Ah.
So that guy was working for you, he asked in shock, remembering Tom. Not exactly, that idiot was seriously trying to ruin the wedding, and we just used him to our advantage.
Lily confessed.
Every pawn must always serve more than one purpose.
Oh.
And those guys who insulted me. That Lulu, Yulian asked. No, that was a pure coincidence. We prepared another plan to make you meet up with Alice. Another guy was supposed to make trouble with you in front of her and let her help you, but we didn't need to make a move after all.
Lily said.
You and Alice might be more connected than you think.
I think it is fate, she lied.
Oh, Yulian smiled and nodded, remembering Alice's cold glares that made him shiver. But you still have to move fast when you return to the family. Only by publicly marrying Alice will you be able to save her for sure. Lily said, that's all we can do to help. I will definitely do that. Yulian said as his eyes sparkled. By the way, you keep saying we did this and we did that. Who do you mean by we?
Yulian asked.
My husband and I, of course. Lily said casually, too casually.
What?
Yulian asked in shock as he stood up.
What husband? He flared again. Was Lily married? To whom? Victor, of course. Alice's brother. You met him.
Lily said, saying it as if it was the most natural thing in the world.
What?
That pervert, Victor, was your husband.
Yulian gasped.
Tears in his eyes as he pointed at Lily.
Don't act so surprised.
You were at our wedding, you even signed the marriage certificate as a witness. Lily said, stating a fact.
I signed what? When? Wait.
You were a part of that depraved wedding?
I didn't see you on stage, he exclaimed. I was in disguise.
Victor's family didn't want him to marry me because I am still officially just a maid, she sighed.
She was technically right.
And with that stupid James Trove in the audience, I had to convince Victor to keep me hidden and let you bear witness in case my mother decided to make trouble after that.
Keep you hidden?
Does Victor know about all this time travel stuff?
Yulian asked. Of course not. Lily said.
I have been manipulating him ever since the moment I returned about 5 months ago. He is so cute when he is gullible, she said. In the other timeline he was in a very miserable state at this point in time, she added. Yulian would surely dig out some files about Victor when he returned to the family and would have a good explanation for Victor's sudden change of personality in the reports.
That's not the point. Yulian exclaimed.
Why would you marry that pervert? Call him brother-in-law. Lily scolded him without correcting him about the pervert part. And he was my husband in the other timeline. I feel the same for him as you feel for Alice, she said, making Yulian swallow his next words. This was the best way to convince Yulian. She wanted to spare him her tragic story, and she couldn't simply tell him that she fell in love at first sight. That was too embracing. Then why did you let him marry all those girls with you? Yulian asked finally, frowning.
Ah.
The wedding was only with Nova and Lynn. I had to make it into a mass wedding to drill myself in and make our wedding official. And remember, he is still an arrogant young master at this point in time, and I need to give him some benefits.
Lily sighed.
Her frustrated expression was genuine. I still don't like him, Yulian said. Don't be like that. Victor will be a great person. In the other timeline, after a tragedy struck his family, he became a better man. Not only did he save my life, but he also saved yours multiple times. The two of you grew to be great friends, she said, lying a little. She didn't want Yulian to know the full truth, especially the fact that Victor scammed the shit out of him.
Me?
A friend with that pervert?
Yulian exclaimed. He didn't like Victor one bit.
Yes.
Lily nodded.
In fact, he was your only friend. And that's what we are here to correct.
Lily said.
It would take time to make him get along with Victor. Maybe a trip to a local brothel would do the trick.
What do you mean? Yulian asked.
Does this have something to do with us being here? He asked, looking out of the cave's door to the wilderness outside. Yes. Lily nodded. The problem is with our family, someone had been trying to undermine Father's power. That person was the one who orchestrated my accident, and is planning to ruin your awakening ceremony after you return, she said.
What?
The one where I will become a player.
Yes.
A player's authority, class, and fate usually decide the position he has in our family, she said. What do they plan to do? Yulian asked, getting a little serious. He decided to push the Victor matter to the back of his mind for now. They plan to manipulate the results of your ceremony by making you spend a depraved night at a brothel right before the ceremony, she sighed. What would that do?
Yulian asked.
He would never refuse a paid trip to the brothel. Usually nothing.
But not in your case, she sighed.
Well, let me phrase it like this. A player's thoughts while awakening into players will always affect his awakening result to a certain degree, especially if he has a strong fate power like our family does.
Oh.
Is it like how your mood would affect your character role when playing some role-playing game, he said. Something like that. But you will never get classes that you don't deserve, Lily clarified. It will always have something to do with your life experience.
Then,
wouldn't all our family heirs end up as beggars?
Yulian asked.
He was smarter than he looked. That's why the family will let all heirs go through a cleansing ritual. I don't know exactly how it works, but it has something with the soul. It destroys all curses and negative effects, she said. This was the reason Victor decided not to make her his blood slave.
Oh. And in my case? He asked.
They will sabotage the cleansing ritual. We won't be able to stop them at that stage as no one will believe that this was possible, she sighed. Her uncle was really devious, researching ways to cheat the system. So if we let things go as is, you will definitely end up with a stupid class, she said.
What class? He asked. An escort, she said. A WHA.
Yulian opened his mouth wide. It is not a bad class. But, it is not really suitable for a prestigious family heir, she clarified. You will have skills like flashing and whip it out, she added, blushing a little.
Wah!
Who is the bastard who planned this?
Yulian exclaimed. Was it Aunt Lamar?
Yulian asked immediately with a hateful expression. He remembered her telling him in the past that if he didn't pass the family test, he would have to use his handsome face to work in the streets for the rest of his life.
No.
Aunt Lamar, although a little stern and headstrong, she is not a bad person. Lily shook her head. The one I am talking about is Uncle Eric, the patriarch, she said.
What?
Why would he mess with us?
Yulian asked.
Although he is very stern, Father respects him greatly as he has taken care of him since they were young.
Because he fears Father. Lily said. What?
Why? Simply because Father was the true family heir. Lily said, this is an unknown secret, but grandfather's true heir was our father. That's why he married him to our mother who was a princess.
Oh, Yulian frowned.
Unfortunately, after our grandfather's sudden disappearance with most of the elders 20 years ago, the family had to go into hiding using an old prophecy as an excuse. A temporary patriarch had to be chosen to lead the family at such a troubled time, and our uncle, who was one of the few remaining ones who knew about the will, hid it and as the eldest took the throne without so much of an opposition, she said.
What? Yulian exclaimed.
Shouldn't his father know about such stuff? Still, uncle is always afraid that grandfather or one of the elders would ever return as their life jades were only fractured, not collapsed. So he was doing his best to undermine our father and his offspring, so that in case someone who knew of the will ever returned, our father would no longer be a viable patriarch.
Oh.
Yulian's brain was about to burst. He had no idea that the situation in his family was like some stupid TV drama.
Do you know where Grandpa is? He asked.
Not a place we can reach now, Lily said solemnly. Even if she could go into the abyss and get her grandfather, she would not do that, not before securing her position.
And we better not tell Father.
Not until we are strong enough.
Oh.
Can't this class be changed? He asked in a worried voice. Changing class can be done in 3 ways. The first one was to upgrade the class itself to its next level, but in your situation it was hopeless. You could only aspire to be a male prostitute or something. She didn't tell the whole truth. The last class evolution for an escort was an incubus, but the method of achieving that was totally unknown, and Yulian wasted more than 50 years trying to get it without results in his past life.
The second way, he asked.
To get a subclass, then to make sure it reflects you better than the main class, she said. In your case, what father offered you to do, but you had to give up a few things and you refused, she sighed, making Yulian, who got what she meant, almost gasp.
Of course he would refuse.
Lily sighed. This was the method she was planning to fix her class with. Although being a shadow dancer was not a bad class, it was not powerful enough.
The third method?
Yulian asked, noticing Lily going silent. To get a class-changing scroll. I only heard about 3 ever existing, and that's the way you ended up going finally. Father had to pay a lot of money and carry a lot of favors to get one for you, and in the end, your class became a drunk warrior, she shrugged. You really did develop an unhealthy drinking habit with Victor back then.
Oh, Yulian frowned.
Don't worry, we are here to stop all this mess from ever happening,
Lily said.
Doing what exactly?
Yulian asked.
If my guess is right, we will be brought to the family very soon. So before that, I thought we would go on a little adventure together. To get more powerful and build our own team, she said.
Oh. And that can be done here?
In the middle of nowhere? Yulian asked, looking around.
In a way.
This place is not what it seems to be, Lily said as she stood up and looked outside to check the position of the moon. Follow me, it is about time, she said as she turned around and began heading deep into the cave. Yulian quickly stood up and followed her, wondering what she was up to. Strangely, he didn't doubt her one bit. It was as if he was under the influence of some magical wine. Trying to escape, the bald man asked Abe, who was tied to a chair. His face showed the signs of being stepped on. I was just there to get someone. I already planned to pay you, Abe said nervously. They caught him as soon as he set foot in the airport. No, before that sneaky taxi driver was definitely their man.
Regardless,
we will take those. They should cover your debt and the fee for stalking you for the last few days, the bald man said. You are really lucky we found those on you, or we would have resorted to selling you in pieces, he added.
Those are mine,
Abe exclaimed as the men finished counting the money he had. You can't take it. We can give it back to you. But you will have to pay us double next week.
The bald man chuckled. Damn it. Abe cursed. Fine.
Are we even now?
Abe finally asked. We are.
If you ever need money again, you will know where to find us. Lady M is always willing to help promising young men like you, the bald man said as he took his friends out of the abandoned warehouse. Hearing their cars leave, Abe could finally sigh in relief. Although he was poor again, he kept his sorry life and would be paid again next month. He just needed to abide by the contract and act as Crimson Pearl. He could really need a bath. Wait. Why didn't those men untie him?
Shit. Help.
Abe screamed, but no one answered.
Help. He tried again. Still no one.
It was already late and there was no one in the docks. So he would have to spend the night here.
Wait. The next day was a weekend. Shit.
After Zoe managed to decimate a total of 37 golems alone, while Victor cheered her up the entire way, the group finally reached their destination. Is this really a mining village and not some refugee camp? Victor asked as they reached the village where Luke was supposed to be in. As I stated earlier, young master, this place is meant for those disobedient and troublemakers, Alto said awkwardly as they entered the village. It is meant to be a shit hole, if you excuse my words. I see, Victor said, casually looking around at dirty tents and filth filling the pathways between them. Many haggard beggars like dirty miners were sitting lazily around. Men and women were thin and weary from years of malnourishment and abuse. On their hands and feet, many bruises could be spotted, signs of years in the mines. They didn't even care to salute Victor or Alto, a testament to the respect they have for the family. They just shot them some cold glares. Around the corners, some filthy and malnourished children could be spotted peeking from behind the tents wary of the newcomer. How can the family tolerate a place like this? Zoe, who was very disturbed, asked in a low voice. This place is meant to be like this.
Alto sighed.
We, the guards, don't have a say in this, he added. During the past day, he grew both to hate Victor and to really respect Zoe.
What a fine young woman.
I thought you said all the children should get a chance, she asked.
Many do.
The ones here are just the unluckiest bunch, Alto explained. The only reason children got sent here is either because they committed some offense or that they offended someone they shouldn't have, he sighed. They usually get a chance to redeem themselves if they behave.
Zoe frowned. She didn't like this. Regardless.
Where is my dear little brother?
Victor began to look around. Ah. Let us see.
Alto didn't need to speak as a nasty-looking old man who held a whip in his hand and was wearing an unkempt guard uniform hurried from somewhere and then bowed to Victor. From the look of it, he was busy doing some nasty things when he noticed Victor and hurried here, as his pants were worn backward. Still, none of the miners who hurried away like a flock of sheep when seeing him dared to point that out. I greet the young masters, he said. Are you the supervisor here?
Victor asked. Yes.
How can this lowly servant be of service? The supervisor asked, making sure to confirm the purple tokens on Victor and Zoe's chests. He didn't dare to look for too long though. I am looking for my dear brother, Luke. My father told me to check on him.
He should be here.
Victor asked, crossing his fingers hoping that Luke was already dead or maimed by some unfortunate accident. Ah, the guard paused as Victor looked at him with expecting eyes.
He seemed to be hesitant. What?
Did something bad happen to him?
Victor asked.
He had a hard time hiding his smile, but what everyone saw was a concerned brother. Is the young master Luke you? After leaving the study, Victor headed upstairs to his room for a long goodbye session.
With his harem.
After knowing that he would be leaving, they demanded it. So after leaving the exhausted girls to wonder about the tornado that just wrecked their very existence, he took a shower and then headed downstairs toward the dining room where Hilda had already prepared dinner with the help of the little maids who bowed respectfully when they saw him. Where is father? Victor asked Mona, who was discussing something with Elise, who shot him a glare and then looked away bashfully. She wanted to join the goodbye party upstairs but was kicked out by Margaret.
Ah.
How the hell should I know? Mona snapped as she looked away at Mike, who was sitting on the other side.
He was here a moment ago, Mike shrugged.
Are you asking about me? Theodore, who was adjusting his suit, said. I was in the restroom, he said as he took a seat at the table. Will your wives be joining us? He asked to change the subject. Probably not, they will rest until the morning, Victor said, making Mona shoot him a glare as a few maids prepared the dishes. Sorry, I am late. Vanessa, who seemed to be also adjusting her dress, suddenly entered the dining room and took a seat in a hurry before she stood up abruptly. Mom, is there anything wrong?
Mona asked. Ah. No.
I thought I saw a spider, but I was mistaken, she said as she sat down, slowly this time, not forgetting to glare at Theodore, blaming him for being too rough.
Let's eat, Victor said.
Where is Mina and Mana?
Vanessa asked.
They decided to rest early. We are saying our goodbyes, you know, Victor explained shamefully for the second time.
Oh. Good.
I need some rest myself, Vanessa said, fully knowing what he meant. Do you really have to leave tonight?
Master Theodore? She asked.
I told you to drop the titles. You can call me just Theo,
Theodore said. And yes, I have to leave. Family orders.
I will make sure to come to visit you in Ring Cloud City later after I finish with my current assignment, he said.
Winking to her. Oh, Theo.
I will be waiting, she said bashfully, blushing a little, making her daughter, who was watching her, almost break the fork in her hand.
Damn perverts.
The dinner finished quickly, and after an evening tea, Victor, who seemed to keep looking at his watch, invited Theodore, who was wondering about the surprise his sons prepared, to follow him. Are you planning to add Vanessa to your wives? Victor asked directly. Couldn't you wait a bit before hitting a home run?
Ah. Well.
You see, with both Luna and your mother pregnant, I was feeling a little.
Mom is pregnant?
Both Mike and Victor asked, interrupting their father.
Ah. Yes.
After your wedding, Theodore said, victoriously clearing his throat. He should take his wives to more weddings. I see, Victor said as he frowned a little. This never happened in his previous life, so he had no idea. He really did change many things since returning.
So, what is this about?
Theodore asked curiously as they reached their target after walking for 15 minutes. They were standing in a field that, although inside the grounds of Victor's mansion, was a little far from the building, near the property's northern edge. In the original plan for the building, this place was cleared to be a golf field, but the project didn't move on after Nick took over the building management, and Theodore, who was promoted to an elderback, then didn't care less as he began planning for a bigger mansion. It was now lit brightly by an array of lights, revealing a strange setup of mirrors that one girl was preparing. If he remembered correctly, her name was Hannah. According to the reports, she was the girl bought at the Von Geldstadt auction a while back. That girl Victor called Theta was there too, assisting her. Those two girls seemed to have become good friends. He, Victor, Hannah, Theta, Mike, and his slut twins were the only ones here.
Ah, just relax.
We will finish in a while, Victor said as he guided Honey and Bunny to sit on a couch placed in between the mirrors. Theodore frowned, then watched as Victor kept looking at the sky and his watch, then stepped back with Mike.
Get in position,
Victor said, in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Victor pressed a button to turn off all the lights, then grabbed a rope and pulled to remove the cloth that covered one large mirror. Theodore frowned, noticing that there was a heap of gems right under one of the mirrors. They were so neatly arranged that Theodore didn't discover them before. But now, after the lights were off, they began to give that unique faint light, allowing him to notice them. Before he could ask about those, the gems disintegrated, and the surface of the mirror above them began to shine before two beams of light shot from it to hit the twins right in their eyes. It all took 1 second, making the twins lose their consciousness for a second before they regained the clarity in their eyes a moment later as Victor turned the lights back on again. Was it a success? Mike, who seemed a little worried, asked as he hurried to check on them. Yes. We have become players, they said excitedly as they threw themselves at him.
I am a healer. I am a potioner, they reported. What just happened?
Theodore, who took a few minutes to realize what happened, asked in shock as he looked at the mirrors, at the twins, then finally at Victor, who was writing something.
Well. Victor hesitated. Father.
Victor found this awakening artifact when he conquered the moon dungeon a week ago.
Mike quickly said. What?
Theodore asked, then looked at the small mirror that shined earlier.
Is that it? He asked again.
Yes, it uses the power of the stars to awaken players. I tried it on Mira and then at Elise before, and it worked. Didn't you see how Elise was healed? Victor said as Theodore just glared at him. Today I decided to test if we can focus the stars in a way to allows more than one player to awaken, and it is a success.
He added.
Theodore kept looking at Victor and Mike, not knowing what to say.
He was absolutely shocked.
We plan to present this to the family, Mike said. Mike will take all the credit. Victor added as he looked at his father, waiting for him to grasp what they had just told him. It took Theodore one whole minute to say anything. What are the conditions for its use?
He asked.
If this thing had some crazy conditions, it would be useless. He had heard of some artifacts that only worked on virgins. Maybe this one required sluts. Victor quickly brought up a piece of paper and presented it to his father, making the latter, who was frowning, gasp again. 100% activation rate?
3 days cooldown? High authority?
What is the authority you two got? Theodore looked up and asked the twins. 7, they replied nervously, making Victor nod. He was still not sure on what principle did this artifact allocate authority. How much did Mira get?
Theodore asked Victor.
It was rude to ask another player about their status, but Theodore was not a polite man. Not privately anyway.
Don't worry, he will get you out soon, he added.
Really?
Luke asked. Yes.
I have some good news, it is a... Victor paused, then looked at Kuu, who was shocked by Victor. No, beyond shocked, as he made sure to reveal his real charm to her, so her mind was now in the process of figuring out who this angel who appeared in the frog was. Who is this girl? Victor asked with a frown, examining Kuu's face that she was trying to hide with her hair for the first time. She was ugly, no beyond ugly. It was as if 1,000 worms lived in her face.
The curse.
She is the bitch who is the head of the mining unit I was assigned to, Luke said with displeasure. He didn't like the fact of Victor seeing him with an ugly bitch like her. How dare she yell at you earlier? Doesn't she know your rank? Victor asked in shock, making Kuu wake up. I know, right?
Luke smiled.
He didn't expect Victor to root for him.
What's your name?
Victor asked the girl.
Kuu.
Young master, Kuu said nervously as Zoe approached, then frowned as she noticed Kuu's face.
She didn't comment.
Why were you bothering Luke?
Victor asked.
I just want what's best for him. As his unit leader, she said, stuttering, not daring to look Victor in the eyes. That won't do. You need to be punished. Victor said in a lewd voice and licked his lips. It would take about an hour. So why don't you guys find a place to rest, he said to Zoe and Alto. Then grabbed the stunned Kuu's hand, entered Luke's hut and shut the door behind him. What? Luke frowned as Zoe looked at the closed door with shock. It took Zoe, who was blushing like a tomato, one whole minute to realize what Victor meant. It was after hearing a very particular womanly voice from inside.
Pervert. Bastard.
Zoe cursed, then turned around and headed out of the village with angry steps. The obsidian stone ground was breaking as she walked away.
Lady Zoe.
Alto called, then hurried after her. It didn't take a genius to realize that she was going to vent on some poor golems, but he couldn't leave her alone. What just happened? Luke asked the supervisor as he watched them leave. He couldn't believe what just happened. Did his brother just do it with that ugly girl?
I don't know.
But your esteemed brother sure does have some heavy tastes, the supervisor said. Kuu was one of the few girls he didn't touch. She was just too ugly. Yeah, Luke replied with disgust. Still, in a far corner of his mind, he had the feeling that he couldn't grasp. It was as if he lost something very important. Kuu couldn't believe what just happened. Just like that, she was embraced by a man for the first time, and a very handsome and noble man at that. She could only remember him offering her to be his personal maid and then his lips touching hers as soon as she agreed.
The rest was a blur.
He was at the moment laying beside her on the haystack they used as a bed, softly hugging her as she rested on his chest. He was looking at her horrendous face with a gentle smile, softly touching it with his jade-like fingers, as if tracing her ugly scars. How the fuck was this a punishment? Thank you, she said, blushing, She didn't know what else to say. She was just thankful for him not looking at her with disgust. "From today on you are mine," he said as his family token left a mark on the tattoo on her neck.
She nodded with a blush.
She felt as if she was in a dream. "What? What can I call the young master?" "My name is Victor von Weiss. In front of others, call me young master, but privately you can call me husband," he said. He was not going to let this girl escape.
Ever.
"Someone as ugly as me doesn't deserve such honor," she said awkwardly looking at the ground. This was just like a fairy tale, only if she was not this ugly. "What do you mean, ugly?" Victor asked with a frown. "Are you making fun of me?" she asked meekly. "No," Victor said, moving his hand and making a mirror appear out of thin air. "Look at yourself." Kuu frowned then gasped. "SSSSSSSSSSSSS.
Impossible," she gasped.
"Is that me?" she asked as she looked at the pretty girl in the mirror. It took her 5 whole minutes to make sure it was her.
"Yes."
"Your scars were a curse that would be removed if someone fell in love with you," Victor said. He was not lying, but he didn't use that method. She blushed, not knowing what to think.
"Don't you like me?" he asked.
It was too late for such a question though.
"No. I love the young master," she stuttered.
"I told you to call me husband," he scolded, spanking her.
Husband," she said with a blush. "Good."
"It is too early to leave. Let's have some more fun," he said as his lips touched hers again while checking her destiny list for the second time. It had only 1 entry left.
Just as intended. Destiny list.
Self-set live and die for my husband as.
Good.
No need to wash a blood slave spot for this von Richter heir. Yes, he was 90% sure depending on her bloodline, which was the same as Alpha and Hannah. Although he felt a little bad scamming the girl this quickly, it was better for her as he would never harm her. On the contrary, he planned to take care of her as she was one of his own from now on. Still, he had no idea how she ended up here, but he was not in a hurry to uncover her past. Now he had more pressing things to do. He just needed to wait until Rita reached her position and for Alto to drag Zoe away to a safe place as he was instructed, then it would be time to take care of some insects.
"What is this place?"
Yulian asked, looking at the cave that, as they walked further inside, slowly turned from a normal one to a carefully built temple-like structure with stone walls and marble floors. The transition was so natural that he didn't notice when it happened. It was as if this place was fused with the cave by some unnatural force. "A ruin," Lily, who was feeling a little agitated for no reason, said. No, she knew the reason. Victor was having a ton of fun. She could tell if he had strong emotions because of their soul connection. The problem was that Victor having this much of a reaction meant only one thing. That bastard must have got a new girl.
"A ruin?" Yulian asked.
Yes. A piece of another world that got merged into ours. "Don't worry about this, there is nothing dangerous here," she replied as she walked Yulian through the maze-like structure as if she had been there hundreds of times. Although this place has been ransacked many times throughout history, the most important thing here is still protected, she added, noting the signs around of someone trying to pray the marble slabs out and failing. How could they even dream of doing that? Those slabs weighed more than 10 tons each.
"Another world?"
Yulian asked with a frown as he began to look around. On the stone tiles on the walls, he could see faded pictograms of cat people worshipping a crow who had a crown on its head. That picture was similar to the one his family had in their ancestral hall. Without the cat people, of course.
"Yes.
This place was once dedicated to our ancestor, and it will be our secret base in the future," she said.
"Our what?"
"Ancestor, he is not from this world," she said. "And I already told you that the apocalypse is near. We need to build our own force," she scolded, then stopped as they finally reached their destination. It was the most inner chamber in the ruin, a completely empty hallway that had only one big round boulder in its center. Lily slowly walked toward the stone, put her hand on it, then uttered a phrase in a language that Yulian never heard before, yet for some reason sent a shiver down his spine as if he was facing something ancient.
She said coldly. "Nothing happened."
Lily shouted as she pressed her hand harder.
"Still, nothing happened."
She frowned, thought for a moment, then as if realizing something activated her power, making the entire room shine as she tried again. She shouted angrily. The large boulder flickered twice as if acknowledging Lily and then began to shine. Moments later it shook and then slowly began to roll, revealing a flight of stairs going down. "This place is so old that its mechanism needed some maintenance," Lily said.
"Let's go."
Lily quickly descended, followed by Yulian. The chamber below was not big, it just had a few boxes to the sides around a pond of some black liquid that shimmered with a strange light. There was also an old skeleton that had a weird-shaped skull. Now what, Yulian wanted to ask, But before he could, he gasped as Lily took a hammer from somewhere and cracked the skeleton's skull. A painful wail resonated in the chamber, then everything returned normal. What the fuck? Yulian asked as he stepped away. Just some random old soul who was biding its time. You find those a lot in old ruins, so always remember to check, Lily said. In the other timeline, the soul of a cat priest took the body of the guy who discovered this place and caused all kinds of troubles in the family before he was discovered. Now strip and jump in the soul water, she told Yulian as she began to take off her clothes. What are you doing? Yulian, who covered his eyes with his hands, asked. Although he was a pervert and a siscon, she was still his fucking sister, and his mother would literally shred him to pieces if he were to do something. I am not going to let you take all that energy here for yourself, she said as she slowly entered into the pond, wearing nothing but a necklace. You better hurry, she said as she got fully submerged. The lake was about 5 feet deep. Don't you have no shame? He asked, making sure she was in the water before he opened his eyes. The water was so black he could see nothing. First, we are siblings. Second, if you try anything funny, I will erase your dear balls from existence, she stated as she relaxed in the pond. This place was monopolized by her cousins in the other timeline when it was discovered a few years after the reckoning. Now it was hers. Now get in here and let your little sister help you rub your back and activate your pathetic bloodline, she scolded. She needed to upgrade his bloodline if possible in the process, and this meant she was to be with him in the pool. She made everything sound easy, but it was going to be a very complex process. You don't have to say it like this, he exclaimed. She was not helping at all. Look away, he cursed at her. Fine, she spat. Like you have anything worth looking at. What is this black water anyway? He asked as he went in, deciding to ignore her last sentence. It was cold. Okay. Demonic raven blood, she said solemnly. Rita looked at the simple building in front of her. It was right in the corner of the management complex near the door of the mines. From the outside, it looked like some abandoned unnamed research facility. The entrance was locked by an old chain and there were no guards around. Still, she felt signs of life from the inside. After eating that demon soul inside of her, she became very sensitive to such things. The ethereal thread that she was following headed inside of it, so she knew what she needed to do without Victor telling her. She carefully made sure that the disguise was still active as she reached for the back wall, activating a sensing talisman to make sure. She nodded and then passed right through the was into an abandoned room that seemed to be being used as a warehouse. She slowly walked toward the door and from its cracks, she could see the empty corridor outside. I am in, she whispered. He was a little busy earlier and told her to inform him once she found the source. Oh. I will activate my disguise skill now. Stay safe, Victor's voice said. He sounded as if he was busy doing something, but she couldn't tell for certain. Going into the corridor, she slowly walked, passing through a few assistants who were totally oblivious to her existence. They belong to the second branch, she said. Victor said. Continuing, she followed the thread's direction, reaching a stairway that went down. Why did all those people like hiding things in basements? She wondered as she descended, reaching an empty room. The thread passed through the wall. A hidden door? Probably. She just passed through the wall, ending up in an empty corridor that had no doors. Following it, she finally reached a room where 3 old men were standing around a 3 feet tall pyramid-like glass sculpture placed inside a pentagram. They were dripping blood onto it, making spirit-like things slowly form and then slowly float and drill into the ground. That should be enough to corner those bastards, one elder said. We don't want to repeat the mistake earlier where one went out of control. Look. Can you stop blaming me for that? I don't know what happened either. Those things tend to go astray sometimes, the other elder who was sitting at the head of the pentagram said. I can only use my connection with this thing to control 3 targets at a time, so once I set their destination, it is out of my hands. You wasted 20 years and all you can do is this, the last man said. If you are not content, try doing it That's enough. The first man scolded. We are almost there at the last stage. Don't ruin it for a stupid reason or Antony would really kill us all. Just make sure they don't attack our kids, he said. We need to finish this before the Patriarch and the Supreme Elders return to check on the things here. Olaf can only buy us so much time. Both men nodded as the one controlling the golems closed his eyes as if he was trying to focus on his mission. What should we do? Rita asked. Victor, who was watching what was happening through Rita's eyes, paused. Olaf? He was pondering if he should foil the scheme here or let them carry on. Both choices had their merits. He activated his appraisal skills at the pyramid. Edict Shard,
X. Bound servants, 3/4. Bound master, Taran the Great. Current edicts, 2. Soul container, SSS, 1/10.
Create a skill golem avatar, SS, 277/1000.
As expected. Victor sighed.
This place kept getting stranger. From what the men said, this shard was probably found down below, and they must have found a way to control it by accident. Or the demon hiding inside of it was slowly manipulating them. Still, this made things easy. Take the bottle I gave you and draw the symbol I will show you on the pyramid, he said. Rita nodded, sneaking past the men who felt nothing, then took a vial of golden blood from the storage space, dipped her finger in it, and began to draw the symbol that Victor projected to her on the shard. It took a second, the pyramid flickered twice and then everything returned to normal. What just happened? One of the men, the one who was standing further from the pyramid, said.
What? The other asked. He felt nothing.
Neither did the one who was closing his eyes.
Nothing.
I am just a little edgy, the man said as he looked at the pyramid with a frown. The connection with his master Taran the Great had just been abruptly cut. The last thing he heard was the demon wailing in pain. It was 3 hours later when the hut's door opened and from inside a handsome young man walked out with a content smile followed by a pretty girl who had a long freshly combed hair and was wearing a frilled maid dress. She was holding the young man's arm with passion. Many miners who were secretly watching the fun here since the very beginning frowned. They all had the same question. Who the fuck is she? Luke, who was sitting outside with the supervisor all this time, asked in shock. Where is Tat bitch? He asked looking inside.
It was empty.
I am Kuu, the pretty girl said, resting her head on her smiling young master's arm.
Yes.
She is Kuu. I couldn't believe that she turned this pretty as soon as we kissed, he said.
It seemed to be a curse that had been cast onto her, he nodded.
All she needed was a kiss from this Prince Charming, he said. Kuu nodded, squeezing Victor's hand harder.
What curse?
Are we living in a fairy tale or something? Luke, who didn't believe this, exclaimed. He simply couldn't believe it. This was impossible.
Impossible. Ah well. It just happened.
One must never measure a girl by her looks,
Victor said.
Luke had not yet been educated on the true nature of the world.
Now, where is Zoe? He asked.
If the young master meant the girl who was with you, she went away earlier with old Alto, the supervisor said.
Oh.
I see, another ungrateful girl, Victor nodded and turned to Kuu. Are you an ungrateful girl too? He asked.
Never, she exclaimed. Good.
Then can you guide me through the tunnels, darling? He asked.
Ah.
Although I am not very proficient, I have lived here since I was a kid and I know a few paths, she nodded, feeling happy to be of use to her young master. He called her darling. Good girl, Victor said, rubbing her head and making Luke, who was still in shock, swallow. Did you get me what I asked for? Victor asked the supervisor, who quickly gave Victor a folder containing a few pieces of paper.
Kuu's file.
Victor quickly leafed through it and then folded it and put it inside his jacket. In the storage ring. Kuu, who was 19 at this time, was born here. Her mother was pregnant when she was sold here by some slave traders. There was not much information about her. As for why Kuu ended up in the shittiest place in the mines, it was simple. Her mother, who managed to hide her real identity, was assigned to be a maid at one of the outer halls, ended up castrating one of the young masters who worked there and tried to rape her. She was killed briefly and her young daughter back then was sent here as a punishment. As for the culprit, it was none other than Bill's father. That's why he had only one son. Still, according to the document, Kuu was ugly from birth, so the curse probably had nothing to do with her mother. He needed to ask Alpha about this. Is there anything wrong, young master? Kuu asked as she noticed Victor's annoyed expression. For her, he became the entire world. As for Luke, she didn't even care to look at him anymore. She was an idiot for even expecting anything from a brat. No. Just something random, Victor said, turning to Luke. Little brother, I wanted to spend some time talking to you, but it is already late and I need to go to complete the mission, Victor lied, making Luke almost explode.
Ah.
Luke didn't know what to answer. He didn't let his eyes from Kuu since the moment she left the hut.
Damn, she was hot.
How the fuck did he lose her to his brother? Why, just why?
Are you okay? Victor asked. Ah. Yes. Yes. She had a curse. Luke asked again. Oh.
It is about this, Victor said. I think it is already okay to tell you, but curses really exist in this world. That's one of the things they will tell you before the ceremony, Victor whispered.
What? Luke exclaimed.
Did it include such things? I can't speak anymore or father would punish me, Victor sighed. But I can tell you that in a few days, you should expect to hear some very good news.
You might be able to go home, he added. Oh really? Luke asked,
forgetting momentarily about Kuu. Yes, Victor nodded. Supervisor. Can I have a word with you, Victor said, letting go of Kuu, then grabbed the supervisor to the side and began whispering some things in his ear while stuffing something in his hand. I understand, the old supervisor who was frowning said with a strange greedy look. He is my brother, you know. So nothing wrong must happen to him until the end.
Victor repeated.
This was the only thing Luke could hear, and it made him feel a little happy. Victor the idiot was completely unaware of their plan to get rid of him.
I know.
I have what's needed to take care of this.
Good then. Let's go.
Victor told Kuu, who ran to his side. See you later, bro, he told Luke as he walked toward the village's exit. Mike and Alice had just reached the resting point when a family agent came running toward them.
Young master.
Young lady, a message from the family, the agent said, giving them a sealed envelope. Mike quickly opened it and looked inside with a frown.
What? Alice asked.
They want us to head deep. The final test will be happening there tomorrow, he said with a frown. The letter was legitimate with the patriarch's seal and everything.
Then let's go.
Is there anything wrong?
Alice asked.
I just feel that this is too abrupt, he said. It had only been a day and a half since this competition started, and for this letter to reach this place, it must have been issued at least since this morning. Why are they changing things this fast?
You got a point, but...
This is our family you are talking about.
Alice shrugged.
She never liked how her family did things to begin with.
True.
Let's head there after we get some sleep. We need to conserve our energy just in case.
Mike said.
It was slightly after noon that the private plane landed at the Ringcloud International Airport. Ringcloud City was one of the biggest coastal cities in the world, famous for its skies that featured donut-shaped clouds that formed due to its terrain. It was the capital of the Cloudy Republic, an industrial country known for its quality products all around the world. In the past, this place was ruled by gangs of all shapes and kinds. Only in the past 20 years have things changed here after a new government was elected and was able to enhance security, allowing business to flourish. The twins with their mother and sister slowly descended from the plane, then quickly headed toward customs where everything went extra smoothly after Mina flashed a purple card to the officers. Although this country didn't belong to the Von Weiss family, it was under the Players' Council's direct supervision. Does Victor's family power work even here? Mona asked in shock as they walked out of the airport. They weren't even asked to present their passports. Our husband's family is one of the strongest in the world. It has an influence all over. Mina said proudly. Her mother, Vanessa, who was also shocked, frowned, herring her daughter. Just how powerful were those guys? This made her remember Theodore's power in bed.
Damn. She quickly shook her head. So,
this is our hometown, Mana said as they reached the streets outside, and she began to look around at the tall buildings. Unlike Vane City, which had a traditional aristocratic and Gothic feel, this place was completely modernized. It seemed that it happened after the entire city caught fire 20 years ago or something. That's what she read in a booklet for tourists, but she was not sure. Why don't I take you for a tour?
Mona asked.
She was not tired at all from the trip. This was the benefit of having a private jet. And she was feeling a little suppressed by Victor in Vane City, and couldn't really show her true self to her sisters.
Let's go then. Mina, who was full of energy, said. You girls go have fun.
I need to check on the company. Be sure not to stay up late. Vanessa told them as she stopped a taxi without looking back. She had so many things in her mind that she didn't want to take care of them. Watching the twins leave with their sister, a group of girls walked out of the airport.
Big sis. Are you okay?
Theta turned and asked Alpha, who had been acting a little strange ever since the plane landed. Just some old memories, she said as she looked at a glass tower in the distance. Let's go, we need to set up a base of operation before tomorrow morning, she said, making the 5 girls who followed her nod and then hurry to find a car. Yulian opened his eyes and then sat abruptly. His head hurt as if it was going to explode. Did he drink too much last night?
No. Lily.
He quickly began to remember the previous day. Hen began to look around. He was alone in the secret room that was now empty. The lake was empty too.
What the hell happened?
The last thing he remembered was Lily putting her hand on his back after they entered that black water lake. Then it was as if some liquid poured into him, cindering every part of his body.
What the fuck was that?
Was that supposed to help him? He slowly moved his arm. His muscles felt stronger than ever. Strange, even his shoulder that had been injured in brawl years ago seemed to have healed. He frowned as he looked around and then he noticed it. As if waiting in the corner of his eye. The moment he focused on it, it came into view.
The system screen.
Bloodline activation.
Welcome, player. Analyzing data. Name, Julian von Krohn. Level, 0. Class, Soul Paladin, SS. Authority, 10. Strength, 30. Intelligence, 40. Agility, 30. Luck, 15. Charm, 40. Order, 10. Skills. Soul Energy Manipulation, SS. Soul Realm, SS. Curse Immunity, SS. Soul Enchant, S. Eye of the Truth, S. Dispel, S. Soul Shield, S. Soul Sword, S. Soul Heal, S. Soul Power. 31 of 31. Setup complete.
So you are awake, Lily, who was now dressed in a long black dress, slowly walked inside, took a chair from her storage ring, then set it next to Julian and sat on it. For some strange reason, she seemed a little younger.
What happened? He asked. Did I become a player? How?
Certain bloodlines allow their owner to directly become players, she said. I just enhanced your bloodline from a crowned crow to a soul-eating crow, and you should have immediately gained a suitable class.
What did you get? She asked.
A soul paladin, he answered after a pause, deciding not to hide it.
Oh,
that's one of the best.
Lily nodded.
With this, it would be possible for you to fully utilize the bloodline skills once you awaken it, she added. Didn't you say earlier you wanted to awaken my bloodline? That was the plan, but awakening a bloodline is a really fickle thing. It may not always work, she lied. The truth was that if she was not in the pond with him, he would have surely succeeded in awakening his bloodline. But she had to go and try a certain technique and try to refresh her bloodline, using most of the available energy. Refreshing was an ancient secret method used in order to get more things out of an already awakened bloodline, as sometimes the energy would not be sufficient to complete the initial awakening or something might stop the activation.
Oh, Julian nodded.
Don't worry, you will get another chance in the family. It is not a good thing to grow too strong too fast, she told the truth this time.
Probably.
Did you also get anything good?
Julian asked.
He could see that she was ultra happy. Just a random subclass to suit my bloodline, she shrugged casually. The smile on her face clearly showed how glad she was with the result.
What is it? He asked.
Ah, I forgot to tell you. You should never tell others about your class. Never, she scolded, refusing to tell him. You should never ask either. It is rude. Didn't you ask me earlier? He asked. Didn't she make him tell her everything? You were just too gullible for someone to not take advantage of you. She told the truth again while smiling as if this was completely natural. After leaving the village, Victor, who was hugging the love-stricken Kuu, leisurely strolled around the mines. He planned to find Zoe, but that ungrateful girl was long gone, so he planned to take his time. It was as if he was a tourist or something, as no golems appeared around him. How could they? He took control of all of them the moment Rita marked the edict shard with his blood, allowing him to replace its former demon owner whose soul inside the shard was locked and was pointlessly trying hard to regain control at the moment. He just had to sit tight there and wait to be eaten like a good boy. It was clear to him now that the gate didn't resurface at all as the family believed, but it was all a misunderstanding. The golems and the gate were two separate things that just happened to occur together in the past. This was something he should have expected, as the family agents must have combed the mines 3 times searching for the gate and found nothing before giving the heirs this mission. The second branch must have found Edict Shard and hid it from the family, who kept thinking that the golems came from the gate. They must have been brewing this scheme for a long time. Now the question was, what should Victor do? The first option was to inform and about the second branch's scheme and get a tone of merit. From the info that Rita managed to get, it was clear that they were trying to kill all the main elite heirs in one fell swoop and make it look like an accident. Now, the problem with this approach was that he would have to answer a lot of questions, as even and would not buy his usual bullshit. And he didn't want to expose his cards yet. His second option was to do nothing. Not exactly nothing, he would let those idiots play, then use the golems to kill off Bill and Mike's competitors while making sure Mike and Alice survive. After that, he would just find a way to expose the second branch and let them take all the blame. He also had to make Rita grab the shard in the midst of the chaos. Although this would make all the work he did on Linda pointless, he didn't care. He had many other ways to destroy her. This was Victor's preferred plan for now. That's why he was at this time heading toward the meeting point where the golems were guided to go. He had to be there in order to directly take control of the situation. Those golems can only be given very generic commands from afar. Young Master Victor, someone suddenly called as soon as Victor reached one of the random resting and monitoring points scattered around the mines. Yes? Victor asked as he turned to face the guard who ran to him. We have a message for all elite heirs, the guard said, giving Victor a sealed envelope while trying hard not to look at the maid who clung to Victor's arm. Didn't they say this was a test? Why was there a maid here?
No, she was not just a maid.
She was clearly a maid in heat. Thanks, Victor said, then opened the envelope as the guard bowed, then returned to his station. Looking at Kuu was not good for his heart.
He was a married man.
The message was what Victor expected. A command to all the heirs to gather in one meeting point for a final test. It seemed like he was right, the mine's messaging system had been compromised. He chuckled and was about to put the message in his ring when he paused. He opened the message again and checked the map attached to it. Why was it wrong? Why was the gathering point specified in a totally different direction from the point the golems were being guided to? He had to check 3 times to make sure, ordering Rita to go check the map in the secret base she was stalking at the moment. Is there anything wrong, young master?
Kuu, who noticed Victor's frown, asked.
Did she annoy him by sticking to him? Hearing her, he shook his head and rubbed her head.
No,
he said, then began to laugh like a maniac.
What? She asked.
I just underestimated my grandmother again, he answered as he hugged the girl. His plan had failed before it could even start. He only needed to go watch the show, it seemed. I really shouldn't have underestimated my grandmother. Grandmas are scary, Victor told Kuu emotionally as he reached the heirs' meeting point a day later. He couldn't stop laughing after that. It was not a trap to isolate him. He could tell with ease, as all the heirs were there, split into groups that shot glares at each other every few seconds. This must have been his grandmother's counterplan to send them here to be safe. Like him, she was also playing along to expose all the traitors.
Damn it.
His plan was a no-go. And Bill would live for now.
Victor.
Alice, who was the first to notice Victor as he entered the large chamber, waved to him. She was standing with Mike and 2 other elites who were a part of his camp.
Hi sis. Bro. How was your hunt?
Victor asked casually as reached them with a maid at hand. For the entire day, he was having fun explaining many things to her as they traveled. He planned to make her a player ASAP. Not bad, Alice said immediately.
Who is she?
The result of my hunt. Victor said, hugging the embarrassed Kuu. Isn't she cute? He added as Zoe, who had been avoiding looking him in the eyes since the moment he entered, inspected Kuu. The frowned.
A new one? She asked.
What did you do with that one from earlier? She added in disgust. She is the only one.
Victor clarified.
She had a curse on her, and the only way to cure it was for her to.
You know.
I figured it out the moment I saw her.
Victor clarified.
I couldn't leave a girl like her in a place like this, so I made her my official maid and I plan to take care of her from now on, he said proudly, making Kuu smile sweetly. Don't you have a ton of maids or something? Alice asked, disgusted by her brother scamming 2 girls at the same time.
Do you still have any slots left? She wondered.
Most of the ones in the mansion are not from the family. And I got to free some slots after the wedding anyway, he said. The twins Mira and Arya were no longer his maids, but his wives.
Oh, Zoe frowned.
She didn't like it one bit that Victor was with this girl, but the fact that he saved her made Zoe unable to hate him. She even felt a little ashamed of herself for cursing at him earlier.
So,
what are we doing here? Victor asked as he had no idea.
Waiting.
According to the assistants, the elders will be here in an hour or so, Mike said. Some kind of a final mission, he added, shooting a glare at Bill.
I see.
I think they might get a little delayed though, Victor said. Through Rita's eyes, he could see that the family elders had already surrounded the second branch's base. And with the patriarch stood at the front in golden battle armor. The rest of the elders were behind them. It was time to close the net. Alpha slowly left the hotel, telling the girls she needed to get some air. The ungrateful girls who were planning their sightseeing trip didn't even care. On the contrary, they seemed to be glad to get rid of her. Well, they planned to meet Mona's friends in a few days, despite finishing their preparations, so the girls earned their vacation. She sighed as she crossed the street, making sure no one was following her. She knew that what she was going to do was technically betraying Victor, but this needed to be done. As long as she was careful with what she said, her contract with him would not be breached. Crossing the main square and heading into the old city, she had to retrace her steps multiple times, first to check if she was being followed, and the second time because she took a wrong turn. The memories in her head that popped out as soon as she entered this city were a little old, and the city's way had changed a lot in the last 20 years. This was one of the family's protection mechanisms that she had no idea about, location-bound memories. It seemed like the memories would remain hidden until certain conditions were applicable. Alpha sighed for the 24th time. It took her more than an hour to locate the old temple building she wanted to go. It was situated right in between a lousy pub and a lousiest brothel. It featured heaps of trash to the side and a long and seemingly ancient trail of urine stains all over its stone walls. This temple was the type some old sect used to scam people back in the day. Now it was left with broken windows and a falling wooden gate that was plastered with all kinds of old unfulfilled evacuation notices, left by the myriad of land developers who wanted to evacuate the residents and tear down this building, but ended up being evacuated to the afterlife. Apparently, whoever got the deed for this place nowadays had decided it was no longer worth it, as this place had become the filthiest place in town, and it was no longer viable to invest there. Is it really it? Alpha frowned and wondered. She began to look around and then noticed a simple eye symbol on the side of the temple's gate.
It was here.
She took a deep breath and opened the temple door, careful not to break it, then entered. It was a mess, and it looked as if everyone in town had decided that this place was a good garbage dump. The temple's courtyard was filled with all kinds of broken furniture and old electrical appliances that were clearly thrown there by people who didn't want to bother taking the trip to the landfill. Still, there was no person in sight. Alpha slowly made her way to the main building and entered the main hall that was seemingly the only clean room in the temple. Relatively clean. Someone had seemingly decided not to bother the giant, menacing-looking spider on the corner. In front of the altar where the giant golden statue of a strawberry with 3 legs and 3 eyes was placed, an ugly young temple maiden was sitting, lighting some strawberry-scented incense as she chanted something in an unrecognizable language. It took her 15 minutes to finish, then turned to face Alpha, looking at her with lazy cloudy eyes. "Did you come here to pray to Mosusu the Great?" she asked. "I want to meet the grandmas." "I am number B42, Louise," Alpha said. She was not the kind to joke around. "We don't offer grandmas here. There is some strawberry cake though." Alpha frowned, then said nothing as she looked around the chamber, then slowly found a seat where a lousy eye symbol was carved.
She sat on it.
"Suit yourself." The maiden frowned, then turned to the statue and continued her worship, ignoring Alpha.
The girl chanted.
For the next 3 hours nothing happened. And just when Alpha, who had enough of listening to the stupid chants, was about to lose her patience, the maiden suddenly stopped chanting, stood up, and looked at her. Her eyes were no longer cloudy. "The grandmas will meet you now," she said as the altar moved to the side, revealing a staircase down.
A classic.
Alpha nodded, then quickly entered the stairway and descended. It was a really long way down, as it took Alpha about 30 minutes to reach the bottom, where she found a room with a strange shimmering gate in its center.
A space crossing portal.
Taking a deep breath, Alpha stepped through it. Opening her eyes, it was bright. She had just walked out of the closet of a rural wooden cottage. Facing her was a cozy living room where 3 old women were sitting enjoying the sun and watching some soap opera on an old TV set. "You are here," one of the women, who seemed to be a little reluctant to leave the TV, said, as she turned to Alpha.
"Louise, right?
"I remember your mother."
A fine woman, you look just like her."
The heir had seen the elder. Alpha said as she kneeled on the ground. "No need for formalities. What brings you here, dear?" "I see that you have already gotten rid of your curse," she said, her eyes turning to the TV every few seconds. The handsome male lead was about to kiss the reluctant maid whom he was secretly in love with, but couldn't tell her because she was the daughter of the man who killed his father, and he was planning to torture then kill her until he discovered that she was, in fact, his childhood friend who saved his life when their other friend turned out to be a drug dealer and planned to kill him because he was, in fact, his half-brother. "Yes. I passed a life and death experience," Alpha replied. "Everyone in her family was born with a curse. This was the destiny of their bloodline."
"Good.
"Then why are you here?" "You should know that if this is not something really urgent you will be punished," the grandma said, her eyes on the TV. The kiss attempt was a failure again as the man's lover barged in.
"Again. I met someone. He knows about us."
"About the family," Alpha said directly. "What?" the grandma asked, turning to face Alpha and making another grandma look too.
"Explain." "Ah. I can't," Alpha said.
It was all because Victor made her sign that contract after the spark incident.
"Damn it. You can't." "I can't." "I see." "Mother," the first grandma called the second grandma, who turned out to be a great-grandma. "A contract or a curse?" the great-grandma asked. Alpha didn't reply as the old woman gave the TV one last look and then slowly approached her, beginning to smell her. "A contract it is," she said. "Unlike stupid curses, contracts are tricky. There are 2 ways to get rid of them, an easy way and a hard way," she said, explaining to Alpha. "Let's try the first," she said, taking out a golden scale. "Put a drop of your blood on the left plate," she said. Alpha nodded, dropping some blood on the small dish-shaped plate, representing her deeds. "Now blow the word contract on this." The old woman gave Alpha a sparkling feather. Alpha nodded, then blew the word, feeling as if something from inside of her, getting inscribed on the feather that became a little heavy. "Good, carefully place the feather on the Destiny's Scale's right plate." The second the feather touched the plate, nothing happened.
They were in balance for the next 3 seconds, then it was as if the feather weighed a ton. It suddenly moved down, flipping the entire scale out of the old woman's hand.
Wah! Mom, what happened? The grandma asked.
The benefits the guy gave little Louise here far outweighs his commitments for the contract. He had given her more than she could ever repay him, the frightened old woman said. What did he give you? This is not a simple matter of just saving your life or removing a curse, she asked the shocked Alpha.
Ah. I don't. No, she quickly went silent.
It was probably the spark.
You can't say.
I see, the old woman said. Then it is the second method. Do you really want this contract voided? She asked Alpha. It is for the family, Alpha said. She had enough of being manipulated by that bastard Victor. Once the contract was voided, she could ask the grandmas to take a look at the soul mark he left, and then she would be free. As for what to do with Victor after that, she couldn't really make up her mind. Wouldn't a relationship with whoever contracted you be beneficial to the family? The grandma, seemingly having some thoughts, asked. I want the contract voided, she repeated. With every passing day, she could feel the day when Victor would take her to bed coming closer. She would never surrender to a filthy man.
Are you sure?
Yes.
This will hurt like hell, the old woman said,
as she placed her hand on Alpha's chest.
I am ready, Alpha replied. Take a deep breath, the old woman said.
By the authority of the judge, I annul this. She didn't continue as a second later, she was flying backward with a trail of blood flowing out of her mouth. She hit the TV set and then fell to the wooden ground rolling. Alpha, who felt a sharp pain at the same moment, fell to the ground in tears. Ah, mother. The grandma ran to her mother as the last old woman, who kept watching TV the entire time, hurried to check on the poor TV set.
I am fine.
Shit. The old woman was quickly helped to her feet.
Is it over? Alpha asked.
Over my ass, the old woman said, taking the slipper that had just fallen from her foot and throwing it at Alpha. Why the hell did you make a contract with a demon?
A demon? No. He is not.
Alpha quickly replied as she dodged to the right. The slipper passed right beside her face, drawing a line of blood as it grazed her cheek like a bullet.
Not a demon? A lord? No.
A scion, the old grandma pondered.
Ah. What? What lord?
That bastard is not a lord, Alpha said. She did hear Lily and Victor discuss the lords, and it was clear that Victor was not one. Then why would this guy have more than 1,000 authority points? The old woman said. That's the only way my skill could fail. If the other side's authority is larger than mine, she yelled.
Ah. I really don't know, Alpha said.
The old woman glared at her and then looked at the last woman, who was kneeling and trying hard to revive the dead TV by hitting it with her cane.
Mother.
Please help, she said to the last grandma, who turned out to be a great-great-grandma. You little girls can't do a thing right. In my days we would solve such trivial problems by just kicking their ass. The brutal last grandma said as she gave up on the TV and slowly stood up, her hand on her back as she slowly approached Alpha, who for the first time realized that this old woman was blind. Not exactly, it was as if inside of her eyes there was no pupil, but she was looking right through Alpha. Relax, lass, and let me see, the last old woman said as she began to activate her skill, making her eyes turn gold. Can you see anything, grandma? The first old woman asked.
It is not demonic. No, let me see.
He is a man, the old woman frowned.
It was very cloudy.
Lass, what the fuck had you been doing? Why is your fate look like a piece of dung ice cream? She finally asked as she peered into Alpha's soul.
I don't know. Wait. No. That. Something.
Why do you have a spark? The old woman finally gasped and asked in shock.
Ah, that.
My contractor took it from someone and then gave it to me. Alpha could only say that. She was surprised they knew about this, and couldn't wait to ask them what it meant.
Oh.
Then what the fuck are you doing here? The old woman asked angrily as she took a step back.
Ah.
I want the contract voided to be able to work to revive the family and...
Ah?
Alpha screamed in pain as the old woman began to hit her with her cane.
Mother.
Why are you hitting her? One old woman asked.
Idiot.
That guy gave you a spark and you want to leave him. Ungrateful bitch. The oldest woman replied as she began to hit Alpha again. The other two old women quickly hurried to stop her. Louise Dio, you know why the family created the Heirs Project? She asked as she calmed down a little. To revive the family. Alpha, who felt extra wronged, said nervously.
Exactly.
And how were you supposed to do that? The old woman asked, calming down more.
Ah.
I believe by creating a force and...
Idiot.
And no one said that. The old woman began to hit her again. The old woman must have a strength of more than 1,000, as Alpha's bones would have broken if not for the SS rank armor vest Victor gave her. Grandmother, you will kill the poor lass, the first grandma quickly said. Listen, the last grandma said, taking a deep breath as she put her cane down. We made you to revive the family. To find strong allies and rebuild our forces in the shadows. That's it, she said.
What? Alpha asked in shock.
Weren't we supposed to kill von Zwei and the von Rosen? Why would we care about such insects? Those guys were only minions who were following orders. Our real enemy was the Lord whom we angered 20 years ago. He was the one who helped our enemies to destroy us by giving them a way to counter and track our bloodlines. How else would most of our elders perish just like that one night, leaving the family without leadership? Forcing us to hide on the edge of this ruin where the only good TV reception we can get is some lousy local channel.
Ah. What?
Alpha had no idea about that. After that, the only way for the family to avoid total annihilation was to disappear, pinning our hope on our chosen heirs to rebuild the family on a more firm ground.
Alpha nodded.
She was very afraid to ask what her great-great-grandmother meant by firm ground though.
Now.
Your contractor is a man.
He is young.
He is from one of the high families. The old woman as if she was getting her answers from Alpha's expression.
Is he handsome? I see, the old woman nodded.
Her power allowed her to get the answers to her questions without Alpha's answering. Although the contract's power was constraining her, it didn't completely stop her if she asked just right. Now, let me ask you. Is that guy successful? Does he always get what he wants?
I see.
Does he survive very dangerous situations with ease? Is he always surrounded by girls? The old woman began to ask Alpha a barrage of questions while watching her facial expression. What do you think? Finally her daughter asked after the old woman went silent. I think he is a scion, she said, making Alpha flinch. Could Victor be a scion?
Yes.
Why didn't she think of that? Although Victor did say he was a time traveler, he never said anything about his fate. Then is he a candidate? The other old woman asked, ignoring Alpha's strange gaze.
Yes.
And more than that, the old woman said as her white eyes sparkled. You said that guy knew about us? She asked Alpha.
Yes.
I can't tell you why though, Alpha replied nervously. Is he friendly or is he an enemy? He promised me and Hannah to help us rebuild our family if we obeyed him, Alpha said.
Hannah?
Number C77.
Ah.
I can't say. Alpha didn't know Hannah's code number. She was in the immortal abode, I think. Did something happen? The youngest grandma asked. We will check later, the oldest said, looking at Alpha. Although many things are obfuscated by the contract, I believe in my hunch that Lewis's contractor is a good candidate. Think of it, someone with a scion fate and more than 1,000 authority. It is only about time that some lord adopts him. Or he might be able to become a lord himself.
A candidate?
Louise asked nervously.
Yes.
To be one of the chosen to revive our family, she said, seriously, before turning to face Alpha. Louise von Richter, from now on your mission has been changed to acquiring Victor's help for our family. You are to seduce him and then become his wife and his ally. And you should focus on giving birth to his children as soon as possible.
What? No way in.
Alpha quickly shut up as she felt the old woman's cane.
Shut up.
You ungrateful lass, the old woman scolded. We are barely hanging on a thread here, and you want to choose. If that lord were to find any of our heirs, he would kill them on sight. Our only hope to save our descendants is to rebuild our family inside of another power. A power that has the protection of another lord, the old woman explained. The family was that desperate. What is this lord thing? Alpha, who had tears in her eyes, asked in despair. This was going in the exact opposite direction she hoped for. All the grandmas sighed before the oldest one began to talk. Think of them like super players. Game masters in a way. They have power beyond any other. Their only limit is that they usually specialize in one area. That of their spark.
I have a spark now.
Can't I be a lord or something? Alpha quickly shut up as the grandma raised her cane, preparing to strike again.
Idiot.
If it was that easy, the old scolded. We don't know how one becomes a lord, but what we do know is that they require anyone who wants to be their disciple to have a spark, a shit ton of authority, and an S-rank fate at the very least, she added. Your fate is only an A rank. That's why your code name begins with the letter B.
Oh, Alpha squeezed her fist. Then this spark. What is it? What is it good for? She asked.
Think of it like a skill book. An ultimate skill book that would allow you to master all the skills of a certain subject, the oldest grandma said. We don't really know how to use it, as lords usually collect those like crazy. But listen to me, you better keep the fact that you have it a secret, or you might be in a shitload of trouble.
Oh, Alpha frowned.
She didn't like this at all.
Now go.
Remember your mission and fulfill it faithfully. It is your duty as an heir, the old woman said, kicking Alpha out. We will contact you again when the time is right. Surrender now. You are completely surrounded, the Patriarch Marcos shouted coldly at his brother Antony and the rest of the elders from the second branch who were barricaded inside their base looking out from the windows. We know that you were the ones behind the golems. What should we do? One of the elders asked as he looked at all the players outside.
How did they find out? Damn.
All the elders from the other branches are fuming with rage.
How did they know?
It was probably the kids. Todd was really drunk when they took him away. I couldn't intervene then.
Damn it.
No, it was definitely that Zach.
Todd is a good kid. Antony cursed.
This was the only explanation he could think of, and he didn't expect and to question them this fast. Damn that piece of sh*T Victor and his aphrodisiac. It ruined everything. Although the kids didn't know everything, they knew a few facts about golems as they were told their routes to avoid them. The question was how much info did and get out of them.
Did it matter?
If that bitch captured them, they would spill the beans sooner or later. Should we surrender? Another elder asked fearfully. Antony didn't answer him, but just shot him a glare of disgust before turning to look outside at his elder brother.
Marcos.
You pussylicker son of AB******.
Antony paused.
That bitch was his mother.
You bastard. He corrected himself.
Instead of supporting us, you are standing with your bitch of a wife.
Antony.
You always knew my position, Marcos, who was not annoyed one bit, answered. His tone was just a little remorseful. Why are you doing this?
Let's stop.
It is all because you don't have the balls to act as a patriarch. When you took your seat, we expected you to elevate the second branch to become the main, or at least to support us to become the strongest, but instead, you totally ignored us.
Antony interrupted. Antony.
You know how much I helped, bending the rules as much as possible. The second branch was the weakest and almost dissolved. Now it is in the top 5.
Marcos clarified.
He really did his best to help without being partial. You knew about the deal, he said, not elaborating. He meant the deal he struck with and back then, for him to become the patriarch while keeping all the power with the main branch. Fuck you and your pussy-licking deal.
Antone screamed.
Then he began to laugh like a maniac. Let me tell you and the bitch who is standing behind you something. Antone screamed from behind the door. I don't know how you knew about us, but do you know that all of your precious heirs are already now in my hand? I guided them to a trap where they are now waiting for you. I just have to give one command and legions of golems would descend on them, he said with an insane laugh. Yes, he still had some cards in his hand. So you better drop your weapons and let us make a deal, he said. As long as he can make a deal, everything would be fine, he might even be able to secure some benefits.
Oh.
We already know that. The kids are already in a safe place, Marcos shrugged. Do you think it is that easy to manipulate the communications without us noticing?
What? How? Impossible. Antony frowned.
Was it not the kids? Olaf here already told us. Marcos said as Olaf walked out from behind him, then gave Antony a slight bow.
What? Impossible. Bastard. Antony flared in shock. It was Olaf all along. Piece of shit.
Did you forget who helped you when you were just a slave? Even in his wildest imagination, he couldn't believe that Olaf, who was the most trustworthy man in the world, would betray them. My allegiance has always been to the family, Olaf said in a low firm voice, making and nod. Olaf was one of the most trustworthy butlers in the family. She has secretly tested him no less than 10 times and he proved his worth every time.
Fuck. Antony cursed. He was fucked.
If Olaf was a spy, then all their info was known to Anne, including their emergency plan and what they planned to do with her after their plan succeeded. She would never forgive them knowing that. Now surrender and let us end this quickly. I have many things to do.
And, who was losing her patience, said.
Do it quickly and I will leave you a clean corpse, she added, making her intent to kill all of them clear. The bastard planned to first kill all the main and the strongest branch heirs and then replace them with those from the second branch, the only ones who would be still viable. They planned to use that leverage to convince the elders to replace Anne and Marcos immediately after that. The elders, other than the die-hard loyalists, would definitely accept, as Anne's power would be at its lowest without viable heirs. This might even cause some of the hidden protector elders to move against her, as she would be the one ruining the family's future at that point. This is your last chance, Marcos said after waiting a few minutes in silence. His wife was not helping at all. Antony just glared at Marcos, saying nothing as he wondered what to do. His options were very limited. Attack, the patriarch commanded, making all the elders at once quickly fire a barrage of fireballs on the building that suddenly began to shine and a sphere of energy engulfed it.
A shield.
Alfred, who was a part of the attacking force, said. It is probably an SS rank, we will need at least 30 minutes to break it, he explained as the men never stopped throwing their attack at the building. How about you use your witch touch and end this? Marcos asked Anne. That was one of the strongest dark art and it would dissolve this shield in seconds.
No.
We have all the time in the world, and said coldly as the men attacked. What if they summoned the golems?
Let them do that.
I always wanted to test the men, and this would be a good chance, and said. After Theodore returned with some suitable candidates, the family needed to be restructured, and this was a good chance to pick up the good from the bad. She also was sure of her power, not even 1,000 golems could stop her.
Shit, Antony cursed.
Tell the men to summon all the golems we can muster, he told one of the elders behind him. Even if we were going to lose, I will make sure that and would cry tears of blood, he said, biting his lip and clenching his fist. He was not planning to go down easily.
Yes, sir.
The man hurried down into the hidden chamber, not noticing the reduction in Antony's eyes. He planned to sacrifice all the men and create a chance for himself to escape. But he couldn't tell them that. His plan was very simple. He had an Earth escape talisman, but in order to make sure that no one notices his absence, he needed as much chaos as possible, allowing him to reach the ocean where he already had an escape submarine just in case. This was something even Olaf had no idea about. It was moments later when the man returned running in horror.
What? Antony asked.
The pyramid. It is no longer there. The men are dead, the man said as he caught his breath.
What? Antony exploded. That what?
Antony ignored the man and quickly ran to the secret chamber where the blood of the 3 dead men on the ground was still fresh.
It was a clean job.
We have a mole, he said angrily, looking around. He saw nothing. Search the base, he commanded angrily.
Shit.
This only left him only one way out. He really didn't want to use it. That man was right. He was always too careful, and he had to act strong every once in a while. Rita, who got the edict shard, successfully made her way out of the base from the back, making sure to dodge the guards who were oblivious to her existence. She also had to avoid and by walking as far away as possible while keeping her disguise. According to Victor, that woman had a good hunch. In the end, she got to a safe zone in a side tunnel that connected to the main cavern. From there, she could watch the show and escape if needed. Oh, they were making a move. Rita watched as the light barrier around the building began to dim under the barrage of attacks. It only took the attackers 10 more minutes before it exploded outwards.
Advance. Halt.
Marcos was about to order the men to enter when all of a sudden, Antony slowly walked from the inside, followed by 20 men. Were they planning on surrendering or putting on a last fight? If it was the latter, it would have been very stupid.
On the ground.
Alfred commanded, but Antony ignored him as he looked at Marcos.
Brother.
Can you grant me one last wish? Antony said in a sorrowful tone as he looked serious. We will talk about this later, Marcos frowned. You are not dead yet.
I am not.
But you are, Antony said, throwing something.
Please die.
Before Marcus could make out what it was, he felt something grab him from behind and pull him. It was and who activated her defensive artifact just in time. A loud explosion shook the tunnels, creating an air wave that sent even Rita, who was far away, flying amid bolts of lightning that began to whiz around the tunnel's iron veins, slowly dissipating. The next thing she felt was her back hitting the hard ground as she fell. Her ears were ringing and her legs were wobbly, so it took her a moment to reorient herself. Before she could spring to her feet, everything began shaking. Tunnels were collapsing. She knew that she had to move away, as seconds later, rocks began to fall from the ceiling. Sadly, by that time it was too late to do anything, as black iron dust filled everywhere and she could not see anything but crawl to the side as she activated a protection talisman. She could feel the walls near her starting to crack as the ground shook. Was she going to be trapped under the rubble?
Use the cauldron.
Escape inside of it. Victor, who sounded distressed, told her just at the right time. She quickly took the cauldron from the storage space and jumped inside of it, just before the tunnel caved in. The bottom chamber where Victor and the rest of the heirs were waiting, shook a little after the explosion. They could hear it from afar.
What happened? Someone asked. A battle. Another wondered.
Thankfully this place is far enough from the explosion that nothing here happens. That's what Victor thought of instructing Rita to quickly enter the cauldron, then it happened.
Beak.
The sound of an explosion at the small tunnel that acted as the entrance of the hall. It shook the entire hall and forced all the heirs to the ground as a cloud of dust poured in and filled the chamber. Activate your protection talismans. Victor heard Mike yelling moments later. Activate your protection talismans. Bill, who unfortunately seemed to be fine, yelled right after, probably not liking it as Mike acted as a boss. Moments later, the chamber shook again and everyone could hear the sounds of collapsing walls.
Was this the end?
Victor silently cursed as grabbed both Kuu and the shocked Zoe, hugging them as he activated his protection talisman. His space-shifting skill was still in cooldown, he couldn't really use it, and his only option now was to count on his defense.
Then nothing happened.
The dust slowly cleared as the heirs stood up and began to look around.
What just happened?
Mike, who was protected by Alice's SSS defense artifact, and was completely safe, asked after making sure that Victor was safe.
A bomb, someone asked.
Gunpowder doesn't work here, another corrected him.
Then what? I don't know.
But our exit is closed, Mike said solemnly, looking at the entrance where a huge iron boulder fell in the midst of tons of rubble, obstructing it. They were trapped inside, without knowledge of how much of the tunnel outside had collapsed. This might be on purpose, Victor, who carefully inspected the boulder, pondered. Someone planned to trap them here, and it was not the second branch. He could tell as this boulder had slight hidden signs of being dug before and the fact that it was 10% made of sacred iron. And although gunpowder didn't work here, many kinds of magical bombs did. Those bombs, despite being both very rare and expensive, were not very popular, as they are easily discoverable with mana-sensing artifacts, and a good protection talisman could easily block their effect if the user was not in the epicenter. They would not get popular until much later when giant monsters started appearing. Nowadays those things were not something a branch family could buy though.
Victor wondered.
Why would someone waste this perfect chance? That bomb that had its mana camouflaged by all the sacred iron on the walls could have easily killed half of them if it were placed on the top of the chamber. Did someone want them to be trapped here? He frowned, ignoring Zoe who was fighting hard to get out of his embrace. Pushing him away with no avail. He was stronger than her. Let go, she said, blushing a little as she bit her lip. His hands around her waist felt a little hot.
Ah. Sorry.
Are you two okay? He asked after a few more minutes.
Thanks.
I am fine, Zoe spat as she stepped back. She was very thankful that Victor quickly grabbed her, but this made her feel very embarrassed. Why was she feeling that?
He was her cousin. He was her frickin' cousin.
Kuu, on the other hand, clung to him like a monkey while looking around fearfully. It was as if she was trying to shield him with her body.
What a cute girl.
He couldn't wait to take her in another round. She was a fast learner. What is that? Someone suddenly exclaimed as the dust settled, making Victor and everyone else look behind them, at the far corner of the cave where the entire wall collapsed, revealing a lake of lava that cast a dim red light into the cave.
A lava chamber.
That was not what everyone was looking at through. Their eyes were looking up, at the golden shimmering ethereal gate that hovered silently in mid-air on top of the lava lake. Pulsating a little, it swayed to the sides like a leaf on a branch. I saw it first, some idiot called Bruno said.
The points are mine.
Everyone ignored him. They had other things to worry about. It took 15 minutes for all the dust to settle and the shaking to calm down after the explosion. After making sure that they were still alive, everyone opened their eyes and began to look around, realizing who saved their sorry lives. It was Anne, who stood in the center of the tunnel while raising her finger to the ceiling where a myriad of falling boulders were suspended by a black thread that shimmered in black light. Thankfully, only 1 or 2 layers of rocks collapsed. The ones that withstood the direct shock. The tunnel walls behind seemed fine for the most part. This was to be expected though, as the mine on Blackrock Island was very stable. While digging, it only needed to be supported once or twice and in some places. That didn't stop the family from reinforcing it throughout the years though. Magic seemed to cause very low damage to the walls. That's why it took the family ages and ages to do everything manually here. That was also why magical bombs had minimal effect. Hurry, check for dangers, clear those boulders, then go check on the wounded. And scolded, making the shocked family members quickly hurry to work. How long can you hold those? Marcos, who was saved by his wife, asked nervously as he looked at the collapsed debris she was holding. If those fell on them, it would be very troublesome. If you have the power to ask, get working, she scolded as the men hurried to get the loose boulders down one by one, making sure to check for damage behind them and put support if needed. Are there any casualties? And asked as the dust became thin enough to clearly observe the situation. None from our side. The other side's situation remains to be seen. Alfred, who acted fast, reported. They are under the rubble.
Good, Anne said.
Thankfully, she was fast enough to activate her protection artifact and cover all the men, otherwise most of them would have been dead. All the elders seemed safe as they had their own protection artifacts. The guards on the other hand varied. The few who were closest to the explosion, or to the sides far from Anne's protection, were the ones who suffered the most.
Olaf.
Marco suddenly called as he spotted Olaf, who when the explosion happened, moved in front of the patriarch to shield him as and grabbed him from the back. He took most of the explosion's shock with his body, and despite having an S-ranked armor and an SS-ranked protection talisman that was gifted to him by Anne ages ago, he was thrown away.
I am fine.
I seem to still have some years to live, Olaf said as he coughed some blood then tried to stand up.
Oh, he fell.
His leg seemed to have been broken when he hit the tunnel wall earlier. It was bent at a strange angle.
Medic. Quickly help Olaf.
Marcos ordered as he gave Olaf one of his emergency healing pills. Olaf was really one of the best and most trustworthy guys here. Only if all the men were like him. Anne nodded. She was thinking the same as she looked at the men who worked very fast.
How are the tunnels?
She asked as the last of the debris that she was holding was moved by the men, allowing her to deactivate her skill and sigh in relief. Some of the side ones seemed to have collapsed, but the main tunnel that had backup support survived, one guard reported. We should be able to clear everything in a week or so.
Good. Anne said.
Check on that bastard Antony and his men. If any of them are still alive, grab them. We need to ask them where they got the blue thunder bomb, she said. Those bombs were very rare. She had only seen them used once before about 59 years ago by an old woman from the von Richter family. Also excavate that building and get me the artifact they were using, she said, pointing to the second branch's base, which had now turned into rubble. I need to deactivate all the golems. And I need to know why they didn't summon them back.
I understand.
Marcos said after making sure the medic began tending to Olaf. Alfred, send men to check on the state of the entire main tunnel, all the villages, and the kids down in the tunnels. Tell them to return, their mission is over. Anne said as she began dusting her armor and checking its damaged parts.
And be careful.
We don't know if there were more traps. Is that the gate the patriarch told us about? Someone asked. As the heirs all looked up. Probably, some guy replied. Will it explode? One heir asked fearfully, making the heirs quickly step away from it after remembering what Anne said. I don't know, his friend replied. I don't like this. Don't be a jinx. Let's step away from it. Remember what the patriarch told us. Mike suddenly said. No one replied. On the contrary, the ones who were previously retreating quickly stopped doing that. As elite heirs, they had their pride. And they didn't want to be associated with one side by obeying Mike. The gate suddenly grew larger, doubling its size. The heirs quickly forgot about their stupid pride and hurried back. The gate grew smaller again, making them sigh in relief. Why is it pulsing like that? One annoyed heir asked as he made sure to step back. I think it is just horny, Victor replied. Wanting someone to N. Ouch. Alice stepped on his foot, shutting him up. Do dungeons do that? Zoe asked too. Deciding to ignore Victor for now, he seemed to have turned on his pervert mode which she didn't like. No, Mike answered softly. Not as far as I know. It is mine. I saw it first. Bruno repeated. It is definitely an S-rank dungeon. Bill stated, trying to act smart. No. It's probably higher. At least SSS. Alice was the one who replied. She had seen S and SS rank dungeons before, and their gates were different from this one. You think you are smart, Bruno scolded. No one commented. Most didn't like Alice, but as a disciple of the heavenly sect, the girl knew a few things. And yes, she was smart. Smarter than Bruno at the very least. Shall we send a team to explore it? Someone asked. I think Brother Mike will be a good candidate, one of Bill's lackeys said. No one is going anywhere. The family already told us that if we found the gate, not to get near it. Bill scolded, acting all important again. We don't want anything bad to happen to Cousin Mike, he added. Mike just snorted. He was pondering if he could push Bill inside without anyone noticing. He was not the only one with such thoughts, as the heirs of each faction and branch held similar thoughts toward all the others. But it is mine. Bruno scolded. No one cared anymore. No matter what. We can't stay here. If this gate were to explode like it did 20 years ago, we would all be dragged away. Alice, who seemed to be the only sane one, said. I advise everyone to stay near the walls. We should find a way to clear the rubble at the entrance before anything, she added as she walked toward the blocked entrance and began inspecting the boulder. Ignoring the gate, a few others hurried to help her. They all agreed that they should leave this place first. Yes, they should secure the exit first and then wait for the elders to come and distribute the points. They should already be on their way. Right? This boulder is strange, Alice said, after trying to move it a few times. It seemed to be resisting her magic. Let's focus on moving rubble away from the entrance first. This should be our priority, Alice said as many heirs quickly started working.
Others didn't. They just stood and watched.
This group included Bill, Bruno, and Victor, who, despite Zoe shooting him some glasses to come and help, held his ground while hugging Kuu. He simply didn't care about the drama around him, as his eyes focused on the gate. He knew what it was without using his appraisal skill, as he had seen similar gates in the past, and it was not a dungeon gate. Dungeon gates were restricted by the world's rules, so they were two-dimensional. Simply, they look like a circle that does not have a thickness. This gate, on the other hand, was not.
It was
spherical, so it was a 3.
No, wait. It was pulsing.
It was swaying, getting subtly larger then smaller as if it was breathing. That effect couldn't be explained in 3 dimensions, but across a 4th one, this was a possible movement. This gate was a 4-dimensional hypersphere in a 3-dimensional world. And only one thing had those properties.
A portal to another world.
Anchored portal, SS. Destination world, Ismeralia.
Condition, living matter.
His appraisal confirmed his guess. The gate suddenly grew larger again, making the few brave and idiotic heirs who came close to inspect it step back again. He was right, what he was looking at now was only a part of it, and it must be a lot larger than what it appeared to be. The rest of it was just in a higher dimension, entering this one and retreating every once in a while. Victor, who let Kuu stand in front of him as a cover as he sneaked to take a closer look, didn't retreat. On the contrary, he stepped closer to the hole in the wall and began to look around. He had never heard of an anchored world gate before, but he did hear of an anchored dungeon gate, the one generally known as a moving dungeon that changed location with time. It was ages later that it was discovered that this phenomenon happens when the gate gets its coordinates from a physical object for some reason or another. This causes the gate to be attached to that object as it was anchored to it, moving with it when it moves. If Victor's guess was right, this portal that was swaying slowly as if it was a boat in a lake, must be anchored to a part of the magma below, or an object floating on the magma. That would also explain why the portal violently exploded and then disappeared years ago when they tried to clear the magma and build a vault around it. It caused a violent disturbance, causing the gate to move in some strange angle and expand in 3 dimensions. Victor squinted his eyes. He watched as the portal moved, keeping his eyes down, analyzing every part of the huge magma lake below. He was searching for the anchor point. Stabilizing it was the best way to stop this portal from moving. It was not that he feared this trap, as he could easily escape this chamber by shifting through the walls, and even if he ended up going to another world, he had a way to get back. He was worried about 2 things. The first was exposing his skills, and the second was his siblings and the other heirs going there. This would damage the family greatly and make whoever planned this proceed with his scheme. Victor couldn't just let anything like that happen. The gate kept breathing in and out like a living being, swinging to the sides, every now and then as Victor watched. So, after 10 minutes of squinting and hot red glowing magma, he managed to find absolutely nothing.
Shit, he silently cursed.
There must be some temporal delay between the anchor point and the portal. They were not moving in sync. Attack, someone suddenly said, startling Victor, who quickly looked back and watched as a few heirs attacked the boulder with their strongest attacks after clearing the rubble around it.
Boom, boom, boom.
The chamber shook and dust flew around. Victor cursed and stepped away. The portal began to grow a little larger, pulsing at a higher frequency as the attack shockwaves reached the magma.
Stop.
Mike quickly stopped them, looking at the boulder that only suffered minuscule damage, then at the portal that began swaying violently. Shit, Bill cursed as he noticed the abnormality.
Stop, he repeated.
Let's wait for the elder for now. Apparently our attacks are causing the gate to activate, he said, acting all wise as he looked at the gate. Their attack only left a small scratch on it. It was clear that this was not the way to remove it.
He is right.
Let's stay away from the gate, and wait, Alice said. Hopefully the elders will have a way to remove this boulder smoothly, she said. She was sure that she had the power to push that boulder away if she used her draconian surge a few times, but it would cause too much damage to the chamber, so she decided to leave it as a last resort. Victor nodded, then returned to observe the portal. When it swayed violent moments ago, he managed to see something.
Searching for it. He lost it. Shit.
All those melted rocks and minerals that are floating on the surface are obstructing his vision. Did he need to try his luck again and make it move?
No.
Wait, the portal was connected to its anchored point by fate. Could his fate eyes work? Victor quickly activated his fate eyes. This was the first time he tried them on something that was not a living thing. Slowly, out of the gate, many thin lines of possibility extended, reaching for each of the heirs. And a thick line went down, into a certain point in the magma.
Gotcha.
Squinting his eyes, he finally saw it, a small black pebble that floated on top of the magma. Sacred black gold ore. It had to be something this precious. Sacred black gold was the material from which the strongest weapon artifacts were made. This small pebble would cause a massacre in the future if it appeared on some auction floor.
Shit.
This pebble was circular in shape. It was impossible to stabilize it without moving it.
Victor frowned. Shall he take it?
No, if he tried to move it, the portal would move with it, and the direction was uncertain. This might cause an explosion. Then what to do? Could he take it inside his storage? Impossible. The portal is a four-dimensional object, and being anchored to the pebble would stop it from entering a confined three-dimensional space. This was something he knew better than anyone, as he had to study world portals for years before he could time travel.
How about the cauldron?
No, it was also a confined space, as the demon used it as a bastion. And it was buried under the rubble at the moment. Rita, who had been trying for the last 15 minutes, could not get out to get it. He could try to use his inner storage space and force this with his authority. But there was a 99% chance of him exploding if anything went wrong, and a 100% that the gate would be stuck to him if he succeeded, so this was not an option.
Victor pondered.
How to get rid of this trouble? He was sure that whoever planned this trap didn't just leave them with a portal for a random chance for it to grab them. He must have been planning something else, and they were only a part of a bigger plot. To stop that scheme, the best way was to get rid of the gate, and to get rid of the gate, he must get rid of that nasty pebble without making it move.
This was a dilemma.
Did he have any good skills for that?
Space shifting?
This was a good method, but too bad it was still in cooldown after he used it to extract Rita from the Vaughn's Vi base.
Teleport?
No, it was only at F rank. He could only use it on himself and for a small distance.
Isolation?
He was not sure what this would do. But if the anchoring was positional, it would be useless.
Spanking? Absolutely not. The pebble was just too young. Small for such a thing. Then what?
Victor smiled. He got an idea, and from it he formulated a plan.
That's it.
The only problem was that this involved him entering the portal. There was no other way for it to work. After that, he only had to wait for less than a month and use his space shifting to return. That's only if that world was habitable and not some fiery hell or a shithole. Looking at the appraisal, Victor noticed the other world's name.
Ismeralia? Victor frowned.
Where did he hear about this before? He slowly activated his eidetic memory skill and slowly began to remember. He knew a few things about that world. He heard about it right when he joined the Imperial Library. Ismeralia was a fantastic land that was ruled by humanoids and had several kingdoms and a long history. At that time, they said that it had fallen to the demons some 50 years ago or so, like many other lands. Apparently the Imperial wanted to retrieve something from there and they sent a team for that mission. Victor knew about this stuff as they were recruiting scions for the mission. That's the last he heard about that, as neither he nor the ostracized Yulian were privy to most of the secret military stuff. Not before they were a done deal anyway. A few years after that he remembered hearing rumors about a lord being very pleased and rewarding the imperial family handsomely. Still, too many unknowns. Thankfully, he knew who to ask.
His smart-ass wife.
Making sure no one was looking at him, he relaxed a bit, closed his eyes, and quickly called to Lily using his dragon marriage connection.
Lily. What? She asked. You are free, he asked.
Yeah, just traveling, Lily replied directly.
Did you finish cuckolding me? He asked.
A certain girl had been telling him a few things.
Who knows?
At the moment I am being hugged by this handsome muscular dude from the back, she said. Telling the truth.
Jealous? Yup, he nodded.
Just make sure he grabs hard not to fall. I still need him to be a witness when your family starts causing trouble, he said.
Don't worry.
I will make sure he will still be able to talk by the time I finish with him, she said. So, do you need anything?
Lily asked.
What do you know about Ismeralia? He asked directly. That girl knew many things that he had no access to in his previous life. Lily took a few seconds to reply as if she was recalling. Where did you hear of that? She asked. I am now standing in front of a portal to Ismeralia in the family's mine, the one at Blackrock Island. Some crazy dude trapped me here with the rest of the heirs, and it seems like they are planning to send us there.
What?
Lily asked in a worried tone.
You heard me.
And you are not resisting, she asked. I am considering my options. What can you tell me about it? Let me remember.
Ismeralia. A fallen world.
It was ruled by humans and elves with a few other races before it was invaded by demons. The war lasted more than 100 years until the demons finally managed to enter the capital Ishmar and use the X-ranked artifact stored there to secure a victory. Lily narrated as if reading from a book in her memory. Like some kind of capture the flag game?
I am not sure.
But something like that. I remember your family sending an expedition there. What did they want?
Victor asked.
The X-ranked artifact?
Yes. Lily hesitated.
I don't know what's its purpose though, but the one who needed it was the Fate sect. They requested it from my father, who happily obliged without asking questions as he needed a favor from them. This artifact might have something to do with fate?
Victor asked. He was tempted.
X-ranked fate artifact.
Not sure.
Your family got it?
Victor frowned.
Apparently, but I didn't see it as the delivery happened outside this world. The casualties were very high, about 79% died, and those who managed to return had their memory wiped out by the Lord who got it, she said. Probably, the Fate Lord.
I see.
Are you planning to go there? Probably I would have to. This gate is probably a one-way trip through. He said, those who left before didn't return after all. What do you think?
He asked.
He already made up his mind, but he wanted to hear Lily's opinion.
Go.
The war there must have already started, but the demons are still very weak, she hesitated again. You can always use your space shifting to come back. You will need about 7 anchor points, and you probably have more than that, she said. There was a little jealousy in her voice. You are the only anchor point I need, he lied. She was right, every connection he had with his wives and blood slaves could be considered a coordinate point in space. And he needed at least 7 to travel from one world to another without a gate.
Yeah.
Like I would believe you, she casually said.
But you know what going there would mean, she said.
That we will miss the chance to meet each other again until a year later or so, he said.
Yes.
I doubt you will be back in a month or two, and by that time my family will definitely get me and Yulian back, she said. That's why she had many things to do. Don't worry, when I return, I will make sure to aim for your location, he said. That's what she wanted him to say.
You better do, she said.
Our connection would be very weak when you leave, so make sure to tell the girls what to do before. I am not sure if your skill would work across worlds, she said.
Good point, Victor said. Then, see you.
Oh, and make sure not to try any of the local delicacies there. Your stomach might not be able to handle them, Lily suddenly interrupted.
Ah.
That is for my stomach to decide, Victor said, then cut the connection. There was no need for goodbyes between them, as Lily, unlike the rest of the girls, had a way to connect to him no matter what. Finishing with the conversation, Victor sighed. To tell the truth, after hearing Lily, he affirmed his decision to go. Unlike this world, the other world featured a myriad of treasures and opportunities to level up as that world already awakened. If Lily's calculations were correct, Ismailia was now in a state of war with the demons, which meant a chance to get tons of experience points. Such a chance was enough to make him one of the strongest in the world before the reckoning. For now, he just had to wait for the scheme around him to proceed, as he gave his girls some orders in case he couldn't connect to them from the other world. He couldn't leave anything to chance, as he must return to this world by the time of the tournament. This was pivotal for his plan. He also had to tell Tom that the system was upgrading, or something. He sighed again and looked at the portal. Don't ever think of going inside that dungeon. Alice, who seemed to have finished trying to break the boulder, noticed her brother's greedy eyes and suddenly said. He didn't notice when she walked beside him.
Ah.
I am not an idiot, he said, pouting like a kid.
And I have a harem to return to, he added.
Alice nodded and sighed in relief. True, Victor would never leave his harem to go on a dangerous adventure. She was wrong. He was always ready to go collect more harem. Zoe, Victor suddenly called his cousin, who was nervously looking at the gate. What? She asked, seemingly still a little angry with him. I was thinking. Once we leave here, I want you to take Kuu with you, he said. Began preparing for his departure.
What? Why?
Both Zoe and Kuu, who had tears in her eyes, asked. Kuu is too weak, and having lived her entire life here, she is totally unfamiliar with life in modern society. You as a female would be able to help educate her, he said. He didn't just want Zoe to take care of Kuu after he left, he was secretly making an experiment, whether leaving Kuu with Zoe might make her a true scion. It will only be for 2 weeks. Then I will get my Kuu back, he said, making the poor girl sigh in relief. So he was not abandoning her. Don't you have enough wives to teach her? Zoe asked. How about your sister? No. Those girls had turned feral after marrying me. I don't want her to get into any of their bad habits, but stay nice and pure like you are, he said, boiling 2 girls in one sentence. And Alice is not an option too, he added, throwing Alice an apologetic look. She didn't mind. And I think she would be safest beside you, he finally told the truth. I don't believe you. Zoe spat, looking away. She was getting immune to his scams. The cooking method needed to be adjusted, but it was not the time for that. Fine, we will talk about this later. Victor sighed and said. This conversation was already over. Once he left, Zoe, who had a heart of gold, would surely take Ku in. The only thing he needed to consider was how to implement his plan while making it an accident. Why are you absent-minded? Yulian, who was hugging Lily from the back as they traveled on a motorcycle on a highway, asked.
Just something.
Hold on tight, we will reach the next town in an hour or so, we can rest then, she said, frowning. Can we try the local delicacies there too? This place is just very exotic, he said casually, thinking about the beef stew they had in the last village. Why are you slowing down? He asked as he noticed that Lily slowed the motorcycle to a halt in the middle of nowhere. You want local delicacies, huh? I swear, the two of you should have been the ones who were married, she said angrily as she stepped down and took a baseball bat out of her storage ring.
I don't understand. What? Why?
Stop. Oh. Yulian wailed in pain. What did he do now? Don't worry, I will make sure you will perfectly understand what you did when you meet that guy in the afterlife. I will make sure to send him there after you, an angry Lily said, venting her anger. That was the last thing Yulian heard before he crossed to the afterlife. His evil sister would not leave him there to rest for long though. So, are you finally horny enough to use this communication skill in its intended way? Margaret asked as soon as Victor contacted her. She was wearing her crimson bathrobe and relaxing in front of her computer. She had just finished her morning shower and was in the mood for some stock trading. This was the lifestyle she always wished for.
Ah.
I have not considered that yet, Victor seemed tempted. Sadly, it is not the right time, he sighed.
Oh.
Do you have a girl on your side? She immediately asked. That was the only reason Victor would not say yes immediately to any perverted act.
Ah. Maybe, he answered.
He clearly had more than one.
Oh. A new one? Margaret asked.
Is there any other kind? He replied with a frown. Good point, Margaret replied, feeling a little defeated. If she corrected him, she would be calling herself old. So, if not for having phone sex, where are you contacting this lonely housewife who was left alone to rot by her husband who went away to expand his collection? She asked. That was a mouthful. I am going on a trip. He wanted to add that it was also to expand his collection, but she interrupted him. You are leaving where? For how long? Margaret snapped immediately. This was not the right time for Victor to be absent. Look, I don't have much of a choice here. It is to another world, he didn't elaborate. Choosing not to tell Margaret about the scheme in the family yet. What? Margaret asked in surprise. It is called Ismeralia, a fantasy world of some sort, but don't worry. I plan to return in a month or two. I will be leaving the girls in your care, he said. It took Margaret a few seconds to fully comprehend what he just said. You are not kidding, she asked, just to make sure. Nope. I just contracted Lily to confirm some things, and this is the best course of action I can take in the current situation. Victor sounded serious. The family might presume me dead though, so I wanted to remind you to act a little sad and tell the girls to do the same or my parents might really begin to hate you.
I know.
Will we be able to contact you? She asked with a frown as she looked at the tightly packed scheme schedule on her computer screen. She would need to change a few of her plans involving Victor.
Super troublesome. I don't know yet.
But we will act on the presumption that it would not be possible, he said. Just be prepared to implement any of the backup plans. I have a feeling that the Dark Chamber would use this chance to replace me. I would have done it that way if I were them, so make sure to warn all the girls, he explained. I believe the fake one will act as if he had just experienced something horrific, and fake an amnesia.
Don't worry.
I know what to do, she said as she stopped modifying the spreadsheet. Fake Victor was a Victor too, she could use him. Shall we proceed with the current plans? She asked. I don't see a problem with that, just be careful. Did you meet with the other side yet? No, it will be in 3 days. I need to give Abe some time to read all the files on the phone, she said. Good, make sure to keep Lynn nearby at all times, and to inform Elise of any updates, he said. I don't want to come back and have to rescue some kidnapped wives.
Don't worry.
The only one to be kidnapped will be Abe, she said.
Perfect.
Remember to just make them remove us from their suspicion list and to only try to find out their identity. I don't like it when I am in the limelight and my enemies are in the shadows. We need to flip the situation around.
I know, Margaret nodded.
In fact, your absence will close one of our loopholes, she said, readjusting one of her schemes.
Oh.
About my relationship with Crimson Pearl, he asked.
Yes.
Don't worry, I will tie up everything neatly on my end, she nodded. Would the family trouble us after you are gone? She suddenly asked. Some might try. There was a failed coup attempt lately, and after this, Titus might get released as a favor to stabilize his grandfather. You have Mike's and Alice's numbers, just call them if that guy shows up, he said in a worried tone. He was not sure about the situation of the family. Oh, and if Lily doesn't contact you, don't worry about her. I never do. Just tell Hilda and my mother that she went on a mission somewhere if they asked.
Fine.
Is there anything else?
Margaret asked.
She didn't like Lily much, and she knew that Lily didn't like her. That would never stop them from working together though. They did wonders in bed when they cooperated, forcing poor little Victor to work extra hard. Yes, just call Alpha and the girls and inform them about my trip. Tell them to be careful too, Victor replied.
I understand, Margaret said.
One last thing, when you finish will you return here straight away, she asked. Probably not, he said with a sigh.
I will contact you though.
Oh. Good, Margaret didn't need more. How about we try something before you go, she suddenly said in a seductive voice.
Well, He paused all of a sudden.
Something happened, I will contact you again before I go through the gate, he said in a hurry and disconnected. Take care then, she said to herself, pouting a little as she relaxed on her chair and gazed at the ceiling. She was wondering how she was going to spend the next few months without Victor. Although she refused to admit it, she had become a little addicted. She needed to get a bigger toy, it seemed. No, she needed to order a custom-made one, carved out of obsidian.
Mistress.
We found this under the rubble in a side tunnel. We think it was the artifact they were using to summon the golems, one agent said as they presented an golden cauldron. Did you try to activate it? Anne, who was relaxing on a comfy sofa and observing the work around her in the tunnel while drinking a cocktail, asked glancing at the cauldron.
There was no response.
Our appraiser swears it is an artifact, but he says his rank is too low to see anything else.
Oh. Interesting, and said.
Dust it for fingerprints and DNA samples, then send it to the vault. I will have a look at it later, she said. She had more important things to take care of. And this vault would be a perfect trap. Did you find Antony's corpse? She asked.
No.
We believe he escaped somehow, as there was a broken part in our array that we presumed it was due to the shock earlier, the agent answered nervously. For the last 5 hours that was the only explanation they could find.
Oh.
Find the party responsible for that part and question them, she said. Just a man came running. It was Alfred, who frowned looking at the cauldron, then looked back at Anne.
Is there news? She asked.
She was making him do the sensitive task instead of the injured Olaf, and although he was technically a supreme elder, he didn't complain like the other snobby bastards. There are a lot of golems at the left mine, they seem to be randomly patrolling the old chamber. Alfred quickly reported. The villages are all safe, as well as the miners who were locked in them. The kids might be in trouble though, he added.
What?
And sat right up. The men I sent there reported that the tunnel they were in was one of the few who collapsed, he nervously explained.
Continue.
Communications are not possible due to the nature of the minerals there, but the kids are alive, all of them. We checked their life jades. We believe that they are trapped in that chamber. Alfred said, I already sent the digging team, but they are working very slowly clearing the rubble, but there seems to be a huge boulder that is blocking the tunnel. It is very strange as nothing is working against it, he reported, looking at one paper in his hand. Did they take a sample? She asked, relaxing a bit. We still need a thorough investigation, so we sent it to the surface, but the preliminary chemical analysis reported a 19.4% unknown material. The same one found in the mine in minute quantities, he said.
Oh, and frowned.
Well, as long as the kids are fine, I guess we will have to wait. Hopefully, they will act responsibly and not make any. She didn't continue as an agent came running.
What? Alfred asked. Master.
30 minutes ago. The life jade of elite heir Jaden von Weiss cracked. He is presumed dead, the agent who came running from the communication office at the entrance said as he caught his breath.
What?
And frowned. She stood up and grabbed the report, taking a look at it. I thought you said the kids were fine. She glared at Alfred.
Ah.
The chamber they were in is too close to the volcano's magma chamber, he suddenly remembered. Could it be? He didn't continue as and suddenly stood up.
Let's go, she said.
It was not the time to lose the elite heirs now, as she was the one who chose that chamber, and if anything bad happened to them, the family and the elders would definitely turn against her.
Ah.
Where are you going? Marcos, who was supervising the excavation by himself, asked as he noticed and leaving. To have a look at the kids, she said in a hurry. The golems are still loose down there. It is very dangerous.
Marcos said. He sounded worried.
What if Anony still has some cards left? The golems are in the other direction. And I don't mind killing any idiot who appears before me.
And said.
Although she might not look like it, she was an experienced player who conquered a lot of dungeons. Then let me quickly assemble a team and accompany you, Marcos quickly said. Just in case.
Suit yourself. But you better hurry, she said.
Make sure to send any information about the kids directly to me, she told Alfred as she hurried down the tunnel. Was it poison after all? Zoe asked nervously, looking at the young man who fell on the ground with black smoke going out of his mouth an hour earlier. Instinctively, she hurried to Victor's side as the few eldest heirs hurried to check on the corpse that began to turn black very quickly. At first, everyone thought that the guy who seemed a little sick for the last hour had a heart attack or something, but a few minutes later 2 other heirs, the dead guy's friends who touched him when he fell, began to show the same symptoms as he did earlier. Everyone began to panic, especially as fingertips and lips were turning black, a sign of poisoning. This made Mike quickly give them antidote pills and then order all the low-level players to stay away from them and the corpse.
Yes.
Let's be careful and not go near anyone, Victor said, grabbing Zoe and Kuu to his side as he appraised everyone in the room, searching their abnormal status of whether they were positioned. He quickly found 4, 5,
10.
Damn, more than half of the heirs here were poisoned.
Winged seraph poison, S.
Odorless, tasteless. Effect starts after 37 hours, depending on the target's state of mind. Can be transferred by touch during the first 24 hours. Victor frowned, and searched again, searching for anyone with positioning skill.
It was pointless.
Half of the heirs here had poisoning skills. How about poisoning artifacts?
None. Victor frowned. Then faced Mike.
Brother, I think everyone here should take an antidote pill. What if this poison is airborne, he said.
What if it came from the gate, he added.
This was impossible though, the gate only transferred living matter. Many nodded, what Victor said made sense. I don't have a lot of those, Mike said with a frown. Only S-rank pills seem to work, he sighed as the few who had pills like that quickly took them.
I have some.
Victor said, did you forget my class, he proudly added, taking a bunch of pills. I will take 10,000 coins for each. I am a merchant, you see. This pill not only cures 99% of all S-rank poisons, but it also provides protection for the next 10 hours. He added before anyone could thank him, causing many to frown. This bastard never cared about them, he just wanted to sell pills.
Cousin.
Not many have that money, Bill, who was acting righteously, said. He was telling the truth. That much money was about half his fortune, and he was one of the rich ones. My brother can give you a loan. You just have to leave something with him as a guarantee. Maybe a promise for some favor, Victor quickly replied with a smile as he took 2 pills and casually put them in Kuu and Zoe's mouths. On the house, he said with a dashing smile. Zoe, who was poisoned too, blushed and looked away as the pill dissolved in her mouth. If only he was not a pervert. What was she thinking?
He was her cousin.
Bill, who watched how Victor casually dismissed him and then began flirting with the girls, frowned. He never liked this brat. If Mike really helped those heirs, he might be able to focus them to support him later. Cousin, I think. Before he could say a thing, the entire tunnel shook, causing the gate to expand a little as the heirs retreated toward the entrance.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Someone was banging on the boulder from the other side, trying to break it with some skill. This was the 3rd time they tried. And they were clearly getting impatient as the attacks were getting stronger.
Shit.
If this goes any longer, the gate might really swallow us before they reach us, a guy said nervously as the gate began to say again. Stop, someone tried to call for them, but the sound was not reaching. They have already tried communicating before in various ways, from shouting to tapping on the walls, but nothing worked. Nothing unless they tapped the walls hard enough to shake the entire tunnel, and that was not an option. Victor frowned. He needed to do something, or the portal was really going to swallow everyone here. He quickly let go of the girls and hurried to Mike's side.
Brother.
Give those to our cousins. We need to get their IOU before the gate swallows them, he said in a hurry, causing not only Mike but everyone else to silently curse at him. Looking at the gate though, they all hurried to get a pill though. If the gate was really the origin of this poison, this would be troublesome. As the heirs hurried, Victor casually inspected them, marking those who had their own pills. Only 5 left. One of them was probably the culprit.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The noise from outside intensified again, making the tunnel shake and the portal sway. The heirs quickly stuck themselves to the walls again as the portal grew larger then smaller. This time it was a little larger than before.
Victor frowned.
The pebble that anchored the portal was at the moment stuck at a small island of solidified rock on the face of the magma, but it would not take long for it to be dislodged if the attacks outside. This might appear dangerous, but the last movement of the gate gave Victor an idea about the portal's relation to the pebble's axis of rotation. Thinking for a moment, he decided to try something. He was going to try this at the last part of his plan, but he didn't mind doing it a little earlier. It was just a little risky. Activating his disguise skill, He took out his trusty ethereal fishing pole from his storage space, he aimed at the magma and threw it. The pole's ethereal line flew directly, not hedging down, but up as Victor tried to make it past the walls of the cave.
Bang! The line was cut. Victor frowned.
The wall of this cave seems to contain too much sacred iron that absorbed the man of the ethereal line when it went through it. He needed a physical attaching point, so he quickly looked around and found some protruding rocks, remnants of the collapse earlier. He quickly formed a line again using his energy and threw it. Making sure not to go inside the walls, he made go just around the rocks, barely touching them. Then he made it move to the pedal, going around it without touching the magma, and then he made it go up again to another rock. Slowly he began to form a web around the pebble to support it. He had just to make sure not to make it move in an unwanted direction.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The shaking started again. This time though the line successfully supported the pebble, making Victor sigh in relief.
Bang! Damn! Victor cursed.
Out of nowhere, a bubble in the magma burst, causing some splashes of hot sacred iron to touch the line. It was severed again, causing a backlash in him that sent him backward into Kuu's embrace. He couldn't help but cough up some blood. "Are you okay, young master?" Kuu asked nervously as she wiped his mouth with her sleeve.
"I am fine," he said.
"This is definitely that poison. Thankfully I took the pills before," he added, making the few who were still hesitating hurry to take some pills from Mike.
Kuu nodded worriedly.
Victor just patted her head, then looked at the pebble. This was tricky. It seemed like he couldn't delay his plan any longer. Damn it. He really wanted to know the full scheme before leaving. He sighed again and prepared this pole. Bang. Suddenly a different sizzling sound could be heard from behind. Looking back, Victor noticed as the impregnable boulder turned green then black before it slowly melted, releasing a ton of some very nasty fumes. The chamber was full of black smoke, but no one cared, as they realized that help had come. It only took it 5 minutes to completely be gone. From behind in Vaughn we slowly entered the chamber with her high heels, followed by a group of guards and a few worried elders, including Alfred, who sighed in relief when he noticed Victor. I saw it first. A large man jumped right up in front of her, causing her to kick him to the side before she made sure it was one of the heirs. It was his fault for jumping out like that. So what? And, as she made sure he was still alive. This guy was as durable as a steel dildo. That. Bruno, who seemed to have lost a few teeth, said without caring, probably expecting a reward. He pointed backward, making and follow the direction of his finger with her eyes. Through the smoke, the first thing she saw was the hole in the wall.
The magma lake. Then she saw it. The portal. Shit.
Everyone out. Now, she said as she turned around, then something flashed and who was not prepared, seemed to have hit an invisible barrier and she was thrown away, nearly falling into the magma lake if she did not make a backflip and support herself in time. As she fell on her knee, she inserted her adamantium-made high heels into the ground, supporting herself a few feet away from the cliff behind her. Disregarding her torn dress, she stood up and looked at the entrance where a new light barrier was erected, shimmering with intense energy. Behind it, a man stood straight with a victorious smile on his face.
"It was you."
And who was shocked and furiously shouted. It didn't take much IQ to put things together. The man was none other than her pushover husband, the patriarch, Marcos von Weiss.
"Big sister."
Margaret called. Theta said as soon as Alpha entered the hotel suite's living room, where she and Ruby were relaxing and having some tea after a successful shopping trip. They planned to meet Mona's friends the next day, so they needed to dress up. Alpha, on the other hand, returned late last night and went directly to sleep. She was clearly super drunk, so the girls didn't disturb her. Did she need anything? Alpha said as she threw herself onto one couch. She was clearly still distressed after going out yesterday. She even had a few marks of getting beaten up by a cane, but the girls chose not to comment. Yes, she wanted to tell us that Victor will be going somewhere, he will be gone for a few months, and that we should be careful as the family might presume him dead.
She said. "It will be super dangerous," she sighed. "What?" Alpha brightened up. "Really?" "Ah. Yes.
They suspect someone might put a fake in his place. Remember how Victor warned us?" Theta paused and then frowned as the smile on Alpha's face became brighter. "Is there anything wrong?" she asked.
"Oh. Nothing.
As long as Victor is not around, I don't really have to do a thing," she said. "Any idea where he is going?" she asked. She had to avoid him. Just fucking avoid him. She felt super smart. Margaret said it is some other world. "But I think she is joking," Theta said, pouting a little as she was annoyed they were not telling her a thing. Oh, even better, Alpha said happily. In her memories, there were some rare instances of people traveling to other worlds.
Very few survived. Name, Marcos von Weiss. Level, 69.
Class, Shield Warrior, A. Authority, 6. Strength, 254. Agility, 180. Intelligence, 150.
Luck, 21. Charm, 47. Order 5. Skills. Stand Your Ground, A. Sacrifice, A. Blood Blessing, A. Shield Art, A. Acting, A. Knife Arts, C. Quick Steps, D. Hide Breath, D. Minor Sword Art, D. Scheming, E. Torture, E. Chess, E. Kissing, F.
Inspecting Gaze, F.
Gourmet, F. Alchemy, F. Equipment. Defensive Talisman, SS. Expandable Shield, S.
Steel Armor, D. Storage Ring, B.
Fate. Fate's Power, D. Define Fate, none.
Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil. Marcos, do you understand what you're doing? And asked in a frosty cold voice, noticing the few guards who stood behind him. This was a clear coup. The only ally she had here was Alfred, who was locked with her at the moment.
I am fully aware.
Marcos said, "It is my time at last to rule this family," he said proudly from behind the barrier as Victor appraised the flag that Marcos struck at the entrance. Elder Dragon Barrier Flag, SS. Locking Formation. Duration 2 hours.
Go fuck yourself.
Do you think a simple barrier can stop me? She snapped, launching an attack at the blue barrier. It flickered for a moment but at the same time caused the chamber to shake.
Grandma. Stop.
Mike quickly said, making the enraged and glare at him, and then noticed that the gate began to flicker, growing a little larger.
FUCK, she quickly stepped away from it.
I advise against trying to use brute force. It is not only useless, but it would also cause the gate to fluctuate and you will end right into that SSS rank dungeon like your sister, Marco said, smiling as he said it. This barrier was inherited from our ancestor, and I am sure it is sturdy enough to withstand your flimsy attacks for a while, he said.
Bastard.
That's why you kept wanting me to use my dark touch earlier, she cursed. Her strongest skill had a 48-hour cooldown. She used it earlier to dissolve the boulder at the entrance.
He shrugged.
I have been planning this for the last 20 years, ever since I hid the truth about the rediscovery of the gate. So I had time to calculate for every contingency, he said, starting a stupid exposition that he may have practiced before. If you had just died from that poison, you could have spared me a lot of trouble, he sighed, blaming his wife for all his troubles like every loser man would.
What?
You were the one behind that.
And flared again.
She was pretty sure she got the culprit. It was an agent for the von Zwei family, but it seemed like the plot was thicker than she anticipated.
Yup.
I just had to look the other way as they plotted around you, he smiled proudly. Then the second branch's coup. You were the one behind it? She asked, squinting her eyes. Yup, I just had to act as a mysterious master and give Antony some aid. I had to weaken them a little, or the other branches would never trust me after you are gone, he said. I will make it up to him later.
Bastard. You are so dead, she cursed.
This man had no bottom line, hurting his own family for benefits. That is the same thing Ariana told me before I threw her from getting Ariana locked in the dungeon, he said. An hour from now, I will be doing the same thing I did for her back then, shedding a few tears over you in front of the elders, promising that I will do the best to get you back. I am sure Olaf and the rest of the butlers will be sad. They will never know how much they helped me with my plot without realizing it. They would never guess that the bomb Antony used was supplied by me so that they and the rest of you honorary guards will be temporarily out of service, he laughed. I am sure that the elders will sympathize with me. Hell, even the guardians might bless me.
Idiot.
Are you really going to sacrifice half of the family heirs for your petty desire to play king? Anne, who seemingly calmed down a little, interrupted him. Do you know how important the tournament is? It will decide the family's future, she stated coldly. It was amazing how much control she had over her emotions. Victor had long noticed how she was squeezing her fist in anger, but she hid it well.
You don't worry about that.
I am sure some factions would support me, and I already have another team ready for the tournament, he said with a smile, not explaining anymore.
What team? And frowned. And the orb is already destroyed. How are you going to fix that? She asked.
I already have another artifact and a better team. I am going to usher in a new era for the family, he said, seeming wanting to look in one direction, but quickly averting his gaze. That's all I am going to tell you, he quickly added, prompting both Anne and Alfred, who was acting inconspicuously like a mosquito on the wall, to frown. This man couldn't be working alone. So you are still afraid of me even after trapping me here, afraid that I will leave the dungeon one day and come kick your sorry ass into oblivion, and said coldly.
He was afraid.
You will never leave. We will make sure of that, he said, as if assuring himself, then turned to leave.
We?
One last thing. How did you make me decide on this chamber for the heirs to gather in?
And asked.
Marcos paused, then smiled. It is because you are a bitch who thinks you are too smart, he said, not missing the chance to insult Anne. I just have to give you a list of lousy choices and let you choose the best one, he shrugged. Using the same method Victor used on Lily to make her agree to his future harem list. This was a trap for overconfident people. Then how did you poison the heirs?
You were with me at all times, she asked. That's simple.
We just had to spread some poison in the chamber beforehand. Marcos said dismissively.
We again? Wait. Victor frowned.
He had definitely appraised this chamber when entering. It had no poison. And some other heirs would have noticed it, so it couldn't have been that. Marcos was being played too.
Idiot.
Victor quickly thought of something. Hiding behind Kuu and Zoe, he activated his fate eyes. This was going to be troublesome, but he had to eliminate the threads between the heirs one by one to find the right one before he left. He had a feeling that there was a snake in their midst. Yes, earlier when the explosion that trapped them happened, someone nearby must be the one who caused it, as the walls of the mine would block any remote magical signals. Then what about your grandsons? And decided to try a different angle. Marcos seemed to be a little scared of the portal and intended to leave, and she needed to squeeze all the info possible out of him.
What about them? He frowned.
Are you going to sacrifice them too? They could have been poisoned to death.
And asked.
My grandsons. Marcos, who was laughing, flared angrily, looking at Alice and Mike with disgust. Those bastards have nothing to do with me. Do you think I never knew about you getting pregnant in that dungeon? He flared. Theodore was never my son. I ran the tests. I will make sure to kill that bastard at the first opportunity, he snapped, making both Alice and Mike look at Anne with shock. Oh, and frowned, ignoring the looks that the heirs were shooting her. Mike's mouth was open wide enough to fit an entire apple.
So you knew, she frowned.
She made sure to keep this hidden, and when she hid something it should never be revealed. Someone was betraying her. The family needed a second round of cleansing.
Of course I did.
Despite you trying to sabotage the tests, I redid them in secret, he said, his face flushing red. And has successfully enraged him.
But still not enough.
Well, that guy was way better than you. I just couldn't resist trying a real man for once, she shrugged. She also couldn't resist licking her lip thinking about him.
Bitch.
Marcos flared. You think I don't know about your other relationships with Nathaniel, Harvey, and what was that last one called?
Yes, Lamore.
You bitch only know how to fuck around. Marcos completely lost it. The self-discipline that he cultivated for the last 30 years was all gone in a second. I am telling the truth.
It is all your fault.
Someone pathetic like you can't even make a prostitute fake a moan, and added, insulting the fuck out of him. I was just considerate enough to keep it a secret.
Shut up.
You are not the only one who can keep a family in secret, he finally flared. She was insulting his manhood.
Oh.
You have other sons?
And raised one eyebrow. Really?
How did he hide them? Marcos stepped back. He shouldn't have revealed that.
It is okay, Marcos.
It is time to leave, someone suddenly said as she walked behind Marcos. It was that ugly woman Talon, the vice head of the Chamber of Secrets.
Talon.
So it was you. And flared as she noticed how Talon put her hand around Marcos's waist like a lover would.
Name, Talon von Weiss. Level, 87.
Class, Poison Master S. Abnormal status. Poison Lord's Minor Blessing. Authority, 9. Strength, 211. Agility, 230. Intelligence, 280.
Luck, 21. Charm, 47. Order, 5 skills. Poison Breath, S. Poison Dart, S. Poison Brewing, A. Torture, B. Kissing, B. Acting, B.
Inspecting Gaze, C.
Spear Art, C. Scheming, C. Knife Arts, C. Quick Steps, D. Drawing, D. Hide Breath, D. Gourmet, F. Alchemy, F. Minor Sword Arts, F. Chess, F. Piano, F. Poetry, F. Equipment. Defensive Talisman, SS. Potioner Pouch, AA. Quick Armor, A. Storage Ring, B. Fate. Fate's Power, A. Define Fate, none.
Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil. Yes, Talon said, casually taking off a ring in her hand that she usually kept in her sleeves. Then her shape began to change slowly from that of an old woman to that of a hot young one. Marcos and I have been lovers for ages, from before he married you. And we have already built a secret family that will replace yours, she said coldly, making Anne freeze in shock for the first time. She had never seen this coming. No wonder Marcos always makes trips to check on the mines. Sigma shape-shifting ring, SS. Completely changed the physical attribute of the holder. Victor on the other hand was frowning as he looked at the ring and then at Talon. Earlier he was busy searching through the fate lines, but as soon as she appeared, a particular line stood out, one that he didn't expect earlier. A mother and son line. He looked at the target.
Holy shit.
He almost blurted out loud.
You bitch. And flared.
You are the only bitch here. Talon replied without showing any emotions. Oh, and Alfred, stop trying to secretly plant talismans on the walls, you look pathetic, this place is made out of sacred iron, they will never work, she said coldly.
What?
What is sacred iron? Alfred, who was found out, quickly asked.
Who knows?
Talon shrugged and turned as if she was intending to leave. If you think that Master Barlord and the rest of the Guardians will be tricked,
you will be mistaken.
And finally said, making Victor frown. He had never met the family Guardians, but from what he knew, they were otherworldly beings who were hiding deep below the family's island. According to legend, they swore allegiance to Nicholas and had been guarding the family ever since. They were the ones who stabilized and as the real family head. Victor always wondered why they never appeared when the family collapsed back then. At first, he presumed that the Light Lord was the one who subdued them, but they might have been taken care of long before. Back then, and was killed by poison as Marcos, who became the controller of the family, made a lot of changes. This was probably the reason Victor's father stopped helping him back then, and this was why Mike died.
Oh.
Don't worry about a group of old mummies, Marcos began, but Talon jabbed him.
Enough. Let's go.
The men will activate the mechanism at any moment, Talon said and dragged away Marcos, who seemed to be a little reluctant and wanting to brag more. He could only give Anne one last look then leave. Say hi to Ariana for me, Talon spat before she disappeared. Marcos, you bastard, is only good at sucking pussy.
Anne flared. No.
You are not even good at that, she yelled behind him, but he seemed to ignore her. She frowned, stayed there looking at the portal for the next few seconds, and then turned to look at the gate.
Grandma, what should we do?
Mike asked nervously as Alfred turned to face her with a questioning look. Those bastards would detonate the lava chamber.
Make sure to survive.
No dungeon goes unconquered. And said as she took out a golden and activated it. I will avenge you. Escape talisman, SSS. Teleport you 10 miles away. The bitch was escaping. This was her secret trump card. An ultra-rare talisman. She vanished. She appeared 1 foot to the left.
What happened?
Bruno asked her. SHIT, and said as she turned to look at the heirs with a complex look. She failed.
Shit.
Were you trying to? Alfred began to say with a frown, but a glare from and stopped him.
Everyone.
Try to attack the barrier, and finally showing signs of despair said, prompting everyone to ignore the portal and begin hurling attacks at the blue barrier that obstructed the entrance.
Bang. Bang. Bang.
The room began to shake with the attacks, and this time, no one cared about the portal that began to sway behind them. Their eyes were on the shimmering barrier that only flickered once in a while. That was for the exemption of Victor, who could have easily used his shadow-shifting skill to go behind and stop the barrier but chose not to reveal his powers. It would deactivate by itself when the time was right. He had more important things to take care of. He sneaked up behind Bruno, who was also throwing some punches at a random wall, and then struck the back of his head with a sharp needle, laced with the strongest non-lethal dose of soul wine possible, while activating his disguise. Yes, Bruno was the secret agent. He was both Marcos's and Talon's son. Maybe one of many other secret offspring. This bastard was playing stupid all along, tricking everyone into thinking he was an idiot.
What a piece of... No, wait.
Victor remembered that he was doing the same. Anyway, Bruno was definitely the one who detonated the chamber's entrance and poisoned those poor heirs. He even made sure to distract Anne the moment she entered the chamber, allowing Macros to slip away as she walked in. He was the last backup they had left here in case something unexpected happened. As for the portal, he didn't fear it, as when no one noticed, he slipped his hand in his pocket and wore an extra ring.
Degenerate ring, F.
Cursed, can only be removed by cutting your hand and manlyhood. The system will not consider you a living being. You don't deserve to be, you piece of shit. Looking at Bruno, who fell to the ground, Victor directly cut his hand using a sword that spread in his hand, but strangely enough, the ring vanished and appeared in the other hand. Cutting it, the ring vanished. Damn cursed rings. Victor knew where it was, so with one last swift cut, Bruno became a eunuch and Victor got a dirty ring that he threw in his storage space. He could have easily gotten it off with a cheap F-rank dispelling talisman as Bruno was planning to do, but he chose not to. Finishing with that, Victor put a healing pill in Bruno's mouth to stop the bleeding, then created a tracking fate thread on him before throwing him in the portal that was getting a little unstable. He had no time to question him now, as he was sure that as soon as Marcos and Talon reached the upper level they would activate some mechanism to shake the lave or something. They must have already tested this before. Sending one last message to his harem and Rita, who was still locked in the cauldron, Victor was ready. Take care of Kuu and the girls for me. I will be back in a month or two, he whispered in the busy Zoe's ear.
What? Zoe asked.
Grandma, don't worry. Victor suddenly declared. I have an S-rank gate closing talisman that I got from the skeleton dungeon here, he declared and jumped at the porter as the busy and looked back. It is 1 million coins.
So make sure to don't.
And wanted to warn him, as those do not work on it as they tried them before. Too bad it was too late, as the dungeon suddenly expanded, swallowing Victor whole, and cursing everyone to hurry to the chamber's walls for shelter as the portal almost touched them, except it never did. It froze a few feet away from them. The portal imploded moments later, leaving an eerie silence. What just happened? Someone asked moments later.
No. Young master. Victor.
Will he be okay? Did that talisman really work?
Fuck.
Where is Bruno?
Damn. Marcos. You are so dead.
He flew from branch to branch, reaching the grand white oak tree where he knew they nested. There, a group of pretty female crows looked at him with fervorous eyes. They jumped to his side as if in heat, then they began fluffing their butt feathers at him. Looking at them, feeling their passion, he started drooling. It was his day at last. Too bad their feathers were black and not purple, but he didn't mind. It was time to. Then his crotch started to hurt.
Ah!
Shit, he screamed as he sat right up. Looking around, he was in a lavish hotel room, and there were no crows. Why was he lusting over female crows? What was he thinking about?
Ah, every bone in his body hurt.
So you are back. I thought I really lost you there, his brutal sister, who was sitting next to him with her trusty baseball bat, said. How in hell did he ever imagine that a sister could be cute and lovely? This power-hungry bitch was a demon from hell. Why did you hit me like that? He asked. What was that dream about? He already forgot. It was necessary when a player is still low-leveled. He is like a baby, his skill acquisition is maximized, so training right now would get you the best results, she explained. Do you hit a baby with a freaking iron bat? He scolded. If it is for his training, then yes.
Lily said.
She was going to treat her offspring the same in the future. What kind of training leaves me half dead? He asked. He could still taste the healing pill in his mouth. For the last 2 days, ever since he awakened, Lily had been beating the shit out of him for the silliest reasons, before giving him those to heal up before hitting him again.
Not half dead, you were pretty much gone, she clarified.
She had to use one of the SSS life-saving healing pills that Victor gave her to bring Yulian back this last time. She went a little overboard, she had to confess.
And? What's your point? Yulian asked.
I already told you. This is for your self-regeneration and pain tolerance skills, she said casually.
You will thank me later, she added.
Like hell, I would, Yulian said in a low voice. He had been really considering running away from his demonic sister lately, but apparently, they were going to score something big pretty soon, so he decided to just endure and stick around.
We will see.
Now come on, put on that purple suit and the mask, then follow me, she said. Where are we? What are we going to do? He asked, noticing the freshly bought purple pimp suit placed on the bed. His sister had some fine taste. We are in the kingdom of Orva. We are going to collect some debts and get some girls, Lily said casually. It would be a waste to open a closed dungeon without turning some slaves into players. Shit, Elena, who was watching the gathering of more than 70 young men and women in the mansion's front yard, finally cursed. She had finally realized how much a pervert her husband was. Mistress, those are only the ones the master found suitable to rejoin the family. George, who was overseeing the situation at the mansion as Theodore ran outside to collect his loose offspring, kindly commented. George, you are not helping, Luna, who was sitting beside them on the balcony with a bulging stomach, said with a chuckle. She always knew that Theodore was a pervert, but this number exceeded her wildest imagination. I am just stating facts. Are all of those really my esteemed brothers and sisters? Lara, who suddenly intruded, asked as she looked out. She was followed by 3 girls, Ian L. and Rin, who nowadays acted as her friends and de facto bodyguards that she didn't need. Don't call them with honorifics. Just treat them casually. As you see, they don't have purple hair, so their rank is beneath you in the family. George quickly clarified, fearing that any of those bastards would take advantage of sweet Lara. Many of them are nice people, but others were not, especially those sons of bitches, literally.
Ah, but
wouldn't that be rude? Lara blinked and asked. Just consider them your little brothers and sisters, George explained. According to seniority in the family, they can be considered that. Oh, Lara nodded. Then I should probably go introduce myself, she said, leaving the balcony, followed by her entourage. Will she be okay? Elena asked George in a worried tone. Lady Elena, it is not Lara that we should worry about, George said, not explaining any further. To tell the truth, that girl scared the shit out of him when he first saw her demonstrating her strength in front of Master Theodore. The problem was that she was completely thinking that this was natural.
WTF.
Victor acted quickly. His timing had to be impeccable. After making sure that Rita got the cauldron back in the storage space, scaring the shit out of some family servants when she jumped out of it, he acted. First, he took all his possessions and put them in his storage ring, then he used the fishing pole to tie the pebble, and then without waiting he jumped into the portal while drawing the line at the same time. As expected, the portal quickly expanded, but Victor, using his levitation skill, kept with the portal border as one half of him was in and the other half was out. This was risky, as he could feel the power of space beginning to grind on his body, nearly tearing him apart. He almost let go of the pole. He had no choice but to fully activate his bloodline, and strangely enough, the moment he did that, the pressure was gone. The feeling around him at the moment was the opposite. It was as if he was in a hot sauna. He had no time to contemplate this though. It all took a second as the pebble reached his hand when he was 90% inside. He quickly stored the fishing pole in his storage space and then activated his devour skill on the pebble before he let go, allowing the portal to suck him in. The next moment the world turned black, and he was flying into oblivion. What? Wait, wasn't portal transportation supposed to be instantaneous? He wondered. Could it be that the devouring messed things up? He quickly checked his log as he floated naked in space. Sacred gold ore devoured. Increase strength. #error 78810 trying to devour attached object. Attached object is immaterial. Calculating authority. Granted. Space portal devoured. Space? S skill had been added. Akashic record activate. Space portal skill, S identified. Skill record upgraded due to having, space fracture, X. Space portal, SS has been added. Space affinity has increased.
Space portal, SS.
Create a gate connecting two places. Need sufficient anchor points on both ends. Need sufficient authority depending on the target world. Need energy dependent on the distance. Cool down time 388 days. No. Things were good here. This skill, although a little nerfed, is not bad at all. Too bad that damn cooldown time is too long. Why isn't he reaching his destination? Although he had never traveled to another world before, he did use space travel before to go between the safe cities after the reckoning. He also read the records of hunters going to other worlds. There had never been a thing like this. Could it be that devouring the gate made him stuck in space? He frowned and began to look around. Strangely enough, he could see bizarre shapes going in and out of existence. It was like he was watching a broken TV or something. At first, the image was fuzzy and noisy, but as time progressed he slowly became able to see things around. He was not using his eyes as closing them made no difference. It was as if his entire existence had somehow received this info and sent it to his brain. Strange. It took him some time to figure things out around him, as things here didn't look like anything he encountered before. From the way things moved, he could tell one thing though, he was in a higher dimension, and his brain was strangely enough fastly adapting. Was this the influence of his X-ranked bloodlines? Most likely. After an hour or so, he finally got the entire image. He was stuck in the space between worlds. Behind him, there was a huge and strangely familiar blue hypersphere bubble-like object. He instinctively knew that this was his original world. Trilaria, world. Size, medium. Status, closed. World will, active. Integration status, 98%. So it was called Trilaria. It had all kinds of pimples and stray strands of hair going out of it, like an unkempt, ugly teenager. Those pimple-like things were all around him. They were slowly drifting from afar, then sticking themselves to it. Now he could see them. They were as if someone sneezed his cheese sandwich into a vacuum. He used his appraisal skills on one of them. Dragon Lair, Lost World Fragment D. What about another? Worm's Burrow, Lost World Fragment F. Ant Hill number 33, Lost World Fragment S.
Shit.
Those world fragments were like dungeons.
No. They were dungeons.
Victor slowly observed. Some of those world fragments seemed to just dissolve in the world, like sugar in water, others seemed to get stuck on the surface. Slowly he could figure things out. The ones that got absorbed turned into dead ruins like the ruin on Blackrock Island, while the ones that stuck at the surface must be the ones the world does not approve of. They were the ones becoming dungeons. Slowly as he thought about it, things began to become clearer and clearer. It was like his state of mind was what let him see things around. Then what about those strands of hair? No, they looked like tunnels going out of his world, and disappearing in the ether, probably crossing through some different dimension. He knew what those were, they were active ruins.
Fields.
He heard before that all of them connected to other worlds, but as one went deeper and deeper the world rules became too chaotic, so no one was able to confirm this, or at the very least, no one told him. He turned and looked in the other direction, the one he was supposed to go.
His destination.
Ismeralia, world.
Size small. Status open.
World will, active. Integrated global system rules apply.
Indeed.
It was the closest world to his own, as Victor could see that in the distance, there were a myriad of worlds, like stars in the sky.
Now,
how was he supposed to go there? Thinking for a moment, Victor tried to activate his flying skill. He was an all-powerful chaos dragon or something.
He should be able to swim in space. He moved. Slowly. Then slowly. He stopped.
His mana was completely depleted after moving 2.31 feet away.
Shit. Victor sighed.
Did this mean that he was going to spend his well-deserved otherworldly vacation stuck jerking off in space instead of hunting elf girls?
Shit.
For another half an hour or so he kept trying, but nothing happened.
Shit.
Did he have to wait until a month later to use his space-shifting skill to return empty-handed?
Shit. Shit. Shit.
Thinking about it, Victor decided to try to connect with his girls. Maybe they could think of something. Lily knew many things after all. Strange. He could feel the other side, but no communication was passing through.
Damn it.
He couldn't even use the skill's intended function, as Margaret phrased it. What about his blood slaves? He quickly connected to his favorite toy, Tom. Oh, he could see through their eyes, but he couldn't communicate or use any skills.
Strange.
Maybe the space was corrupting certain types of data.
No. That's not it. He could see them after all.
Well, Tom was on his way out of the sect on a mission. He took the chance to remove his disguise and go visit a local brothel in some village. That idiot, the moment the system was gone, began messing around. Hopefully he won't be found out, Victor cursed. No, hopefully he will be found out. Let him pay for his stupidity. He quickly corrected himself then sighed. With Tom's luck, he would definitely be okay.
Anyway,
Rita was at the moment escaping the family archipelago. She did as he told her. She left the mine island and headed to his house on the family island where Kai helped her.
Not bad.
That fat butler sure acts fast. Giving him emergency instructions before entering the mines was a good choice. Poe was still in the family. Wait, why was he on the main island? Oh, Marcos seemed to have gathered all the family members on the main square to deliver the bad news. Logan was with him, helping him cry. He seemed to know something. Well, both of them would be losing their heads pretty soon. Let them have his hour of glory. Alex was in a grand public bath, getting serviced by some maid, Jasmine. Victor couldn't help smirking. That girl needed to be fixed somehow. After all, she was one of the young Light Lord's future mistresses. Keeping her with Alex was a good idea, as according to her problem magnet nature, that young Light Lord might actually reveal himself.
Next was Lynn.
She was just busy talking with Elise about their plan to find the other future traveler. Good girls. Doing their husband's job in his absence. Was there anyone else?
Ah yes, Danielle, that brat.
He was in his room with a porn magazine, doing what every teenager would do in that situation. Victor was tempted to mess with him, but sadly, his skills didn't pass through. Did this have something to do with world causality?
He had no idea. Now,
he needed to find out why the hell he was stuck here. Maybe the world wanted him to reflect on all his bad behavior? Was he grounded in some sort for being naughty?
Possible. Jokes aside. Damn it.
Only if there was someone he could ask.
Wait. He had a way.
He could use his record search skill. Hopefully, that damn skill won't use the current circumstances to jack up its prices.
Why am I stuck here? He asked.
And not moving toward the destination world.
He quickly added. Cost, 30 order points. Yes, no. Cheap. Victor quickly paid.
Reporting log. Physical body properties are resisting natural space acceleration. Destination world does not have the authority to forcefully pull. The portal no longer exists. Ejection is denied.
Oh.
Was it because he activated his bloodline? Victor quickly withdrew his bloodline, and in the next moment, he felt as if he was in hell as the entire world pressed on his chest and everything around him began to accelerate. It only lasted less than a second, and moments later he felt the hot sand smolder his naked butt. Opening his eyes and looking around, he was in an endless desert. It was sunset and the sky had 3 moons. Victor sighed, looking at the setting sun and the expansive desert. Was this a desert world, or was it just this region? Totally unimportant. As long as there were enough girls, everything would be fine. The first thing Victor did after dismissing his stupid thoughts was to try to communicate with his wives again, just in case. Sadly, the results were the same as in the void. Checking the cauldron in his storage space, he found that it was working. Rita managed to retrieve it in time. Maybe he should get the girls inside out for an adventure. Especially that dark scion Mavis. Would she be a dark scion here too?
Unknown.
He decided to consider this later. He had more important things to do acting alone. It was a chance to build the last affiliated faction he had for his grand plan. At first, he wanted to delay forming it until after the reckoning, as it was meant to hunt demons. But here was a good place to plant that seed. With the power of portal creation, he could always retrieve them if needed. Taking a black cloak made of dragon skin that he got from Von Zwei's vault and a bone dragon mask that he got from his ancestors' loot, he put them on, then activating his disguise he began to think where to go. He was in the middle of nowhere. Looking at all his status that didn't seem affected, he quickly activated his fate eyes, pointing them at himself. Paying 1 order point, a few fate threads immediately appeared in different directions. He was right, his great-aunt and mother-in-law who were sucked here before were alive here. They were in a certain direction, along with a few other threads that belonged to family members. In the other direction, there was another lone thread. The one he attached to Bruno before throwing him here. After thinking for a moment, he decided to track Bruno. He needed to know all the info he had before some pretty female elf decided to kill him. Do you think that father would really give a bastard like you a chance to join the family? One young man dressed in a black brand suit said, as he shoved another who was dressed like a beggar. The moment he looks at your potential, he would definitely kick you out to some garbage dump. He added as 2 guys, who stood by him, snickered. From the way they acted, no one would believe that the one they were bullying was their half-brother. Pan, this is not your mother's school, you can't bully me here. The young man replied angrily, grabbing Pan's hand that was holding to his shirt. Ever since they were in school, his half-brother made sure to let him know the difference in their status. Back then, he endured all of the humiliation, including that of his girlfriend jumping ship. All just to graduate peacefully and be able to help support his mother and sisters.
Not anymore.
Yesterday, his father sent a message through the local lawyer who usually handles his monthly allowance. It stated that if he wanted a chance to get promoted into the family, he should come to Vane City where he would be tested. It was just that short, with no further explanations, just his father's clearly photocopied signature. Although he was reluctant, he knew this was a rare chance given by his super-rich father whom he only met once. So he hurried here, borrowing some money for the train. His allowance for the month had already been used to pay his stepsister's hospitalization fee. After reaching Vane City, he was quickly driven from the train station to this grand mansion by a butler who was waiting at the station cursing. Apparently, they had already arranged for his transportation, but he was in so much of a hurry that he forgot to look inside the letter envelope where they deposited a plane ticket.
His fault.
To his surprise, he was not the only one invited. The bastard Pan was also here among a lot of young people who seemed to be his half-brothers and sisters. All of them were going to be tested. This was bigger than he expected, but how much of a douchebag was his cheap father exactly, remained to be seen.
Oh.
Our little piggy Roy has grown some balls, Pan said, intending to make trouble as he balled his other hand into a fist. Enough, you two, we are not here for a fight. One bossy girl said as she spotted the trouble here and came running. It was as if she had a nose for it. Pan frowned and looked at her.
Pretty and headstrong.
Wait, she seemed familiar. You are Roxy, one guy said. Roxy was a very famous new rising journalist who won more than 3 awards since her debut 3 years ago. Unlike the infamous Gloria, Roxy had a reputation for being very clean, professional, and just. You are also our sister, he gasped.
He had a crush on her.
Yes, she replied, you are Wayne, right? She had learned all those guys' names the day before as she was the first to arrive and volunteer to help the butler George to arrange their transportation. He didn't seem to mind the assistance, as he seemed a little flustered by his master's sudden order.
Yes, he said with a smile. Roxy knew his name.
Nice to meet you. The two of you should be Ray and Pan, she added, looking at the two hostile half-brothers.
You shouldn't be fighting here, she repeated.
Stay out of this. Pan said, being raised as a lonely rich and spoiled child, he didn't like to be commanded. Let me warn you, this is esteemed father's mansion. Do you guys really want to waste this chance the family gave us over some stupid bullying?
She said in a low voice.
Troubles like this were the fault of her stupid father, who had the tendency to totally disregard the well-being of his bastard sons who failed to meet the family's expectations. Other than paying for their education or training, he usually allocated some allowance to them every month, which would usually be barely enough for them to live. The idea is that once they became adults they would have to take care of themselves. The problem with this mentality was that many of these guys had other family members to take care of, like Roy, who had 5 younger sisters from his prostitute sickly mother. He was their only provider. She read his file yesterday and it made her really appreciate this guy. Too bad he was not gifted in anything, and her father would never help useless guys. Pan, on the other hand, was the only son of a successful businesswoman who managed to seduce Theodore to benefit her company. Pan, who failed as a baby to be a legitimate heir, was raised as a rich young master by his successful mother, who considered him her connection to Theodore and pampered the shit out of him. Heaven had it that both Pan and Roy happened to attend the same school, the one Pan's mother owned and the best in town. Theodore made sure that all his offspring attended the best schools in their area of residence. This apparently didn't sit well with Pan, who made it his purpose in life to bully Roy, whom he didn't want to accept as a brother. The reasons seemed to include some stupid name-calling and a pretty class rep, but the report Roxy read didn't go into any specifics. Still, both of those guys had no real idea how scary their father was. Many of the people here were the same. For many of them, coming here and witnessing their father's immense wealth for the first time was a shock. 2 years ago Roxy was the same in a way, yet different, as she was gifted from a young age. After graduating from university with a double master's degree in journalism and politics, she worked as a young journalist in a humble media outlet, and in just a few months, all by herself, she managed to score one of the most successful investigations of that year, exposing a human trafficking and prostitute criminal network that spanned many countries. She was celebrating with her colleagues winning a Totemo award when she got a phone call from her cheap father, whom she had only met once before. He wanted to meet her. She didn't agree. Why now after all? She was not interested. The next day, he simply bought the network she worked in and dragged her into the chief editor's room. At first, she thought he wanted to use her success for his business or to blame her for exposing the truth, as one of his partners might be a part of that network. But what happened was beyond her dreams, as after some casual chat in which she was not very cooperative, he drugged her and then flew her into a private island that he owned, before throwing her into a grand archive, telling her to read to her heart's content. Before he left, she frowned but quickly found out that this archive belonged to her father's own intelligence agency. It was full of reports and backlogs about many shady transactions that were happening around the world. 7 days later, she walked out of the archive's steel-reinforced doors with an ashen face and a shaken heart. She had just learned that her article would have got her killed if her father didn't intervene. There was a $10 million bounty on her head to first discredit her, ruin her reputation, and then kill her in the most disgusting way possible. She realized many things. The ones behind that criminal organization she was investigating was a grand connection of interests. All were ruled by a few families that the reports called the oligarchs. She was messing with something easy beyond her. Reading the reports, she realized how naive she was. If Theodore was not her father, she would have died like many snoopy journalists before her. She also learned that her father was filthy rich. No, filthy didn't do him justice. She had no words to describe his wealth. She was also able to piece out something that was not mentioned anywhere. Theodore was definitely a part of something bigger that seemed to control the world, but she couldn't find out what it was. Requesting a meeting with her father, she told him what she found directly, and Theodore, to her surprise, didn't scold her, but on the contrary, he seemed sad that she was not a legitimate heir, deciding to offer her a chance to work for him. At first, she was reluctant, but her father promised her not to intervene in her investigation, and that he would only stop those that were troublesome. According to him, those criminals connected to the oligarchs had a very strict code of conduct to keep the world peace. Unfortunately, not everyone was a good player. Every once in a while someone broke the rules and created a disaster. That's why her work, as long as kept within certain boundaries, would be permissible, and would be considered a part of the cleaning crew that he was seemingly a part of. Reluctantly, knowing she had no other choice if she wanted to continue her career, she agreed. That's why she had been working for him as a chief editor and famous anchor for one of the biggest news agencies in the world for the last 2 years. Lately though, as she began, realizing more and more that there seemed to be a big secret that those hidden powers were keeping. It was not until the Mantis incident a few months back and the reports by Jane Armstrong that she realized what they were. So last week she requested to meet her father, deciding to confront him once and for all. The response came 2 days ago for her to come to Vane City immediately. And now she was here.
Let go, she told Pan,
who didn't take her seriously. Hearing what Roxy said, Pan frowned, slowly letting go of Roy's shirt, who in turn let go of his hand. I am sure father would kick you out sooner or later, Pan said with disgust as he turned to leave with his 2 half-brothers/lackeys. That's when they spotted a group of little girls standing and watching their convention with interest. When did girls appear? Were they their sisters? No, 3 of them were in magical girl/maid costumes. And one of them had purple hair, the sign of a legitimate heir. Hello, respected brothers and dear sister. I am Lara. One little girl with purple hair who was in the front bowed politely as she introduced herself.
Ah.
Are you perhaps Mistress Alina's youngest daughter?
Roxy said.
She knew more about the legitimate sons than others, as she made sure to ask that butler George, and he didn't hide a thing. She also met Mistress Alina and Mistress Luna when she came in yesterday and visited the main building. Too bad Lara was at school back then.
Yes.
Lara smiled and nodded, pleased that this older sister knew her name. And those are? Pan rudely asked, pointing to the 3 little girls following Lara. We are her servants, Elle replied directly. How much more do you want us to dress for you to realize that? She added rudely. She was dressed as a maid, technically.
A magical maid.
Pan decided not to argue with the little girl. The way she was glaring at him like he was some insect reminded him of the look of the boss of a gambling club he entered once and then left in his underwear. I am Roxy. Those are Pan, Roy, Ray, Wayne and Christopher. Roxy quickly introduced everyone. She was really gifted in remembering people.
Nice to meet you. Lara bowed.
Nice to meet you too. Roxy bowed back awkwardly, the rest didn't. They were not raised in the family and felt strange following such stupid protocols. Why were you fighting earlier? Lara asked, seemingly a little annoyed that they didn't bow to her. Are they angry with her perhaps? That was the only reason she could think of.
Ah.
Just a misunderstanding. Roxy said kindly. They were just testing their strength. Pan here has a black belt in Orkinko, she added, not wanting to get her half-brothers in trouble. Those idiots had no idea how much power a legitimate heir held, let alone Lara, who had 3 of her direct siblings having an elite status. Really? Lara's eyes sparkled as she looked at Pan. Yes, he nodded, frowning and wondering why Roxy knew that. In fact, the only reason why he learned this martial art was because of his mother, who told him that his father liked martial arts and forced him to learn it. At first, he hated it, but later when he discovered how useful it was for bullying others, it became his favorite hobby. Can we have a friendly match then? Lara asked in an excited voice. Lately, she had been learning many martial arts under her father's instruction, and she had just learned Orkinko last week. Too bad her teacher quit yesterday, stating he lost his will to practice in martial arts as a reason. She felt bad, as she was beginning to get the hang of it. Still, she couldn't wait to show her new brother her skills. Maybe this would help them become friends after that. Martial arts were the best way to foster relationships. That's what one of her masters said before he quit too. According to Uncle George, their martial hearts were not strong enough to fight a little girl. What a group of nice people.
Ah, Pan frowned.
Where did bitch little girl appear from now? Why don't you do that? Someone suddenly said, making everyone look back. It was the head butler George. Miss Lara is better than she looks, and I heard young Master Pan had just won the local tournament last month. I think you wouldn't mind humoring a little girl? George said with a smile that Roxy didn't like.
Fine, Pan said, cruising inwardly.
He didn't want to be her, but his stupid mother ordered him to get along with his brother and promised that if he did good, she would buy him that supercar he wanted. But this place is not suitable. Follow me, George said, then turned and walked without waiting for them. Lara was the first to follow with her cute entourage, then Roxy, who ran to them and began acting friendly, asking about school. Pan looked at Roy, then followed too with his lackeys.
Roy, who was left alone, frowned. Damn it.
He didn't expect to ever meet Pan again after graduating last summer. What sh*t luck. You should follow them too, someone told him, making him look back. It was a very pretty young lady with purple hair who appeared out of nowhere like a thief.
Ah.
You are, Roy asked, noticing the girl's hair color.
A legitimate hair. I am your big sister. Call me Iris, she said.
Let me give you one piece of advice that your dear half-brother Pan will learn pretty fast. Never refuse the request of a legitimate heir. Family Rule 7724, she said. I am not a part of this family.
He spat.
He refused to play their aristocratic games. That's why George didn't break your legs earlier. Both of you and Pans for not bowing back to Lara, she sighed. Come on, father, have big hopes for you, she said as she walked toward the gym. In fact, the test here had already begun, and everything that would happen in the mansion for the next week was a part of it. Her mission today was to grade her half-brothers and search for good ones. Roy here was not bad. Although he didn't fare well at school, he had a good martial arts foundation and a passable personality. He was one of her candidates. According to her father, he planned to make each group of illegitimate sons work under the leadership of one legitimate heir. The idea was that they had to keep the family's hierarchy even after the awakening ceremony to avoid chaos. Roy frowned, then followed. "When will we meet father?" he asked as he looked around. This mansion was huge. Besides the main building that was a complex on its own, not only did the grounds have 7 side newly constructed buildings where he and his brothers were housed, but it also had a theater and an entire stadium to act as a gym. It was as if his cheap father was competing with someone. Soon, something went wrong in the family's base, and he went there in a hurry. "He should be back by evening," she said. The way her father left without saying anything felt strange. Something big must have happened. Hopefully Victor and Zoe were okay. The family base? Roy frowned. He only knew the family was super rich and mean at the same time. It is an entire archipelago in the middle of the ocean. "You will go there if you fare well in the coming test," she said. "The family's riches are way beyond anything you could imagine," she said. "What is the test about?" he asked. "I can't tell you that yet, but what you should keep in mind is that once you pass, you will get the full support of the family," she said. "You will also be able to afford an operation for your hospitalized sister," she added dismissively. Roy nodded as he squeezed his fist. The large luxury ship shook between the raging waves. All around, the screams of fighting and people asking for help would be heard. As a 2-week cruise organized by a famous band, it had many rich and important young men and women attending as guests to socialize and lay back in a place far away from their top-shot parents. But those guys who were enjoying the party moments ago suddenly found themselves in a scene from a horror movie from the sea. All of a sudden, an army of men dressed in scales appeared, then began ordering everyone to the ground. Calling them demons. Were they pirates or some cult? The guests didn't know. Before they could comprehend what happened, the organizers began attacking those men using swords and spears, and one band member started throwing fire from his hands. "All to the ground. Those who fight will die." Rain yelled, then turned backward and slashed with his sword, cutting a bald sailor in half. "Can't you cut more elegantly? You almost caused that man's lowly blood to spoil my new dress." Tulip scolded as she used her umbrella to hit a woman who attacked her from the back, killing her instantly. Rain didn't respond. He had long learned how to deal with this spoiled and arrogant brat. "Humans. How did you know about us?" someone suddenly said as a group of soldiers got blasted into the air and a young man flew from the midst of the ship. His eyes were bright blue as sparks of electricity swizzled around him. "Not your business. Just die." Rain screamed, attacking the demon who dodged to the side, looking at Rain with a frown that turned into a crazy smile. "You are an offering," the young man said as if he had found a treasure. Forgetting the attacks around him as he began to salivate. "I just need to eat you to evolve," he said, spraying his saliva everywhere as he began to attack Rain frantically. Too bad that despite his high rank as a demon, his level was not that high in this body, so the battle ended before he could realize it by Yulip hitting him from the back. "Is it over?" Ray, who was cutely dressed in a suit of armor, asked as she watched the battle slowly end as the demons either died or threw themselves into the sea, where another team was waiting for them. "Don't relax too soon. We don't know who among those mortals carries a demon soul. We need to check them with a purity pearl in the central temple to make sure," Tulip said. Thankfully, after she was able to cure her mother, the latter allowed her to use the soldiers and raid this cruise under the presumption that it was a demon's trap. It seemed like Vic didn't lie about this thing. That bastard. Every time she remembered that he had secretly placed a slave seal on her, she would start cursing. "Can't we just kill everyone?" Rain complained, making Ray glare at him. "I am joking," he quickly said. He wasn't. One soldier suddenly wailed from the back, causing both Tulip and Rain to grab their weapons and run to the back of the ship. When they reached it, they saw a group of soldiers slowly melting into a puddle. From in between their melting corpses, a little girl who had gothic makeup and wore a simple black dress walked barefooted slowly toward Rain. Her looks were screaming. "Demonis! Prepare!" Before Tulip could command the rest of the soldiers, Rain stopped her with his hand. She frowned and then looked at the girl who slowly reached their position. "We meet again, offering," she said in a sound that didn't resemble that of a girl, but an old woman. "Don't call me that," Rain said, clenching his fist. "I asked that how you treat your savior," the little girl asked. "It still remains to be seen who saved who," Rain answered. He. As thick as ever, the little girl chuckled, frowning then looking at Tulip.
Oh,
A child of the void. Is that dead fish Hua Hua still doing well in her cell?
ah,
You know my master? Tulip asked nervously. No, the little girl didn't elaborate.
you are. Tulip asked. Call me Death Lord.
I am Rain's master, she said, making Tulip gasp.
Again, that remains to be seen. Rin interrupted. Can you help my master?
Tulip asked quickly, totally ignoring Rain. Only she can help herself. Only void sparks can help her, the Death Lord said. She should have already told you, her voice trailed off. Tulip nodded, clenching her fist. You will be able to do it. Just focus on it, the little girl finally said. Rain did it for me after all, she added, making Tulip look at Rain with surprise. This guy had many secrets. What are you doing here anyway? Rain suddenly asked, not wanting to talk about his past. I thought you said you would be leaving this world back then?
I left. I returned.
The little girl said, not explaining.
Revenge? He asked.
Not yet, she shook her head, not explaining further. You have grown up since the last time I saw you. Picking on girls now, she asked, changing the subject with a smirk that didn't suit a little girl.
They are just friends, he said. Dear friends, he added. Oh.
But I have to warn you. That girl can't belong to you, she said, pointing to Ray.
Why?
You know something, he asked, remembering that demon back then when he first met Ray.
She is a shard slave.
When the shard master calls, she will have to obey, the Death Lord explained. Can you help her? Rian asked, making the little girl smirk. She wanted him to ask.
Can. Come here, child, she said.
Ray looked at Rain, watching him nod. She slowly walked toward the little girl who had to step on her toes and raise her little hand to touch Ray's forehead. Then, she was thrown back as a black trail of blood fell from her mouth, digging holes in the ship like some kind of acid.
Amira.
Rain quickly ran to her side as she fell into the side of the ship, then stood up quickly and used her fist to slap Rain on the face, causing him to be flung 10 feet away, almost falling into the ocean. What do I do now? He asked as he grabbed the ship's railing and stabilized himself. It seemed like he was used to getting hit by this girl.
Bastard.
Who the hell did you steal this girl from? She asked with fear in her eyes. Her sound was that of a little girl as she lost her cool.
Ah.
A guy who called himself the Nutcracker.
A demon. No, she interrupted.
That guy is no demon. Demons can't have authority. Let alone more than me, she said. He might be a lord.
Or worse. An emperor.
Ah. What can you tell us about him? Rain asked in surprise. When he fought that guy, he didn't seem that strong, just very tricky to fight. 2 things. Firstly, he is not in this world right now. And secondly, don't fucking mess with him ever again. What about Ray?
Rain asked. Fuck you and her.
The little girl cursed, then turned into a shadow and launched into the sky, disappearing in seconds. She had just tried to break the shard's connection for Ray but ended up suffering a backlash instead as her skill failed, and this hurt her badly. She was not going to tell that to Rain though. It was right after sunrise when Victor stood in place beside a dismantled night camp. 9 mercenaries surrounded him, pointing their weapons in his direction after appearing out of nowhere. He could tell that those guys were slavers by the horse-drawn carriage that they parked to the side with a horse-like creature that had very long ears. Wait, that was just a donkey. Anyway, it had a large cage where 2 scantily dressed girls were locked. Sitting with them tied to the side of the cage, there was a chained, naked, burly young man who had his arms severed.
Bruno.
The fate thread guided him directly to him.
Look what we found.
Just when I was thinking that we didn't have enough merchandise for the market tomorrow. One of them said in a low Elvish language that Victor had to think a while before remembering. Thankfully he could speak this one. The middle-aged man who spoke was a half-elf, as indicated by his slightly pointy ear and red flaming hair.
Name, Salim 8. Level, 59.
Class, Lancer D. Authority, 5. Strength, 188. Agility, 167. Intelligence, 147.
Luck, 19. Charm, 40. Order, 11. Skills. Spear Arts, C. Thrust, C. Backflip, C. Drug Making, D. Torture, D. Knife Arts, E. Kissing, F. Imprison, F. Bloodline, Elf, A 40%. Equipment. Defensive Armor, E. Study Spear, D. Fate. Fate's Power, D. Define Fate, none.
Our luck is good, the only woman in the group said. She seemed to be a sun elf in her teens, but you could never tell an elf's age. She was dressed in some very revealing adventurer clothing and had a nasty knife cut across her face, and one of her ears was cut, a sign of being an outcast who committed a great sin. She was also clearly the hidden boss of this group.
Name, Littersola. Level, 129. Abnormal status.
Curse of the Bad Elves number 44, S. Luck not more than 5.
Class, Golden Archer, S.
Authority 13. Strength, 370. Agility, 342. Intelligence, 343.
Luck 5. Charm, 40. Order, 11. Skills. Bow Art, S.
Penetrating Arrow, S.
Wind Spam, A. Torture, A. Knife Arts, A. Seduce, B. Spear Arts, C. Imprison, F. Kissing, F. Bloodline.
Sun Elf, AA 100%.
Equipment. Defensive Armor, E. Golden Bow, S. Broken. Fate. Fate's Power, E. Define Fate, None.
Remove your mask and introduce yourself. An ugly man who was probably a half-ogre said to Victor finally as the others looked at him, preparing to chain him if he didn't have a good background.
Name, Jab Tap. Level, 33.
Class, Slave Merchant, D. Authority 3. Strength, 96. Agility, 96. Intelligence, 102.
Luck 5. Charm, 40. Order, 11. Skills.
System Store Access, Level 0. Player Market Access, Level 0.
Slave Curse, D. Torture, D. Whip Arts, D. Speech Arts, D. Basic Shield, F. Bloodline.
Black Ogre, D 34%. Green Ogre, F 44%.
Equipment. Chain of Obedience, A. Defensive Armor, E. Trusty Whip, E. Fate. Fate's Power, E. Define Fate, None.
Victor, who didn't care about the others who had levels less than 20, kept his eyes on the elf lady. I am your father, he replied in a low, confident old voice, removing his mask to reveal a handsome old man.
What?
It took the slavers a moment to understand what he said, then they looked at each other. Was he perhaps the father of one of them? One by one they shook their heads. He was not their father. Bastard, you dare mess with us, the half-elf guy flared angrily, throwing his spear at Victor as he deemed him unsellable. The spear only hit empty air. So did the whip and the arrow that followed. Then the world turned black and they felt their bodies hit the ground as they fell one by one. They could not move nor speak. Victor sneered, cleaning his poisoned dagger with his cloak as he looked at the collapsed slavers. Putting back his mask, he took the chains from them and then quickly tied them all after a quick search. One of them had a storage bag tied to his horse which contained some money, chains, ropes, torture equipment, and daily necessities, that's all. He sighed, turning to the carriage and then walking in its direction, appraising the two girls inside.
Name, Sini.
Abnormal status, Slave Gias, D. Master, Jab Tap.
Class, Cook B.
Authority 2. Level 2.
Strength, 13. Agility, 16. Intelligence, 17. Luck, 11. Charm, 25. Order, 0. Skills. Cooking B. Fireball B. Pain Resistance, D.
Regeneration, E.
Quick Step, F. Dagger Arts, F. Heat Resistance, E. Kissing, F. Bloodline.
Red Moon Elf, A 60%.
Fate. Fate's Power B. Define Fate, None. Name, Yos.
Abnormal status, Slave Gias, D. Master, Jab Tap.
Class, Dancer E.
Authority 2.
Level 5. Strength, 16. Agility, 28. Intelligence, 11. Luck, 14. Charm, 29. Order, 0. Skills. Seduction, D. Kissing, D. Smart Dance, E. Dagger Arts, E. Fireball, B. Pain Resistance, E.
Regeneration, E.
Quick Step, F. Heat Resistance, F. Bloodline.
Yellow Moon Elf, A 52%.
Fate. Fate's Power C. Define Fate, None.
Reading their status, Victor sighed. Even in this world, authority seemed to define everything, though he was not sure how it worked yet. Different worlds had different rules. Are you here to save us? One girl asked.
No.
I am here for this son of AB*TCH. I will return later to get you, Just keep a look on the collapsed guys for me, Victor said, grabbing Bruno from the cage. The latter, who could not understand the language, tried to resist, but Victor easily overpowered him, taking a flask of wine and pouring it in the poor young man's mouth under the shocked look of the two girls. Then he dragged him away behind a nearby rock, leaving the girls in the cage to wonder what was he going to do with him. In the center of the main island at the center of the Von Weiss archipelago, in a huge domed building known as the family's hall, all the familiars awakened heirs stood in silence while wearing black robes and holding candles in their hands. Some were confused, some cried, some wept while others smiled secretly, like Titus, who had been let out of prison an hour ago, and since there he had been hearing some very good news. According to rumors, it has been 5 hours since the patriarch's wife, Lady and aka the bitch in control, went into an SSS dungeon that suddenly appeared in the mines after some traitors tried to assassinate the patriarch. The accident happened when she saved her husband's life by pushing him away at the last moment before the trap mechanism activated, telling him to go and get help. By the time he returned, it was too late. Unfortunately, she was not the only lost one, as many of the family heirs were lost with her. That's why this gathering was a must, to clarify the family's plans. Today, we lost a great leader, Marcos declared for the 35th time to the shocked audience as tears fell from his eyes. A great mother and an even greater wife. He paused, thinking for a moment that those two should be reversed. Doesn't matter, they were both lies anyway. Now, we should carry her will. And one day, we will save her from that treacherous dungeon. Although we know they are still alive. And hoping that they manage to beat this dungeon, we cannot stand still, the patriarch said, heroically wiping his tears with his sleeve. Those tears were not fake, but true tears of joy. 1 hour earlier he sent a rescue team to check on the mines, and the heirs were truly no longer there, just an assortment of abandoned clothes and storage rings. Bruno was missing too, so he guessed that and must have noticed him when he used the teleportation cancelling talisman to cancel the effect of the escape talisman she kept hidden in her sleeve. She must have used her, which bound on him, not allowing him to put on that cursed ring. It was regrettable but a necessary sacrifice. We have many things to do. First of all, because Supreme Elder Alfred was lost too, I will give Elder Jonathan all the rights Alfred has. You will be taking care of our Hall of Inquisition until Alfred returns, so take care. Marcos said, to an old man with sneaky eyes. The latter nodded and bowed respectfully as the other remaining Supreme Elders who were sitting on stage eyed him and then Marcos with suspicious glares. Expert for Elder Logan, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall. He nodded in approval. Now to the second state of affairs. As many of you know, the great tournament is close. We were planning to choose our participants from the elite heirs as it was customary, but now that they are missing, we need some other candidates. So, after negotiating with the elders, we decided to hold a tournament. Those top 10 in it will get the status of elite heir immediately, and get the chance to participate in the grand tournament, he said, making many of the heirs squeeze their fists. This was their chance. At last. They had no idea that the winning team had already been arranged in advance. Roy followed Iris and quickly arrived at the gym that was a part of Theodore's new mansion complex. To Roy's surprise, it was not one building as he expected, but an entire complex, consisting of different training halls and stadiums. He could spot a basketball court, a swimming and a tennis court among others. Not counting the golf course outside of course. Just how much money did his cheap father have? Damn it. Couldn't he have helped him with some cash to cure his stepsister? Feeling a little salty, he followed Iris and a trail of people, arriving at the martial arts hall, where the fighting was supposed to happen. And yes, they were not alone apparently. About 50 heirs or so heard what was happening here and came running. Most were interested in martial arts and were already at the gym, while others happened to overhear what happened earlier in the courtyard, and came just to watch the fun. They will regret it. Go ahead, Iris told Roy as they entered through the large 10-feet-tall door of the large martial arts hall. It had the words "fighting" written above it in some fierce calligraphy. He nodded and began to look around as he headed to the arena where his half-brothers were gathering. This place was huge. Other than the main arena, this hall not only featured 3 training arenas but also a few different training areas full of specialized equipment, like a wide zone for lances and an archery field to the side. He could even spot the entrances to a few private training rooms and an infirmary. He knew that his father and the family put great importance on martial arts, but this was beyond his expectations. Squeak. Bang. He heard a small squeak from behind, then the sound of a bang. Looking back, he noticed that Iris had closed the hall's large steel doors and was in the process of locking them with large chains. Ow! A shiver ran through his back. Something big was about to happen here. This may all have been planned. Someone suddenly said from the arena. It was that butler they called George who stood with his hands behind his back. Young Lady Lara here decided to challenge young Master Pan to a friendly fight, so according to the family rules, both of them will fight here until one of them surrenders or gets hurt. Although fists have no eyes, I advise both of you to try and not hurt the other badly, he said as Lara, who had changed into a cute pink jumpsuit, stepped up into the arena and began doing some warm-up seriously. She looked super cute. From the other side, Pan just stepped up. He didn't even care to change his clothes, he just wanted to end this farce quickly. He didn't expect all those people to gather to watch him beat the shit out of a little girl. Are they really going to fight? One young woman said. This family keeps getting stranger.
Juju, watch your tongue.
You barely managed to avoid marrying that pervert Liam. Don't make father angry with you again, one of her half-sisters said. I know, Juju sighed. But why does this family focus so much on martial arts? In the old days, it was understandable with all the wars and shit going on. But nowadays we live in a peaceful society, she shrugged. As a kid, she too practiced martial arts for a few years as her father demanded that, and paid for it. But once she became old enough and realized she had a choice, like others, she stopped. The world is much deeper than you think. The one who spoke was Iris, who stood right behind Juju.
Ah.
Sister Iris, Juju quickly bowed. She met Iris before in her father's mansion a few months ago. Iris was newly promoted to an inner family heir at that point, and Theodore was looking to reward her with some properties. This made her very jealous. The difference in treatment between legitimate and illegitimate heirs was too big. Still, it was Iris who helped her in the end to cancel her arranged marriage, convincing their father that if Juju was really reluctant, the marriage might fail. And telling him to give Juju a chance to run some business.
No need to bow.
It is nice to see you again, Iris said. How is the business in that tattoo shop you opened? Ah, passable, Juju said in embarrassment. The truth was, it was almost bankrupt. Her father was right, she was not a good businesswoman material. Don't worry, if you do well in the next few weeks, you won't have to worry about these little things anymore. Iris, who totally understood what Juju meant, said. Truth be told, she always felt a little sorry for those unlucky sisters and brothers. It was the same for her. If she hadn't been recognized and helped by Victor back then, she would have been dead right now, so she always tried to help others, trying to be as noble and benevolent as Victor.
Ah. I will try my best, Juju said.
So they were truly going to give them a chance to be legitimate. It was her chance to shine at last. You better do, Iris said, bowing politely to the other half-brothers and sisters, then heading toward the stage where she stood to the side. The fight was about to start.
Brother.
According to the family rules, I challenge you. Lara, who finished her warm-ups, stood in attention, then bowed slightly and performed a martial arts salute, extending her cupped hands to Pan. Whatever, Pan, who was feeling awkward, bowed slightly and then prepared his fists. He was going to end this farce fast. Lara also quickly changed into a fighting position.
Start.
George said as he took a step back.
Something flashed. Then Pan flew backward,
hitting the far side wall of the hall. In his place, Lara, who had just used her little fist to hit his stomach, was standing in a striking position, preparing for the counterattack that never came.
The fight ended.
It was an awkward silence.
Lady Lara wins, George said in a solemn voice. 0 points.
What the F***ck? Someone exclaimed. Then all the brothers and sisters began to look between Lara and Pan, who slowly slid down into the ground, totally unconscious.
Holy shit. Is she some kind of monster?
What did they feed her? Roy squinted his eyes, feeling a little smug, but looking at Lara, who was dusting her jumpsuit, then at Iris, who was whispering something in her ear and making her nod, he realized what was going on. Should I have hit him softer? Lara asked, relaxing a bit.
No, Lady Lara, you did just right.
Men, take him to the infirmary, George said. Next, he ordered, making Lara quickly bow in Pan's direction, then return to her position where Elle brought her some wet napkins to wipe her hand.
What? Someone asked.
Are there any other contests? He asked, looking around. Everyone began to look around, but no one went up. All of you here will be having a match with Lady Lara.
This is the first test, George declared casually. Too casually.
Confirming Roy's guess.
A test?
Juju asked, looking at Iris, who nodded.
Yes.
Did you think that joining the family as legitimate heirs is easy? Look at the entrance cards you were given when you arrived here. Those are your scoring badges. Each one of them has a little number 0 in its corner. That's how many points you have.
George explained. What?
Everyone asked as they took out the badges that had their names and gave them a closer look. True, there was a number above their name. They thought those numbers were just decorations, and they had no idea that those badges were electronic devices in the first place. What kind of advanced tech was this? For the next 3 weeks, we decided to give you a series of tests that will allow you to earn score points each, George said. Those tests will be completely random and totally unexpected. Some will be easy and some will be hard, depending on your luck. What's happening here is one of them. One smart-ass guy asked. Exactly, for you guys at the very least, you were lucky. He paused, not sure about that. Your test this time was designed by Lady Iris and Lady Lara. It is a martial arts challenge. You will get 1 point for every hit you land on Lady Lara on stage, he said. In fact, this test was not about hitting Lara, but 2 other goals. The first was to test their courage, honor, and determination. And second was to get them hit badly enough, hoping to get them to awaken a regeneration skill after their ceremony. This new fact was found in the ancestral journal Victor got. Ah, but we are not, one began to complain, while others tried to slip away, getting to notice the chain door. The moment you entered this hall, your fate was sealed. You were considered a part of this test.
George cut them off.
What about the ones outside? Another asked, trying to grab the chain. It was real.
The door was locked.
You better worry about yourself first. The others outside exploring this mansion will get their chances later, he said, with a smile that was definitely not a smile. These tests will be supervised and randomly decided on by your legitimate half-brothers and sisters, so you better not anger them, he added, making everyone look at Iris, calmly waving at them. Damn bitch, Roy finally cursed inwardly. Iris made him come here on purpose. Still, she did tell him that there would be a test. A test? Was the test just hitting the little girl?
No.
He quickly figured something out. Can't we not participate? One fearful girl asked.
You can.
But you will lose all the family benefits, including the monthly salary and the medical insurance we provide.
Ah.
But I am afraid to get hit, one girl said, making Lara frown looking at her. Why were her new brothers and sisters so cowardly? Sure, they would be hit, but the family can quickly heal them, and they will grow stronger. She looked at her maids for answers, but they could only shrug, deciding not to inform her how scary she was earlier. There is a way out, George suddenly said, watching the dismayed heirs. You can choose to withdraw from this one test. But you will lose 10 points by doing so, and if by the end of all of these tests, you got less than 0 points, you will also be kicked out from the family and will lose all benefits regardless. The family does not raise cowards, George said. Will the other tests be like this? A boy who had thick glasses asked, hesitatingly. I don't know, the test's contents will be decided by their issuers, the legitimate heirs, he said. The test they choose for you might be easier or harder, it will depend on your luck.
Ah. But.
Enough questions, Iris suddenly said. You will know everything later tonight at dinner. In fact, what I told you was already posted on the announcement board near the entrance, and it was the real first test, but only 3 read it. Everyone else failed, she said, making everyone look at each other.
Now.
Let's go you onto the stage, Iris said, pointing to Roy. Roy silently cursed again. He knew this was coming. Taking a breath, he decided to try his luck and slowly took off his shoes and walked into the stage barefoot. Although he was not a good fighter, he did learn martial arts, and he was a little confident in his stamina, which was honed by a few years of working as a delivery driver, going up and down countless staircases.
Lara bowed.
He bowed back respectfully, mirroring her action. She seemed pleased. Good, maybe she.
Start, George announced.
Roy could see it as the little girl reached his side in a flash. He wanted to dodge it, but his body didn't move fast enough. He could only use his fists to receive Lara's hit, and then he flew into the air, hitting the exact same spot Pan hit before him. 0 points, George began to announce as Roy slid down, blood pouring out of his mouth.
Uncle George.
Give him 1 point, Lara said. He managed to hit my fist back, she said, raising her little fist and making Iris nod.
Oh.
Then 1 point it is. Take him to the infirmary. George nodded as Lara returned to her position.
Next.
That was the last thing Roy heard before he completely passed out. What a nice girl. It was about midnight when Sini watched nervously as the old man returned from behind the large rock. The poor young man who was taken there was not with him, and it didn't take too much brainpower to know what his fate was. The poison lord this time, the old man said absent-mindedly, sitting beside the bonfire and tending it slightly as he looked right into the flame.
This doesn't add up, he kept saying. Too many variables.
The girls didn't dare to make a voice. They just watched as he took off the cloak of his head, revealing his flowing silver hair and handsome face. Yes, he was old, but very handsome. More handsome than most of the men they saw in their lives, and this included pretty male toy slaves and elven princes. His build was sturdy, and through the tight garment, they could see the bulging muscles of his arms.
And on top of that, he was a human.
What was a human doing so deep in elf territory?
Unimportant. Can a human be this handsome?
They had no idea, as they lived their entire life in elven lands, and the only full humans they met were slaves. This included their fathers. This guy was also very powerful. They could tell from the way he easily subdued the slavers. Could he be one of those legendary human hero legends? The girls didn't know what to think as they observed the handsome face in front of them. The more they looked, the more they got enchanted and hooked. It was an hour later when the old man turned to face them. Sini and Yos, right? He asked, making the two girls nod as they looked at each other. They never told him their names. This meant he had an appraisal skill and more than 10 authority points. Yes, they both quickly answered. Where were they taking you? He asked, pointing to the tightly tied and chained still collapsed slavers.
To a nearby town.
There will be a market in the afternoon.
Nearby town?
Where is this place exactly? He asked.
Ah.
The windless desert, near the border of the Sun Elves' territory. This is also near the boundary of the demon lands, Sini said, some melancholy in her voice. Oh, the old man frowned, taking a map from his ring, the one he got from the slavers. He made the girls help him point out their location. Although they couldn't read, they were smart enough to pinpoint the location thanks to geographic features.
I see now.
This is far from human territory, he said, looking in one direction as if he was following an invisible thread. Yes, both the girls nodded. Oh, and how did the two of you end up as slaves with those guys? He asked.
We were slaves before they bought us.
We are not useful in the war, and our noble mistress didn't need dead weight when she left the fief, so she sold us to them, Sini replied in a sad voice. In this world, authority and class decide everything.
The war with the demons?
Yes.
Were you two born slaves? He asked.
No, we were sold by our respective parents when we were young. They were refugees from the East, and they had no more money to feed us. We are just illegitimate half-blood daughters after all, she said, biting her lip. The East? He asked, raising one eyebrow. Yes, it was when the demon army advanced and the Sun Elves betrayed the Moon Elves, the other girl, Yos, answered.
Some resentment in her voice.
The old man seemed to have understood something. He nodded, deciding to change the subject.
Oh.
Did you learn that tortoise-shell binding method from your parents or your previous master? He asked, pointing to the exotically tied slavers to the side. They were still knocked out. From our previous mistress, Sini answered with a blush. This was the best way she knew to tie people. Not bad, the old man nodded. Will they wake up soon? Sini asked nervously. I used a higher dose fearing the sedative would not work, but it seemed unnecessary. They should be fine by the morning, he said, then went silent, pondering about a few things. Can I ask a question? Sini, who got her courage together, suddenly asked. You already did, the old man said dismissively. Seemingly he didn't mind. What do you plan to do with us? Sini asked, biting her lip. What do you want me to do? He asked, raising one eyebrow and not giving an answer. Can we serve you? Sini said, seemingly making up her mind.
Oh.
The old man raised one eyebrow.
Are you into old men? He asked. Ah, no. Not that, Sini blushed. But
the two of us have been like sisters since we were young, and if you sold us, most likely we will end up in different places, she said. Tell the truth, he interrupted her coldly. He could tell she was lying. Please don't be angry, both Sini and Yos knelt, as if intuitively. We just don't want to be sold. Nowadays there is only one job for half-breed slaves like us, either to serve the soldiers on the battlefields or as meat shields, especially in this frontier place, she said as she vibrated, shook with tears in her eyes. Oh, the old man seemed interested. You could have asked me nicely to find some good masters for you. We want to serve someone powerful enough, Sini said, determination in her eyes. She was telling the truth, half of it. They also wanted a handsome master. You could have asked me for your freedom, he said. Two half-breed girls on the frontiers can't afford freedom, she quickly answered. You don't even know my name. What if I am some evil man who wants to control this entire world? He asked. He did have that dangerous air around him. You will be our master regardless. Sini seemed determined. Then if you find someone stronger than me, you would leave? He asked. Someone younger. Handsomer. He added, raising one eyebrow. We already saw how cruel the world is. Sini shook her head. Her former mistress's army of handsome men all died not being able to scratch one demon general's shield. And half-breeds like them would never get to have a happy ending. They could only do their best to survive. And this old man was more handsome than all of them. Once you are our master, we will never betray until we die or let us go, Sini finally said after some hesitation. Then, as if reading each other's minds, she and Yos made a sign with their hands and then bowed down. This represented elven honor, something similar to a one-sided contract or a promise that the world observed. The old man paused as if reading something in midair, then he looked at them. How exactly can you serve me? He asked with a mischievous smile. Sini looked at Yos, and then both of them stood up, then unwrapped the old garments that covered their bodies and let them fall to the ground, revealing their flawless bodies under the 3 moons' light. The answer was clear: in whatever way possible.
Master.
A servant ran into the patriarch's chamber, startling him and waking him from his nap on the dragon leather seat he wanted to sit on for his entire life.
What? Did and return?
Marcos asked as he sat up abruptly.
Ah.
No, it is about young Master Bruno. You told us to keep an eye on the life jades. What about him? 1 hour ago, his jade cracked.
What? Marcos stood up.
Elder Talon is already in the jaded room. And Bruno's mother, Lady Bruta, is also there. I will go join them, Marcos said with a heavy voice as he grabbed his clock and headed out. Bruno was his and Talon's son, one of 5. Although not the best, he had a great future in front of him. He was the one who bravely volunteered to help trap Anne.
Damn it.
Besides the already died-down campfire, Victor slowly opened his eyes, looking tenderly at the 2 half-elf girls who hugged him from both sides with satisfied smiles on their faces. All of them were covered by his black cloak as they lay on the dirt. He was surprised they lasted that long last night, but they really tried earnestly to prove their worth, and he was completely satisfied. Although they were very weak and technically useless, he decided to take care of them from now on. He slowly gave each a kiss on their forehead, deciding that they were now a part of his collection. Harem. After that, he slowly slid up, then covered them back tightly with his cloak, leaving them to their dream. They would not wake up till noon. Standing up, he walked to the side, where he took a storage ring, and from it, he poured some water onto himself, taking a quick shower. Since he had a lot of storage rings, he made sure to stuff them with all the necessities he might need, including more than a few gallons of water. Finishing, he took some new black garments from his storage space and put them on, hiding his muscular build. He sighed, thinking about what learned yesterday. From Bruno's drunk mouth, he managed to get the gist of what was happening in the family. It all started with Talon, who was working for the Poison Lord. He seemed to have given her the mission to control the von Weiss family more than 50 years ago, when in the Hall of Secrets she accidentally found an artifact that allowed her to talk to him. Ever since then, she and her lover, the Patriarch, had been secretly building their forces and setting things up for a grab. In fact, for the last 20 years or something, half of the Servant Awakening ceremony participants belonged to their faction, and many of those were not servants, but full-fledged heirs. They have been using the mines for years as a breeding ground to harvest the bloodlines of those suitable female miners there. The Patriarch and his men who went there once a week to check on things were responsible for impregnating the suitable mothers. And there, they allowed those heirs to grow secretly, away from the prying eyes of Anne and her men, faking it as if they were good seedlings that were getting promoted. I know the place of some otherworlders, she said nervously, making him pause. I can tell you everything. Just let me go, she said in a hoarse voice, and watched as his eyes showed interest. She just needed to spin her words carefully from now on. If she didn't tell lies, he would not be able to know if she kept some important details. Well, this would depend on the credibility of what you will say, he paused, putting away the branding iron with interest. Let me get you a drink first, so we can talk clearly, he added. Thank you again, officer. Abe sat up in bed and told the police officer who helped him out. For the last 3 days, he had been locked in a warehouse and seemingly suffered a case of dehydration and lost consciousness. He woke up in the hospital. It is our duty, young man, the officer said. Don't worry, we will check on Lady M. If she is as notorious as you said, I will make sure to arrest her myself, he said as he stood up. Please do catch that bitch, Abe said. Don't use that kind of language, young man, the officer scolded lightly. He seemed a little offended. Now rest up. I hope you get well soon, the officer said, leaving the room and closing the door behind him, then slowly left the hospital. He headed to his nearby parked police car and drove away until he reached a lakeside on the edge of the city, where he got down, then found a brick. Putting it on the pedal, he let the car go into the lake. Making sure the car was below the water, he turned and walked away, not as a man, but as a hot redhead young woman known as Margaret or Lady M. Finished already? Lynn, who was waiting for her in a nearby car, asked. Yup. Hopefully, the brainwashing drug seems to have worked perfectly. Hopefully, nothing bad will happen, she said, looking at the back seat where Hannah was sitting. It will be okay. I don't know where you guys get that wine, but by using it with normal memory manipulation pills, they would be enough to permanently change the memory of a mortal like that bastard. Hannah said. You could have used a normal brainwashing talisman though. It had already proved useful, as the Players' Council had been using it to erase witnesses' memories for ages. Why go the extra mile? She asked. Brainwashing talismans might not be strong enough if the other side decided to dig deep and use some kind of super skill or an artifact, and we are modifying memory, not erasing them. I just hope that all of our preparations would not be necessary, Margaret sighed as Lynn started the car. So, your tribe found a few otherworlders about 2 decades ago, he asked.
Yes.
They were lost in the desert and we easily fooled them and then captured them. Litter, who was now unchained, sitting on a table against Victor, said as she drank another gulp, this was the best wine she had ever had. She needed to recommend this pub to her friends. Did they really expect us to help them?
Damn, filthy humans. No offense, she said, raising her cup to him.
None taken, he said, feeling a little sad about the amount of wine he had to use to drug her. She was a really heavy drinker. So, what did they do to them? We killed the men while keeping the women for breeding. Halves might be filthy, but they have their uses, she explained.
It was a mistake though, she sighed. What do you mean? He asked.
He was sure that the group from his family who crossed the portal 2 decades ago must have appeared somewhere in this desert. Although the portal threw people at random locations due to its movements, it couldn't be too far. For example, he found Bruno earlier after waking just for 2 hours. One of them managed to get hold of one of our locking artifacts when she was in the breeding chamber. Not only did she kill the guy who was impregnating her, she managed to free the others and they escaped, she said.
Damn it.
If it was not my shift at that time, I wouldn't have been punished.
It was bad luck, he said. Damn it.
That's what I said. I just happened to have gone out at that hour to get something to eat. But those old witches only told me that bad luck shall be my curse for the next 100 years.
Damn it.
Couldn't you get them a few replacement slaves or something? He asked. No, those guys were special, they had some kind of dragon bloodline. Those became extra rare after the sacking of Zaramai, she sighed.
You guys helped the demons back then, right?
Victor asked as he thought of something.
Ah.
Don't say it like that. We would never band with the demons. Litter said, looking around, making sure no one was listening. We just let our warriors who were in the palace to help take the royal family to a safe place to protect them. It would be a waste for their bloodline to die, she said. This caused the empire to fall. It was only a matter of time. What if the demons attacked you next? Didn't you think of that?
Don't blame me.
I was still young back then. And no one would ever help a human, she sighed. The elders didn't expect that the demons who were pretty weak would be so treacherous, hiding their true strength, she sighed. Well, they got punished for their mistakes in the end when the moon elves failed to defeat the demons. We just wanted to weaken them a bit. We didn't expect the surge to be so fierce, and by the time we sent out men, the moon elves were already defeated, she shrugged. Victor looked at her with disgust. The elves' stupid pride and racism was their downfall. So, where are those otherworlders now? He asked. They escaped into the human lands in the west, she said. Though I heard that some demon general appeared somewhere on an island there, so I guess they will soon regret not staying in our hidden forest. They will, Victor said. Well, I guess I have to go catch them before the demons get to them. What can you tell me about them? 5 women, very strong. I didn't get their names though. Human names are stupid, she said. And why would I care for mere breeding slaves? You must know that his info is not enough, he said. Well, I know something, she said, whispering now. One of them. She was pregnant when we got her. She gave birth in the forest to a very beautiful girl even for a human. She had a strange bloodline or something, apparently. One of the princes liked her at first sight, and decided to take her as his personal toy. If she was still alive, that girl must still be in the palace, she said, making Victor frown and activate his fate eyes again. All the fate threads were still pointing to the west, but one of them was slightly to the north. This must be it. Can you remember her mother's name?
I told you, wait.
I think it is something like a flower or a rose.
Rosette? Victor asked. Yes. That's it. Shit.
That girl was probably his half-sister. Another damsel in distress for the ever-growing list.